Chapter 1. The Emperor's Arrival and the Tragedy of Annihilation. In the eastern wilderness, within the esteemed halls of the Lu family, a thunderous roar shattered the solemn atmosphere. Lu family, come forth and accept your demise. The voice echoed like celestial thunder, reverberating through the souls of all who heard it. The venerable ancestor of the Lin family, standing at the pinnacle of imperial power, loomed like an ancient deity descended from the void. His imposing figure exuded an overwhelming aura that felt capable of toppling mountains and crashing oceans, instilling a profound fear. His keen, eagle-like eyes blazed with an unwavering fury, as if intent on incinerating the Lu family entirely, leaving no trace behind. Inside the grand hall, the members of the Lu family were paralyzed by terror, akin to startled birds caught in a trap. They were all too aware of the Lin ancestors' formidable strength and reputation, a presence as majestic as Mount Tai and as radiant as the full moon. Standing at the apex of imperial might, the Lin ancestor resembled an unmovable mountain, possessing the fearsome capability to obliterate worlds. With a mere gesture, he could make the entire eastern wilderness tremble, rendering it a desolate wasteland. In the face of such an insurmountable adversary, how could the Lu family not feel an unprecedented despair? Yet in this critical moment, the Lu family patriarch, Lu Tianyuan, emerged like a steadfast beacon. He straightened his resolute frame, a glimmer of unwavering determination flashing in his eyes. Old Lin, my Lu family has no grievances with your Lin family, neither past nor present. What compels you to pursue us so relentlessly, like a persistent affliction? Lu Tianyuan's voice was neither servile nor arrogant, resonating in the hall like a grand bell. The Lin ancestor stood firm, his rebellious gaze sweeping the chamber like a bolt of lightning, merely with a glance sending Lu Tianyuan flying as if severed from his tether. Then, with a disdainful snort that echoed like thunder, he declared, "Your Lu descendants dare to slay a genius of my Lin family. If I do not avenge this wrong, will not the dignity of my Lin family be trampled into the mud?" Lu Tianyuan's heart sank. He realized the gravity of the situation exceeded his worst fears, akin to an endless abyss of darkness that chilled him to the bone. He understood that the Lin ancestors' claim of the Lu family killing a Lin genius was merely a fabricated excuse. The true motive behind the Lin ancestors' relentless pursuit was their family's imperial-level technique, the Taishu sword classic. Months prior, the Lin ancestor had sent envoys to request access to the Taishu sword classic, but as the patriarch, Lu Tianyuan could not acquiesce to such outrageous demands. He had firmly refused, believing the matter would pass. Little did he expect that the Lin ancestor would strike today, using this unfounded pretext to annihilate the Lu family. Though Lu Tianyuan wished to resist to the end, the fearful expressions of the younger clan members behind him compelled a sigh of resignation. He could perish, but he could not allow these clan members to share his fate. The Lin ancestor, though shameless, was a true powerhouse, far beyond his capacity to confront. At the pinnacle of quasi-emperors, he felt like an ant before the Lin ancestor, a being at the peak of imperial might. Even if gravely injured, he dared not express dissatisfaction for fear of inciting the Lin ancestor's wrath. For the sake of his kin, Lu Tianyuan suppressed his anger, lowered his stature, and approached humbly, saying, "There must be some misunderstanding. My Lu family would never commit such treachery. I implore you, old Lin, grant us the opportunity to uncover the truth." "Humph! Misunderstanding?" The Lin ancestor scoffed, decisively retorting, "My people witnessed your Lu descendants in action. Are you suggesting there's any doubt?" Lu Tianyuan's face darkened. The so-called eyewitness account was clearly unfounded. Even aware that the Lin ancestor was deliberately slandering them, Lu Tianyuan could only bow his head and respond, "Perhaps someone is sowing discord, intending to frame my Lu family. Please, old Lin, grant me some time. I shall clarify the truth and provide you with an explanation." However, as soon as he finished speaking, the Lin ancestor's voice rang out again. "Are you questioning me?" As his words fell, a terrifying imperial aura enveloped the Lu family like a dark cloud. From within this shroud, a colossal hand emerged, poised to obliterate the entire Lu family in an instant. Just when the Lu family members braced for calamity, the Lin ancestor unexpectedly granted Lu Tianyuan's request. After a moment of contemplation, the Lin ancestor retracted his oppressive aura, coldly stating, "Very well, I shall grant you 3 days. Should you fail to provide results by then, do not blame me for my mercilessness." With that, he turned and departed, leaving the Lu family in stunned silence. No one anticipated that the formidable Lin ancestor would simply withdraw. Lu Tianyuan's expression mirrored his disbelief. He was acutely aware of the Lin ancestor's nature over the years. In his relentless pursuit of the legacies of fallen imperial families, the Lin ancestor had eradicated dozens of families of comparable strength to the Lu family. Now that the Lin ancestor had set his sights on the Taishu Sword Classic, how could he be expected to relent easily? The atmosphere in the hall grew heavy with despair. Everyone understood that if they could not secure assistance within these 3 days, the Lu family faced imminent disaster. In the skies above, the Lin ancestor sat majestically among the clouds. Behind him, a colossal flying vessel from the Lin family coiled like a great dragon, exuding an imposing presence, while 3,000 powerful Lin family guards resembled the pride of fierce lions, radiating authority. Ancestor, why grant them 3 days? They are but a mere Lu family if we eliminate them. Who would dare defy your will? The Quasi-Emperor Lin family patriarch stood behind the Lin ancestor, his gaze flickering with rebellious light. The Lu family, once a glorious imperial clan, now resembled a toothless tiger, stripped of its former might. The Lin ancestor needed not to dirty his hands. The 3,000 guards alone could sweep the Lu family away like a tidal wave. Yet, with a wave of his hand, the Lin ancestor halted their advance, wearing a calm smile that suggested victory was assured, as if everything was under his control. No need for haste. They are but grasshoppers. After autumn, let them flounder a few more days. I shall seize this opportunity to discern who among them colludes with the Lu family. Once the Lu family is dealt with, I can eradicate them all in one fell swoop, like uprooting weeds to eliminate future troubles. This strategy of the Lin ancestor resembled a meticulously orchestrated fishing expedition, designed to flush out the forces allied with the Lu family, capturing them all in one go, an illustration of his foresight. This was precisely why he was willing to afford the Lu family 3 days. Time slipped away like a fleeting shadow, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Lu family hall lay shrouded in the pall of death, enveloped in a suffocating silence. The clan members sent out to seek assistance returned like defeated roosters, each one dejected and downcast. Lu Tianyuan's expression darkened, as if he were on the verge of tears. Those who had once shared joyous feasts and brotherly bonds with the Lu family now avoided them like the plague. The numerous envoys he had dispatched met with cold refusals, unable even to cross the threshold of their former allies' homes, dismissed like stray dogs. As the last of those sent to seek aid returned, the Lu family's elder entered the hall, as forlorn as a flickering candle in the wind. At this moment, the eyes of everyone in the grand hall were shrouded in a haze of despair, as if the endless night were poised to engulf their final flicker of hope. This night marked the ultimatum left to them by the ancestral figure of the Lin family. Should they fail to find a sanctuary, the Lu family would inevitably plunge into the abyss of destruction. Within the hall, the faces of the gathered were ashen, and many women, children, and the elderly had begun to weep softly, their sobs echoing like mournful laments that tugged at the heartstrings. Lu Tianyuan and the elder members of the Lu family could only sigh in resignation, as if each sigh represented their last stand against fate. Yet, in this moment of utter despair, a sudden, cool, and resonant voice emerged from a secluded corner of the hall, akin to a glimmer of dawn breaking through the darkness, proclaiming, perhaps, there is still a glimmer of hope for our Lu family. Chapter 2. The Great Emperor Lu Xuan from 100,000 years ago. The melodious voice instantly captivated everyone's attention. The assembly within the grand hall parted ways, all eyes converging on the serene young lady standing quietly in the corner. Lu Tianyuan, too, turned his gaze in that direction, and upon realizing that the speaker was none other than his cherished jewel, he could not help but inquire excitedly, "Linglong, what did you just say?" Emerging gracefully from the corner, Lu Linglong spoke as she walked. "Father, and esteemed elders, have you forgotten that the Lu family also boasts a great emperor?" As her words echoed, confusion enveloped the hall. The strongest among the Lu family was their patriarch, Lu Tianyuan, who had attained the 9th stage of the quasi-emperor realm. Aside from him, there were 8 other elders of the quasi-emperor realm present. Though the Lu family was indeed an imperial clan, the last great emperor had departed from the family a daunting 100,000 years ago. Since that time, when the last great emperor of the Lu family was compelled to leave the clan and guard the entrance to another realm, 100,000 years had elapsed without the emergence of a new emperor. Yet, here was 12-year-old Lu Linglong, confidently asserting the existence of a great emperor within their lineage. For a moment, the assembly believed the young girl had lost her senses. Lu Tianyuan sighed softly, approached, and affectionately ruffled her hair, forcing a smile as he gently said, "All right, I understand your concern for everyone. However, we all know the power of the Lu family. You are still young, and these matters should not burden you. Return now, for we must heed the arrangements of the elders. You have always had your own ideas, and in times to come, without us to look after you. You must take care of yourself." As his words settled, Lu Xuan's gaze shifted to Elder 8, his expression grave as he instructed, "Elder 8, take these youngsters through the secret passage. Once you leave here, live incognito and well. Do not harbor thoughts of vengeance. If they can live and carry on our lineage, even when we descend to the netherworld, we will have fulfilled our duty to our ancestors." Foreseeing the impending threat from the Lin family, Lu Xuan had already begun devising an escape plan, selecting over 100 young members of the clan to accompany Elder 8 through the secret route. However, when the moment to execute the plan arrived, each youth stubbornly refused to leave. Lu Linglong anxiously grasped her father's arm and reiterated, "Father, what I said is true. Do we not still have a great emperor ancestor? The one who ventured to the abyss 100,000 years ago to guard the entrance to another realm?" Upon hearing the name of their ancestor, Lu Xuan, the assembly turned their attention to Lu Linglong. It dawned on them that indeed, the Lu family had a great emperor ancestor. Patriarch Linglong speaks the truth. Ancestor Lu Xuan is our great emperor. It was said that Lu Xuan had been the most formidable emperor 100,000 years ago, feared by the long-lived families and the immortal sects, who saw him as a threat to their dominance. Thus, they forced the entire Lu clan to sacrifice their lives and the righteousness of humanity to persuade Lu Xuan to depart and guard the abyss. Had Lu Xuan remained, what fear would they have of the Lin family patriarch? The elders, once filled with despair, were now engulfed in excitement. They had all heard the legends of Lu Xuan. 100,000 years ago, the Lu family produced a great emperor whose might was unrivaled, capable of suppressing even the strongest of foes. It was said that he once single-handedly repelled ancient sovereigns of foreign realms, instilling fear in their hearts. Some even referred to him as the Forbidden Emperor. In that era, no one could rival the prowess of great Emperor Lu Xuan, except for the emperor himself. However, his rapid ascension had drawn the ire of the long-lived families and immortal sects, prompting them to dispatch 7 emperors to coerce Lu Xuan into guarding the abyss, after which he vanished without a trace. Gradually, even the Lu family had forgotten about their ancestor. Even when he was mentioned, it was believed that he had perished in the abyss. Yet now, at this critical juncture for the Lu family, the mere mention of Lu Xuan's name became a beacon of hope for all. However, the fervor quickly waned. Even if Lu Xuan were alive, 100,000 years had passed, and it was unlikely that he could still be among them. Lu Tianyuan sighed, feeling compelled to dispel the illusions of his kin. Quasi-emperors had a lifespan of merely 10,000 years. Though the lifespan of a great emperor exceeded that of a quasi-emperor, it would not surpass 50,000 years. Among the strongest emperors in history, none had lived beyond 100,000 years, save for those who, through unspeakable means, extended their lives by harvesting the essence of mortals. The elders, while hoping for Lu Xuan's return to save the clan, did not wish for him to be one who resorted to such merciless methods. Just as the glimmer of hope in their eyes began to fade, Lu Linglong spoke again. "Regardless of whether Lu Xuan is still alive, we must at least try. If our ancestor is alive, perhaps we can all survive." The once doubtful assembly found their spirits lifted anew at Linglong's words. "Patriarch, little Linglong is right. What do we have to lose by trying?" They urged. "Let's attempt it. If Lu Xuan is truly gone, it simply means our clan must face this calamity. Life or death, we accept our fate. But if Lu Xuan is still alive..." Their voices trailed off, aware that this was merely a fanciful hope. Even if Lu Xuan had once been the mightiest of emperors, he would hardly have lived for 100,000 years. Yet for the Lu family, there is nothing worse than their current predicament. Despite knowing the odds were slim, they could not suppress the urge to attempt the impossible. Chapter 3, Bloodline Summoning. The Lu family's sole hope. Lu Tianyuan found himself swayed by their sentiments, but he shook his head, sighing, "Alas, our Lu family possesses no means to contact Lu Xuan. Even if he is alive, we cannot simply reach out to him in this moment." The flicker of hope that had ignited within their hearts was once again doused with cold reality. Even if Lu Xuan were alive, he was far beyond the abyss, separated from their eastern wilds by countless barriers. Without a means of communication, they had no way to reach him. Just as despair began to settle in, Lu Linglong suddenly exclaimed, "We can use bloodline summoning. Ancestor Lu Xuan is a great emperor, connected to our bloodline. With bloodline summoning, we can reach him even across realms." Her declaration left the assembly in bewilderment. Lu Tianyuan, astonished, questioned Linglong, "Can this bloodline summoning truly connect us to Lu Xuan? His disbelief was palpable. Even he, a peak quasi-emperor, had never heard of such a summoning, and here was his 12-year-old daughter, who rarely ventured outside, possessing knowledge of it. The other elders regarded Lu Linglong with expressions of perplexity. They had never heard of bloodline summoning and found it hard to believe that mere bloodline power could transcend the barriers of worlds and spatial distances to connect with the venerable ancestor Lu Xuan, who resided 100,000 miles away. Such a notion seemed utterly fantastical. In an effort to quell their skepticism, Lu Linglong explained that this method of bloodline summoning was gleaned from an ancient tome of her family. According to the text, there exists a bloodline connection between the emperor-level strong and their direct descendants. By employing a special technique to perform bloodline summoning, one could establish contact even across vast distances. Of course, whether it would succeed or not remained to be seen. Seeing Lu Linglong's calm demeanor, which did not suggest deceit, Lu Tianyuan, though still harboring doubts, nodded in agreement. Very well, let us proceed as you propose. If we cannot reach Ancestor Lu Xuan, you shall depart swiftly to avoid further complications. As the clan leader, Lu Tianyuan's endorsement stirred excitement among the clan members, who eagerly turned their gazes toward Lu Linglong. The 8 elders, filled with enthusiasm, stepped forward to inquire, "Little Linglong, please tell us how this bloodline summoning can be executed. Regardless of the method, let us old ones take the lead. We have little time left before our blood runs dry, and we still have need of you younger generations." In the face of such urgency, Lu Linglong felt a surge of emotion at the sincerity of her kin. She raised her hand to halt their fervor and gently explained. The bloodline summoning requires merely a drop of primal blood. However, the individual performing the summoning must be among the closest kin to Ancestor Lu Xuan. Moreover, the higher the talent and purer the bloodline of the summoner, the greater the chance of success. After imparting her insights, Lu Linglong turned to her father, Lu Tianyuan. "Father, you surely know which branch of our family is closest to Ancestor Lu Xuan. It cannot exceed 10 generations. Otherwise, the summoning will not be feasible." Hearing her words, Lu Tianyuan furrowed his brow in contemplation before declaring, "Allow me to take on this task. Our branch is precisely that of Ancestor Lu Xuan, and I am the 5th generation. If what you say holds true, I shall have the greatest chance of successfully performing the bloodline summoning." Lu Linglong was taken aback by the revelation that their ancestor was indeed Ancestor Lu Xuan. Since her father was also the 5th generation, it implied that both he and she could attempt the summoning, with her chances being even more favorable. Observing her father's eagerness to undertake this task, Lu Linglong quickly interjected. "Since our branch shares the closest bloodline with Ancestor Lu Xuan, there is no need for you to exert yourself, father. Although the summoning requires just a drop of primal blood, the entire process will still demand a measure of strength. Given the current perilous situation, it is wiser for you to conserve your energy. Let me attempt the summoning." Before Lu Tianyuan could object, Lu Linglong had already prepared her reasoning and stepped forward, asserting, "Moreover, I'm the only one privy to the intricacies of this bloodline summoning. It is most fitting for me to undertake this task. However, when the summoning commences, I will require you and the elders to provide protection. Once the summoning begins, it must not be interrupted by external forces." Despite his inclination to dissuade his daughter, Lu Tianyuan sighed after a moment of hesitation and approached to offer his counsel. "Exercise utmost caution. Should the endeavor prove futile, you must terminate it in a timely manner. Even if we cannot summon Ancestor Lu Xuan, it is of little consequence. I have arranged an escape route for you. Once you leave the Lu family, you can live incognito." With the impending battle looming, as the clan leader, Lu Tianyuan understood the necessity of preserving his strength to face the forthcoming life and death struggle. Even though he was aware of the formidable nature of the Lin family's ancestor, he would not waver in his resolve. His foremost responsibility, along with the remaining clan members in the hall, was to delay the Lin family's ancestor and their powerful allies, thereby granting the 8 elders and the descendants of the Lu family as much time as possible to flee. The longer they could stall, the greater the chance of escape for their kin. Thus, despite his reluctance to let his daughter take risks, he had to make a resolute decision. Lu Linglong was undoubtedly the most suitable individual to perform the bloodline summoning at this moment. Above in the skies, the Lin family's ancestor abruptly opened his tightly shut eyes, 2 beams of light illuminating the clouds like sunlight. "Elder, what is it? Has the Lu family made any moves?" The Lin family leader, standing guard nearby, hastily inquired upon witnessing the elder's sudden action. "It is nothing but a group of trapped creatures struggling in vain." They cannot stir up any significant turmoil, the Lin family ancestor scoffed. Despite being far above, he was acutely aware of all that transpired within the Lu family's hall. When he learned that they were foolishly attempting to summon the Emperor Lu Xuan from 100,000 years ago, he could not help but deride their audacity. 100,000 years have passed. Surely Lu Xuan must have turned to dust by now. I shall see what you are capable of summoning. Chapter 4. This is the bloodline of the Emperor. The Ancestor is still alive. In a Lu family hall, Lu Linglong began to invoke the bloodline summoning. Although she was confident in the efficacy of this method, she could not guarantee that Ancestor Lu Xuan had survived the passage of 100,000 years. If he had perished, her efforts would be in vain. Nevertheless, with the Lu family facing imminent peril, it was imperative to attempt the summoning regardless of the outcome. The process of bloodline summoning was not overly complex nor particularly difficult to perform. However, it was not something just anyone could accomplish. During the summoning, the practitioner must inscribe the summoning array with their own vital blood. This array was not something an ordinary person could easily depict. Within the entire Lu family, Lu Linglong was the sole individual capable of crafting the summoning array. This was precisely why she had dissuaded Lu Tianyuan earlier. Although he was the fifth-generation descendant of Ancestor Lu Xuan and would have a higher chance of success, his understanding of arrays was minimal. And utilizing his own blood to inscribe the summoning array would require significant time. Taking a deep breath, Lu Linglong activated her vital blood and began to inscribe the summoning array within her body. Though she had never studied such arrays in her previous life, her mastery of formations was unparalleled in the upper realm. While the summoning array was relatively intricate, it was still a low-level array, and Lu Linglong found it effortlessly manageable. In but a moment, a summoning array inscribed with vital blood had taken shape within her. At that instant, as the array completed, Lu Linglong distinctly sensed intangible auras awakening from her bloodline. This was the bloodline of the Emperor. It appeared that Ancestor Lu Xuan was indeed still alive. A wave of exhilaration surged through Lu Linglong. The Ancestor Lu Xuan from 100,000 years ago was truly alive. However, she refrained from immediately sharing this joyous news with the others. After all, her current knowledge of Ancestor Lu Xuan's existence was solely based on the sensations from her bloodline. She was still unaware of his present condition. After such an extensive passage of time, it was already miraculous that he had survived. Even if Ancestor Lu Xuan were alive, he likely would not be in a favorable state. It was possible that he was hanging on by a thread, and whether he could survive this ordeal depended entirely on him. With a steadying breath, Lu Linglong commenced the secret method to summon Ancestor Lu Xuan through the bloodline. The venerable ancestor of the Lin family quietly observed the commotion within the grand hall of the Lu family. Although he was aware that Lu Linglong was summoning her bloodline, he bore no intention of intervening. To him, this so-called bloodline summoning was nothing more than a farcical notion. Moreover, he held little belief that the great Emperor Lu Xuan from 100,000 years ago was still alive. Lin Yuan, offer them a warning, the Lin ancestor commanded, casting a glance at the Lin family patriarch, Lin Yuan. As you wish, Lin Yuan responded, descending from the clouds. In an instant, he materialized above the Lin family, a formidable presence at the pinnacle of quasi-emperorship, exuding a terrifying aura that struck fear into the hearts of the Lin family members gathered in the hall. Fortunately, Lu Tianyuan stepped forward, activating his own quasi-emperor aura to counter the overwhelming pressure that bore down upon the Lu clan. It must be the patriarch of the Lin family arriving. Several elders accompany me outside, Lu Tianyuan remarked with a grave expression. Despite both being imperial clans, the Lin families might far surpass that of the Lu family. Lu Tianyuan represented the pinnacle of strength in the Lu family. Yet the other 8 elders were merely at the initial stage of quasi-emperorship. In stark contrast, the Lin family boasted 7 or 8 individuals at the peak of quasi-emperorship. However, this was not the most daunting aspect. The Lin family's greatest asset lay in their emperor-level powerhouses. They possessed 4 emperor-level figures, which explained their audacity over the years. With 4 emperors bolstering their ranks, the Lin family had grown more formidable than the top 10 imperial clans, and many believed they were poised to usurp the position of these 10 clans. As Lu Tianyuan, flanked by the 8 elders, emerged from the grand hall, he cast a solemn gaze toward Lin Yuan hovering above and forced a smile, saying, "Patriarch Lin, your long journey is regrettably not met with our proper hospitality. I hope for your understanding." However, Lin Yuan, high above, paid no heed to Lu Tianyuan's subservient demeanor. With a disdainful snort, he declared, "In 2 hours, dawn shall break. Should your Lu family fail to provide us with an explanation, prepare for annihilation." The mere mention of annihilation ignited fury among the 8 elders. And Lu Tianyuan felt a swell of rage. Yet he could not afford to escalate matters, as the younger members of the Lu family had yet to escape. "Patriarch Lin, this is merely a misunderstanding. Might we invite you down to discuss matters, to clarify and resolve this misunderstanding?" Lu Tianyuan forced a smile, knowing the Lin family's strength far outstripped that of the Lu family. If you had been more astute from the outset, we would not have reached this juncture," Lin Yuan retorted coldly. Months prior, he had personally visited the Lu family to request access to the Taishu Sword Classic, only to be outright refused by Lu Tianyuan. At that moment, he had vowed to obliterate the Lu family. He would not grant Lu Tianyuan an opportunity for negotiation. "Indeed, I was thoughtless back then. I implore Patriarch Lin to show mercy and grant us a little more time." Lu Tianyuan continued to feign a smile, desperate to protect his clan. "Enough. Lu Tianyuan, we are all intelligent individuals. Let's speak plainly. Surrender your Lu family's Taishu Sword Classic and the clan's imperial weapon, and perhaps I can persuade the Ancestor to spare your family a sliver of hope." Lin Yuan interjected sharply, laying bare his demands. Even though Lu Tianyuan was already aware of the Lin family's intentions, his expression darkened. He had previously rebuffed Lin Yuan's request, yet now he could not afford to refuse any longer. However, relinquishing the Taishu Sword Classic and the Lu family's imperial weapon was an impossibility. "Patriarch Lin, should you truly desire the Taishu Sword Classic and the imperial weapon, it is not out of reach. However, I beseech you to grant the Lu family a path to safety. If you could spare us that chance, I shall willingly present the Taishu Sword Classic and the imperial weapon," Lu Tianyuan proposed, testing the Lin family's limits. Lin Juan, no food, recognized Lu Tianyuan's ploy to buy time for the fleeing Lu family youth. With a cold smile, he shattered Lu Tianyuan's hopes. "Lu Tianyuan, do not attempt to outsmart me. Do you truly believe I am unaware of your schemes? Allow me to enlighten you. Your Lu family's secret passage has long been under our Lin family surveillance. Should you dare let those Lu family youths escape through that passage, they shall meet only a dead end." Chapter 5. The Imminent Fall of Emperor Lu Xuan. As Lin Yuan's authoritative and oppressive words echoed, the faces of Lu Tianyuan and the 8 elders turned ashen, as if struck by a devastating blow. The secret passage, long regarded as Lu family's most guarded secret, was no longer hidden. This shocking revelation struck every heart like a bolt from the blue. Meanwhile, the members of the Lu family within the hall also heard the truth exposed by Lin Yuan. Instantly, the grand hall fell into a suffocating silence, swiftly followed by an uncontrollable wave of panic. Each face drained of color, pale as death, revealing despair and helplessness in their eyes. "The Lin family. They intend to eradicate us completely." A voice broke the oppressive silence, trembling as it uttered those words. This sparked a chain reaction, as more family members succumbed to their fears and sorrow, weeping openly. Their cries intertwined, composing a mournful symphony that echoed throughout the once mighty hall. Lu Tianyuan stood frozen, his heart roiling in turmoil. He had never anticipated that the secret passage he had meticulously planned as a last resort would be so thoroughly understood by the Lin family. In that moment, a chill of dread washed over him. Had he allowed the 8 elders to lead the younger Lu family members to escape through that passage, what horrendous disaster would have awaited them? The mere thought sent cold sweat beading on his brow, and his body trembled involuntarily. "Lu Tianyuan, I advise you to accept your fate." Lin Yuan's voice rang out with arrogant laughter. "In just 2 short hours, your Lu family will face total destruction, your kin scattered and lost. So cherish these fleeting moments wisely." As the disdainful laughter faded, Lin Yuan descended from the heavens like a vengeful deity, surveying the Lu family with a malevolent grin, eyes gleaming with malice and triumph. Without hesitation, he turned and vanished into the horizon. His purpose clear: to shatter the last vestiges of hope harbored by the Lu family. He wished to witness the once mighty Lu clan succumb to panic, terror, and the shadow of death in every passing moment. After Lin Yuan departed, Lu Tianyuan felt as though his very soul had been siphoned away, his once mighty form trembling uncontrollably. The proud demeanor he had maintained was deflated, akin to a deflated balloon, robbed of all vigor. It was as if unseen hands had mercilessly drained him of all strength. In that instant, Lu Tianyuan's once bright eyes dimmed, losing their luster, resembling 2 lifeless wells devoid of hope. Yet, even in the face of such dire straits. Lu Xuan and the others clung to the flicker of survival, aware that the sole person capable of rescuing the entire Lu family from the brink of despair was the burdened woman, Lu Linglong. If Lu Linglong could indeed summon the legendary ancestor Lu Xuan from 100,000 years ago, perhaps the Lu family might still hold a glimmer of hope. Evading this impending catastrophe, the purple lightning danced through the sky like a frenzied serpent, radiating a heart-stirring brilliance. Thunder roared like an enraged beast, its deafening growls echoing through the air. This is the fabled and perilous abyss of heaven. Behind the abyss lies an endless, tumultuous sea of realms. A vast expanse serving as a natural barrier that separates the territories of alien races from humanity. It has also become the first line of life and death that the alien races must breach when they launch their assaults on human lands. Throughout the long annals of history, countless human emperors have valiantly guarded this realm. They faced death without flinching, sacrificing their lives and shedding their blood in a relentless effort to withstand the unceasing onslaught from the alien races. These valiant warriors defended humanity's dignity and peace with their very lives. Surprisingly, however, in the past 100,000 years, the once tumultuous sea of realms has been eerily tranquil, as if all conflict and bloodshed vanished overnight. This transformation can be attributed to the extraordinary Emperor Lu Xuan, who, 100,000 years ago, courageously entered the treacherous abyss. With his singular strength, he suppressed the interdimensional rifts, preventing the savage alien races from crossing even a single step beyond the abyss, let alone wreaking havoc in the Sea of Realms. Consequently, peace reigned over the sea for the subsequent 100,000 years. Simultaneously, humanity enjoyed an unprecedented era of prosperity, flourishing in an atmosphere of peace and contentment. Alas, as time passed, people gradually forgot the Emperor Lu Xuan, who had sacrificed his freedom for the tranquility of humanity for a full 100,000 years. Deep within the abyss, a colossal coffin, resembling a mountain, loomed ominously, its weight pressing down upon the entrance to the alien territories, exuding a palpable sense of dread. Surrounding the coffin were interwoven chains as thick as serpents, forming a complex and mysterious formation. These chains glimmered with a cold light, inscribed with ancient and cryptic runes that continuously released formidable power, firmly sealing the passageway. Not even a fly, let alone a gentle breeze, could penetrate this impregnable barrier. Within the bronze coffin lay a figure, ancient and frail, with skin that appeared as parched and wrinkled as weathered wood. Yet, despite this decrepit appearance, an indescribable majesty and authority emanated from him. This was none other than the illustrious Emperor Lu Xuan. Time has marched on, and 100,000 years have swiftly elapsed. No one could have anticipated that this once mighty emperor, who had roamed the seas and commanded respect across the realms, still survived, albeit in an exceedingly weakened state. Each breath he took was a struggle, the intake minimal and the exhalation pronounced, resembling a flickering candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. Yet, he clung tenaciously to the last vestiges of life. From a distance, Emperor Lu Xuan appeared increasingly precarious, as if he might fade away entirely in the next moment. But even in this tenuous existence, as long as he drew breath, he remained the revered emperor, for his imperial might was not to be trifled with. As long as he lived, the predatory alien races would forever be deterred from encroaching upon the sealed passageway into the world of humanity. 100,000 years have passed. Lu Xuan's intermittent voice, frail yet resonant, echoed through the ages, carrying with it an immense sense of nostalgia and melancholy, lingering in the vast expanse of the cosmos. He recalled a time when he was resplendent, an invincible figure who subdued an era, exuding an elegance and vigor that commanded reverence from all. Yet, fate is capricious. Who could have foreseen that such an illustrious emperor would be reduced to guarding this abyss for a full 100,000 years? Throughout this protracted period, Lu Xuan had never stepped outside the abyss, nor could he return to humanity, to the land that had birthed and nurtured him. He was like a solitary star, cast away in this desolate expanse. The vast abyss resembled a frigid and unyielding prison, trapping this once mighty emperor within its confines. No matter how he struggled, he could not break free from the shackles that bound his freedom. The relentless passage of time eroded both his body and soul, leaving him weary and aged. In this moment, as he lay within the coffin, Lu Xuan was filled with profound reflections. He understood that his life was drawing to a close. Yet even at this juncture, he dared not hope for a return to his familiar homeland, to reunite with family and friends. for he recognized the weight of his duty to guard the abyss, a responsibility heavier than mountains, and he could not afford any slackening, even at the cost of his life. Ultimately, Lu Xuan could only emit a long, sorrowful sigh, a sound reminiscent of a flickering candle in the night breeze, wavering and gradually dissipating into the boundless darkness. For 100,000 years, his greatest wish had been to return to humanity, to catch one last glimpse of his family and kin before he departed. For the sake of his family, he had willingly endured this exile for so long. Yet, he knew this longing was but a vain hope. The immortal clans and eternal paths would never allow him to return to the human realm. Even after 100,000 years, they would still deny Lu Xuan a place among his family. A once invincible emperor found himself unable to fulfill even the simplest of desires at the end of his life. A solitary tear slipped from the corner of Lu Xuan's eye. He yearned to remember what humanity was like, to recall the visage of the Lu family, to picture his loved ones. Yet, he could conjure nothing from the depths of his memory. 100,000 years was truly an eternity, one that had erased all recollections. Alas, Lu Xuan sighed deeply, as if expelling all his helplessness and resentment with that breath. If only the Lu family could remain safe and sound, it would all be worth it. His voice was low and tremulous, as though each word was forced through clenched teeth. However, just as he prepared to close his heavy eyes once more, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Within his veins, where blood had long been close to desiccation, a faint glimmer suddenly emerged. This light flickered like distant stars in the night sky. It was more mysterious and alluring than any constellation. This faint luminescence acted like a miraculous elixir, abruptly revitalizing the nearly parched blood within him. In an instant, the previously lethargic blood surged with fervor, boiling with renewed energy and vitality. It was my descendants summoning me. The once dull and lifeless eyes of Lu Xuan, as if devoid of all essence, suddenly ignited with a brilliant and fervent glow, as though struck by lightning. 100,000 years, the long passage of time, like an unrelenting torrent, had nearly washed away his hopes and yearnings for his family. He had silently sighed countless times in solitude, pondering whether his family still remembered the once glorious figure he had been. At this very moment, as the familiar yet foreign power of his bloodline gently brushed against Lu Xuan's heart like a soft breeze, he was struck by the realization that his family had not forsaken him. Although this force was feeble, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, it undeniably existed and resonated with him. What filled Lu Xuan with joy was that, under the influence of this faint bloodline power, his battered and nearly broken body showed signs of improvement. Though the changes were minuscule and might seem trivial to an outsider, for Lu Xuan, who had lingered on the brink of despair for far too long, this was undoubtedly a ray of hope, a chance to rekindle the flames of aspiration within him. He felt like a devout believer, cherishing this hard-won connection to his ancestral bloodline with utmost reverence and gratitude. Even his breathing became gentle, as he feared that the slightest carelessness or rashness on his part might sever this fragile link. After all, this was not merely the last bond he shared with his family, but also the sole redemption he had awaited for 100,000 years in this endless solitude. Meanwhile, within the grand and solemn hall of the Lu family, a profound silence enveloped the space, punctuated only by the faint sound of breaths intertwining. Lu Linglong stood at the center, her eyes firmly closed as she concentrated, attempting to establish a connection with the legendary Lu Xuan, the ancestral figure of her clan, through their unique bloodline summoning technique. As time ticked by, she finally felt a slight tremor in her delicate frame. She had succeeded in sensing the presence of Lu Xuan. However, in that moment, her heart was not filled with elation. Instead, a heavy sense of foreboding enveloped her, for she acutely sensed that Lu Xuan's current state was dire, as fragile as a candle in the wind, poised to extinguish at any moment. Lu Linglong understood that this once mighty ancestor, who had once dominated the world, was nearing the end of his life, facing the impending fate of demise. Although she had successfully established contact, what assistance could a fading emperor provide in their time of need? Moreover, the complexities of the predicament faced by the Lu family could not be easily resolved by relying solely on a dying forebear. Observing his daughter's every move from a distance, Lu Tianyuan felt a sudden pang in his heart as he noticed the subtle change in Lu Linglong's expression. He could not suppress his anxiety and worry, and urgently whispered to her, "Linglong, have you successfully contacted our ancestor Lu Xuan?" At that moment, all eyes in the hall turned to Lu Linglong, The members of the Lu family filled with eager anticipation, placing all their hopes on this connection with their ancestor. Confronted with her father's anxious demeanor and the expectant gazes of her kin, Lu Linglong hesitated for a moment. Ultimately, unable to shatter the last glimmer of hope held by those around her, she slowly nodded. The instant she did so, the entire hall fell into a hushed silence. The hopeful gazes of the Lu family members magnified, transforming into sheer joy. They could hardly believe that they had truly connected with Lu Xuan. In an instant, the Lu family members in the hall erupted like a powder keg, their excitement nearly driving them to madness. Yet, they remained silent, as if bound by an unseen spell. For Lu Linglong had warned them that any disturbance during the bloodline summoning could prove catastrophic. The hall was so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Only Lu Tianyuan, shaken from his overwhelming shock, cautiously inquired, "Linglong, is our ancestor?" Well, after all, 100,000 years had slipped away quietly, and Lu Tianyuan was acutely aware that even if Lu Xuan still existed, the likelihood of his well-being was slim. Recognizing that her father had seen through her, Lu Linglong sighed in resignation and whispered, "The ancestor is in extremely poor condition. Without external assistance, he may soon fall." Her voice, though soft like the song of a lark, echoed like thunder in the ears of the Lu family members, delivering the dreadful news of their ancestors' impending demise. The hall was filled with a deafening silence, as tears streamed down the faces of the Lu family, akin to a flood breaking through a dam. This was not only due to their only hope shattering like fragile glass, but also for the impending loss of their ancestor, who would soon fall like a shooting star. Even though they had never witnessed Lu Xuan's grandeur firsthand, his legendary deeds had spread through every corner of the Lu family like a gentle spring breeze. The elders of the family had passed down tales of Lu Xuan's remarkable contributions, and they understood that this selfless ancestor had traded his very life for the survival of the Lu family. Now, this great figure was on the verge of sinking below the horizon like the setting sun, and the members of the Lu family mourned him genuinely. Lu Tianyuan could hardly fathom that they had just established contact with Lu Xuan, only to find him flickering like a candle in the wind, on the brink of extinguishing. He let out a long sigh, his face marked with tension as he gazed anxiously at his daughter, urgently asking, "Linglong, is there any way we can assist our ancestor?" He recalled clearly Lu Linglong's earlier assertion that without aid, they would be unable to become a source of support for Lu Xuan. Lu Linglong revealed the truth in hopes of garnering assistance from the Lu family members. "We can pool the essence blood of all clan members through the bloodline summoning array, providing a continuous supply of blood essence to our ancestor. As long as the essence blood is sufficient, our ancestor will surely endure." The bloodline summoning array served as a mysterious bridge, establishing a close connection between her and the Emperor Lu Xuan through special means derived from the depths of their bloodline. This array would not only allow them to acutely sense the condition of Lu Xuan and communicate freely with him, but also enable the transmission of precious blood essence. While the essence blood of the Lu family members could not extend Lu Xuan's lifespan, it could temporarily slow the pace of his aging. If enough essence blood were provided, it might even restore Lu Xuan's formidable strength from his peak. The Lu family stood at the brink of despair, akin to a solitary boat in a raging storm, and relying solely on the clan members would render them helpless against the tempestuous Lin family. They would merely become the fish on the chopping block of the Lin family's ancestor, awaiting slaughter. However, if they could gather the essence blood of all clan members and deliver it to Lu Xuan, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Naturally, if the members of the Lu family were willing to sacrifice their lives, that would be even better. For the soon-to-fall Emperor Lu Xuan, life essence was akin to a rare treasure, far more valuable than mere blood. If a substantial amount of life essence could be absorbed, it could even prolong his life. The reason Lu Xuan was nearing the end of his life and unable to halt the loss of life essence within him was that he had reached the final chapter of his existence. If enough life essence could be absorbed, extending his lifespan and restoring his former might would become feasible. However, Lu Linglong was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation and could not openly suggest that the Lu family members sacrifice their lives. Thus, she chose a different path, opting for the clan members to offer their blood essence instead. While this would affect the strength of the clan members, with time and diligent practice, they could eventually recover. As for the sacrifice of life, that was a matter that could only be considered when the Lu family faced a life-or-death crisis. Initially, Lu Linglong felt anxious, as asking the clan members to donate their blood essence was no simple task, and she feared this proposal might encounter resistance and dissent. However, what she never anticipated was that as soon as her words resonated in the grand hall, a profound silence enveloped the space. Yet, mere moments later, a chorus of voices arose in unison. All the clansmen within the hall, without a hint of hesitation, rolled up their sleeves to reveal their strong and formidable arms. Each face radiated determination and resolve, as if they were all prepared to sacrifice everything. What was even more moving was that even those youthful children, barely in their teens, stood tall and proud, gripping their slender arms tightly. They raised their hands high above their heads, their eyes reflecting an unwavering courage that belied their tender age. Though still young, their loyalty and sense of responsibility towards their family were no less profound than that of any adult. Witnessing this deeply touching scene, the clan leader, Lu Xuan, felt his eyes moisten, his heart profoundly shaken. Slowly, he raised his hand, gently gesturing for the younger children to step back into the crowd. He understood all too well that these children had a long journey ahead and should not bear such a heavy burden too soon. Meanwhile, he strode purposefully to the front of the line, leading by example. With a deep, resonant roar, the immense power within him erupted. A torrent of vital essence surged forth from his body, arcing through the air in brilliant, dazzling lines before precisely converging before Lu Linglong. Linglong, you must convey to our ancestor the truth. Every member of the Lu clan is willing to sacrifice everything for our ancestor, even if it means relinquishing this precious life. We shall not hesitate. As a formidable being on the verge of imperial ascension, Lu Tianyuan possessed knowledge and experience far beyond the ordinary. He was acutely aware of what this soon-to-fall emperor yearned for the most. With unwavering resolve, he declared, "If our ancestor consents, I shall not only volunteer myself, but lead the way in offering my very life essence." What harm could come from that? No sooner had he spoken than the 8 elders stepped forward without hesitation, each offering their precious lifeblood, and together they proclaimed, "Hasten to inform our ancestor. We are willing to give everything." In that moment, the hall was bustling with people, yet it remained eerily silent. One by one, the Lu clan members approached solemnly, driven by reverence for their ancestor and an abundance of loyalty, generously offering their own vital essences. Instantly, the only sound in the grand hall was the crisp sound of blood droplets falling to the ground, devoid of any other noise. Meanwhile, beneath the heavens, within the god-burying coffin, Lu Xuan, whose breath had slightly returned, slowly opened his eyes like a slumbering lion awakening after a long sleep. He keenly sensed the pulse of his descendants' bloodline within him, surging like a relentless tide, growing ever stronger. Finally, he struggled to speak, his voice echoing through the ages, imbued with ancient sorrow and hope, as he inquired, "Is the Lu clan still well?" After 100,000 years, this was his first contact with the descendants of the Lu clan, and his opening words were filled with concern for them. Yet, his voice fell into an abyss of silence, receiving no response. He could only helplessly close his eyes once more, as if the entire world had drifted away from him in that moment. He understood that he had reached the end of his life, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. His body was entirely out of control, as if gripped by an invisible hand, unable to break free. Even his once ironclad consciousness was gradually slipping from his grasp. He recognized that he was truly approaching the abyss of death. Faced with the encroaching shadow of death, he felt neither despair nor resentment. After 100,000 years of enduring the passage of time, he had grown accustomed to facing life and death with a tranquil heart. Thus, the arrival of death felt like a release, liberating him from the endless suffering and torment. However, he still harbored a tinge of regret. Having finally established contact with his descendants, he lamented that he would not even have the chance to utter a single word to them before passing away, departing this world with unfulfilled wishes. In the grand hall of the Lu clan, Lu Linglong was in a state of frantic anxiety, akin to an ant on a hot pan. She had prepared a mountain of her kin's vital essence, ready to aid in Lu Xian's recovery. Yet, she could distinctly sense that the aura of Lu Xuan was dwindling, like a candle flickering in the wind, increasingly faint, as if it could vanish into nothingness at any moment. It seemed he was on the brink of total collapse. In a moment of desperation, Lu Linglong, grasping at the last straw, summoned the bloodline array, desperately transmitting her voice to Lu Xuan. "Ancestor, are you still alive? If you do not return soon, the Lu clan will face extinction." Chapter 7. Lu Xuan. Do I truly have descendants? The once weak aura of Lu Xuan, which was on the verge of dissipating into the cosmos, was suddenly revitalized upon hearing the desperate and heartfelt calls. It was as if a powerful force of life surged within him, propelling him upright from the coffin that emanated an aura of death. Just moments ago, he had one foot firmly planted in the ominous gates of the underworld, life and death hanging by a thread. Yet, it was Lu Linglong's anguished and sorrowful cries that reverberated like thunder in his ears, pulling him back from the brink of the Yellow Springs. The Lu clan. How could this be? Lu Xuan, filled with righteous fury, awakened with his eyes wide open, flames of wrath erupting from within, as if he could incinerate the very void around him. At that moment, his anger surged like a tidal wave, and it was this overwhelming force that enabled him to fight back from the edge of death, returning to the realm of the living. What has transpired within the Lu clan? His voice trembled with fury, each word heavy with the weight of his concern, striking the hearts of all present. I, Lu clan, a prestigious imperial lineage with over 1 million descendants, how could we have fallen to such a tragic fate, facing total annihilation? His eyes widened, fixated on Lu Linglong, as if trying to pierce through her gaze to uncover the hidden truth behind her words. Hearing the Ancestor's fierce inquiry, Lu Linglong shuddered, falling into a momentary silence. Through the special bloodline summoning ritual, she had established a profound and mysterious connection with Lu Xuan. Thus, she could keenly sense his current condition, despite his forced return. He remained in a dire state, akin to a solitary boat amidst a raging storm, on the verge of capsizing at any moment. She understood that such a figure as Lu Xuan could not be easily deceived. With a heavy heart, she sighed deeply, her beautiful eyes reflecting profound sorrow and helplessness. With trembling lips, she spoke slowly. Ancestor Lu Xuan, you must prepare yourself. Our Lu clan is presently facing an existential crisis. The entire family is ensnared in dire straits, and it seems we may well face the fate of extermination. Upon hearing Lu Linglong's sorrowful words, an uncontrollable fury erupted from within Lu Xuan, igniting like a raging fire. His already battered body began to tremble violently due to the intensity of his rage and agitation, as if each quake could tear open the grievous wounds upon him, causing blood to spatter. The fragile flicker of life that had only just begun to revive was swiftly extinguished, akin to a candle struggling against the wind, under the onslaught of overwhelming emotions. Noticing the rapid deterioration of Ancestor Lu Xuan's condition, Lu Linglong was consumed with urgency. She dared not delay for even a moment and promptly transmitted the pure blood essence of their clan members, infused with the authentic power of the Lu family's bloodline. Drops of crystal clear, extraordinarily pure blood transformed into streaks of crimson light, swiftly entering Lu Xuan's being. As this vital essence flowed in, the once dull and lifeless imperial body of Lu Xuan began to shimmer with a faint blood-red glow, and a thread of vitality gradually spread within him. He endeavored to calm the tumultuous excitement within, carefully attuning himself to the formidable power bestowed by the continuous influx of blood essence from his kin. The once parched blood vessels within his body, akin to a parched land receiving the long-awaited rain, eagerly absorbed the energy contained in this vital essence. The withered veins began to swell, and the blood coursing through them was revitalized with newfound vigor. In mere moments, Lu Xuan felt a marked improvement in his physical state. Inhaling deeply to stabilize his spirit, he opened his eyes once more, fixing his piercing gaze upon Lu Linglong, and inquired, "Child, tell me, what is your name? Since you have summoned me through our bloodline, our connection must be profoundly intimate." As the exalted emperor, standing at the pinnacle of martial prowess and overlooking all, Lu Xuan was certainly well versed in the enigmatic and formidable art of bloodline summoning. However, to successfully execute this forbidden technique was no simple feat. Merely inscribing the intricate summoning array within oneself surpassed the capacity of an ordinary individual. At that moment, a clear and melodious voice rang out, reporting to the Ancestor, "My name is Linglong, your 6th-generation descendant." The speaker was indeed Lu Linglong, her expression one of reverence as she steadfastly gazed at Lu Xuan. During this brief interlude, bolstered by the unceasing infusion of blood essence, Lu Linglong astutely sensed that the once feeble aura of Ancestor Lu Xuan was gradually reviving. Although this degree of restoration was insufficient to extend his lifespan, it at least allowed this once mighty Ancestor to temporarily regain a portion of his strength. Thus, surviving a few more days should be well within reach. Casting her eyes down at the substantial remaining blood essence, Lu Linglong hesitated not for a moment, continuing to supply her own blood essence to Lu Xuan. Each drop contained her profound respect for the ancestor and a sense of duty towards her family's legacy. With the continuous infusion of blood essence, the aura emanating from Lu Xuan grew ever more formidable, as though a long-slumbering lion were on the verge of awakening. Since Lu Linglong had uttered that astonishing revelation, Lu Xuan seemed momentarily frozen, standing still in place. Time ticked away, yet he appeared to have lost all perception of the world around him, completely enveloped in his own thoughts. After several breaths, he slowly regained his senses, though his eyes remained filled with disbelief and confusion. He parted his lips, his voice trembling as he asked, "Did you just say, you are my sixth-generation descendant?" I actually have descendants?" Upon uttering this statement, Lu Xuan felt as if he had drained every ounce of strength from his body, swaying slightly. His mind was a whirlwind of chaos, emotions surging within him. He could hardly fathom that he, a man who had once pursued the pinnacle of martial arts with singular focus, had never contemplated matters of family, now learned of his own lineage. It was well known that when he resolutely departed the Lu family to guard the perilous Tianyuan, he was nearly 3,000 years old, a solitary old bachelor at that time. For countless years, he had been engrossed in the path of cultivation, pouring all his energy into it, utterly neglecting romance, marriage, and familial matters. Yet now, hearing Lu Linglong declare herself as his descendant, he found it exceedingly difficult to accept this reality. However, he did not doubt the truth of her words. After all, only a direct blood relative could summon him through such a unique method. Moreover, from the initial drop of blood essence she had transmitted, Lu Xuan could distinctly feel a powerful and familiar force. It was the essence of his imperial bloodline. All these signs unequivocally confirmed that Lu Linglong was indeed his descendant. Yet he remained oblivious as to which cherished confidant had bestowed upon him this lineage. Ancestor. Lu Linglong gazed helplessly into the void, inwardly lamenting the difficulty of this question. How could this venerable and enigmatic ancestor pose such a query, one whose answer he should surely know himself? Had a long years of slumber dulled his memory of certain events, or was there a hidden secret beneath it all? Yet before Lu Linglong could decipher the matter, a thunderous wave of laughter erupted from within the god-burial coffin. I, Lu Xuan, actually have descendants. Truly, the heavens have not forsaken me. This laughter seemed to transcend time and space, imbued with an indescribable joy and relief. The solitary Lu Xuan, who had always been unencumbered, ignited a fierce flame within his heart upon realizing that his bloodline persisted in the world. Once believing his life to be at its end, devoid of attachments, he suddenly found a powerful motivation to persist. For the sake of those descendants he had yet to meet, he could not simply succumb to death. As the laughter gradually subsided, Lu Xuan took a deep breath, striving to calm his elation, and then spoke with a steady and resolute voice. Linglong, quickly tell me everything about the current state of the Lu family. At this moment, Lu Xuan did not reject the incessant flow of blood essence from his kin, for he understood that only by harnessing this precious power could he momentarily restore his strength and survive in this perilous world. Upon hearing the ancestor's command, Lu Linglong wasted no time, promptly recounting in detail all that had transpired within the Lu family. This is simply intolerable. When I departed, the Lin family was but an inconspicuous clan, not even worthy of being called a third-rate imperial family. Who granted them such audacity? Lu Xuan roared furiously, his face dark with anger. He could scarcely believe that during his absence, the once magnificent Lu family had fallen to such depths. Meanwhile, the depths of his previously calm and profound gaze now blazed with an inferno of rage, as if he sought to incinerate everything in this world. What a so-called eternal family. What a modest and self-aggrandizing legacy. Lu Xuan gritted his teeth and continued to roar, recalling how, upon his resolute departure, they had padded their chests, vowing to protect the Lu family for generations, ensuring their eternal peace. Yet what had come of it? In scarcely a mere 100,000 years, the Lu family had descended to the brink of annihilation. At this point, Lu Xuan trembled with fury, veins bulging on his forehead. Since you have shown such flagrant disloyalty and betrayal, do not blame me for disregarding our former promises. Accompanied by a deafening roar, Lu Xuan could no longer contain his seething wrath. With a powerful kick, he forcefully dislodged the heavy lid of the god-burial coffin before swiftly leaping out like a bolt of lightning, landing firmly on the ground. In that distant era, 50,000 years ago, when he sensed that his lifespan was nearing its end, he had no choice but to recline within the mysterious and ancient god burial coffin. This coffin possessed miraculous powers, capable of slowing the consumption of his life force, allowing him to linger on. As the long years quietly passed, he finally emerged once more from the god burial coffin. His once frail form, reminiscent of a slender bamboo stalk, slowly materialized above the vast expanse of the Tianyuan. The imperial body, once feared across the world and revered by all, had now succumbed to decay and age, appearing as if a mere gust of wind could topple him. However, the moment he stepped out of the coffin, a terrifying aura surged forth like a tidal wave, rapidly enveloping the surroundings. The numerous powerful ancient monarchs of the alien races, sealed behind the passageway, felt this familiar presence and turned towards it in sheer terror. As they recognized the aura that had once instilled them with endless dread and despair, the formidable ancient monarchs of the alien races trembled uncontrollably. Some turned pale, others had bluish lips, and some even collapsed to the ground, utterly stripped of their former majesty and dominance. Damn it, a full 100,000 years have passed, and this terrifying being still breathes. One ancient monarch of the alien races cursed through clenched teeth, eyes filled with rage and resentment. Time flows swiftly, and 100,000 years have elapsed. Why does that wretched being refuse to pass into the afterlife? As long as he persists in this world for even a day longer, we shall remain trapped here, unable to move even a single step. One ancient monarch's expression twisted in fury, eyes blazing with fire, his roar reverberating like rolling thunder, shaking the very heavens and earth. 100,000 years. He had sealed us here for 10,000 seasons. Does this cruel torment truly have no end? Another ancient monarch, equally furious, clenched his iron fists so tightly that the knuckles turned white, trembling slightly from the exertion, as if he would break free from the shackles of the seal at any moment and rush forth to turn that detestable being into paste to assuage his grievances. In an instant, the cacophony of enraged roars intertwined, converging into a surging torrent that soared into the heavens. The entire space trembled under the wrath of these ancient monarchs, as if it were on the verge of collapse. Reflecting on the past, they had been forced into this desolate land, enduring a long wait of 100,000 years, bearing humiliation and hardship, all in the hope of witnessing Lu Xuan's demise. Who would have thought that just as Lu Xuan appeared to be on the brink of death, he miraculously returned to life? This news struck the hopeful aliens like a bolt from the blue, unbearable to comprehend. In the mysterious realm beyond the passageway, the ancient monarchs of the alien races raged in futile fury, akin to caged beasts howling in agony, venting their endless resentment and dissatisfaction. They harbored ambitious plans to traverse the perilous alien passageway and unleash havoc upon the realm of mankind. Yet Lu Xuan, a figure who instilled fear in countless foes and resembled a harbinger of death, became an insurmountable wall of terror in their hearts. Just as this group of nefarious beings hesitated, a piercing gaze, sharp as lightning cleaving the night sky, suddenly penetrated the long, dark passageway, descending upon the foreign land. This gaze belonged to Lu Xuan, who at that moment appeared as a distant, untouchable deity, surveying the exotic terrain with unrivaled majesty. As his gaze slowly traversed, it ultimately settled upon a formidable ancient monarch of the alien races. Upon feeling Lu Xuan's bone-chilling and oppressive stare, the ancient monarch involuntarily trembled. His eyes widened in shock and fear, pondering how he had offended this terrifying harbinger of death. For this ancient monarch, Lu Xuan was akin to an inescapable nightmare, bringing destruction and despair with each appearance. He stumbled forth from the resplendently magnificent palace, each step seemingly burdened with immense pressure and unease. As he ascended into the air, he eventually descended steadily into the boundless sky. At this moment, his gaze became two piercing bolts of lightning, directed straight at Lu Xuan. When their eyes met in the air, a cold and mocking smile crept upon his lips. Then, a chilling laughter escaped his mouth. "Ha ha, Lu Xuan, who would have thought you still cling to life? I had been filled with joy, believing that a mere insect like you had long since departed this world. Yet, today I find myself reunited with you. Could it be that you sensed your impending demise and have come to bid farewell to us? Your former adversaries who once cornered you? How utterly laughable." Chapter 8. A group of ungrateful souls unworthy of my protection. This ancient monarch of the alien races was Lu Xuan's nemesis, the ancient monarch of the Skyfire clan. In the past, when Lu Xuan first arrived in the Tianyuan, he descended like a god of war, causing their clan to scatter in defeat, suffering grievous injuries. In that battle, Lu Xuan, embodying the essence of a death god, swiftly eliminated 3 ancient monarchs of their clan. At that time, the ancient monarch of Skyfire was still at the quasi-monarch level, akin to the rising sun, its brilliance yet to unfold. The quasi-monarchs of the alien races were akin to the quasi-emperors of humanity, all extraordinary powerhouses. It was only after Lu Xuan's slaughter of the 3 ancient monarchs of the Skyfire clan that he ascended to the supreme throne, becoming the new ancient monarch of Skyfire. Thus, in terms of enmity, Lu Xuan was indeed their mortal enemy. Yet for the ancient monarch of Skyfire, he was also a benefactor. Were it not for Lu Xuan's elimination of the former 3 ancient monarchs, how could he have attained the glory and splendor he enjoyed today? Over the years, the ancient monarch of Skyfire, like an indomitable god of war, led the powerful members of the Skyfire clan to assault the passageway time and again. Yet each attempt ended in failure. Gradually, the people of the Skyfire clan grew fearful of the passageway, daring not to take even half a step forward. Even the ancient monarch of Skyfire lay dormant like a slumbering lion, having remained in this alien realm for tens of thousands of years. Now, upon seeing Lu Xuan once more, despite witnessing his ravaged imperial body and sensing the life essence within him ebbing like a dam bursting, the ancient monarch of Skyfire still dared not tread upon the passageway. For that being was a complete madman, even with the last vestiges of life. One could not afford to be negligent. After all, he had witnessed countless times how Lu Xuan had slain ancient monarchs of the alien races even when only a breath remained. Having awaited Lu Xuan's imminent demise, he merely needed to bide his time, patiently waiting for his total extinction before departing the passageway and stepping out of the Tianyuan. At this juncture, he had no need to confront that being. He certainly did not wish to become a victim beneath Lu Xuan's blade. Among the alien races, with the ancient monarch of Skyfire's words, the other ancient monarchs gazed eagerly at the scene before them like starving wolves. They all beheld Lu Xuan's imperiled imperial form, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. Yet none dared to venture into the passageway or underestimate Lu Xuan. They stood silently like sculptures, eagerly anticipating the emergence of the soon-to-fall Lu Xuan from the god burial coffin, pondering his intentions at this moment. In the past, if the ancient Emperor of Fire dared to mock him so, Lu Xuan would have undoubtedly slaughtered the Fire clan, leaving them in disarray. Yet now, Lu Xuan remained remarkably composed. He was no longer the easily intimidated Lu Xuan of yore. Having learned of his family's tribulations over the years, he had undergone a profound transformation. Since you dare to bully the Lu family while faithfully guarding the abyss, do not blame me for turning the tables. Those ungrateful souls are unworthy of my protection. Like a war god, Lu Xuan stepped forth from the coffin, his imposing gaze akin to 2 bolts of lightning, striking across the ancient Emperor of Fire and sweeping through the ranks of foreign monarchs. Wherever his eyes fell, the foreign emperors resembled startled birds, trembling in fear. Ultimately, he withdrew his gaze, and his commanding voice resonated like thunder, echoing throughout the foreign lands. Give me the elixir of immortality, and I shall depart from this abyss at once. Lu Xuan's voice thundered, reverberating through the realm, a stark proclamation. From henceforth, the survival, safety, and fortune of humanity would have nothing to do with me. Lu Xuan. His words were resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. In that instant, the beings of the foreign realm, previously immersed in their own affairs, looked up in astonishment towards the sky, unable to comprehend their own ears. How could the steadfast Lu Xuan, who had guarded the abyss for 100,000 years without retreat, utter such resolute words? The foreign emperors, who had long been waiting for Lu Xuan's demise, were now utterly dumbfounded, uncertain of how to respond. It is worth noting that for many years, they had exerted considerable effort to test Lu Xuan, attempting to use the elixir of immortality as bait to persuade him to abandon his arduous task. Yet each time, Lu Xuan had coldly refused, and some oblivious emperors had even met their demise at his hands for provoking him. However, the situation had now taken a complete turn. Those words had indeed emanated from Lu Xuan's lips, leaving the foreign emperors, who once sought to bribe him with the elixir, exchanging bewildered glances, filled with doubt and disbelief. Did they collectively suffer from a hallucination? Or was this still the Lu Xuan they knew, the unwavering one? After a prolonged moment that felt as if time had frozen, the foreign emperors gradually emerged from their shock. Nevertheless, Their expressions remained skeptical, their eyes glimmering with distrust, fixed on Lu Xuan, especially the ancient Emperor of Fire, whose lips curled into a cold smirk, derisively remarked, "Lu Xuan, your little tricks are only fit to deceive ignorant toddlers. Do you truly believe we are so foolish?" His voice was frigid and sharp, piercing the heart like a dagger. Just as the ancient Emperor of Fire finished speaking, another foreign emperor chimed in, "Lu Xuan, your intentions are painfully transparent. You merely seek to swindle our invaluable elixir of immortality. But do not forget, although we may lack your strength, our wits remain sharp." At that moment, yet another foreign emperor echoed, "Indeed, Lu Xuan, you have guarded this place for 100,000 years. If we were to hand over the elixir, would it not mean allowing you to continue your post? Do you truly think we would be so foolish as to fall for your ruse?" In an instant, numerous foreign emperors voiced their vehement accusations against Lu Xuan. "Do not harbor foolish fantasies. The elixir of immortality will never fall into your hands. We need only wait and watch as your life ebbs away, leading you to your demise. Why should we unnecessarily indulge your unrealistic greed?" Faced with the united skepticism and outright refusal of these foreign emperors, Lu Xuan's demeanor remained calm as water, yet his heart was a tempest of emotions. Undoubtedly, as they asserted, even if Lu Xuan spoke the truth, they would never willingly relinquish the elixir. After all, by patiently awaiting his death, they could reopen the passage and leave this abyss unharmed. Granting Lu Xuan the elixir would undoubtedly invite trouble and peril. In truth, Lu Xuan was fully aware of this and understood that acquiring the elixir from these foreign emperors would not be a simple task. However, he was confident, having devised a comprehensive strategy to navigate this predicament. Just as the foreign emperors were consumed by mockery and derision, Lu Xuan spoke again, his voice now even more resounding and authoritative. "I am not here to negotiate with you. You have no choice in this matter." Lu Xuan's words boomed like a mighty bell, filled with an imposing aura of authority. He continued, "I grant you but 10 breaths of time. Should the elixir not appear by then, I shall personally step into your realm." His voice thundered, carrying an overwhelming intent to kill. The foreign emperors, who had previously mocked Lu Xuan, turned pale with fear at the thought of him stepping into their domain. If this harbinger of death truly crossed into their realm, it would be a bloodbath. Such a loss was something none could bear. Cursed be this. Has Lu Xuan gone mad? He has never ventured into foreign lands before. What has compelled him to break this precedent? A towering and fierce-looking foreign emperor roared, his eyes ablaze with fury, glaring at the equally astonished ancient Emperor of Fire. Filled with resentment as he lamented, "Fire Emperor, this is all your fault. There are countless individuals in the world. Why did you have to provoke that ruthless killer? If he truly enters, your Fire clan shall be the first to suffer." At this moment, the ancient Emperor of Fire's mind was in turmoil, akin to a stampede of wild horses. He had never anticipated that a mere slip of the tongue would provoke this fearsome killer into breaking his own rules to invade their realm. Although he harbored fear towards Lu Xuan, he would not show weakness before the aggressive foreign emperors. He lifted his head defiantly, glaring back, and coldly retorted, "Humph! I was not the only one to mock him. All of you joined in as well. What? Are you only now afraid? Instead of pointing fingers at each other, why not use your wits to consider how to stabilize that killer's heart and dissuade him from invading? Indeed, we must swiftly devise a plan. No matter what, we cannot allow this killer to step into the foreign realm." The once boisterous foreign emperors now wore expressions of terror. They understood that with Lu Xuan's vengeful nature, should he enter the foreign realm, the first to suffer would undoubtedly be those who had just mocked him. Chapter 9. The 10 breaths are up. Lu Xuan enters the foreign realm. In the far and mysterious foreign lands, though Lu Linglong could not witness the events with her own eyes, the bloodline flowing within her and the magical summoning array allowed her to distinctly hear the heroic voice of her ancestor, Lu Xuan. The voice rang out like thunder, resounding across the heavens. "Humph! You insignificant foreign scum, do not think that I have exhausted my strength and can be trifled with. Even if I have but a single breath left, you shall know that the Lu family is not to be humiliated." As the voice resonated, it swept through the foreign realm like a tempestuous wave. Lu Linglong couldn't help but gasp, marveling inwardly. This elder Lu Xuan is indeed a ruthless individual. Just look at his formidable presence. Though his life hangs by a thread, he still dares to threaten those ancient emperors of foreign races. Such audacity is not something an ordinary person could muster. Contemplating this, her admiration for the ancestor she had never met grew immensely. It was crucial to understand that those so-called ancient emperors were not to be trifled with. Each one stood at the pinnacle of martial arts, having achieved the status of peerless sovereigns. Among them were many who had reached the zenith of emperorhood, their powers unfathomable. The mere fact that Elder Lu Xuan dared to issue threats to these ancient emperors with his own strength spoke volumes of his formidable prowess and unparalleled audacity. At this moment, Lu Linglong held her breath, quietly awaiting developments, afraid that even a slight misstep could disrupt Elder Lu Xuan's carefully devised plans. Although the blood essence of the Lu family could temporarily restore Elder Lu Xuan, it was not a perfect solution. Securing an elixir of immortality would undoubtedly be the ultimate remedy. With just one such elixir, the imminent demise of Elder Lu Xuan could be postponed for millennia, fundamentally resolving his predicament. Lu Linglong felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, uncertain of how the ancient emperors would respond. Even if Elder Lu Xuan were extraordinarily powerful, he was still on the verge of death. Should those ancient emperors refuse to yield the elixir, Elder Lu Xuan would have no choice but to venture into the foreign realm. Given his current state, such an incursion would likely lead to his demise. Of course, he might take some foreign beings with him, perhaps even dragging down an ancient emperor in the process. However, that was not the outcome the Lu family desired. If Elder Lu Xuan perished, so too would the Lu family. Inside the Lu family's great hall, everyone anxiously regarded Lu Linglong, eager to know whether their offered blood essence could assist Elder Lu Xuan. Linglong, inform the Ancestor. If it is insufficient, we can even offer our life essence. As for me, I am at least at the peak of the quasi-emperor realm. With my life essence, I can surely aid the Ancestor. Lu Tianyuan declared resolutely, willing to sacrifice his life essence to help Elder Lu Xuan regain his strength. No, clan leader, you are the backbone of our Lu family and must not come a harm. If the Ancestor requires it, we old fellows can also offer our life essence. Though our powers may not match yours, we are still at the quasi-emperor level. With our life essence, the Ancestor will surely regain his strength, if only temporarily. As the elders spoke, they stood firmly in front of Lu Tianyuan. In this life and death moment, the unity displayed by the Lu family left Lu Linglong astounded. This family seemed remarkably different from the one she had known in her past life. Father, esteemed elders, please do not worry. The Ancestor is negotiating with the ancient emperors and does not yet require our assistance. Lu Linglong interjected, offering a reassuring smile to the assembly. We must have faith in the Ancestor. After all, he is the most powerful emperor from 100,000 years ago. His methods are beyond our imagination. Her words ignited a spark of hope among the Lu family members gathered in the hall. They recalled that Elder Lu Xuan was no ordinary figure. An emperor who had survived for 100,000 years was a rarity throughout history. The fact that their Ancestor had endured to this day was testament to his own capabilities and cunning. Linglong, did you just say that the Ancestor is negotiating with the ancient emperors? Does that mean he is still in the Tianyuan? Lu Tianyuan's expression shifted slightly. The Ancestor, far beyond the Tianyuan, could only do so much even if contact was established. Distant waters could not quench immediate thirst. No matter how capable Elder Lu Xuan was, he could not possibly save the Lu family from such a vast distance. Lu Linglong discerned her father's concerns and smiled. Father, rest assured, the Ancestor's capabilities exceed our imagination. He is already aware of our family's circumstances, and he will protect us. Alas, I hope the Ancestor can return swiftly. Lu Tianyuan sighed, choosing not to elaborate further. He gazed beyond the great hall. The night was gradually fading, and dawn was imminent. Yet, for the Lu family, they wished for the dawn to delay its arrival, hoping for more time to prepare. Esteemed elders, if the Ancestor cannot assist us for now, we must buy time. Lu Tianyuan summoned the 8 elders for a hushed discussion of strategies. Outside the Tianyuan passage, a mysterious and expansive foreign realm awaited. At that moment, Lu Tianyuan's cold voice reverberated like thunder throughout the foreign domain. 10 breaths have passed. This proclamation resonated like a grand bell, clearly reaching every foreign being's ears. It seems you are resolute in your unwillingness to reconcile. In that case, do not blame me for personally seizing this elixir of immortality. As Elder Lu Xuan's words echoed, the previously tranquil foreign passage began to tremble violently. Following his step, boundless sword energies crackled like a surging tide, sweeping toward the foreign realm. Thanks to the precious blood essence provided by his kin, Elder Lu Xuan was able to temporarily regain a portion of his former terrifying strength as an emperor. With a single step, he traversed the boundary passage and appeared above the foreign territory. At that moment, his towering figure stood like an immovable mountain in the air, while behind him, countless sword energies intertwined and morphed into a vast thundercloud that blotted out the sky. This roiling cloud crackled with incessant lightning and thunder, enveloping the entire sky of the foreign realm as if heralding the apocalypse. Upon witnessing this figure, resembling a god of slaughter descending upon the earth, emerge from the passage and arrive in the territory of the ancient emperors, those once mighty ancient emperors, who typically exuded an air of superiority, turned pale with terror, trembling uncontrollably. In days long past, these ancient rulers had all engaged in fierce confrontations with elder Lu Xuan, only to ultimately suffer defeat at his hands. Time had flown by, and 100,000 years had passed. Throughout this lengthy period, many of these ancient emperors had not accepted their failures, leading their clans time and again in attempts to breach the boundary passage and invade the domain guarded by Elder Lu Xuan. Yet, every endeavor had resulted in painful defeat. Elder Lu Xuan stood like an insurmountable mountain, an unyielding wall that sent them fleeing in disarray. Had it not been for Elder Lu Xuan's unwavering vow never to step beyond the boundary passage, many of these ancient emperors would have long since perished at his hands. Now, this god of slaughter, feared by countless foreign races, unexpectedly tore up the agreement, resolutely stepping into the foreign realm, akin to a demon god descending upon the earth. With each steady and powerful step, the once arrogant ancient emperors displayed visible terror, instinctively retreating. Particularly, the Fire Ancient Emperor. Upon witnessing that the first territory elder Lu Xuan had set foot in belonged to his own clan, was instantly engulfed by a tide of dread. Remembering that he had been the first to mock elder Lu Xuan, the Fire Ancient Emperor felt as if struck by lightning, nearly fainting. In this moment, faced with the advancing elder Lu Xuan, despite his heart brimming with resentment and unwillingness, he dared not utter a single word, let alone muster the courage to confront him directly. Alas, is it truly the will of the heavens to bring about the demise of my Tianhua clan? What could possibly be the reason? The ancient emperor of Tianhua gazed skyward, his face etched with terror and with a voice strained to the point of breaking. He howled in despair, his cries echoing through the vast expanse of this foreign sky, resonating endlessly. At that moment, his heart brimmed with regret and fear. He could never have imagined that the impulsive provocation of that individual would summon such calamity upon the entire Tianhua lineage. Curse it! Had I known that today would lead to such dire straits, I would never have dared to provoke that god of slaughter, he muttered to himself, striking his chest with heavy blows, his eyes reflecting profound remorse. Yet, no amount of self-reproach could alter the harsh reality before him. Lu Xuan descended like a specter, his icy gaze fixated upon the Tianhua clan, clearly regarding them as his primary target for eradication. Confronted by the formidable pressure emanating from Lu Xuan, the ancient emperor of Tianhua felt his legs weaken, robbed even of the strength to weep. To his dismay, the surrounding ancient emperors of other clans, who had once allied with or interacted with the Tianhua clan, now stood by with cold indifference, showing no inclination to lend assistance. They whispered amongst themselves or pointed from a distance, yet none dared to step forward to extend a hand to the beleaguered Tianhua clan. As Lu Xuan advanced relentlessly, the ancient emperor of Tianhua's heart raced with mounting panic. He pondered whether to abandon resistance and bow before Lu Xuan in a bid for mercy. Just as he hesitated, a mysterious voice suddenly resonated in his ears. Chapter 10. The Arrival of the Black Wind Sovereign. The confidence of the foreign realm. Just moments ago, the image of the ancient emperor of Tianhua, flustered and restless, was still vivid in his mind, but now it was as though a powerful force had surged within him, imbuing him with an unprecedented spirit. A glimmer of confidence slowly emerged in his previously dull eyes, though faint. It was enough to reveal the courage and determination swelling within him. Without hesitation, the ancient emperor of Tianhua took a resolute step forward. This seemingly simple act held profound significance. With this step, he officially departed from the territory of the Tianhua clan, stepping boldly into the boundless sky. Thus, he stood fearlessly in Lu Xuan's path, successfully halting his advance. The ancient emperor of Tianhua's voice trembled with undeniable excitement. Lu Xuan, if you have any sense, retreat at once. Do not forget, this is a foreign realm, not a place for your reckless abandon. His words rang out powerfully, echoing through the heavens and the earth. However, in response to the ancient emperor's obstruction and warning, Lu Xuan merely smiled disdainfully, pausing his advance. His voice, filled with arrogance and dominance, followed. Tianhua, do you truly believe you possess the power to stop me? How utterly foolish. With that, Lu Xuan stood firmly in the void, reminiscent of an immovable mountain. Though his body was battered and emanated an aura of decay, the imperial might radiating from him surged like a tidal wave, overwhelming the ancient emperor of Tianhua. The unmatched pressure rendered the ancient emperor pale, his body trembling involuntarily. It is crucial to remember that both stood at the pinnacle of cultivation. Yet even the ancient emperor of Tianhua appeared as insignificant as an ant before Lu Xuan, utterly incapable of resistance. Lu Xuan, cease your advance. The ancient emperor of Tianhua inhaled deeply, striving to steady his voice, but his heart raced as if struck by a sledgehammer. He understood all too well that the individual before him was terrifyingly powerful, far beyond his capacity to contend with. I know in my heart that I am no match for you, but do not forget, this is a foreign realm. If you remain hidden within the enigmatic abyss, we would indeed have no means to contend with you. Yet now, you dare to step onto this foreign land. Do you not fear the approach of death? As he spoke, the ancient emperor of Tianhua swallowed hard, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. At that moment, Lu Xuan stood upon the territory belonging to the Tianhua clan. As he approached, the ancient emperor's anxiety surged. He was desperate to prevent his kin from suffering utter annihilation, from becoming spirits of the fallen beneath Lu Xuan's sword. Nevertheless, the ancient emperor summoned all his courage, attempting to halt Lu Xuan's advance. Yet even with his courage at its zenith, when faced with Lu Xuan's cold, murderous gaze, his body trembled uncontrollably. This soul-deep terror surged within him like a relentless tide, overwhelming him and leaving him unable to govern his emotions or physical responses. Were it not for the powerful support he felt behind him, even 100-fold of courage would not have compelled him to confront the fearsome god of slaughter that was Lu Xuan. Tianhua, you dare to threaten me? Lu Xuan's lips curled into a cold smile, his chilling voice seemingly capable of freezing the very air around them. His gaze pierced through the ancient emperor of Tianhua, as if seeking to fathom his very essence. Lu Xuan was acutely aware of the source of the ancient emperor's newfound confidence. Just moments prior, the ancient emperor had trembled before his overwhelming aura, yet now he dared to step forward and obstruct him. Such audacity could only stem from a formidable backing. In this realm of mystery and peril, few could endow the ancient emperor of Tianhua with such audacity and courage. Undoubtedly, such support could only come from the revered ancient sovereigns, whose might instilled awe among countless foreign tribes. These sovereigns possessed strength beyond ordinary imagination, standing as the pinnacle among their kind. If one were to draw a comparison to the cultivation realm of humankind, the ancient emperors of foreign tribes would equate to the emperor-level masters of humanity. In contrast, those revered sovereigns would be akin to the legendary imperial figures of humanity. They're the true paragons standing atop the pinnacle, surveying all existence, their power far surpassing that of ordinary emperor-level cultivators. Recollecting the events of 100,000 years prior, Lu Xuan had been compelled to abandon his free-spirited existence due to the combined pressure of the 7 great imperial figures of humanity, ultimately resigning himself to guard this abyssal realm. Time flew, and now, as he once again set foot in this foreign land, he was acutely aware that this move would undoubtedly alert those ancient sovereigns. However, from the moment he decided to enter this foreign realm, Lu Xuan had already contemplated all possible scenarios, mentally preparing himself for the present predicament. He gazed intently at the ancient emperor of Tianhua, his profound eyes seemingly capable of perceiving all, exuding a disquieting pressure. His voice, deep and resonant, echoed like thunder across the entire foreign realm. What of the foreign realm? In this vast expanse of the world, there exists no place that I, Lu Xuan, cannot tread. Yet, just as his words fell, a voice chilling to the bone echoed suddenly, as if emerging from the depths of the underworld, sending shivers down one's spine. Lu Xuan, do not be arrogant. Do you truly believe you are invincible in this world? How dare you trespass into my realm, audaciously speaking such wild words and acting recklessly? Do you truly believe that no one here can subdue you? As this chilling voice resonated, a shadow suddenly streaked across the sky, moving with the swiftness of lightning. In an instant, a towering black figure stood resolutely in mid-air, resembling an immovable mountain, instilling a profound sense of oppression. The once terrified ancient emperors of the foreign realm, upon witnessing the arrival of this dark figure, felt their fear dissipate, replaced by an uncontrollable excitement and fervor. They erupted into cheers. It is the Honorable Black Wind. The Honorable Black Wind has graced this place. Even the audacious Lu Xuan, no matter how mighty he considers himself, shall find no escape from his fate of being subdued today. The appearance of the Honorable Black Wind undeniably brought a glimmer of hope to these ancient emperors trapped in despair. After all, as a being of revered status, his power was unfathomable and far beyond imagination. To subdue a faltering Lu Xuan would be a task as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist for the Honorable Black Wind. Lu Xuan slowly raised his head, his gaze traversing the vast emptiness until it settled upon the figure of the Honorable Black Wind. Initially, he harbored a quiet anticipation for the true form of the revered one. However, upon realization, a flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes. It turned out that what appeared before him was merely an avatar of the revered one. Humph. Does this mere projection presume to obstruct my path? A smirk of disdain graced Lu Xuan's lips as he let out a cold snort. An explosion of countless thunderous sword energies surged from behind him. These sword energies roared like ferocious thunder dragons, emanating a terrifying aura. In that instant, the myriad sword energies intertwined, transforming into a dazzling array of brilliance, surging forth with overwhelming momentum towards the avatar of the revered one in the sky. This sudden turn of events left the ancient emperors of the foreign realm, who had moments ago been brimming with excitement, utterly dumbfounded, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. They had long known Lu Xuan's arrogance, yet they could never have anticipated that, facing such imminent peril and on the brink of demise, he would dare to draw his sword against the revered one. It must be noted, even an avatar of the revered one was not an entity that a waning emperor like Lu Xuan could contend with. In the vast, unfathomable realm of cultivation, the chasm between a revered being and an emperor, though seemingly a single step apart, was akin to a gaping abyss that could not be traversed. Throughout history, countless extraordinary emperors, despite their astounding talents and formidable cultivation, could not cross that threshold into reverence and were thus left to lament their fate. Even one as unparalleled as Lu Xuan had failed to attain the revered status. As the crowd witnessed Lu Xuan's bold move, the once lively atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Time appeared to freeze, and space seemed to stand still, as every being was profoundly shaken by the spectacle before them, their thoughts momentarily suspended in sheer astonishment. Just moments ago, the audacious Fire Ancient Emperor, who attempted to obstruct Lu Xuan's path, now watched in horror as Lu Xuan drew his sword against the Honorable Black Wind. An unprecedented fear surged within him, as if his very blood had turned to ice, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. Lu Xuan, this man, he is nothing short of a madman. The Fire Ancient Emperor's mind screamed in panic, his singular thought being to flee this place. For anyone who dared to stand in the path of such a lunatic was undoubtedly courting death. Alas, despite his desperate desire to escape, his legs felt as though they were bound by a 1,000-pound weight, rendering him incapable of moving even an inch. Thus, the Fire Ancient Emperor could only gaze up in terror towards the distant sky, placing all hope upon the Honorable Black Wind, silently praying that this formidable being could eliminate the terrifying Lu Xuan, who resembled a harbinger of death. Lu Xuan, how dare you draw your sword against me, the revered one? Who has bestowed upon you such audacity? Far in the depths of the sky, the Honorable Black Wind gazed at Lu Xuan in disbelief, unable to fathom that this soon-to-be fallen individual would possess the gall to confront him. Yet, the reality stood before him undeniable. Although only an avatar of the Honorable Black Wind had descended, its power remained formidable, representing the might of a revered being. What audacity must Lu Xuan possess to act so defiantly? Did he not realize that, at his current strength and status, he was no more significant than an insect before the Honorable Black Wind? Meanwhile, in the heart of an ancient hall deep within the foreign realm, the true form of the Honorable Black Wind, adorned in a black dragon robe, radiating an aura of immense authority, sat furiously upon a grand throne. With a swift motion, he raised his right hand and struck the seemingly indestructible table before him with tremendous force. A resounding crash echoed as the table shattered into countless fragments. How infuriating! Who granted that oblivious creature such audacity? Does he truly believe that I, the revered one, can be trifled with? The Honorable Black Wind ground his teeth in rage, his fury threatening to erupt. Within this foreign realm, he was one of the strongest beings, and now he was insulted by Lu Xuan, an emperor on the verge of collapse. At that moment, the avatar of the Honorable Black Wind could no longer contain himself and unleashed a ferocious assault. As he moved, an immense, inky black wind surged forth, as if it were spewing from the depths of the abyss. This endless black wind converged before him, coalescing into a colossal tornado that obscured the sky. The tempest expanded with a devastating force, enveloping a vast expanse of the heavens. Resembling a monstrous beast with its gaping maw, bearing down upon Lu Xuan with a terrifying pressure. This was the Honorable Black Wind's unrivaled technique, the Black Wind Catastrophe. Once invoked, it could summon an infinite power of black wind, evolving into a terrifying calamity capable of annihilating all creation. Its terrifying might was beyond imagination. Even the most powerful ordinary emperors would face near certain demise when ensnared by this black wind catastrophe. Yet before such a formidable foe, Lu Xuan was but a grievously wounded individual, hanging by a thread. To onlookers, his attempt to withstand the Honorable Black Wind's lethal assault seemed utterly delusional. However, the Honorable Black Wind harbored no such doubts. His heart was filled with wrath, vowing to obliterate this arrogant human emperor, ensuring he paid a heavy price for his audacity. Yet, just as the Black Wind catastrophe surged forth like a rampaging wild stallion, Lu Xuan's counterattack followed swiftly. A deafening roar erupted as countless dazzling thunderous sword energies cascaded from the heavens. These sword energies intertwined in a breathtaking display, transforming into a radiant rain of swords that clashed head-on with the approaching Black Wind catastrophe. As the Thunder Sword Qi clashed head-on with the Black Wind calamity, time seemed to freeze. Immediately, a deafening explosion erupted, shaking the entire space violently, as if it were on the verge of shattering. The collision of these two formidable powers unleashed energy waves that surged forth like tumultuous tides, obliterating everything in their path. In a brief moment, the engulfing Black Wind calamity began to be gradually devoured by the relentless Thunder Sword Qi. The endless black winds dissipated under the fierce onslaught of the sword energy, ultimately vanishing completely from this realm. At that instant, the innumerable Thunder Sword Qis, akin to a swarm of locusts, charged towards the Black Wind Sovereign's avatar with earth-shattering might at a breathtaking speed. Far in the distant horizon, the once self-assured Black Wind Sovereign suddenly wore an expression of disbelief. His eyes widened, fixated on the lightning-like Thunder Sword Qi, his mouth agape, as if to utter something. Yet only a dry, raspy sound escaped his throat. However, it was far too late. The Thunder Sword Qi offered the Black Wind Sovereign no opportunity to react or evade, instantly overwhelming him like a relentless tide. In a heartbeat, the entire world was flooded with blinding lightning, the dazzling radiance rendering it nearly impossible to open one's eyes. Accompanied by thunderous roars, it felt as though the very fabric of reality trembled and threatened to collapse under this furious power. Chapter 11. Decapitation of the Sovereign. Annihilation of the Ancient Emperor. Shockwaves across the otherworld. No. The terrified screams seemed to rip apart the heavens, echoing the Black Wind Sovereign's voice. Filled with resentment and despair, resonating throughout the cosmos, unending. In that moment, the void was engulfed in silence, save for the lingering echoes of his unwilling roars. The entire world appeared to be paused, time frozen. Countless beings from distant realms stood in stunned silence, gazing at the distant sky with wide eyes. The expressions of pride and arrogance that once adorned their faces vanished without a trace, replaced by boundless fear and incredulity. Just moments ago, the invincible Black Wind Sovereign had stood there, a renowned figure whose very name instilled dread in many. Yet now, he had left no trace, simply vanishing before their eyes. This sudden turn of events plunged everyone into profound shock, leaving them momentarily dumbfounded. Although they understood it was merely an avatar of the Black Wind Sovereign, no one could believe that Lu Xuan truly had the power to annihilate the Sovereign's manifestation. In that fleeting moment, all beings from the other world were, as if frozen in place, their gazes riveted upon the astonishing scene unfolding before them, as if they had forgotten how to breathe. The once lofty and untouchable ancient emperors of the alien races now stood slack-jawed, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground in astonishment. Just moments ago, they had been radiating smugness, convinced of their victory. Yet, in the blink of an eye, those smiles receded like a tide, replaced by expressions of sheer shock and disbelief. No one had anticipated Lu Xuan could possess such unfathomable strength. It was important to note that he bore the weight of a severely damaged imperial body. Yet in this state, he unleashed a single earth-shattering strike that effortlessly severed the life of the terrifyingly powerful sovereign. This act of defiance exceeded the limits of everyone's imagination. The ancient Emperor of Fire was so terrified that his spirit fled, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. He understood well that his greatest reliance had perished at Lu Xuan's hands. If he foolishly advanced further, how would it differ from courting death? Fortunately, Lu Xuan was not an invincible being in the truest sense. Just after he had annihilated the Black Wind Sovereign's avatar with his astonishing strike, it seemed he suffered a tremendous backlash. His body trembled violently, followed by a fit of severe coughing. As the coughs erupted, the overwhelming imperial aura that had once dominated the heavens and earth diminished by at least half in an instant. Yet despite this, the light in Lu Xuan's deep-set eyes did not wane. Instead, it sharpened further, piercing through all illusions and obstacles in the world. He slowly lifted his gaze from the distant horizon, returning his focus to the ravaged earth before him, murmuring, "What a pity, if only I were at my peak." This earth-shattering strike would have wielded even greater power. Lu Xuan's seemingly casual remark resonated like thunder across the skies of the otherworld, leaving all in its wake profoundly shaken. Especially those nearby, they felt an unprecedented terror and pressure. The ancient Emperor of Fire, in particular, was overwhelmed. Upon hearing Lu Xuan's words, his legs trembled, nearly failing him, and he felt an urge to lose control right there. With just a single strike, he had obliterated the renowned Black Wind Sovereign's avatar, and such a terrifying attack had not even tapped into Lu Xuan's true limits. Contemplating this, the ancient Emperor of Fire gasped in horror, pondering inwardly. What kind of world-destroying power did Lu Xuan possess at his peak? Could he truly cover the sky with a hand, traversing the universe? At that moment, the ancient Emperor of Fire finally grasped a brutal truth. All these years, whenever they clashed with Lu Xuan, he had never fully unleashed his might. The realization sent waves of dread and despair surging through him. Lu Xuan, I truly understand my mistakes now. You seek the legendary elixir of immortality, do you not? I will set off immediately to assist you in its search. Please believe me. Even if it takes the entirety of our Fire Clan's resources, I will surely return with the elixir. At this moment, the ancient Emperor of Fire had shed all remnants of his former arrogance, his voice trembling as he fought back tears. Faced with the terrifying Lu Xuan, who resembled a god of slaughter, he no longer dared to regard himself as a sovereign. He staggered backward, desperately trying to distance himself from the overwhelming pressure Lu Xuan exuded. Lu Xuan stood there, expressionless, regarding the ancient Emperor of Fire as one would a mere insignificant insect. Upon hearing the ancient Emperor's humble promises, Lu Xuan merely sighed softly, saying, "It is too late." As his sigh echoed, suddenly countless dazzling sword lights expanded rapidly within the ancient Emperor of Fire's pupils. No, the ancient Emperor of Fire's complexion turned pale as he desperately attempted to evade. But the sword lights were far too swift and fierce, affording him no chance of escape. A scream filled with despair and reluctance escaped him, and he was soon engulfed by the myriad of sword energies. Lu Xuan acted decisively and ruthlessly, displaying no mercy. In the blink of an eye, not only did he effortlessly slay the Sovereign's avatar, but he also reduced the ancient Emperor of Fire to ash, erasing him from existence. Moreover, this time, he did not merely sever the ancient Emperor's imperial body. He directly absorbed his imperial essence. He stood quietly in the sky, having casually slain an ancient alien emperor, and then publicly refined the ancient Emperor of Fire's imperial essence. They completely disregard a group of ancient rulers from foreign tribes. This is simply the height of arrogance. However, as they witness this scene, no one dares to intervene. The ancient rulers are eager to flee, distancing themselves from this harbinger of death. As for avenging the heavenly Fire ancient emperor, that is the least of their concerns. What can be done? Lu Xuan has successfully refined the essence of the emperor, and consequently, his strength will undoubtedly become even more formidable. At this moment, even without an elixir of immortality, it would be exceedingly difficult to bring about his demise in the near future. Had we known this would be the outcome, we should have decisively presented an elixir to Lu Xuan back then. Perhaps the situation would not have deteriorated to such a disastrous extent. Merely out of reluctance to part with a single elixir, we have offended a peerless killing deity like Lu Xuan, revealing our utter folly and lack of foresight. The heavenly fire ancient emperor has already met a tragic end at Lu Xuan's hands, and once this killing deity fully refines the essence of the emperor, it is likely that we will be the next to suffer the consequences. After all, the majority of us have previously mocked Lu Xuan with his temperament and methods. How could he possibly let us off easily? Moreover, consider this. Even a manifestation of a revered being was ruthlessly slain by Lu Xuan, which clearly indicates that his power has surpassed what we can contend with. Therefore, the urgent matter at hand is to swiftly beseech the revered one to intervene personally. Only with the revered one's presence is there a glimmer of hope to suppress this terrifying killing deity. Otherwise, the consequences are unimaginable. At this moment, the ancient rulers of various forms and imposing presence appear as pale as paper, their eyes betraying an unmistakable terror, as if the apocalypse has descended upon them. Their hearts feel as though they are engulfed by endless darkness, filled with profound unease and fear. Now, in this vast expanse of heaven and earth, the only hope to rescue them from this dire predicament rests upon that mysterious and powerful revered being from another realm. Furthermore, merely sending envoys or ordinary experts will be futile. It must be the revered one who personally arrives here to have even a slight chance of subduing the terrifying Lu Xuan. One must understand that the recent events were truly shocking. The manifestation of the Black Wind, revered one, possessed earth-shattering abilities. It was effortlessly dispatched by Lu Xuan with a mere stroke of his sword. Such a disparity in strength is enough to instill fear in these once mighty ancient rulers. As these ancient rulers descend into extreme panic and chaos, within a grand and magnificent hall deep in a distant realm, the atmosphere is equally tense. At the innermost throne of this hall, the Black Wind, revered one, is seething with rage, emanating a heart-stopping aura. His once imposing visage is now contorted with fury, nearly monstrous in its appearance. How infuriating! The Black Wind, revered one, roars to the heavens, his voice resonating like thunder, causing the entire hall to tremble slightly. He could never have anticipated that one of his manifestations would be so effortlessly slain by Lu Xuan. For someone of his stature, this is an unparalleled humiliation, more unbearable than being publicly slapped in the face. As a revered being of noble status and high standing, even his manifestation represented the utmost authority of the revered one. Yet now, it has been ruthlessly obliterated by an obscure individual like Lu Xuan. How can he swallow this indignation? The Black Wind, revered one's chest heaves violently, his eyes aflame with fury, eager to burst forth from the hall and seek out Lu Xuan to exact a gruesome vengeance. However, just as he prepares to act, a figure appears like a specter outside the hall. This figure stands silently, seemingly merging with the surrounding environment, yet radiating an undeniable powerful aura that blocks his path. The newcomer is clad in a striking crimson robe, its sleeves billowing in the wind with a rustling sound. Their features are exquisitely beautiful, surpassing many women in allure. Especially those narrow, peach blossom eyes, when narrowed slightly, seem to contain a myriad of enchanting charm, exuding an irresistible allure and strength. Qinghu, do you intend to obstruct me? Seeing this sudden appearance, the Black Wind, revered one's anger ignites instantly, erupting like a volcano. His eyes widen in fury, fixated on the individual before him, known as the Qinghu, revered one, his tone icy and filled with hostility. Since Lu Xuan has annihilated his manifestation, this deep-seated grudge must be avenged personally. How can he quell his rage without doing so? Thus, today, no matter who stands his way, they cannot prevent him from seeking vengeance. In the face of the Black Wind, revered one's thunderous wrath, the Qinghu, revered one, shows no signs of anger. Instead, a subtle smile graces his lips as he replies softly, "It is not my intention to obstruct you. It is merely that the Celestial Lord has specifically instructed me to come here." With that, the Qinghu, revered one, gently shakes his head, seemingly unfazed by the Black Wind, revered one's fury. In this mysterious and vast foreign realm, there is only one person worthy of being called the Celestial Lord. This being is undeniably the sovereign of this realm, holding supreme status and immense power. Even esteemed, revered beings like themselves would not dare to harbor any rebellious thoughts in the presence of the Celestial Lord, let alone defy any commands issued by him. At this moment, the Black Wind, revered one, who was previously filled with unbridled rage, as if ready to incinerate the entire world, feels his fury extinguished like a flame caught in a tempest upon hearing the words "Celestial Lord." Replacing it is a countenance of reverence and submission as he cautiously inquires, "Celestial Lord, what is your command?" The Qing who revered one's expression turns solemn as he flips his palm, revealing a pitch-black decree of the Celestial Lord resting in his hand. This decree emanates a chilling pressure, as if it contains boundless power and authority. Upon seeing this, the Black Wind revered one's face pales in terror. He hastily kneels, repeatedly bowing to the decree, not daring to breathe a word, quietly awaiting the Celestial Lord's instructions. At that moment, the black decree in the Qing who revered one's hand suddenly emits a faint yet captivating glow. Following this, a resounding and authoritative voice emerges, "Black Wind, you dare to defy my command and act recklessly. Therefore, I punish you with 100 years of house arrest. You shall not step beyond your dwelling." This voice resonates like thunder in the ears of the Black Wind revered one, causing his body to tremble involuntarily, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. For in this foreign realm, there's an ironclad rule. Without the Celestial Lord's command, even revered level powers must not intervene in external matters lightly. Otherwise, they shall face severe punishment. This is a crucial edict within the foreign realm. However, prior to this, in his eagerness to slay Lu Xuan, he had recklessly dispatched his own manifestation to execute this task. One must realize that this act has already grossly violated the decree issued by the Celestial Lord. If he were to step out of this grand hall at this moment and personally seek Lu Xuan's life, it would undoubtedly be the most blatant provocation and confrontation against the Celestial Lord's authority. Though the Black Wind, revered, one has ascended to the peak of power, becoming an ancient, revered being feared across the realm. Even such an exceptional individual is filled with trepidation when faced with the Celestial Lord's decree, not daring to act rebelliously. "As you command, Black Wind shall faithfully abide by the Celestial Lord's wishes." The Black Wind revered one respectfully bows his head, clasping his fists in salute before gradually turning around, stepping with a steady and powerful gait back into the hall. Upon witnessing the Black Wind sovereign receive his orders, the Qing Fox sovereign, who had been standing by, cautiously tucked the token symbolizing the supreme authority of the celestial sovereign into his bosom. With a smile gracing his features, he stepped forward and softly addressed the Black Wind sovereign. "Oh, Black Wind, there is no need for discontent regarding this matter. The celestial sovereign's decision undoubtedly carries profound significance. Moreover, he has specifically instructed me to inform you that, for now, Lu Xuan must not be harmed. Not only must we refrain from taking his life, but we must also devise ways to bestow upon him the elixir of immortality, ensuring his safe return to the realm of humanity." Chapter 12. The Gift of the Immortal Elixir. What? We are not to kill him, but instead offer him the elixir of immortality? The Black Wind sovereign's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice rising in astonishment, filled with confusion and shock. Lu Xuan had guarded the passage for a staggering 100,000 years. Throughout this prolonged duration, he had stood like an insurmountable wall, staunchly obstructing our path, preventing us from advancing even a single step. Now, as he neared the brink of death, why must we not seize the opportunity to eliminate him, but rather present him with the invaluable elixir? Once he acquires it, he could continue to exist for another millennium. Would he not then become an impediment to our progress once more? Does this not imply that we would be hindered by him for another 10,000 years? As the Black Wind sovereign expressed his agitation and uncertainty, he pondered deeply. In truth, he yearned to voice his grievances, questioning whether the celestial sovereign had lost his mind to make such an absurd decision. However, such blasphemous words were beyond his courage to utter. After all, the celestial sovereign held an unparalleled position of reverence in this foreign realm, wielding a terrifying power unmatched by anyone. Not only was he a mere Black Wind sovereign, but even the other sovereigns at the pinnacle of power appeared as insignificant ants in the presence of the celestial sovereign. Should such disrespectful words accidentally reach the ears of the celestial sovereign, it would likely spell an end to his existence. With this thought, the Black Wind sovereign shivered and promptly silenced himself, refraining from uttering another word. He recalled that 200,000 years ago, a powerful ancient sovereign of a foreign race sought to challenge the authority of the celestial sovereign, and before he even had a chance to strike, he was directly slain from afar. At that time, the Black Wind sovereign was merely at the quasi-emperor level, and he still vividly remembered the terror of that battle. Within this foreign realm, no one knew the origins of the celestial sovereign, yet all understood that only the celestial sovereign was the true master here. In this domain, To offend the celestial sovereign was to invite one's doom. Even the mightiest of deities could not safeguard you. Though the Black Wind sovereign harbored dissatisfaction with the celestial sovereign's decision, he dared not mention the celestial sovereign's name, confining his complaints to the Qing Fox sovereign. The Qing Fox sovereign chuckled lightly, his laughter crisp and melodious, yet he soon lowered his voice, leaning closer to the Black Wind sovereign and whispering, "Ah, Black Wind, you may still be in the dark. That fellow Lu Xuan is on the verge of his family's annihilation. His obsession with the elixir of immortality stems merely from his desire to rejuvenate himself with this miraculous potion and rush back to save his kin. Once, Lu Xuan faithfully guarded the borders for a full 100,000 years, diligently ensuring the peace and safety of humanity. Yet now, those ungrateful humans treat his kin with such coldness. TSK. Can you imagine if Lu Xuan were to obtain the elixir and successfully return to humanity? What earth-shattering actions he might undertake. Despite the Qing Fox sovereign's soft tone, each word resonated clearly in the ears of the Black Wind sovereign, causing his eyes to widen in sudden realization. After all, those who had ascended to the status of sovereign were hardly fools devoid of intellect. The Black Wind sovereign initially paused in shock, but soon erupted into boisterous laughter, as if struck by a sudden epiphany. Ha ha ha! Were I to find myself in Lu Xuan's position, I would undoubtedly return to humanity without hesitation, causing chaos and unrest. How splendid! At this moment, I finally comprehend the depth of the celestial sovereign's strategy. It appears he seeks to incite turmoil within the entire human race through Lu Xuan. A chilling and audacious laughter reverberated throughout the vast hall, as though it aimed to pierce the heavens. The source of this laughter was none other than the Black Wind sovereign, whose face shone with pride as he proclaimed, "Lu Xuan has guarded this place for 100,000 years, causing us countless troubles throughout this lengthy duration. But at long last, the time has come for him to return and let him stir up some trouble for his own kin." Not long ago, the Black Wind sovereign had been filled with indignation and dissatisfaction regarding the celestial sovereign's decision to send Lu Xuan back to humanity. Yet at this moment, he appeared to have transformed completely, his face alight with joy and satisfaction. In the eyes of the Black Wind sovereign, returning Lu Xuan to humanity was undoubtedly an astute and correct choice. He understood all too well the terrifying strength of Lu Xuan, with his formidable cultivation and combat prowess. Once he returned to humanity, he would unleash chaos akin to a ferocious beast among sheep, igniting a storm of bloodshed. Unless the lofty emperors of humanity personally descended to suppress him, no one among the current forces of humanity could hope to contend with him. Thus, it was evident that upon Lu Xuan's return, he would wreak havoc, perhaps even mercilessly slaying a number of human emperors or annihilating several powerful clans. Such actions would undoubtedly provoke the hidden emperors of humanity, who would never tolerate Lu Xuan's reckless behavior and would surely rise to eliminate him. With this thought, the Black Wind sovereign felt a surge of uncontrollable exhilaration, as if he could already envision Lu Xuan being grievously injured or even slain by the human emperors. Such an outcome would not only inflict a heavy blow upon humanity, but would also serve as a means for him to vent his own frustrations. With this in mind, the Black Wind sovereign felt a stirring urgency, as though he could foresee Lu Xuan's experiences and developments upon returning to humanity. A sly smile crept onto his lips. "Qing Fox, is it merely the elixir of immortality? Today, I shall generously present it. Quickly deliver this potion to Lu Xuan and convey a message from me. Should he survive this return to humanity, I will eagerly await our next encounter." With that, the Black Wind sovereign waved his right hand gently, and a radiant, fragrant elixir of immortality appeared before him. The Qing Fox sovereign, standing by, gazed in astonishment, his eyes widening in disbelief. He had not anticipated that the usually tempestuous and ruthless Black Wind sovereign would not only refrain from erupting in anger, but would also willingly offer a priceless elixir of immortality. This sudden turn of events filled the Qing Fox sovereign with elation, and his already handsome face now radiated with a bright smile, blooming like a peach blossom in spring. "Rest assured, I shall convey your words to Lu Xuan without missing a single syllable." Having spoken, the esteemed Qing Hu took hold of the elixir of immortality and, with a swift motion, darted like a streak of azure lightning towards the direction of Lu Xuan. Beneath the enigmatic skies of a foreign realm, Lu Xuan was wholly absorbed in refining the primordial essence of the ancient emperor of heavenly fire. It is vital to recognize that this essence emanated from a formidable emperor, The profound energy and intricate laws contained within were not easily comprehensible or consumable in a short span of time. Nevertheless, Lu Xuan remained undaunted, fully aware of the principle that haste leads to failure. Thus, he cautiously drew in and absorbed a small fraction of the Emperor's essence. At that moment, as this overwhelming power coursed through his being, a miracle quietly unfolded. His nearly desiccated life essence began to revive at an astonishing rate, akin to a parched land receiving a long-awaited rainfall. Furthermore, his once severely injured and incomplete imperial body gradually began to radiate newfound vitality under the nourishment of the Emperor's essence. Within mere moments, the decaying aura that had enveloped Lu Xuan evaporated entirely, replaced by a vigorous life force. In that instant, he appeared reborn, devoid of any trace of death's presence. Simultaneously, his strength surged like a rocket, propelling him back to the pinnacle of imperial power. At that moment, Lu Xuan resembled a fearsome demonic god from ancient times, standing majestically in the heavens, exuding an aura that instilled trepidation. Below, the ancient emperors of various races watched in astonishment as Lu Xuan successfully refined the emperor's essence and regained his former glory. They were utterly terrified, trembling in fear. Particularly those among them who were more timid had already lost the courage to resist, hastily turning to flee, wishing they had sprouted additional legs to escape. They had no desire to remain and meet their demise. However, just at that moment, a figure drifted towards them like a specter from afar. It was the esteemed Qinghu, clad in a resplendent crimson robe that billowed like a fiery flame. He moved with an ethereal grace, his beauty so striking that it could overshadow the blossoms of spring and dim the brilliance of the sun and moon. With a smile upon his face, the Qinghu stepped forth from the nebulous void, each step as light and elegant as if treading upon clouds. As he approached, he eventually descended gently before Lu Xuan. At the instant of the Qinghu's arrival, an invisible pressure surged forth, akin to a tempest sweeping through the surroundings. Lu Xuan immediately sensed the terrifying aura and immense power radiating from this ancient figure, causing his heart to leap in surprise. Quietly, he concealed the portion of the Emperor's essence he had yet to fully refine within his garments, then gazed solemnly at the striking man before him. His brows knitted tightly, forming a deep furrow, and his eyes reflected an unprecedented seriousness. For he understood that standing before him at this moment was a genuine revered being. The true form of the revered one had personally come to this location, even one as powerful as Lu Xuan, who had reached the apex of imperial prowess and stood at a height unattainable by countless emperors, dared not treat this with any semblance of carelessness. Despite his extraordinary strength, he had yet to ascend to the rank of an emperor. Should he truly engage in a life-and-death struggle with such a formidable and inscrutable ancient being, he would likely possess not even a fraction of a chance of victory. Esteemed Qinghu, have you come to obstruct me? Despite knowing he was no match for the Qinghu, Lu Xuan faced him without trepidation. Instead, his gaze emanated a resolute glimmer, embodying a fierce determination to advance without retreat, infused with an intense murderous intent that seemed capable of igniting all in its path. The Qinghu astutely perceived the chilling resolve in Lu Xuan's eyes, causing a tremor within him. He quickly mustered a smile, attempting to ease the taut atmosphere, and spoke, "Lu Xuan, do not harbor such enmity towards me. I have come here specifically to seek you, for your benefit is immense." Upon hearing this, Lu Xuan was genuinely taken aback that the Qinghu was not there to claim his life. A flicker of suspicion crossed his gaze, and he inquired, "If you do not intend to hinder me, could it be that the esteemed Qinghu has come to offer me assistance?" His words sent ripples through the ranks of ancient emperors below, who had been poised for battle, their expressions morphing into astonishment as they exchanged bewildered glances, clearly perplexed by the unfolding situation. Heavens! Has Lu Xuan lost his mind? The Qinghu is an ancient, revered one of our race, of unparalleled status. How could he possibly come to aid him? One ancient emperor exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Another ancient emperor shook his head repeatedly, his tone laced with derision. Humph! What utter nonsense! The true form of the Qinghu has descended. This is entirely different from the previous manifestation of the Black Wind revered. No matter how strong Lu Xuan may be, against a peerless powerhouse like the Qinghu, defeat is inevitable. This fool, unaware of his own mortality, is on the brink of doom. In that moment, a chorus of scornful remarks echoed among the ancient emperors, their laughter ringing out as they mocked Lu Xuan. To them, The notion that the Qinghu would offer assistance to Lu Xuan was absurdly ludicrous, the most ridiculous thought they had ever encountered. Yet, as their derisive laughter filled the air, a sudden turn of events occurred. A hearty laugh resonated, followed by a booming voice that filled the arena. Lu Xuan, you truly are a remarkable individual. I have come, commissioned by the celestial sovereign, to present you with an elixir of immortality. At this pronouncement, the laughter of the ancient emperors abruptly ceased. Their expressions frozen in shock, mouths agape, yet no sound emerged. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, with only the Qinghu's boisterous laughter reverberating through the air. Chapter 13. The Lu Family Crisis. In that moment, the surrounding ancient emperors were left dumbfounded. What is happening? Our revered Qinghu has descended, not to slay Lu Xuan, but to extend a gesture of goodwill. Moreover, he has brought forth the very elixir of immortality that Lu Xuan desperately needs. It is known that Lu Xuan is on the brink of the end of his lifespan. Even if he were to refine the primordial essence of the ancient emperor of heavenly fire, he could only extend his life by a mere century or so. After that, he would still meet his demise. No matter how formidable Lu Xuan may be, he could only sustain himself for a limited time. For the ancient beings who had been sealed for 100,000 years, that short span was tolerable. Yet now, the Qinghu had taken the initiative to bestow upon him an elixir of immortality, stating it was a gift from the celestial sovereign. Has the world gone mad? If Lu Xuan were to receive this elixir, he could extend his life by a millennium. Does the celestial sovereign intend for Lu Xuan to continue obstructing our race for another 1,000 years? In an instant, the ancient emperors were left astounded, their minds struggling to comprehend the situation. Was the celestial sovereign mad, or was the world itself in chaos? Especially the Qinghu, an esteemed being of the foreign realm. Who would dare to offer an elixir of immortality to Lu Xuan, unafraid of the potential backlash? Not only were the ancient emperors bewildered, but Lu Xuan too wore a look of astonishment. He had not anticipated that his offhand taunt would manifest into reality. The Qinghu had indeed come to offer him warmth. And not just any warmth, but the elixir of immortality, precisely what he needed most. Lu Xuan took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling as though he sought to draw in all the air around him. At this moment, his expression was grave, his gaze locked firmly onto the radiant elixir of immortality in the Qinghu's hand. The elixir of immortality gleamed like the most resplendent star in the night sky, radiating a mesmerizing light that quickened Lu Xuan's heart. He gazed at it in awe, silently marveling at its authenticity. Yet, amidst his admiration, a colossal question surged within him. Why would the celestial sovereign from another realm entrust such a precious elixir to the esteemed Qinghu? Lu Xuan found himself lost in thought. He had guarded this place for 100,000 years, yet had never crossed paths with the otherworldly celestial sovereign. In truth, given his current strength, he was utterly unqualified to engage with such a lofty being, though not of an alien race. He was acutely aware of the sovereign's esteemed position and influence in the other realm. It was no exaggeration to state that the sovereign was the undisputed ruler of that vast territory, whereas he was merely one among many emperors of the human race, still not having attained the realm of an imperial sovereign. The disparity between him and the celestial sovereign was akin to the chasm between heaven and earth, as distinct as clouds and mud. Despite the confusion that enveloped his mind, Lu Xuan did not waver. He slowly extended his right hand and firmly accepted the elixir from Qinghu. The moment his palm made contact, a refreshing sensation coursed through him, invigorating his spirit. Qinghu, initially pondering, believed that upon witnessing the unparalleled treasure, Lu Xuan would hesitate and not so recklessly claim it. After all, this elixir was a rare gem of the world, imbued with boundless vitality and mysterious power. To Qinghu's surprise, Lu Xuan took the elixir without hesitation, as if it were the most ordinary of items. Witnessing this, Qinghu was momentarily taken aback, but soon wore an expression of admiration. He thought to himself, this young man is indeed exceptional. Maintaining such composure in the face of such a treasure is truly remarkable. Then, as if recalling something vital, Qinghu spoke. Lu Xuan, there is something you must know. The elixir you hold is not the one bestowed upon you by the celestial sovereign. In fact, it was specially gifted to you by the Black Wind Sovereign. Furthermore, the Black Wind Sovereign has entrusted me with a message for you, should you manage to return safely to the human territory and survive. He eagerly anticipates a true peak confrontation with you. With that, Qinghu's figure flickered and vanished like a specter, leaving behind only a faint afterimage that gradually dissipated. At that moment, Lu Xuan clutched the elixir tightly, a wave of indescribable shock surging within him. His eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend what he had just heard. Not long ago, he had personally vanquished a powerful avatar of the Black Wind Sovereign. Logically, they should harbor deep enmity. So why had the Black Wind Sovereign not only forgiven him, but generously bestowed upon him such a coveted elixir? This question loomed like a fog over Lu Xuan's mind, and despite his fervent contemplation, he could not find a reasonable answer. Yet, despite the confusion, he ultimately resolved to graciously accept this grand gift from the Black Wind Sovereign. After all, whether the elixir originated from the Black Wind Sovereign's hand, or was a reward from the Celestial Sovereign, it was an invaluable treasure at this moment. As long as he could leverage the elixir to enhance his strength and improve his chances of survival, other concerns could be set aside for the time being. At that moment, his yearning for the elixir reached its zenith. It is worth noting that Lu Xuan had resolutely ventured into this realm filled with mysteries and dangers for the sole purpose of obtaining this legendary elixir. After enduring countless trials and tribulations, the coveted elixir was finally within his grasp. However, even with the elixir in hand, he had no justification for engaging in wanton slaughter here. He was not the sort to revel in cruelty and indiscriminate killing. Moreover, he was acutely aware that the Celestial Sovereign had deliberately sent Qinghu to personally deliver this elixir to him, implying a deeper significance than mere gift-giving. This was undoubtedly a subtle warning, urging him to know when to stop and not to overreach. Lu Xuan had always been a person of discernment, aware of when to advance and when to retreat. Having accepted such a precious elixir, it was only fitting that he exercise restraint. With the elixir in hand, he slowly turned and walked with resolute and steady steps back towards the passage from which he had come. As Lu Xuan turned to leave, the ancient alien monarchs below, who had been on edge since his arrival, finally felt their hearts settle. One by one, they exhaled deeply, as if awakening from a dreadful nightmare. Some of the ancient monarchs realized with a start that their backs were drenched in cold sweat, their garments clinging uncomfortably to their skin. My goodness, the previous situation was utterly terrifying. Had that killing god not departed, it might have been my corpse on the ground next. After this ordeal, the monarch vowed never to speak ill of that killing god again. Another ancient monarch, still shaken, patted his chest, his face pale. Thank heavens that this madman has finally left. But he truly frightened me. Yet, uncertainty lingered. Would Lu Xuan honor his word and continue to guard the Tianyuan? If he were to renege, would they not be trapped here for another 10,000 years? A third ancient monarch frowned, worry etched across his features. Initially, they had hoped this madman was on the brink of death, allowing their race to break free from the constraints of Tianyuan and venture into the vast sea of realms. Who would have thought he not only survived, but also secured the elixir? Thus, their race would remain firmly sealed by him. The fourth ancient monarch clenched his teeth, forcing himself to comfort the others. We've already waited for a long 100,000 years. What is another 10,000? He believed that Lu Xuan could not achieve immortality. Forever guarding Tianyuan, I am confident that one day he will meet his demise, and then we shall regain our freedom. As Lu Xian's figure grew distant and eventually faded from view, the once intimidating ancient monarchs now resembled wilted eggplants, their previous bravado replaced with trepidation. They were consumed by anxiety and fear, deeply entrenched in a state of indescribable unease. They understood that if Lu Xuan successfully obtained the legendary elixir and chose to remain guarding the Tianyuan passage, their plans to enter the Realm Sea would face insurmountable obstacles. Just then, a deep and authoritative voice echoed from above. Enough. Do not fret so. Lu Xuan has departed, and to my knowledge, he will soon leave this Tianyuan behind. Thus, you must act swiftly and prepare well. I believe it will not be long before we break free from these shackles and once again tread the path to the Realm Sea, ready to confront the human race and reclaim our vast territory. The speaker was none other than the renowned Qinghu sovereign. As soon as his words fell, the numerous ancient sovereigns of various races present immediately felt a surge of vitality, their eyes shimmering with excitement and anticipation, as if they could already glimpse the dawn of victory. After all, a full 100,000 years had elapsed. Throughout this protracted period, they had incessantly yearned to return to the Ocean of Realms, to once again showcase the formidable strength of their lineage. Now, this long-awaited opportunity was finally approaching. How could they not be stirred with fervor and exhilaration? At the end of the passage loomed an abyss, deep and foreboding, instilling a sense of dread. Lu Xuan stood quietly, facing the mysterious and unknown world beyond, yet his countenance betrayed no hint of surprise or fear. Had time reversed to the past, when he learned that these foreign races were poised to launch a fierce assault on the Ocean of Realms, Lu Xuan would have unhesitatingly immersed himself in frantic preparations for battle. He would have meticulously crafted each strategic deployment, mobilizing every available resource to erect an impregnable defense against the surging foreign armies. However, the current circumstances were markedly different. All that resided in Lu Xuan's heart was the singular thought of expeditiously refining and absorbing the elixir of immortality, after which he would hasten back to the realm of humanity to rescue his kin and compatriots from dire straits. Though he was acutely aware that this path home lay strewn with thorns and fraught with challenges, he resolutely chose to forge ahead without hesitation. Linglong, what is the present state of our family? Lu Xuan's deep and urgent voice resonated like thunder, swiftly transmitting through the mysterious bloodline, summoning a ray to Linglong's ears, who was thousands of miles away. In truth, Linglong had already gleaned the entirety of recent events in the foreign realm through this bloodline, summoning a ray. At this moment, she was deeply ensnared in the profound shock of her ancestor's extraordinary display of power. Just imagine, the ancestor, wielding a radiant sword, audaciously declared war against the entire foreign race. In that breathtaking battle, the ancestor effortlessly vanquished numerous formidable masters of the esteemed level. Subsequently, with a thunderous might, he annihilated several ancient and terrifying sovereigns. Finally, in a peak confrontation with the foreign celestial lord, he stood his ground and successfully seized the invaluable elixir of immortality from his adversary. Such a resplendent record of achievements is indeed not something an ordinary individual could attain. Upon hearing the familiar and commanding voice of her ancestor, Linglong's heart surged with excitement like a tidal wave, yet she was acutely aware of the dire situation at hand, which allowed no room for delay. Thus, she hastily suppressed the tumult of her emotions and responded with a slightly trembling voice. Ancestor, our family is in dire straits. In less than half an hour, dawn will break. Yet, the detestable Lin family ancestor, accompanied by a throng of Lin family members, hovers ominously in the sky, poised to strike. They are evidently bent on exterminating us without mercy, showing no intention of granting us any opportunity to flee, let alone leaving us a path for survival. Upon receiving Linglong's anxious report, Lu Xuan's countenance darkened like ink. His eyes, once deep as the sea, now blazed with unquenchable fury. He longed to immediately soar back to his family and exact vengeance upon those Lin family scoundrels who dared to insult the dignity of the Lu family and bully its descendants, to shatter them into pieces and relieve his pent-up wrath. Yet, the cruel reality loomed like an insurmountable mountain before him. He was currently far removed from the realm, thousands of miles away from his family. Even if he sprouted wings, it was impossible for him to return in time for rescue. If he were to wait for his slow return, he would likely only arrive to perform the rites for his fallen kin. This sense of helplessness, compounded by the distance, tormented Lu Xuan, leaving him momentarily at a loss. However, as the ancestor of the Lu family, he was inherently imbued with indomitable spirit. How could he merely stand by and watch his kin suffer slaughter? Such was not his style. Chapter 14. Follow me to annihilate the Lu family. Ancestor, our time is truly running out. You are far away, and it will surely take time for you to return to the family. Thus, I implore you to reflect on whether you had left behind any contingency measures when you resolutely departed from the family all those years ago. If such backups exist, perhaps we can manage to hold out for a few more days. Linglong was acutely aware that even if Lu Xuan was consumed with urgency, he was still unable to extinguish the immediate fire. This question had long been pondered, and at this moment, all she could do was silently pray, hoping that Lu Xuan had indeed left behind certain secret measures within the family to protect them and turn the tide. Otherwise, their entire Lu family would likely be unable to escape the tragic fate of annihilation. As Linglong's earnest words fell, they struck like a bolt of lightning across the pitch-black night sky, igniting a spark of brilliance in Lu Xuan's previously dimmed eyes. It was well known that the reason he had chosen to leave home, enduring the pain of severing ties with his kin, was to safeguard the family legacy behind him. For this, how could he not have prepared various clever and effective contingency plans? However, as Lu Xuan began to recount the strategies he had meticulously devised and left behind, his expression grew increasingly grave and disappointed. It turned out that the three sword energies capable of severing an emperor were indeed left by the Ancestor. Alas, those three sword energies, like a fleeting bloom, had long since been exhausted after the Ancestor departed the family. He recalled that his great-grandfather had told him that shortly after the Ancestor stepped out, imperial clans had descended upon them like hungry wolves seeking prey. Had it not been for those three sword energies left by the Ancestor, the Lu family would have likely perished at that time. As the patriarch of the Lu family, Lu Tianyuan was undoubtedly the most knowledgeable. As for the heavenly severing talisman, demon-repelling decree, and divine-breaking curse, those two had vanished into the mists of time. They had once rendered great service to the Lu family, ensuring their safety in moments of peril. Moreover, the protective formation of the Lu family, which had been meticulously refined by the Ancestor, had regrettably withered away 50,000 years ago, akin to flowers ravaged by a storm. And even the imperial weapon serving as the formation's core had been ruthlessly plundered. Now, the protective formation of the Lu family was but a hastily repaired semblance, merely a quasi-imperial formation, utterly incapable of withstanding an emperor's assault. When Linglong uttered this shocking revelation, Lu Xuan's eyes, already ablaze with fury, ignited like a raging inferno. He stared incredulously at Linglong, as if attempting to peer through her to glimpse the distant past and the promises that had been betrayed. For 100,000 years, he had stood vigil over the abyss, never once relenting in his mission. He understood that as long as the abyss remained secure, humanity could enjoy a semblance of peace and tranquility. Yet now, the Lu family had endured one calamity after another. How could he possibly accept such a fate? Had he not prepared for this eventuality, leaving behind powerful means of survival, the Lu family would have been reduced to ashes long ago, and it would have been impossible for them to endure until now. The thought of this only intensified the tempest of rage within Lu Xuan. The Changsheng family, the eternal Tao, you so-called prestigious sects and leaders of righteousness. Once you fervently assured me that you would protect the Lu family for all eternity. Yet now, you dare to betray your promises? Do you truly believe that I, Lu Xuan, am easily trifled with? Lu Xuan's fury erupted like thunder, his voice resonating like a tempest in the air. In this moment, consumed by rage, all he desired was to return to the human realm and confront those who had made such vows, demanding accountability for their actions. However, he also understood that the pressing matter at hand was to resolve the crisis facing the Lu family. As time slipped away, although Lu Xuan was not present within the Lu residence, he was acutely aware that his time was running short. Once dawn broke, the Lin family's ancestors would descend, and the Lu family would face utter annihilation. Linglong, does our Lu family still possess the imperial artifacts? Lu Xuan furrowed his brow, pondering deeply, but his mind remained a blank slate, unable to conceive of any means to assist the Lu family. Upon hearing Lu Xuan's inquiry, Linglong's beautiful eyes suddenly sparkled with hope as she eagerly replied, "The imperial artifact? Indeed, our Lu family currently possesses the treasured imperial artifact of our lineage. Alas, that artifact's unparalleled power can only be wielded by one of imperial stature. Presently, the strongest among us is my father. Yet even he stands merely at the pinnacle of the quasi-imperial realm." Upon hearing this, Lu Xuan's expression turned bitter and helpless as he sighed, lamenting, "Given the current circumstances, it seems there is no one within the Lu family capable of successfully activating this imperial artifact." Reflecting on the days of his departure, the Lu family once boasted 10 formidable emperors, a time of unparalleled glory. Who could have foreseen that today the Lu family had fallen to such depths? Devoid of even a single emperor? Hearing the notes of helplessness and a hint of reproach in Lu Xuan's voice, Linglong's heart tightened, and she hurriedly explained, "Ancestor, you must understand, it is not that our elders have not strived hard enough. The truth is, ever since you left, no one has been able to cultivate the Taishu sword classic to the imperial level. Furthermore, in the intervening years, our family has endured numerous harrowing calamities. After the esteemed elder emperors fell one after another, the portions of the Taishu sword classic pertaining to imperial-level techniques became lost to us. My father and other elders are indeed gifted individuals, yet without the subsequent imperial techniques to guide them, no amount of diligent cultivation would enable them to ascend to the ranks of emperors." After hearing Linglong's urgent explanation, Lu Xuan, who had appeared somewhat despondent, suddenly brightened, as if he had grasped a crucial piece of information, and he fixed his gaze on Linglong, asking, "Linglong, Is it truly the case that their inability to attain the imperial realm is solely due to the absence of the imperial techniques from the Taishu Sword Classic? Linglong's eyes sparkled with realization. She had discerned Lu Xuan's intent and exclaimed with delight, "Yes. Ancestor, if you could share the imperial cultivation methods from the Taishu Sword Classic with me, I can relay them to my father. Perhaps this could enable him to ascend to the imperial realm." Lu Tianyuan has been stuck at the pinnacle of the quasi-imperial realm for millennia, his cultivation already at its peak, unable to progress further. However, with the imperial cultivation techniques from the Taishu Sword Classic, given Lu Tianyuan's strength and comprehension, it may indeed be possible for him to directly ascend to the imperial realm. Yet Lu Xuan did not share this optimism. With less than 15 minutes until dawn, even if Lu Tianyuan were exceptionally gifted, it would be implausible for him to reach the imperial realm in such a brief span. Alas, it is too late. Even if we could procure the subsequent techniques now, it would be of no avail. The deadline imposed by the Lin family is far too pressing. There is simply not enough time for your father to successfully break through to the imperial realm. With a heavy sigh, Lu Xuan furrowed his brows deeper. However, in the next moment, a glimmer of inspiration illuminated his eyes, as if he had grasped a lifeline, and he excitedly declared, "Wait, I have thought of one last viable option. I can impart a trace of imperial aura to you. With this imperial aura bestowed upon you, your own strength will suffice to temporarily activate our Lu family's awe-inspiring imperial artifact." In truth, even before Lu Xuan articulated these words, the astute Linglong had already conceived of this notion. However, being merely 12 years of age, it was prudent for her to remain discreet. After all, too much knowledge could be a burden for a girl of her youth, potentially arousing suspicion and caution from Lu Xuan. At this moment, upon hearing Lu Xuan articulate this method, Linglong could no longer contain her excitement and exclaimed, "I beseech you, Ancestor, to lend me your aid." With a solution at hand, Lu Xuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. His previously tense and troubled expression transformed into one of radiant joy, akin to flowers blooming in spring. The heavy weight that had pressed upon him, nearly suffocating him, had finally been lifted. Without hesitation, Lu Xuan sprang into action. He swiftly formed intricate and mysterious seals with his hands, reciting incantations. As he moved, a formidable imperial aura surged forth from him like an unstoppable torrent, flowing seamlessly through the previously arranged bloodline, summoning array, and ultimately infusing itself accurately into Linglong's being. After completing this step, Lu Xuan did not pause. He patiently and meticulously explained to Linglong how to wield this hard-earned trace of imperial aura to activate the Lu family's formidable imperial artifact. Linglong listened intently to every word, anxious not to miss any critical detail. Once she had committed all the essential points to memory and assured her understanding, Lu Xuan finally relaxed slightly, exhaling deeply. With a warm smile and eyes filled with trust, he regarded Linglong and softly said, "Linglong, it is now time to demonstrate your capabilities. As long as you can successfully activate our Lu family's long-cherished imperial artifact and its formidable protective array, even the enigmatic emperor from the Lin family will find it challenging to pose a significant threat to you in the short term." The Lu family, high above in the vast sky, the eyes of the Lin family's ancestor, previously shut tight, suddenly sprang open once more. His profound and piercing gaze resembled two bolts of lightning streaking across the heavens, fixed upon the horizon where the dawn was gradually illuminating the sky. At this moment, a faint blush of dawn appeared, reminiscent of the earth awakening from slumber, revealing the first tender rays of warmth. Yet for this exalted and unfathomably powerful Lin family ancestor, such a sight stirred not the slightest ripple in his heart. Instead, a smirk curled at the corners of his lips, suffused with a mocking disdain. "How utterly dull!" the Lin family ancestor murmured to himself, his voice barely above a whisper, yet resonating clearly in the ears of all present. The so-called Lu Xuan, the emperor of 100,000 years ago? He has likely long since faded into the annals of time, leaving not even a trace behind. After uttering these words, the Lin family ancestor slowly straightened, his towering figure appearing ever more formidable in the light of dawn. Subsequently, he slowly turned his gaze towards the patriarch of the Lin family, standing behind him, along with a multitude of Lin family warriors, numbering in the thousands. The Lin family ancestor still wore that chilling smile, as he solemnly declared to the crowd, "Let us proceed. Today, we shall eradicate the Lu family once and for all." ensuring their eternal removal from this world. As his words echoed, an overwhelming aura erupted from his being, sweeping through the surroundings like a torrential tide. Chapter 15. The Battle of the Ascendant Emperor. Lu Tianyuan's defeat. The Lin family patriarch rode a magnificent steed, its fiery red coat resembling flames. As he surged through the air like a bolt of lightning, leading the charge, the terrifying aura emanating from him, akin to a colossal tsunami, engulfed the entire Lu family domain. Within the grand hall of the Lu family, countless clan members gazed skyward in trepidation. Above them loomed a dark mass of Lin family forces, resembling ominous clouds, instilling a suffocating sense of dread. At the forefront of this dark cloud stood the fearsome Lin family ancestor, who had invested considerable resources to obtain the Lu family's long-cherished Taishu sword cannon and the legendary clan-defending imperial weapon. Behold the Lin family patriarch. Though merely at the peak of the Ascendant Emperor realm, he exuded unmatched authority, brandishing a sword that shimmered with cold light. Inscribed with mysterious runes that seemed capable of tearing through the void, he was flanked by thousands of formidable Lin warriors, each of whom possessed extraordinary strength, all above the minor saint level. Such a powerful assembly could undoubtedly be regarded as one of the continent's premier forces. Lu family, the time has come. Have you made your decision? The Lin family ancestor's voice, filled with majesty and cold indifference, reverberated throughout the Lu family estate. At the sound of his words, everyone trembled in fear, their bodies involuntarily shaking. Some of the more timid members crumpled to the ground, their faces ashen and devoid of color, resembling blank sheets of paper. In the grand hall, the gazes of the Lu family members converged, all seeking assistance from their patriarch, Lu Tianyuan, for in this perilous moment, he had become their sole pillar of hope. Lu Tianyuan glanced over, noticing that Lu Linglong seemed still engrossed in her communication with the ancestral elder Lu Xuan, showing no signs of concluding. A hint of anxiety flickered in his eyes. Elders, you must protect Linglong and the patriarch at all costs. There must be no missteps. As for the other matters, leave them to me. With a deep sigh, Lu Tianyuan resolutely stepped out of the Lu family grand hall. Upon facing the imposing Lin forces, he took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. He then lowered his posture slightly, speaking in a tone bordering on pleading. Lin family ancestor, in your magnanimity, could you grant us a bit more time for consideration? After all, this matter is of great significance and cannot be decided lightly. Though uncertainty gnawed at him, unsure if Lu Linglong would successfully reach a consensus with Lu Xuan and gain his support, all he could do at this moment was desperately seek more time. Ha ha ha! Grant you time? Are you waiting for your legendary ancestor Lu Xuan from 100,000 years ago to return and rescue you? How utterly ridiculous! The Lin family ancestor laughed boisterously, his voice ringing through the heavens with thunderous intensity. His eyes glinted with disdain and derision, mocking the Lu family as though they were mere lambs ready for slaughter. Let us be frank, my intelligent friends, he declared impatiently. Simply hand over the Taishu sword cannon and the imperial weapon of your clan, and then all members of the Lu family over the age of 8 shall end their lives before me. In doing so, perhaps I may, in a moment of mercy, allow a trace of your bloodline to endure. The malevolence of his proposal was appalling, a demand that was utterly unacceptable. Yet, even with the evident trap concealed within, Lu Tianyuan found himself compelled to ponder it seriously. After all, faced with the Lin family ancestor's aggressive stance, a miscalculation could plunge the entirety of the Lu family into irreversible ruin. Taking a deep breath, he gravely inquired, Lin family ancestor, I am willing to surrender the Taishu sword cannon and the imperial weapon of our clan. Even I, as the clan leader, am prepared to end my own life. However, before I do so, you must promise me one thing. After my demise, ensure that a glimmer of hope remains for our Lu family's survival. Upon hearing this, the Lin family ancestor regarded Lu Tianyuan with a condescending expression, responding mockingly. Oh, and how do you suggest I proceed, Lu Tianyuan? At this juncture, why do you have to bargain with me? Do you expect me to swear an oath before all present? Such delusions, he scoffed. Open your eyes and observe the dire predicament your Lu family finds itself in. At my command, I could annihilate your entire clan in an instant. As for the Taishu sword cannon and the imperial weapon, once I have eradicated you completely, I shall send someone to retrieve them. No need for you to concern yourself. Faced with the Lin family ancestor's uncompromising stance, Lu Tianyuan felt his heart sink, his pallor deepening to an even more ghostly hue. Slowly, he raised his head, gazing despairingly at the sky and sighed, alas. It seems my Lu family is truly doomed. At that moment, the Lin family patriarch emerged from the void, stepping gracefully as if treading upon the very hearts of all present. Upon reaching Lu Tianyuan, he stood firmly, an unmistakable triumph illuminating his features. Lu Tianyuan, do you recall the events of yesteryear? I once approached you to borrow the invaluable Taishu sword cannon, hoping that our family's past camaraderie would prompt your generosity. Yet, you coldly denied me entry, casting me out without hesitation. In that moment, my dignity was shattered, and I vowed that one day, the Lu family would regret their actions. Now I have returned. A raucous laughter erupted, echoing through the skies, rustling the leaves around them. Lu Tianyuan, do you recall the harsh words I uttered the day I was expelled from the Lu family? I vowed that one day, I would make your family pay dearly. Today marks the moment I fulfill that promise. Allow me to personally escort you, the head of the Lu family, on your journey to the underworld. As the words left my lips, an overwhelming aura erupted from the head of the Lin family, sweeping through the entire venue with a ferocity that was palpable. In an instant, a magnificent surge of spiritual energy emanated from the Lin family patriarch, resembling a torrential flood that engulfed the surroundings. Suddenly, a breathtaking sight unfolded before the onlookers. A colossal avatar, towering 100 feet high, emerged behind him, akin to a majestic mountain. This avatar was strikingly peculiar, possessing 3 heads and 6 arms. Each head bore a distinct expression, some exuding majesty, others fierce and terrifying, while a few radiated kindness. The 6 robust arms wielded formidable imperial weapons, exuding an aura of dread that sent shivers down the spine. Upon its appearance, the quasi-emperor avatar lunged fiercely at Lu Tianyuan, moving with a speed that rivaled lightning. In the blink of an eye, it was upon him, faced with such a sudden and aggressive assault. Lu Tianyuan's complexion turned as pale as a sheet, his eyes wide with disbelief. He gasped, "This is the ancient sea god avatar and the clan's imperial weapons of the Leaf family. You Lin family are utterly shameless. A century ago, you ruthlessly annihilated the Leaf family, and now you dare to openly wield their imperial techniques and clan weapons against me. Such injustice cannot be tolerated. The Leaf family was once a powerful imperial lineage, its ancestors said to be descendants of the sea god. At their peak, they had several quasi-emperors who commanded the power of the ocean, and the 3-headed, 6-armed emperor Avatar once dominated the realm. However, the Leaf family later fell into decline. A century ago, the Lin family launched an unprovoked attack on the Leaf family, leading to their complete destruction. Now, the 3-headed, 6-armed Avatar and the 6 imperial weapons of the Leaf family manifested upon the Lin patriarch, making the truth evident even to the most naive observer. A wild, unrestrained laughter echoed through the air, causing the surrounding atmosphere to tremble. The Lin patriarch, with a smug expression, taunted Lu Tianyuan. "Ah, Lu Tianyuan, it seems you possess a modicum of discernment. Since we have arrived at this juncture, I shall not hesitate to reveal the truth to you. Years ago, I personally led the charge to the Leaf family, seeking to negotiate a partnership. But who would have thought that their patriarch was so ungrateful? The outcome, I trust you're already aware." Pausing for dramatic effect, the Lin patriarch displayed a malevolent grin. "Indeed, it was I who brought about the demise of the Leaf family. I personally severed their patriarch's head before the eyes of his entire clan and sullied his daughter's honor. All of this stemmed from their rejection of my goodwill. To refuse me is to pay the price. Now, it is your family's turn. If you are wise, surrender the Taishu sword cannon and the clan's imperial weapons, and perhaps I shall spare your lives. Otherwise, your fate will be far graver than that of the Leaf family." With that, the Lin patriarch erupted into another fit of laughter, and the enormous 3-headed, 6-armed avatar materialized behind him. It radiated a terrifying presence, akin to a demonic deity descending upon the earth. In its grasp were 6 resplendent imperial weapons, each pulsating with world-shattering power. At the patriarch's command, the avatar brandished the weapons, launching a tempestuous assault towards Lu Tianyuan. In an instant, the skies seemed to tear asunder, dark clouds swirling like ink, and a howling wind swept through, accompanied by thunder and lightning, a breathtaking tableau of chaos and dread. Despite standing at the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm, Lu Tianyuan found himself bereft of any imperial weapon to wield. In years past, the Lu family, with its long-standing heritage, had possessed numerous formidable imperial weapons. Alas, time had ravaged these treasures. Some were irreparably damaged, while others had vanished without a trace. Now, the few imperial weapons remaining in the Lu family were scarce, and the mightiest among them could only be wielded by those of true emperor-level cultivation. Faced with the onslaught of the three-headed, six-armed avatar and its 6 imperial weapons, Lu Tianyuan had no choice but to exert all his strength to summon the only quasi-emperor weapon at his disposal to mount a defense. His aura surged, and a towering Taishu sword god avatar materialized behind him, brandishing a shimmering sword with a resolute spirit as it collided with the three-headed, six-armed avatar. The clash of these two superlative beings at the apex of the quasi-emperor realm released a terrifying force that was nearly suffocating. Had it not been for the robust protective formations surrounding the Lu family, the sheer impact of their battle would have reduced the entire estate to rubble. Within the spacious and resplendent hall, the Lu family members watched with bated breath as the fierce battle unfolded outside. The 8 elders wore grave expressions, their hearts racing, fists clenched so tightly that their knuckles turned white. Despite being quasi-emperors themselves, they felt utterly powerless in the face of the raging conflict between Lu Tianyuan and the Lin Patriarch. Though they too stood at the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm, the Lin Patriarch had summoned the 6 imperial weapons of his clan, creating an insurmountable gap in power compared to Lu Tianyuan's solitary quasi-emperor weapon. With a thunderous roar, the atmosphere shook as Lu Tianyuan's magnificent Taishu sword god avatar was mercilessly struck aside by the menacing three-headed, six-armed avatar. Subsequently, the 6 imperial weapons, akin to meteors streaking across the sky, descended upon Lu Tianyuan with catastrophic force. In that brutal assault, Lu Tianyuan's once indomitable Taishu sword god avatar suffered grievous injuries, its brilliance dimming as it teetered on the brink of collapse. At the same time, Lu Tianyuan himself was struck head-on by one of the imperial weapons, sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing to the ground in disarray, blood gushing from his mouth, staining the earth crimson. The patriarch has fallen, a voice murmured, the words barely above a whisper, yet reverberating like a hammer upon the hearts of every member of the Lu family. In an instant, the grand hall was enveloped in a suffocating silence, each face pale, expressions steeped in despair. Chapter 16. Lu Xuan takes action. A family must stand united. Yet, the situation did not change with Lu Tianyuan's grievous injuries. The Lin Patriarch's eyes shimmered with cruelty and triumph, showing no intention of halting his assault. He laughed maniacally. Lu Tianyuan, you truly are one of the strongest adversaries I have ever encountered. Without the assistance of my clan's ancestral imperial weapons, I might not have been able to overcome you. However, at this point, no matter how powerful you may be, it is of no consequence. Today, the ultimate victor shall be none other than I. In those bygone days, when you heartlessly cast me out of the Lu family, did you ever foresee that one day you would find yourself in such a pitiful state, trampled beneath my feet? Accompanied by a raucous laughter, the patriarch of the Lin family strode purposefully towards Lu Tianyuan, who lay helplessly on the ground, devoid of the strength to retaliate. In his grip, the ancestral imperial weapon emanated a blinding cold light, exuding an aura of unparalleled ferocity as it ruthlessly descended upon Lu Tianyuan. At this critical moment, the Lu family's elder, who had been monitoring the unfolding battle from within the grand hall, witnessed this scene, and his expression shifted dramatically, silently exclaiming, "This is dire. The patriarch is in peril." Without hesitation, he soared out of the hall, transforming his quasi-imperial weapon into a dazzling beam of light that shot forth with lightning speed, just in time to shield Lu Tianyuan from the impending lethal strike. A tremendous roar erupted, akin to thunder crashing down from the heavens, deafening to the ears. The quasi-imperial weapon was sent hurtling backwards like a meteor, crashing into the distant wall, sending shards of stone scattering and dust swirling. In that pivotal instant, the elder of the Lu family flickered into motion, appearing like a specter before Lu Tianyuan. He bravely thrust out his chest, resolutely using his robust form to absorb the cataclysmic blow from the Lin Patriarch, a strike capable of shattering mountains. A muffled thud resonated as the elder was violently propelled away, akin to a kite severed from its string, flying dozens of yards before crashing down. In his wake, tables and chairs were reduced to dust, and blood gushed from his mouth, painting a crimson arc in the air. Yet, even in the face of such grave injury, his countenance bore no trace of pain. Instead, a hint of satisfaction graced his features, for he understood that he had successfully shielded Lu Tianyuan from his fatal assault. And even if it meant bearing severe wounds or sacrificing his life, it was worth it. Within a fleeting moment, the most powerful patriarch and elder of the Lu family had both been gravely injured, plunging the family members in the hall into a pallid state of despair. Their hearts heavy as though the end of days had arrived. Almost instantaneously, several figures shot forth from the hall like lightning. These were the remaining elders. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, stepping forward without hesitation. They formed an unyielding barrier around Lu Xuan and the elder, standing resolute against the threat. "How amusing! Truly delightful!" exclaimed the Lin patriarch, his amusement unquenched by their defiance. "Let us see just how long you can endure." With that, behind him materialized a towering manifestation of a three-headed, six-armed figure radiating an ominous aura. Following this, 6 brilliant beams erupted from the Lin family's ancestral imperial weapon, roaring forth like dragons towards the gathered elders. Although these Lu family elders possessed considerable strength, all at the initial quasi-imperial stage, they found themselves overwhelmed by the Lin patriarch's onslaught, easily swept aside like autumn leaves in a tempest. Outside the grand hall, the Lu patriarch and 8 esteemed elders lay sprawled on the cold, hard ground, their faces ashen, devoid of color. This sight left all Lu family members present speechless, their hearts heavy with despair. Among them, innocent children, terrified by the horrifying scene, wept uncontrollably. One child, with tears streaming down his face, clutched his mother's garment, trembling as he asked, "Mother, are we all going to die?" The hall was filled with a cacophony of cries, merging into a turbulent sea of sorrow, enveloping the entire space in an atmosphere of profound grief. Meanwhile, outside the hall, countless members of the Lu family were unable to suppress their own terror and anguish, bowing their heads in silent sobs. They understood all too well that today might indeed be the day of their doom. However, just as despair gripped everyone, believing they were doomed to perish, Lu Linglong, who had kept her eyes tightly shut until then, suddenly opened them wide. Earlier, she had successfully embraced a precious sliver of imperial essence bestowed by the ancestral Lu Xuan. Now, she emanated a formidable aura, stepping forth from the hall and into the chaos. As Lu Linglong entered the blood-soaked scene, her gaze was instantly drawn to her father lying in a pool of blood and the 8 heavily injured elders nearby. In that moment, a fierce and palpable killing intent erupted from her otherwise innocent and clear eyes, as if she sought to freeze the world in its tracks. Those eyes, typically brimming with purity, now radiated an icy coldness, akin to the frigid waters of a winter-esque lake, devoid of warmth. Her icy gaze locked onto the Lin patriarch, who stood arrogantly with his hands clasped behind his back. With gritted teeth, Lu Linglong managed to utter a chilling question, her voice as frigid as ice. "It was you who harmed my father?" Though simple, the fury and hatred in her words were unmistakable, impossible to overlook. Who could have anticipated that amidst such perilous circumstances stood a mere girl of 11 or 12 years? Unfazed by the looming threats, she boldly confronted a formidable foe who had reached the apex of quasi-imperial strength. Even the typically arrogant Lin patriarch was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing this scene. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, erupting into boisterous laughter that filled the air. The Lu family truly has potential. A bunch of grown men cowering like turtles while sending a mere child to confront me. What a sight to behold!" As he laughed, he scrutinized Lu Linglong with disdainful eyes, clearly dismissing the seemingly fragile girl before him. A child of merely 11 or 12. How much strength could she have amassed, even if she had trained diligently since birth? The Lin patriarch regarded her with scorn, recognizing her as a talent of abysmal potential, unworthy of his consideration. With a cruel smile, he taunted her mercilessly. Naive little girl, since you are so eager to seek death, I shall grant you that wish today. But do not fret too much, for after your demise, I will ensure that none of your companions are left to suffer alone in the afterlife. Once you meet your end, I shall send all present here to join you in the netherworld. Ha ha ha. Remember, I always say that a family should be together. As the final word echoed in the air, the patriarch of the Lin family abruptly raised his right hand, casually waving it, unleashing an unparalleled surge of power that, like a tumultuous tidal wave, surged violently towards Lu Linglong. He was a formidable presence at the pinnacle of quasi-emperorship, and this strike was beyond the endurance of even the early quasi-emperors among the Lu family's elders, let alone the nascent cultivator, Lu Linglong. Witnessing this heart-stopping scene, Lu Tianyuan was consumed by anxiety, his eyes wide and red, as if they might burst from their sockets. He bellowed at the top of his lungs, Ling Long. His voice reverberated like thunder, deafening in its intensity. Simultaneously, the 8 esteemed elders of the Lu family strained every sinew to drag their battered bodies forward, desperately attempting to crawl and rescue Lu Linglong, who was trapped in dire peril. Unfortunately, their injuries were too grievous. Each agonizing movement was accompanied by excruciating pain, rendering them incapable of advancing even an inch. In this moment, these once mighty elders, who exuded authority and unparalleled strength, could only lie on the ground, their faces etched with sorrow and despair, helplessly witnessing the impending tragedy unfold. In a heartbeat, the patriarch of the Lin family, his hand imbued with lethal intent, surged forward with a fierce gust, launching his strike at Lu Linglong with overwhelming force. In the blink of an eye, the horrifying shadow of his palm loomed before the fragile girl, and the specter of death enveloped her. Meanwhile, Lu Tianyuan was already in tears, a figure of authority and strength as the patriarch of the Lu family, now reduced to weeping like a child, his face streaked with tears. Yet, just as everyone present resigned themselves to the certainty of Lu Linglong's demise, an imperceptible change occurred, unnoticed by all. The seemingly helpless girl's eyes flickered with a cunning glint. In that critical moment, Lu Linglong suddenly cried out, "Ancestor, save me!" Her plea resonated through the heavens, echoing throughout the space. Alas, this girl was indeed a harbinger of trouble. Suddenly, a long sigh drifted from the distant abyss of the sky. Though the voice bore an air of resignation, the immense pressure it contained sent a shiver through all present. Through the connection of the bloodline summoning array, Lu Xuan could utilize Lu Linglong to comprehend everything around her. Although he was consumed with rage upon hearing of the Lu family's injuries at the hands of the Lin patriarch, desiring nothing more than to traverse time and space to annihilate these Lin scoundrels, such an act was impossible. Despite being at the pinnacle of imperial power, he could not obliterate the Lin family from a distance of 100,000 miles. However, he was completely unprepared for the audacity of Lu Linglong, charging forward herself. Sensing the impending attack from the Lin patriarch, Lu Xuan, though unable to manifest his physical form, could still channel a fragment of his imperial aura through the bloodline summoning array. Seeking death, with a roar of fury, Lu Xuan's voice thundered like a tempest, penetrating the layers of the bloodline summoning array and resounding within Lu Linglong's body. In an instant, a heart-stopping aura of imperial power erupted like a volcanic explosion, coalescing into a dazzling, unmatched sword of cold light, swiftly slicing towards the Lin patriarch. At that moment, the Lin patriarch felt a surge of confidence, believing that dealing with a mere 12-year-old girl would be child's play. Yet, he was utterly blindsided by the astonishing turn of events, especially when Lu Xuan's voice, laden with imperial wrath, and the piercing sword energy erupted forth. The Lin patriarch found himself paralyzed with shock, his mind blank. What the? An emperor? The Lin patriarch's eyes widened in terror, disbelief etched across his face. At that moment, he could hardly ponder why this seemingly delicate girl could unleash such formidable power, possessing attacks of imperial caliber. In the face of life and death, he instinctively summoned his 3-headed, 6-armed avatar, desperately attempting to withstand the lethal blow. A deafening crash echoed as the towering avatar collided with the rushing sword energy. In an instant, the heavens changed color and the winds roared. The once impregnable 3-headed, 6-armed avatar suffered devastating damage upon contact with the sword energy, teetering like a candle in the wind, nearly obliterated. Furthermore, the 6 imperial weapons, treasured by the Lin family, clutched tightly in the avatar's hands, could not withstand the overwhelming force, flying from his grasp and crashing to the ground, stirring a cloud of dust. The Lin patriarch was hurled several hundred feet away, landing with a thud, blood pouring from his mouth. In that moment, he was stripped of his earlier arrogance, his eyes now reflecting sheer terror and astonishment. The imperial sword energy had been too overwhelming. Had it not been for the protection of the 3-headed, 6-armed avatar and the 6 imperial weapons, he would have undoubtedly been slain by that very strike. However, astonishingly, the girl before him, barely in her teens, was emanating imperial sword energy. How could this be possible? It was well known that emperors were the most supreme beings in existence. No, more precisely, how could the Lu family possibly possess someone of such imperial might? Just as the Lin patriarch realized the gravity of the situation, the elder of the Lin family in the sky also underwent a drastic change in expression, The instant Lu Xian's voice erupted, he had keenly sensed that within the body of the Lu girl lay a presence akin to a world-shattering emperor. Hiss! The Lin elder involuntarily gasped, his heart racing in fear. In an instant, the legendary figure of Lu Xian materialized in his mind. Could it truly be, as the legends foretold, that they had successfully summoned the Emperor Lu Xian from 10,000 years ago? The Lin elder's eyes widened, almost popping from their sockets, his face a mixture of disbelief and terror. Moments ago, when he had heard of the Lu family's audacious attempt to summon the legendary Emperor Lu Xian, derision and mockery had surged within him. Although he was not from the same era as Lu Xian, he had heard tales of this legendary figure. Long ago, under dire circumstances, Emperor Lu Xian had departed from the human realm in quiet sorrow, not to mention the deeply rooted, ancient families and the overwhelmingly powerful immortal sects that would not tolerate his continued existence. But within the abyss, the number of alien foes was staggering. How could Lu Xian alone withstand such an overwhelming tide of enemies? Therefore, nearly everyone aware of this tale believed that Lu Xian had long since perished in the river of time. Moreover, Lu Xian had been an emperor from 10,000 years ago. For an emperor to survive unscathed across 10 millennia was nothing short of a fantasy. Unless he possessed the fabled elixir of immortality. At this realization, the Lin elder's face turned ashen, beads of sweat pouring down his forehead. And he exclaimed in alarm, "This is not good." Before he could finish his sentence, the Lin elder's figure flickered, darting downwards like a specter, aiming for the still-dazed patriarch of the Lin family. At the same time, he extended his right hand, fingers curling like claws, summoning a fierce gust of wind, intent on seizing the Lin patriarch back. However, before the ancestral hand of the Lin family could touch the family head, a sudden eruption of resplendent golden light burst forth from the depths of the Lu family, enveloping the entire clan in its radiant embrace. This luminous aura, almost tangible, intertwined and coalesced into an impenetrable dome of light. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the Lin family's ancestor halted abruptly, a flicker of incredulity flashing across his eyes as he murmured, "This is the protective formation of the clan. I had no idea the Lu family possessed such a formidable backup." His eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the dazzling protective formation of the Lu family, which he distinctly remembered should have been merely a quasi-emperor level array. Yet, what lay before him was a genuine, pinnacle emperor-level formation. The might of this elite formation was beyond imagination. Even with his peak emperor strength, any assault unleashed would feel as futile as battering against an unyielding fortress, utterly thwarted by this indomitable protective array. As the Lu family's protective formation thunderously activated, an invisible barrier swiftly rose, not only completely isolating the Lin ancestors' fierce onslaught, but also ensnaring the Lin family head within the array. Compounding the dire situation, the Lin family head, already grievously injured from prior encounters with the Lu family, found himself trapped within, akin to a prey ensnared in a deadly snare. Devoid of any means to retaliate, the Lin ancestor's complexion darkened severely, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes ablaze with fury. He gritted his teeth and bellowed, "Lu family, cease the charade at once. Open this damned protective formation, or when I personally shatter it, I shall ensure your clan faces utter annihilation, leaving not a trace behind." Yet, in the face of such a vehement threat from the Lin ancestor, the Lu family members appeared deaf to his words, offering no response. The atmosphere was thick with silence, save for the enigmatic glow of the protective formation, which seemed to mock the Lin ancestor's impotent rage. Lu Linglong, with her sparkling eyes, cheekily made a face at him, playfully sticking out her pink tongue, and taunted, "Humph, then come inside. Do you truly think we are foolish enough to believe your words? Once the protective formation is opened, you would surely rush in like a ravenous wolf to devour us all." Dream on. With her hands on her hips, her expression was one of disdain and derision. The Lin ancestor's eyes bulged in outrage, trembling with fury. He could scarcely fathom that he, the venerable patriarch of his clan, would be rendered speechless by a mere girl, still in her teens. In that moment, he felt utterly humiliated, and in a fit of rage, he unleashed his power. He thrust his palms forward, unleashing a tremendous force that bore down upon the Lu family's protective formation with apocalyptic might. In an instant, the heavens and earth shifted, and the winds roared. The terrifying energy waves seemed poised to rend the very fabric of reality. However, when this cataclysmic assault struck the Lu family's protective formation, It sank into the abyss as if into a vast ocean, causing not even the slightest ripple. The protective formation stood like an unassailable fortress, unwavering and unaffected. At that moment, a clear, melodic laughter suddenly emanated from within Lu Linglong. Following this, a voice of formidable authority resonated. Lin family brat, do not waste your efforts. The formation I personally established is not something of your caliber can easily breach. Today, should you dare to strike against my Lu family, prepare to face the annihilation of your clan. This voice boomed like thunder, echoing through the air. Just as Lu Xuan had made his move, he had also attempted to speak, but the sheer volume of the attack had drowned out his words, leaving those present unaware of what he had uttered. Now, however, the situation was starkly different. Lu Xuan spoke at length, his voice emanating from within Lu Linglong's very being. Even the most oblivious among them could discern the anomaly. Particularly the Lu family members, upon hearing the commanding tone emanating from Lu Linglong, stood agape, frozen in astonishment like statues. Heavens! It is indeed the Ancestor. It truly is Ancestor Lu Xuan, someone exclaimed in disbelief. It must have been Ancestor Lu Xuan who intervened to injure the Lin family head. I was puzzled earlier, thinking how could this girl, with her meager abilities, possibly harm the head of the Lin family? Turns out the Ancestor was aiding her from the shadows. Another clan member exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. Oh, how wonderful! The Ancestor has not forgotten us. Someone cried, tears streaming down their face. Our Lu family is saved. In an instant, the excitement among the Lu family members was palpable, with many unable to contain their jubilation, dancing and celebrating. Even Lu Tianyuan and the 8 venerable elders were utterly astonished, their gazes fixed upon Lu Linglong, faces etched with disbelief. Previously, when Lu Linglong had confidently claimed to have contacted Ancestor Lu Xuan, many had been skeptical, unable to communicate with him directly. Yet now, they had heard the booming voice of Ancestor Lu Xuan himself. In that moment, they were convinced beyond doubt that Lu Linglong had indeed found Ancestor Lu Xuan. Oh, heavens protect us! Lu Tianyuan exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down his cheeks, while the 8 elders beamed with happiness. With Ancestor Lu Xuan still among the living, their clan finally had an emperor to defend them. Moreover, the sheer force of Ancestor Lu Xuan's remote strike had injured the Lin family head, showcasing his extraordinary power. Linglong, could it be that this protective formation is also the work of the Ancestor? Lu Tianyuan, suppressing his bodily pain, unsteadily approached Lu Linglong, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he gazed at the protective formation enveloping their clan. He was intimately familiar with this array, having once witnessed it in its diminished quasi-emperor state, now reborn like a phoenix, elevated to the emperor level. Who else but Ancestor Lu Xuan could possess such extraordinary capabilities? However, to his astonishment, Lu Linglong lightly shook her head, akin to a proud peacock, and sweetly declared, "It is not Ancestor Lu Xuan, but me." Lu Tianyuan stood rooted to the spot, as if struck by lightning. How could his beloved daughter elevate the family formation to the emperor level? Yet he knew this was not the time for inquiries. He gazed at Lu Linglong and playfully winked at her. Lu Linglong stifled a laugh, her eyes sparkling as she replied, "Father, if you have anything to say, feel free to express it. The Ancestor will hear you." Lu Tianyuan's face flushed with embarrassment as he hurriedly bowed toward Lu Linglong, but before he could bend down, she flitted away like a delicate butterfly. "Father, even if you bow, the Ancestor cannot see. Speak your mind, and the Ancestor will understand your intentions," Lu Linglong said with a radiant smile. In a distant, ethereal realm, amidst a vast expanse of chaos, Lu Xuan stood like a steadfast mountain. Upon realizing that Lu Tianyuan intended to bow in reverence to his daughter, he was initially taken aback, before erupting into hearty laughter. The laughter resonated like a grand bell, echoing through the heavens and creating ripples in the surrounding void. My dear girl, your father is indeed a most amusing individual." Lu Xuan chuckled heartily, turning to glance at Lu Linglong with a glint of mockery in his eyes, as if observing a startled fawn. However, in response to her ancestor's teasing remarks about her father, Lu Linglong fell silent like a chilled cicada. Too timid to utter a word, she merely smiled subtly, akin to a bashful water lily, before playfully retorting, "Oh, dear Ancestor, please do not jest about my father. His actions are entirely born from profound respect for you." Following this, Lu Linglong let out a melodious laugh, akin to a celestial tune that enchanted all who heard it. At the edge of the abyss, Lu Xuan, upon hearing her words, continued to laugh, albeit his movements slightly paused. His gaze, sharp as an eagle's, fixated on Lu Linglong as he slowly declared, "Humph, it is only natural that he respects me. After all, I am the esteemed ancestor of the Lu family, a figure of reverence akin to a towering mountain. Yet you, my little girl, show me not an ounce of that respect." At this juncture, Lu Xuan feigned a stern demeanor, attempting to appear serious. Lu Linglong, however, playfully blinked, sticking out her tongue like a mischievous child. She quickly redirected the conversation, inquiring curiously, "Ancestor, how long can this marvelous formation you have set up withstand those adversaries?" In response to the child's question, Lu Xuan smiled slightly, exuding an air of unparalleled confidence. With arms crossed, he proclaimed, "Humph, the formation I have devised is not of ordinary caliber. As long as there are no emperor-level powerhouses from the opposing camp involved, those inept emperors from the Lin family will find it utterly impossible to breach this unparalleled formation that I have meticulously crafted, even if they devote their entire lives to deciphering it." Initially, Lu Linglong believed this formation to be merely a temporary measure to cope with a crisis. Yet, upon hearing her ancestor's confident assertions about its formidable power, an uncontrollable joy welled up within her. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with surprise and anticipation, as if she could already envision the enemies thwarted by this mighty formation, rendered helpless. Chapter 18. Who says the Lu family dares not to slay you? Lu Linglong gazed at Lu Tianyuan before her lips parting in a radiant smile as she said, "Father, I am aware of your doubts and concerns. The ancestor has already informed me. The formation he has established is beyond the capabilities of those feckless emperors from the Lin family to unravel. Even if they were granted an eternity to study it, they would never breach even a fraction of the ancestor's formation." Upon hearing this, Lu Tianyuan and the 8 esteemed elders behind him displayed unmistakable delight in their eyes. For a long time, the Lin family had loomed over the Lu family like a colossal mountain, stifling their breath. Yet now, with a wondrous formation crafted by their ancestor serving as a sturdy shield as long as the Lin family could not breach it, all members of the Lu clan could rest assured of their safety. As for whether the Lin family would remain stationed outside, watching them with hawkish eyes, it was not a pressing concern for the Lu family at this moment. Moreover, they were fully aware that their ancestor had successfully acquired the legendary elixir of immortality. They only needed to patiently await the ancestor's complete absorption of this elixir, at which point he would not only regain his former glory, but also potentially extend his lifespan for another 10,000 years. Standing there, each face among them bore a hint of anticipation and reverence, as though awaiting a magnificent miracle. This place held a sacred significance in their hearts, for their ancestor was about to return. Once he appeared, that unmatched power would surely protect the entire Lu family, liberating them from any fear of threats from the Lin family. "Excellent. With your words, ancestor, we can finally set our hearts at ease," Lu Tianyuan exclaimed with excitement, his voice quivering with fervor. The others nodded in agreement, expressing their unwavering faith in the ancestor's words. At that moment, Lu Linglong, who had been silent, was about to convey the collective sentiments to the ancestor. However, before she could speak, Lu Xian's authoritative voice resonated once more. "Enough. No need for endless prattle. With this idle time, why don't you all hurry back to your training? When I return, if you, as the clan leader, cannot even attain the rank of emperor, then do not blame me for being unsparing." Upon hearing the ancestor's stern reprimand, Lu Tianyuan felt no sorrow or grievance. Rather, an indescribable excitement surged within him. He hastily knelt, forehead pressed to the ground, his body trembling slightly with tension, and earnestly replied, "Rest assured, ancestor, your unworthy descendant Lu Tianyuan will exert every effort to train. Even if it means shattering my bones and facing utter ruin, I shall never disappoint your expectations. Good. Focus on your training and patiently await my return. As for the emperor-level techniques within the Taishu sword cannon, I have already conveyed them to that little girl. Should you encounter any obstacles or points of confusion during your cultivation, feel free to consult her at any time. Of course, if I find the opportunity, I shall also offer you personal guidance," Lu Xuan stated impatiently from the edge of the abyss. Recalling the days of yore, when he traversed the world with unparalleled might, he now gazed upon the descendants of the Lu family with a mix of anger and disappointment, feeling a profound sense of loss. 100,000 years had passed, and in all that time, the Lu family had failed to produce a single individual capable of achieving the rank of emperor. Such a reality was a disgrace to Lu Xuan. It was well understood that even without the subsequent techniques of the Taishu sword cannon, with their innate talents and resources, could they not strive to innovate and carve out their own paths through sheer effort? Such ineptitude and cowardice, devoid of ambition, were utterly disheartening. As the mightiest emperor, Lu Xuan had always transcended the confines of traditional techniques, forging a unique path of cultivation through profound comprehension and extraordinary insight. Those so-called powerful techniques, while formidable, were ultimately mere crystallizations of ancestral wisdom. To blindly adhere to ancient methods would yield only a modest enhancement upon the foundations laid by predecessors, forever shadowed by their legacies. Yet, Lu Xuan was unwilling to accept this fate. From the moment he embarked on his journey of cultivation, he turned his attention to the ancient and enigmatic Taishu sword cannon. Using it as a cornerstone, he relentlessly explored and experimented, integrating his distinctive insights and innovative thoughts. After countless failures and setbacks, he ultimately succeeded in creating a personal and unparalleled cultivation technique. This technique not only distilled the essence of the Taishu sword cannon, but also encapsulated Lu Xuan's unique understanding of the principles of heaven and earth, the myriad phenomena of the universe. Each movement was fluid and unpredictable, devoid of fixed patterns, yet harmonizing with the natural laws, truly a stroke of genius. Thus, when Lu Xuan unleashed this self-created technique, its astonishing power left onlookers awestruck. Regardless of the formidable foes or perilous situations he faced, he always navigated them with ease, emerging victorious. Over time, the name Lu Xuan resonated throughout the world, with everyone recognizing this extraordinary talent who single-handedly pioneered a new realm of martial arts, ascending to the pinnacle of this discipline and becoming the most formidable emperor of an era. Outside the grand hall of the Lu family, the sunlight cascaded upon the ground, illuminating the surroundings in brilliant hues. However, within this radiance lingered a palpable tension and oppressive atmosphere. Lu Tianyuan, who had just been ruthlessly reprimanded by Lu Xuan, stood there, his expression betraying no signs of the dejection one might expect after such a scolding. On the contrary, a broad smile adorned his face, stretching almost to his ears. For him, the one who had chastised him was none other than their esteemed ancestor, the legendary figure who had once shaken the world 10,000 years ago. Regarded as the invincible supreme emperor, to receive the teachings and admonitions from his own ancestor was an unparalleled honor for Lu Tianyuan, akin to a mortal receiving guidance from an immortal, filling his heart with exhilaration and excitement. Just as Lu Tianyuan basked in this joy, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the Lin family patriarch, who lay injured on the ground. In an instant, his smile vanished, replaced by an expression of chilling severity. To the Lu family, this patriarch was not merely their arch-nemesis, but also an exceedingly troublesome predicament. Now that he had fallen into their hands, how to deal with him became an exceedingly crucial and vexing question. At that moment, the 8 elders of the Lu family, having noticed the change in Lu Tianyuan's expression, approached him with solemn faces, their gazes sharp as blades, fixated on the powerless Lin family patriarch. Just moments ago, the Lin family patriarch had been arrogant and defiant, even daring to challenge the authority of the Lu family. Now, he felt the true essence of fear. His eyes widened in terror as he beheld the imposing figures of the Lu family, particularly when he witnessed their formidable protective formation, one that even his ancestor could not easily breach. The last flicker of hope within him extinguished. At that moment, he resembled a sheep inadvertently caught in a den of wolves, his life and death completely at the mercy of the covetous Lu family, with no possibility of escape. Lu Tianyuan, do not be so arrogant. You must not lay a hand on me. My family's ancestor is outside. If you dare to harm even a single hair on my head, my revered ancestor, known for his great virtue and might, will certainly not spare you insolent fools. The Lin family patriarch's face turned ashen, his eyes wide, as he bellowed with fury. At that moment, he was utterly convinced that invoking the name of his powerful ancestor would instill a sense of trepidation in the Lu family, preventing them from acting rashly. Indeed, upon hearing the mention of the Lin family ancestor, the previously fierce Lu Tianyuan and the 8 elders beside him exhibited signs of hesitation. They too yearned to swiftly eliminate this loathsome Lin family patriarch to assuage their anger. Yet after careful consideration, they understood that the Lu family was currently in a precarious situation. If they were to recklessly execute the patriarch, it might incite a cascade of unforeseen and dire consequences. Thus, such an action would not be prudent. Patriarch, I propose we first capture this scoundrel. After all, he is the Lin family patriarch, with him in our grasp. The Lin family will surely think twice before acting recklessly. Although we have Ancestor Lu Xuan overseeing us, who can predict when he will return? Capturing the Lin family patriarch could serve as a safeguard for our survival. Indeed, that is wise. Let us secure him first. However, we must seal his cultivation to prevent him from causing us trouble. The 8 elders were filled with apprehension, fearing that Ancestor Lu Xuan might not return in time. Thus, they unanimously agreed to take the Lin family patriarch as a hostage. Lu Tianyuan understood that this was indeed the best course of action. Very well. Let us seal his cultivation. Elders, I would appreciate it if you could personally oversee him. Upon hearing the discussions of Lu Tianyuan and the 8 elders, the Lin family patriarch burst into laughter. I told you, you cannot kill me. You do not dare to kill me. What? Have you realized it now? I advise you to stop struggling and release me. Open the protective formation, and perhaps I shall show mercy and spare your lives. Despite having become a captive, the Lin family patriarch remained as arrogant as a jester, his hubris piercing the eyes of the Lu family members like a sharp blade. However, they all understood that the decisions made by the patriarch and the 8 elders were for their collective welfare. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Lu Xuan's voice thundered once more. Who gave you the audacity to presume that my Lu family would not dare to take your life? The instant Lu Xuan's voice faded, the imperial sword energy erupted from Lu Linglong like a volcanic eruption. No, the Lin family patriarch, filled with dread, gazed upon the terrifying imperial sword energy as if doomsday had arrived, watching helplessly as he was engulfed by the surging sword aura. With a deafening crash, the quasi-imperial Lin family patriarch was obliterated, reduced to a crimson mist, as if he were mere paper torn apart by a tempest. This scene unfolded like a bolt from the blue, catching everyone off guard. Who could have anticipated that Ancestor Lu Xuan would strike with the force of a thunderous tempest, cleaving the Lin family patriarch with a single stroke? In that moment, as the Lin family patriarch dissipated like blood mist, all present were left astounded, as if transfixed by a spell. The first to regain composure was the Lin family ancestor, who, isolated outside the protective formation, felt his heart wrench at the sight of his kinsman's demise. No, how dare you Lu family act with such impudence? How dare you be so audacious? The Lin family ancestor roared with fury, his eyes wild, his voice reverberating like thunder, causing pain to the ears of those who heard it. A barrage of powerful imperial attacks rained down upon the protective formation as he longed to tear it apart and rend the Lu family members within to shreds. However, his onslaught was met with indifference, failing to stir even the slightest ripple upon the protective formation. The imperial array, crafted by Lu Xuan himself, stood as solid as a rock, impervious to his attempts to breach it, realizing that he could not overcome the Lu family's protective formation by sheer force. The Lin family ancestor's eyes turned a bloodshot red as he, like a cornered beast, gazed toward the heavens, bellowing hoarsely, 3 elders. If you do not act now, when will you? Chapter 19. You have chosen your path to death. As the Lin family ancestor's words echoed, the sky above the Lu family appeared to split apart, revealing 3 towering figures who descended slowly from the heavens. 3 emperors. Upon witnessing the 3 monumental emperors approaching from the sky, Lu Tianyuan's expression darkened ominously. The Lin family truly underestimates us. They have dispatched 4 emperors for our sake. Among these 4 emperors, the Lin family ancestors stood as the pinnacle of power. Not only would they obliterate the declining Lu family, but they could also challenge the top 100 imperial families with ease. The 3 Lin family emperors descended like brilliant stars, sighing before joining forces with the Lin family ancestor, striving to breach the Lu family's protective formation. However, despite their relentless assault, unleashing a myriad of extraordinary techniques, they remained unable to shake the formidable protective array of the Lin family, which stood as solid as a rock, even to the slightest degree. It was only at this moment that the Lin family's ancestor finally realized that, with their current strength, they were indeed akin to ants attempting to shake a tree, utterly incapable of breaching this formation. How infuriating! Who could have anticipated that Lu Xuan, this ancient being who has endured the passage of 100,000 years, could still cling to life in the present day? Merely the array he left behind was as impenetrable as a wall of bronze and iron, leaving us with no recourse. Esteemed colleagues, do you possess any viable strategies? The Lin family's ancestor seethed with rage, yet in the face of the impregnable protective array, he could only lament in despair, resigned to place his final hopes on the other three. However, even he, the mightiest among them, found himself powerless against this formation, and the three venerable elders of the Lin family were, naturally, as lost as headless flies. Ancestor, given the current circumstances, we can only remain passive for the time being. One of the elders, well-versed in formations, remarked thoughtfully, I have observed that while the Lin family's protective array is indeed as solid as a fortress, it appears to harbor certain flaws, namely, the absence of a true emperor overseeing it. If we bide our time, surely there will be an opportunity to exploit and shatter their protective array. Should we manage to enlist the aid of an emperor, I am confident we could easily dismantle this array. Another elder asserted, even though Lu Xuan is formidable, the array he left behind is ultimately only an imperial-level formation. With an emperor's intervention, it could be effortlessly breached. The idea of an emperor was akin to the resplendent stars in the celestial realm, transcending all, an existence far superior to that of an ordinary emperor. Among all of humanity, only the ancient and deeply rooted families of longevity and the unyielding paths could give rise to such extraordinary figures. Even among the 10 great imperial clans, the presence of an emperor was elusive, let alone that of the Lin family. Although the Lin family had recently surged forth like a comet, threatening to eclipse the 10 great imperial clans, they were acutely aware that the latter had not ascended to their lofty position merely through the number of their emperor-level warriors. Their true foundation was as profound and unfathomable as the ocean, evoking profound respect. The Lin family's ancestor had long harbored doubts that the 10 great imperial clans concealed undisclosed emperors, perhaps even half-emperors. The Emperor Lu Xuan of the Lu family, with his vast powers, could manipulate their solid formation from across the void. Even 4 emperors joining forces could do nothing against him. This led to the conclusion that Lu Xuan's strength had likely ascended to the realm of half-emperors or quasi-emperors. The Lin family's animosity towards the Lu family, although ostensibly driven by avarice for the Lu family's Taishu sword cannon and their clan's imperial weapon, was known only to the Lin family's ancestor to be far more complex. The Taishu sword cannon of the Lu family was akin to a soulless husk. Its imperial cultivation method had long since dissipated into smoke, rendering it merely a tasteless morsel that was regrettably unworthy of consumption. As for the Lu family's imperial weapon, while undeniably powerful, it was not irreplaceable. Over the years, those clans capable of annihilating them possessed value that surpassed that of the Lu family. The Lin family's tempestuous aggression towards the Lu family was, in truth, orchestrated by unseen hands. Naturally, such matters were akin to secrets buried deep beneath the earth, not to be exposed to the light of day. Thus, although the Lin family's ancestor understood that an emperor supported them from the shadows, he also realized that this emperor would never personally intervene. Reflecting on this, the Lin family's ancestor sighed helplessly, shaking his head like a leaf caught in a waning breeze. Have you lost your mind? If my Lin family had an emperor, we would have already risen like the sun, eclipsing the 10 great imperial clans. How could we possibly struggle against a mere Lu family? The elder, who had been glared at fiercely, fell silent, like a cicada in winter. He too understood that the relationships behind the Lin family were not something to be made public. It seemed they had no choice but to wait. I refuse to believe that this formation can withstand the test of time like an iron wall. Relay my orders. From this day forth, all personnel shall be divided into 3 waves, relentlessly attacking like a surging tide. Regardless of whether we can breach the protective array, we must not afford the Lu family a moment's respite. With a single command from the Lin family's ancestor, 3 venerable emperors, as steady as Mount Tai, led groups of Lin family members, fierce as tigers descending a mountain, to launch wave after wave of relentless assaults. As for the Lin family's ancestor, after a period of waiting, realizing that the Lu family's protective array could not be shaken for the moment, he turned and departed. After leaving, he did not return to the Lin family, but instead sped towards the other imperial clans, like an arrow released from a bow. You 3 elders, hold the line for now. I shall seek out additional reinforcements. I refuse to believe that they, the Lu family, can maintain such an impregnable defense indefinitely. The Lin family's ancestor tirelessly visited one imperial clan after another, preparing to invite powerful emperors, akin to gods of war, to assist them in dismantling the protective array and obliterating the Lu family. As the Lin family's ancestor departed, The three elders remaining exchanged helpless glances, sighing in unison before continuing to organize the Lin family members behind them, attacking the array day and night. Lu family. Gazing upon the three Lin family emperors manifesting in the sky, the initial terror among the Lu family members swiftly transformed into elation. They had assumed that the protective array would crumble under the combined might of four emperors. To their astonishment, the outcome was a delightful surprise. Heaven bless us. The four Lin family emperors are utterly powerless against our protective array. It appears we can truly rest easy. Woo! Our ancestor Lu Xuan is indeed the unparalleled emperor of our Lu family. With just an array, he can withstand the assault of four emperors. It is truly unimaginable how powerful our ancestor must be. Ha ha ha! Lin family old dog, clean your neck and wait. When our ancestor returns, it will be the end for your Lin family. At that moment, I shall lead the charge and wreak havoc upon your ancestral grounds. The members of the Lu family rejoiced, pouring out of the grand hall, hurling cold words and harsh insults at the Lin family figures in the sky, indulging in their mockery. The three Lin family elders, witnessing such audacity from the Lu family, were infuriated to the point of nearly spitting blood. Damn it! These Lu family members truly deserve their fate. Once we breach this protective array, I shall ensure they wish they were never born. I have never encountered such rampant arrogance in my life. A group of insignificant insects dares to give me the finger. Damn it. If it weren't for this formation getting in the way, I would certainly tear him to shreds, making him understand the excruciating price of being audacious before me. Two Lin family elders, their tempers as explosive as volcanoes, were nearly driven to the brink, wishing to charge in like tigers descending from the mountains and devour those arrogant Lu family members whole. Enough! They are merely a bunch of jumping clowns. Let them be arrogant. They are like grasshoppers after autumn, unable to leap for long. The elder who specialized in formations remained the most composed, though his eyes burned with fury and killing intent, resembling flames of wrath and biting winds, revealing the depths of his seething anger. He gritted his teeth and sneered. It has been many years since I have encountered such brazen fools. Lu family, you're digging your own grave. Chapter 20. The Lu family is your support. Enough. Lu Tianyuan's brow furrowed, his voice booming like a great bell, silencing the previously raucous surroundings in an instant. Disperse. You all heard our ancestor's words clearly. As descendants of Ancestor Lu Xuan, we must not tarnish his name. Here, I solemnly declare that from this moment forth, anyone registered shall receive ample cultivation resources. Not only that, but the cultivation techniques of the Lu family shall also be made accessible to all members. Lu Tianyuan's gaze swept across the astonished faces of his kin as he continued, stating that regardless of who they are, anyone who breaks through their realm will be rewarded. Although the Lu family is not a top-tier imperial clan, we are certainly not to be trifled with. As members of the Lu family, you must strive to cultivate diligently, lest you disappoint our ancestors. The Lu family is not a household of immense wealth. Since the departure of our ancestor Lu Xuan, the family has weathered countless calamities, like a fragile boat amidst a tempest. It is a remarkable feat that we have survived to this day. The resources in the Lu family treasury have dwindled to nearly nothing, akin to a flickering candle in the wind. In the past, the head of the Lu family, Lu Tianyuan, had to tread carefully and manage resources with utmost precision to maintain the operation of this vast clan. Yet now, he has opened the entire Lu family treasury generously, allowing all members to seize the opportunity for cultivation resources through hard work. This is something the Lu clan members would not even dare to dream of before. After all, the Lu family is an imperial clan. Indeed, within the Lu family, there are disciples of exceptional talent. However, due to the family's impoverished state, the resources available to these prodigies have been merely a drop in the bucket. This has undoubtedly contributed to the overall lack of strength among the Lu family members. Those young geniuses, who have already made a name for themselves, have their family's full support behind them. In contrast, the Lu family has been akin to a barren desert, devoid of resources. Now, Lu Tianyuan shines like a generous meteor, scattering all the resources of the Lu family without reservation, a move that astonishes the clan members like a bolt of lightning. The 8 elders were equally stunned by Lu Tianyuan's decision, standing as still as statues. Patriarch, this is utterly unthinkable. One elder began to speak, attempting to dissuade, but was swiftly interrupted by the grand elder, who interjected like a gust of wind. I support the patriarch's decision. The Lu family is already on the brink of collapse. What good is it to hoard resources? Should we simply hand them over to our enemies? The Grand Elder's words struck like thunder in the hearts of the other elders, prompting them all to nod in agreement. Indeed, the resources of the Lu family are akin to rare treasures, and only we, the Lu family members, are worthy of possessing them. When life itself is as fragile as a flickering candle, why cling to resources? Rest assured, Patriarch, we will strive with all our might, like phoenixes reborn from ashes, and we shall not let you or the elders down. The Lu family members emerged from their shock, each swearing fervently. Witnessing the fiery passion ignited in his kin, Lu Tianyuan smiled with satisfaction, saying, "It is not about disappointing us, but rather about not squandering your own future. In the past, it was the Lu family that owed you. It was I, as your patriarch, who failed to provide you with ample cultivation resources, which led to your suppression by other imperial clans. From this day forward, focus solely on your cultivation. Whatever resources you require, the family will support you wholeheartedly. Always remember, the Lu family is your steadfast backing, your mighty fortress." Lu Tianyuan's impassioned words ignited the fervor of countless clan members, bringing tears of excitement to their eyes. Each member, energized like a sprightly tiger, could hardly wait to immerse themselves in the ocean of cultivation. As these members departed, only Lu Tianyuan, the 8 elders, and Lu Linglong remained in the spacious Lu family hall. At that moment, everyone's gaze, like a spotlight, once again focused on Lu Linglong. "Linglong, Ancestor, is he well?" Lu Tianyuan asked anxiously, as if that was the most precious treasure in his heart. The ancestor Lu Xuan was like a beacon in their darkness, their only lifeline. "Father, do not worry. The ancestor is currently refining the elixir of immortality. Once he succeeds, he will surely return." Lu Linglong replied with a charming smile, reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms in spring, both lovely and captivating. Seeing her father's hesitant demeanor, she seemed to understand his thoughts and willingly explained the protective formation of the clan. So, this protective formation was activated by the ancestor using a strand of imperial aura? This revelation clarified everything for Lu Tianyuan. After hearing this, the immense weight on his heart seemed to lift, and he let out a long sigh of relief. His daughter's performance today was truly astonishing, to such an extent that it left him slightly dazed, as if the Lu Linglong before him was no longer the daughter he knew, but rather possessed by some mysterious old being. What kind of power and secrets lie hidden within her petite frame? However, it seemed unlikely at present. "Father, do you not wish to know how I came to understand the bloodline summoning, and why I am so different from usual?" Lu Tianyuan did not pose the question, but Lu Linglong blurted it out herself. However, before she could finish her words, Lu Tianyuan gently stroked her head, affectionately saying, "Silly girl, no matter what you have done, you will always be my beloved daughter." The trust and love in Lu Tianyuan's gaze were like the warm sun of spring, causing Lu Linglong to swallow the words that had nearly escaped her lips. Seeing that his daughter understood his meaning, Lu Tianyuan smiled and continued, "My child, everyone has their own secrets. There is no need to divulge them to us. Just remember, you are the jewel of my eye. The Lu family and I are your most solid support. No matter the grievances you endure, you may always seek me for backing and for justice." As Lu Tianyuan's words fell, the 8 elders nearby also spoke with tenderness. "Linglong, we old fellows are also your strong support. Whoever dares to bully you, we shall certainly seek justice for you. Though the Lu family may have fallen, we are not to be trifled with. Anyone who dares to humiliate our little princess shall face annihilation." Hearing her father's and elders' words, Lu Linglong felt her eyes moisten, like morning dew, crystal clear and pure. In this moment, she felt even more convinced that everything she had done for her family was truly worthwhile. Just as Lu Tianyuan and the 8 elders had said, the Lu family may not be the strongest, but they surely are the most protective. They guard not only her, but all the members of the Lu family. Such a family is like warm sunshine, bringing joy to the heart. It is also like a sturdy fortress, inspiring unwavering loyalty. Rest assured, my child, with your father and the Lu family here, you are like a free bird, soaring as you please. Even if you were to tear the heavens apart in the future, I shall provide shelter for you." Lu Tianyuan gently stroked his daughter's head again, his eyes filled with warmth and affection akin to the gentle spring breeze. Who else would he dote upon if not his own daughter? Moments later, several individuals entered the hall. The most vivacious of the 8 elders, like an impatient monkey, eagerly approached and asked, "By the way, my child, has the ancestor informed you how long it will take for him to return to the family?" Upon hearing the 8th elder's inquiry, Lu Linglong's smile faded, as some words felt like a fishbone lodged in her throat, leaving her uncertain whether to speak them. Noticing her hesitation, Lu Tianyuan gently said, "Do not worry. Whatever it is, speak freely. We can accept it calmly." Lu Linglong then nodded, feeling relieved. And with a grave expression, she stated, "The Ancestor is certainly eager to return, but I fear that this journey may not be smooth sailing." Chapter 21. The emergence of the burial sky, divine sword shocks humanity. What? Someone actually dares to obstruct the Ancestor? This is utterly inconceivable, the eighth elder exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. Standing aside, Lu Linglong nodded gravely, her voice soft yet resolute. "Indeed, as far as I know, this is the case. But the Ancestor has instructed us not to worry. He assured us that regardless of the challenges he faces, he will certainly return safely. As for us, we need not concern ourselves with our own safety either." Before departing, the Ancestor specifically left behind an incredibly powerful protective formation for our clan. This formation is formidable. Unless an unparalleled expert of the Emperor level intervenes personally, no matter how many Imperial Masters the Lin family brings, they will never breach this formation. Upon hearing Lu Linglong's words, the tension that had gripped Lu Tianyuan and the others finally eased, and they collectively exhaled. However, as they recalled that their Ancestor might currently be in peril, facing an uncertain future, their relief quickly morphed back into anxiety, worry etched upon their faces. After all, the strength of the enemy the Ancestor confronts remains unknown, and none could guarantee that he would return to the family as promised without difficulties. Lu Linglong perceptively noticed the worried expressions of those around her and quickly offered comforting words. "Father, esteemed elders, please set your minds at ease. The Ancestor has clearly stated that we need not worry about his safety. He will return unscathed and successfully. However, until he returns, we must not become complacent. We must diligently cultivate even harder, especially you, Father, for the Ancestor specifically instructed that before his return, you must strive to attain the Emperor realm. Therefore, you must grit your teeth and give your all in your efforts." At this, all eyes turned to Lu Tianyuan, who, despite his earlier composure, could not help but display a hint of embarrassment, nodding sheepishly. In the past, he had been unable to access the cultivation methods related to the Emperor realm within the Taishu sword canon, leaving him perpetually trapped at the peak of the quasi-emperor stage, unable to advance further. Yet now, the circumstances had changed. Having finally obtained the coveted methods for the Emperor realm, he firmly believed that with his years of accumulated foundation and exceptional talent, he would soon break through his bottleneck and ultimately ascend to the Emperor's path. The Tianyuan passage resembled a mysterious portal connecting to an unknown world. With the knowledge that the Lu family's crisis had temporarily subsided, Lu Tianyuan's heart finally found some semblance of peace. He truly could not bear to envision returning home as a solitary figure, devoid of kin. After all, the Lu family still had his direct bloodline surviving. 100,000 years. To those ungrateful wretches, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. I shall no longer guard this Tianyuan. As Lu Xuan stepped through the passage, he resembled an enraged lion, the chains behind him dissipating like smoke in the wind. Consumed by his wrath, the god burial coffin, akin to a brilliant shooting star, surged forth from the passage, safely captured by Lu Xuan. This coffin, a rare treasure he had fortuitously discovered in an ancient relic before achieving the emperor title, was an imperial weapon of extreme caliber. Its might as vast as the starry sky, its essence akin to an endless spring. Not only was it unparalleled in power, but it also possessed miraculous effects in nurturing the body, delaying aging, and preserving the essence of life. Although Lu Xuan had once been the mightiest emperor, he was not an emperor of the highest order and had not consumed any elixir of immortality. Thus his lifespan was akin to that of an ordinary emperor, merely 50,000 years. However, due to the presence of the god burial coffin, he managed to extend his life by an additional 50,000 years, showcasing the coffin's formidable nature. Furthermore, Lu Xuan had been able to guard the Tianyuan for 100,000 years, thanks in no small part to the coffin's assistance. In that legendary battle, he wielded the coffin's power to slay 10 ancient sovereigns of foreign races with ease. That battle was like a sword piercing the heavens, establishing Lu Xuan's illustrious reputation, echoing through foreign lands. Since then, those ancient sovereigns had become like startled birds, too frightened to tread lightly into the Tianyuan passage. In this era, where ancient beings were forbidden from entering the passage, the ancient sovereigns could only watch in despair as Lu Xuan, accompanied by his sword and coffin, stood as an insurmountable mountain, suppressing them for 100,000 years. Now, as Lu Xuan prepared to depart, the god burial coffin remained by his side, like a loyal guardian, quietly returned to his possession. Suddenly, from the boundless depths of the Tianyuan, a resounding sword cry erupted, reminiscent of a roar from antiquity. The moment the deep, resonant sound of the sword echoed, the world trembled, and silence enveloped all. Within that sword cry lay an overwhelming terror capable of burying all gods and demons. The sound of the sword rang like thunder, deafening and seemingly tearing the very fabric of existence apart. Simultaneously, a dazzling beam of sword light, akin to a meteor, split the Tianyuan asunder. The darkness that had long enshrouded it now illuminated as if the heavens had been cleaved open, sunlight cascading down like a waterfall. In that moment, the sunlight perfectly illuminated the celestial sword soaring into the sky. It was a bronze divine sword, awakening as if from 1,000-year slumber, exuding an aura that shook the heavens. This buried heaven divine sword, a relic of an ancient war god, contained boundless power. Like the god burial coffin, it was an imperial weapon of extreme caliber, an unparalleled treasure inherited from that mysterious relic. Since the day he had slain 10 ancient sovereigns of foreign races 50,000 years ago, scaring them away from the Tianyuan passage, the buried heaven divine sword had remained dormant beneath the Tianyuan, suppressing all specters and phantoms. After 5 long millennia, the buried heaven divine sword finally re-emerged into the world. In this extraordinary moment, the entire human race felt as though enveloped by a mysterious force, and an awe-inspiring phenomenon emerged. The buried heaven divine sword, emblematic of Lu Xuan's path to imperial ascendance, was closely intertwined with the essence of his imperial laws, akin to inseparable companions in life and death. As the buried heaven divine sword manifested, the imperial laws surged like tumultuous waves, illuminating the human realm with the brilliance of countless stars. The once pitch-black night was now rendered as bright as day by the radiance of the imperial laws. The resonating sound of the sword echoed like thunder across the human territories, reverberating through the vast lands. Throughout the celestial realms, within the halls of the 10 great imperial clans, countless cultivators emerged like a disturbed swarm of bees, their faces painted with astonishment as they gazed upon the breathtaking, celestial phenomenon above. Such an overwhelming imperial aura of the sword seemed to cascade down like the Milky Way from the heavens. Who could this divine being be? When did our human race give birth to such a formidable sword sovereign? Among the 10 imperial clans, venerable elders at the pinnacle of the emperor realm stood like ancient mountains, their expressions filled with shock and reverence. The aura of the buried heaven divine sword surged, akin to a roaring torrent, powerful enough to instill dread. Even these pinnacle elders felt a shiver of fear, their hearts racing. Even the imperial laws they had painstakingly cultivated for tens of thousands of years quivered under this overwhelming presence, resembling a candle flickering in the wind. Heavens! What immensely powerful sword sovereign this is. Our human race shall certainly thrive in the sword path. An ancient emperor stepped forth from a mysterious realm, his figure cloaked in tattered rags, yet the sharp aura of an unstoppable emperor emanated from him, undeniable. Once invincible as a sword sovereign, yet now, his sword path appeared as mere fireflies competing with the bright moon in the face of Lu Xuan's imperial laws, rendering him a figure of ridicule. Above the 9 heavens, in worlds resembling celestial palaces, powerful beings from the Changshan clan emerged in succession. They gazed in shock at the terrifying phenomenon enveloping the human realm, as if witnessing an earth-shattering transformation. The aura of the god burial. This is indeed the buried heaven divine sword. After 100,000 years, could he truly still be alive? Deep within the Changshan clan, akin to a slumbering dragon of millennia, an emperor who had meditated for 10,000 years slowly spoke, his eyes flashing with a thunderous light, revealing an expression of incredulity. He seemed unable to fathom that the one they had banished to the Tianyuan had, like an immortal phoenix, survived. A great emperor, having endured the vicissitudes of 100,000 years, is undoubtedly a miraculous wonder. Lu Xuan, it is indeed Lu Xuan. He still lives, deep within another long-established family of immortals, as if an ancient deity awakens from slumber, an ancient emperor opens his time-weathered eyes, filled with disbelief. It was they who, united as a surging torrent, forced Lu Xuan to depart from the human race. This event had faded into the annals of his memory over the ages. Yet now, once again sensing the unique aura of the burial heaven divine sword, it pierced through the darkness of his recollections like a lightning bolt, compelling him to recall that solitary figure, akin to a lone wolf, wielding a sword and standing proudly against the oppressive might of the 7 great emperors. Investigate. What is the current state of the Lu family? As the voice of this emperor resonated like a thunderous bell, a moment later, someone responded, "Which Lu family do you speak of, esteemed ancestor?" Upon hearing his descendants' inquiry, the emperor was momentarily struck dumb, as if struck by lightning. In those days, across the 9 heavens and 10 lands, who did not know of the Lu family? But now, has the Lu family faded into obscurity like yesterday's flowers? He sighed deeply and began to explain. Before long, news was relayed back. Ancestor, the Lu family you mention is currently besieged heavily by the Lin family, teetering on the brink of extermination, seemingly alarming their ancestor from 100,000 years ago. After the younger generation finished reporting, the emperor fell silent, a hint of guilt flickering in his eyes. Recalling the time when the 7 great emperors had forced Lu Xuan from the human race, they had sworn to ensure the Lu family's eternal peace. Yet time passed, and in merely 100,000 years, the Lu family found itself on the verge of annihilation. Chapter 22. From today forth, the celestial abyss is unsealed. Alas, how we promised back then, yet now we have failed to fulfill our vow. Truly a disservice to Lu Xuan. The venerable emperor sighed deeply, his voice laden with regret and self-reproach. He then issued a decisive command. Hasten to inform the Lin family to withdraw their troops at once. The Lu family is not one they can easily shake. Almost simultaneously, from a mysterious and ancient family of immortals, another equally ancient and majestic emperor emerged slowly. His eyes, deep as the sea, were now dark and stormy. Fixated on the powerful and shocking phenomenon that enveloped the heavens and earth, his gaze radiating evident hostility and dissatisfaction. The Lin family, a pack of fools, cannot even subdue a mere Lu family, instead provoking the troublesome Lu Xuan. Truly, they are more adept at creating chaos than achieving success. The emperor's face was shrouded in clouds of anger as he coldly commanded the empty void before him. Immediately send word to those guarding the imperial pass, urging them to be on high alert. By any means necessary, ensure that Lu Xuan does not return alive to this realm. At this moment, the members of the Lu family gazed in astonishment at the terrifying phenomenon spanning the heavens and earth. Each face reflected incredulity, as if witnessing the most astonishing sight in existence. How terrifying is the power of the imperial Tao? They wondered, who could possibly cultivate such a breathtaking sword path? Lu Qinyuan's eyes widened in disbelief, mirrored by the 8 elders beside him, their mouths agape in shock. They gazed upwards at the celestial anomaly, captivated and unable to divert their attention. Within that extraordinary celestial display, a colossal, invincible divine sword could be faintly discerned, radiating light and fierce sword aura that seemed to tear the boundless void asunder. The sword shimmered with mysterious runes and brilliance, exuding an unparalleled pressure that sent chills down their spines. Even more astonishing, the divine sword bore an unmistakable aura unique to the Lu family supreme tome, the Taisu sword cannon. This revelation stirred tremendous waves of emotion within Lu Tianyuan and the others. At that moment, a melodious laugh broke through the air. The crowd turned to see Lu Linglong, her hand covering her mouth in amusement, her lively eyes sparkling with mischief. Look at all your astonished faces. Who could possibly possess such pinnacle swordsmanship, if not our unfathomable ancestor from the Lu family? What? You mean this is the sword path of ancestor Lu Xuan? Upon hearing this, Lu Tianyuan stood frozen in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. The 8 elders beside him were equally astounded, their mouths agape, as if they could swallow a chicken egg. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Yet, this astonishment did not linger long. Moments later, the crowd seemed to awaken, their eyes alight with ecstatic brilliance, akin to the dazzling stars in the night sky. Ha ha ha! This truly is our ancestors' sword path. Inconceivable. Lu Tianyuan broke the silence first, his voice rising in joyous laughter that echoed through the heavens. The other elders soon joined in, their laughter resonating throughout the hall. They were filled with joy and pride. Such a formidable sword path was birthed from their ancestors' hand. What did this signify? It meant the Lu family possessed an immeasurable depth of heritage and strength. It meant they would no longer fear any adversary. The mere Lin family, who once dared to flaunt their might before us, now seem utterly outmatched. One elder scoffed, disdain evident on his face. Another elder concurred, indeed, from this day forth. Who would dare to underestimate our Lu family? With such an ancestor's protection, we are destined to rise above this continent. Lu Tianyuan nodded resolutely, a glint of determination in his eyes. Yes, we must diligently inherit our ancestors' sword path, ensuring the Lu family's renown spreads far and wide. With that, he clenched his fists, as if envisioning the glorious future of the Lu family beckoning to them. Above the skies of the Lu family, the winds and clouds shifted, thunder and lightning clashed, as if the entire world was enveloped by a power so overwhelming it rendered breathless. The three venerable emperors of the Lin family stood upon the clouds, their faces reflecting shock as they beheld the terrifying phenomenon that pierced the heavens. One elder gasped, murmuring, "This aura is so strong and familiar. It reminds me of that Lu family emperor who once slew our clan's patriarch." His voice was filled with confusion and astonishment. Just then, another elder nearby widened his eyes in terror, his finger trembling as he pointed at the celestial spectacle, incredulously exclaiming, "No, this is not mere similarity. This is clearly the ancestor Lu Xuan of the Lu family." His words struck the other two like thunder, leaving them momentarily stunned. Lu Xuan? It is he. The one who, 100,000 years ago, suppressed an entire era with his invincible presence. Is he truly returning to the mortal realm? The first elder's face turned pale, his lips quivering. If that is the case, our Lin family may be facing impending doom, a calamity we cannot escape. The third elder also turned ashen, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He was acutely aware of the formidable reputation and prowess of the Emperor Lu Xuan, an existence that had once instilled dread in the hearts of countless powerful beings and reigned supreme in its domain. Now, as this legendary figure was poised to return, it undoubtedly heralded a cataclysmic disaster for the Lin clan. The abyss of heaven, a place unfathomable and steeped in endless mystery, witnessed Lu Xuan standing in silence, his gaze fixed upon the Zongtian divine sword in his grasp. He gently extended his hand, caressing the blade, and with each touch, he felt an ancient and potent force surging forth, igniting a wave of excitement within him. This sword was his imperial weapon, having accompanied him through countless battles and the slaying of innumerable foes. However, since the earth-shattering war of Ur, he had been separated from it for millennia. Recalling the past, after he had slain 10 ancient sovereigns of foreign races with his unparalleled might, he had been compelled to leave the Zongtian divine sword behind in the abyss to guard against the lurking myriad of fiends beneath, ensuring the peace of the world. For tens of thousands of years, the presence of the sword had kept the malevolent entities confined, unable to break free or wreak havoc upon a realm. Yet now, with Lu Xuan reclaiming the sword, the once tranquil depths of the abyss erupted into chaos. Countless lurking fiends felt the loosening of their seals and erupted in ecstatic cheers, their voices intertwining to create a cacophony that reverberated into the heavens, as if threatening to rend the very fabric of existence. O heavens! O earth! Which benevolent and compassionate celestial being has come forth to aid us, allowing us to release our pent-up grievances? What divine entity possesses such formidable power to subdue the heinous and ruthless Lu Xuan and carry him away? The mixed cries of joy and sorrow echoed through the air, laden with the unending suffering and humiliation endured by the fiendish race over the millennia. Come forth, quickly, bring out all the exquisite wines and delicacies we have preserved. Today marks the moment our fiendish kin, after enduring trials, shall rejoice in rebirth. I hereby declare that from this moment forth, today shall be celebrated as the day of our resurgence. Henceforth, every year on this day will be a grand festival for our fiendish race, a time for jubilant celebrations and song. With this esteemed leader's decree, the abyss erupted in fervor. Countless figures darted like lightning, swiftly unearthing long-buried casks of fine wine. Piling them high, the long-sealed demon emperors, unable to contain their excitement, raised their arms in fervent cheers, their voices echoing like a tidal wave. Meanwhile, Lu Xuan, situated above the abyss, remained unperturbed by the tumult below. He stood like an ancient statue, indifferent to the clamor and fervor surging towards him. His once cold heart seemed detached from worldly affairs, transcending the chaos. In times past, a mere flick of his sword would have quelled the monstrous fiends, instilling fear and obedience within them. Yet in this moment the tides had turned. He secretly yearned for these fiends to break free from their constraints and unleash havoc upon the world, even if they launched a frenzied assault on humanity. Lu Xuan would not intervene, for humanity had long forsaken him and the illustrious Lu clan. His sole purpose for returning to human territory was to unleash a storm of bloodshed, avenging the grievances of the past. In his heart, the lives of anyone other than his kin from the Lu clan held no significance. The moment he stepped through the foreboding passage of the abyss, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief, as if a radiant light had pierced through the dense fog, illuminating his previously muddled heart. At that moment, his resolve became remarkably clear, and he experienced a newfound sense of freedom, as if the immense weight that had burdened him for countless years had vanished into thin air. No longer would he be bound to guard the abyss, fending off the incursions of fiends. He was free to live according to his desires, guided solely by his own heart, existing for himself. His only duty would be to protect the members of the Lu family. As for the elusive ideals of humanity, they seemed trivial and insubstantial to him. If he could not safeguard his own kin, how could he be expected to defend the safety of all humanity? Despite possessing the imperial essence left by the ancient Fire Emperor, Lu Xuan sighed deeply, realizing that this source of imperial power was still insufficient. It could not restore him to his former pinnacle of strength. It appeared that only by refining the fabled elixir of immortality could he hope to reclaim his past glory. Lu Xuan understood that relying solely on this imperial essence would not yield substantial enhancements to his power. To fully return to his peak, he would need to refine and absorb the essence of the elixir. At this moment, the most prudent course of action would be to focus on refining the elixir and await the restoration of his physical condition before returning to humanity. After all, once he regained his peak power, he would be well equipped to confront all challenges and crises. Yet, the thought of his kin struggling against the overwhelming tide of humanity kept Lu Xuan restless. He knew that every moment could spell life or death for them. While the protective formation he had left behind was formidable, capable of withstanding any assault from an imperial level, who could guarantee there were no vulnerabilities? If the cunning Lin clan resorted to summoning an imperial being, his carefully laid formation could be shattered in an instant. No, I cannot remain idle any longer. My kin need my swift return to support them. Even if there is but a glimmer of hope, I must seize it. Clenching his fists, determination and resolve radiated from his eyes. Even if the supreme and awe-inspiring imperial being did not personally descend to intervene. Should the Lin clan succeed in acquiring a treasure imbued with the imperial's terrifying power, breaching the Lu clan's impregnable protective formation would be merely child's play. Thus, he recognized the urgency of the situation. He must return to the Lu clan swiftly before such dreadful events unfolded. Only by personally safeguarding them could he ensure the safety of his family. With this in mind, he did not even take the time to fully absorb the ancient imperial essence before hastily stepping out of the mysterious and profound abyss, racing towards the Lu clan. 100,000 years had passed, marking the first time Lu Xuan had left the abyss. As he finally stepped out, the sights before him left him utterly astonished, as if the world had been rejuvenated, starkly contrasting with his memories. In the past, within the abyss, all he could see was a chaotic and hazy gray, shrouded in a thick veil of gloom, where even the faintest light struggled to penetrate, leaving him perpetually immersed in endless darkness. Yet now, upon truly stepping out, he realized the world outside was vibrantly colorful and breathtakingly beautiful. How absurd it was that he had confined himself in the abyss for 100,000 years due to such a ridiculous reason. As I reflect on the past, I can't help but realize how foolish I once was, lamented Lu Xuan in self-mockery. Upon learning about the harrowing crises that the Lu family endured over the years, Lu Xuan finally came to a profound realization, recognizing the absurdity of his past compromises and the folly of his actions. Those who had banished him from the human race had never intended to fulfill their promises. Had it not been for Lu Linglong's resolute invocation of that mysterious and powerful bloodline summoning force, he might still have remained blissfully ignorant, believing that his self-sacrifice could secure peace and tranquility for his kin for generations to come. The naive Lu Xuan of yesteryears was no more. In this moment, Lu Xuan resembled a phoenix reborn from the ashes, exuding an aura of fierce determination and unyielding majesty. He gazed towards the distant horizon, his heart swelling with a torrent of rage and indignation. I have stood guard over the abyss for 100,000 years for the human race and the myriad realms. Yet you despicable beings, as insignificant as ants, dare to oppress my descendants, and seek to sever the bloodline legacy of the Lu family. Lu Xuan's roar reverberated through the heavens, as if it sought to shatter all illusions and malevolence within this realm. Since it has come to this, let the entire world bear witness to the funeral pyre of my wrath. Turning his back to the unfathomable abyss, Lu Xuan laughed maniacally skyward, his laughter brimming with resolve and madness. As his voice echoed, an overwhelming wave of terrifying energy erupted from the abyss, surging forth like a tumultuous tide. From this moment onward, the abyss was officially unsealed. With Lu Xuan's final shout, the space surrounding the abyss twisted and fractured, as countless black fissures rapidly spread like a spider's web. Soon after, a dazzling brilliance shot up from the depths of the abyss, illuminating the entire sky. Chapter 23. The Years of Terror Under Lu Xuan's Dominion. As Lu Xuan's deep and authoritative voice resonated, blinding flashes of light suddenly flickered in the void above the abyss. Subsequently, colossal chains, akin to dragon-like serpents, emerged from the ether with an awe-inspiring presence. Each chain was as thick as an arm, inscribed with intricate and mysterious runes, exuding a powerful and intimidating aura. These chains intertwined to form an endless net, sealing the abyss completely, leaving no gaps. This was the imperial-level formation meticulously crafted by Lu Xuan, a masterpiece that required immense effort and dedication to complete. Over the past 100,000 years, it was this formidable formation that enabled Lu Xuan to single-handedly defend against wave after wave of fierce assaults from otherworldly foes. However, today, Lu Xuan resolved to abandon his post, rendering this once protective formation devoid of purpose. A thunderous roar erupted as Lu Xuan waved his hands, casting intricate gestures. Under his command, the robust chains began to retract slowly, like serpents returning to their lairs. As the chains were gradually drawn back, the previously impenetrable abyss revealed a vast expanse beneath. At that moment, a resounding cheer erupted from below the abyss, akin to crashing waves, each wave rising higher than the last, reverberating through the skies. The cheers emerged from the depths of the abyss, from the alien demon race and other beings at the end of the passage. They had been sealed here for 100,000 years, living in darkness and despair. Now, they finally awaited the moment of liberation and the return of light. Among these alien races were ancient monarchs who had harbored doubts about Lu Xuan's resolve to relinquish his guard over the abyss. Yet, witnessing Lu Xuan retract the chains dispelled their last vestige of skepticism, replaced by an uncontrollable excitement. These ancient monarchs raised their arms in jubilation, expressing the pent-up emotions that had long been suppressed. As they gazed at Lu Xuan's receding figure, disbelief filled their hearts. Is Lu Xuan truly leaving? One murmured incredulously. They had witnessed Lu Xuan effortlessly dismantle the passage seal and the formidable, indestructible formation above the abyss as if tidying up toys. A wave of lament arose among the crowd. If only we had known that the god of slaughter was truly departing, I would have gladly offered everything, even my life's savings, for the immortal elixir. The speaker's face was etched with regret, as if they had missed the most significant opportunity of their lives. Others echoed his sentiments, debating fervently. Yes, can anyone tell me what has transpired? This god of slaughter was once impervious to persuasion. Someone sighed, it is such a pity that Tianhua perished. Had he not been so impulsive, provoking Lu Xuan first, and instead obediently surrendered the immortal elixir, perhaps this calamity could have been averted. Yet, it is too late for regrets. He has met his demise. The crowd shook their heads, lamenting Tianhua's fate. You speak nonsense. Tianhua's essence was already refined to nothingness by that terrifying god of slaughter. How could there be any chance of his awareness in the afterlife? Enough of such dismal talk. Today is a day for celebration. Let us bring forth our cherished wines and revel in joy, drinking to our heart's content. The towering, imposing ancient monarchs of the alien races shouted with uncontainable joy. They've been trapped here for an excruciating 100,000 years, held captive by Lu Xuan. Now, they finally glimpsed the light of freedom, the dawn breaking over their confinement in the abyss. Each individual felt an overwhelming surge of elation, akin to wild horses breaking free, joyfully leaping and bounding. Among them, some impatient ancient monarchs could no longer restrain their eagerness, yearning to step out of the abyss and behold the world beyond. Thus, they cautiously embarked on the path leading to the outside, advancing step by step, when they finally reached the end of the passage. Gazing upon the once familiar yet long estranged sight of the abyss, tears of joy filled their eyes. Since the arrival of the fearsome god of slaughter, Lu Xuan, they had not beheld the visage of the abyss. Time had flown, and unknowingly, thousands of years had elapsed. Now, after enduring countless hardships, they stood once again at the passage's end, witnessing that soul-stirring realm, overwhelmed with disbelief. Heavens, it is simply inconceivable, they gasped. At this moment, they felt as if they were caught in a surreal dream. Who could have anticipated that the fearsome god of slaughter, who took lives without a flicker of an eye, would depart so quietly? Alas, could this be a meticulously crafted trap? Perhaps that fearsome god of slaughter lies in wait just beyond the passage, ready to ensnare us and obliterate us all? As the crowd prepares to step beyond the threshold into the mysterious and terrifying abyss, the formidable ancient sovereigns of foreign races pause, their faces betraying a hint of indecision. Over the years, they have been thoroughly terrorized by Lu Xuan's dreadful methods of slaughter, instilling within them a profound fear and reverence. Faced with such an abrupt turn of events, it is indeed hard to believe that what unfolds before them is genuine. At that moment, one of the ancient sovereigns strides forward, his face alight with excitement as he loudly assures, "Rest assured, this is absolutely true. I have painstakingly uncovered this information from the esteemed Qing Hu, and it cannot be a falsehood. The god of slaughter has truly departed. Moreover, from what I gather, his departure is not merely a simple retreat. He intends to stir a tempest within the human realm, causing upheaval and chaos. Otherwise, consider this. How could the esteemed celestial lord possibly part with such a rare and precious immortal herb?" Upon hearing the ancient sovereign's explanation, curiosity ignites in the expressions of the others, their eyes widening as they fixate on the being known as the celestial fox sovereign, seemingly fearful of missing any critical details. Eagerly, they lean in closer, their excitement palpable as they implore, "Celestial fox sovereign, please don't keep us in suspense. Share with us what has transpired." We can hardly contain our anticipation. They strain to comprehend how Lu Xuan, who had steadfastly defended the abyss for 100,000 years and achieved great victories, could suddenly forsake his long-held dedication and resolve. How could such a loyal and valiant servant of humanity create such turmoil and unrest? Faced with their urgent inquiries, the celestial fox sovereign's lips curl into a sly smile as he softly replies, "Well, this matter is not as intricate as it seems, and it will soon cease to be a secret. Since you are so eager, I shall not keep you guessing any longer." Suddenly, the celestial fox sovereign bursts into a hearty laughter that seems to transcend the barriers of time and space, resonating throughout the cosmos. Once his laughter subsides, he begins to explain, "You fellows would never have guessed that Lu Xuan's arrival to guard this perilous abyss was born from desperation. Do you know? Within the human realm exists a faction of selfish individuals, the so-called emperors, who only seek to protect their own interests. They represent the eternal life families and the immortal doctrines, fearing that a prodigious talent like Lu Xuan might threaten their lofty positions and power. Thus, when Lu Xuan emerged as the mightiest emperor in human history, those despicable 7 emperors began to plot against him. They even used the lives of Lu's family as leverage, compelling him to abandon humanity and willingly guard this treacherous abyss. They surely believed that by confining Lu Xuan here, he would meet his demise. Yet, who could have predicted that Lu Xuan was no ordinary man? He is a reincarnation of the god of slaughter. With merely a sword and a coffin, he managed to suppress us for 100,000 years. As the celestial fox sovereign recounts this, his voice trembles slightly, clearly haunted by the memories of those harrowing times. The other ancient sovereigns, listening intently, display expressions of lingering dread, as if they are once again reliving the endless fear of the dark days dominated by Lu Xuan's rule. Now, let us return to the crux of the matter. 100,000 years have slipped away, yet Lu Xuan's sudden departure begs the question, what could be the reason? The celestial fox sovereign, with a knowing chuckle, feigns a look of deep contemplation, deliberately pausing as if weighing his words. After a moment, he continues, "You would never guess. When a human faction cornered Lu Xuan to the brink of this abyss, they showed no mercy to his kin, only intensifying their attacks against the Lu family. I am aware that during this crisis, the Lu family faced near annihilation. Upon learning of such dire news, one can only imagine Lu Xuan's grief and fury. Hence, he resolutely embarked on a perilous journey into the unknown, seeking the legendary immortal herb to save his family from impending doom." As these words sink in, the gathered ancient sovereigns are left speechless, exchanging incredulous glances. However, they're not dim-witted. After a moment of contemplation, they quickly grasp the underlying reasons. In an instant, enlightenment dawns upon them, and they come to understand why Lu Xuan might suddenly erupt in righteous fury, abandoning the very abyss he had safeguarded for 100 millennia. Oh dear, those humans are utterly shameless. Lu Xuan has faithfully defended humanity for a full 100,000 years. Throughout that long stretch, he stood alone at the abyss, securing peace and tranquility for humanity. Yet they treat him and his family with such cruelty. Do they not possess a shred of compassion? It is no wonder Lu Xuan would be consumed by rage. Had I been subjected to such injustice, I would have revolted long ago. Who would wish to protect such an ungrateful race? I care not for their affairs, if I do not cause a tremendous upheaval. If I do not trample the graves of those shameless emperors into the ground, then I shall have lived my life in vain. Although Lu Xuan can be rather vexing at times, I must confess I hold him in deep admiration. Just listen to the tragic ordeals he has endured. Even I, an outsider, feel my blood boil with indignation. At this very moment, I yearn to lead my people 100,000 strong in a grand march against humanity to avenge Lu Xuan's grievances, given that humanity has so treacherously betrayed one of their own. Do you think Lu Xuan would abandon his kin and join our ranks among the foreign races? One ancient sovereign furrows his brow, filled with doubt, as he queries. What nonsense are you thinking? If that fearsome god of slaughter truly arrives in the foreign realm, where we find peace? Another robust, ancient sovereign retorts sharply. Oh dear, I have been foolish. Let's instead deliberate on how we might assist that god of slaughter in seeking justice. The first ancient sovereign laments, quickly proposing a new course of action. At this moment, the assembly of ancient sovereigns begins to whisper among themselves, deliberating fervently. It is noteworthy that these sovereigns stand in opposition to Lu Xuan, yet at this juncture, each one advocates for his cause. This seemingly paradoxical scene reflects the unique values upheld by the foreign races. In this foreign land, despite the inherent ferocity of its inhabitants, they are the most discerning among all factions. Here, the age-old adage that might makes right remains an unassailable truth. For these beings, the artifice of political machinations holds no allure. They believe that the sole path to acquiring anything lies in one's own formidable strength, achieved through sheer force. Thus, in this world where martial prowess reigns supreme, only the truly powerful are deemed worthy of respect and reverence. Although Lu Xuan does not belong to this alien race, he has single-handedly safeguarded them for a millennium. Most of the ancient sovereigns among these beings genuinely admire him. Upon hearing of Lu Xuan's plight among the human race, even these ancient sovereigns feel compelled to stand up for him, wishing to aid him in reclaiming his dignity. Chapter 24. Let this emperor teach you the art of existence. Enough of this indignation. These matters lie beyond our jurisdiction. Urgently, we must hasten to ascertain the truth. Will the human emperors permit this god of death to return unhindered? The heavenly fox, ancient sovereign, with a grave demeanor, interjected, urging the assembly to lower their voices as he spoke. This is a grave mission entrusted to us by the esteemed Qinghu. Should Lu Xuan encounter peril on his journey, we must act decisively to assist him and alleviate some of his burdens. Remember, it is imperative that we ensure his safe passage back to the human realm. Upon hearing these words, originating from the esteemed Qinghu, the once imposing ancient sovereigns instantly adopted a solemn demeanor, refraining from any hint of negligence. They understood the gravity of the situation. Any misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. Thus, filled with trepidation and a sense of duty, they quickened their pace, eager not to miss any critical moment. They bore no fondness for the Qinghu, for among the various sovereigns of the alien races, only the Qinghu was known for its cunning strategies, often of a rather insidious nature. However, they were acutely aware that behind the Qinghu stood the celestial sovereign. And as the celestial sovereign's envoy in this foreign land, every action of the Qinghu reflected the will of the celestial sovereign. Hence, it was only natural that they would exert themselves to fulfill the Qinghu's directive. I, too, am curious to see whether those ineffectual human emperors can withstand Lu Xuan, the god of death. Ha ha ha! Lu Xuan has troubled us for 10,000 years. Now that I can witness the human race being tormented by him, I must seize this opportunity to broaden my horizons. Let's go forth and stir up some trouble. It has been 10,000 years since I last set foot outside the abyss. I have nearly forgotten what the Sea of Realms looks like. In my past, I too traversed the Sea of Realms, having slain human emperors. What is the Sea of Realms? I once tread upon its waters, slaughtering my way to the gates of the human realm. Even now, the sacred waters of my past remain upon the walls of the imperial stronghold. Sacred waters, indeed. Wasn't it merely that after 10 days and nights of battle, you were still thwarted at the gates, and, out of frustration, you relieved yourself on the walls? Then you scurried back with your tail between your legs. It has been 10,000 years, and you still flaunt this? When it comes to striking, do not strike the face. When exposing, do not expose the shortcomings. Did you not partake in the same act? I recall our competition to see who could relieve themselves higher. I certainly outdid you by twice the measure. In that moment, like a volcano erupting, the ancient sovereigns erupted into a cacophony of raucous laughter. One by one, these colossal figures, exuding an imposing presence, streamed forth from the abyss, each step taken with utmost caution, as if fearing to disturb the tranquil and mysterious expanse before them. Upon finally standing firm upon the desolate plain, their gazes instinctively turned towards the distant horizon where the boundless Sea of Realms lay. Though they had anticipated this moment, the sight of the vast and unending sea still elicited expressions of disbelief. 10,000 years, they had been ensnared within this closed cage of a foreign land, the protracted confinement nearly causing them to forget the visage of the outside world. Now, they beheld once more the familiar yet long-forgotten expanse of the Sea of Realms. Look, over there, the heavenly fox ancient sovereign suddenly pointed towards a towering figure at the horizon, his voice trembling with excitement. The god of death has reached the sea. We must quickly follow his lead, but take care to conceal our presence. We cannot afford to expose ourselves. Let us find a place to hide and observe closely. That is Lu Xuan. Having personally unsealed the abyss, he now stands before the Sea of Realms. The vast expanse of the sea, an endless ocean of clouds, reveals countless celestial mountains and islands cloaked in mist. Within this realm, numerous fearsome beasts lurk, presenting myriad dangers. This is the boundary separating the human domain from the alien races, thus named the Sea of Realms. As Lu Xuan halted before the sea, his brow furrowed in concentration. Even before stepping foot into the sea, he sensed the powerful auras emanating from within. These were the presences of human emperors. He raised his gaze, and upon the rolling clouds, he discerned at least 2 human emperors descending. In that fleeting moment, the clouds churned, and the 2 formidable human emperors materialized, standing guard above the cloud layer, accompanied by several dozen semi-emperor-level human warriors. This is the human Sea of Realms, no passage for outsiders, declared one of the emperors, his voice imbued with immense authority. This was the Clear-Wind Emperor, hailing from one of the top 100 imperial clans, dispatched by the celestial sovereign to oversee the sea. At present, the human race stands as the mightiest among all beings, with a number of emperors having reached unprecedented heights. Within just the top 100 clans, there are over 1,000 emperors, and when including those from lesser clans, the total number of human emperors likely exceeds 2,000 or 3,000. It is no exaggeration to assert that this era marks an unparalleled golden age for the human race. Given the overwhelming number of emperors, the duty of guarding the sea has been shared among these clans. The Clear-Wind Emperor and the Cloud Peak Emperor are presently fulfilling this responsibility on behalf of their families. Though their clans may not be the strongest, they are certainly not weak. They rank among the top 100 clans. This status and power have molded their typically audacious behavior. Furthermore, after a decade of tranquility, they had nearly forgotten that the Sea of Realms harbors dangers. This is the first line of defense for humanity against the alien races. Thus, when Lu Xuan appeared before the sea, they were momentarily taken aback. The semi-emperors behind them rubbed their eyes repeatedly, hardly believing that someone had indeed emerged at the edge of the sea. As the guardians of the sea, the Clear-Wind Emperor and the Cloud Peak Emperor could not allow any alien being to cross. However, upon realizing that the figure before them was, in fact, a human emperor, they were once again struck dumb. "You are also of the human race?" Cloud Peak Emperor inquired, his curiosity piqued. "How does a human emperor find himself beyond the sea? Pray tell, who are you? From whence do you hail? Which family claims you?" Lu Xuan initially believed that these 2 human emperors were sent to obstruct him, but from their expressions, he discerned that they seemed unaware of the circumstances surrounding him. Their presence at the sea was simply part of their duty as guardians. They were obligated to halt anyone who approached the sea. "Step aside," Lu Xuan bellowed. his voice resonating like thunder throughout the heavens and the earth. However, in the face of that furious roar, he did not respond at all. The cold, domineering voice seemed to freeze the very air around him. He had guarded the abyss for 100,000 years, and the passage of time, with all its desolation and solitude, had not dulled his deep-seated attachment and sense of duty toward his family. Yet now, upon learning that his kin had narrowly escaped annihilation, the flames of rage within him surged to an unprecedented intensity. At this moment, he yearned to return home with unwavering haste, wishing to shield those blood relatives connected by their shared lineage. Today, any who dared obstruct his path would undoubtedly pay a grievous price. Even if it meant traversing mountains of blades or seas of fire, he would not entertain the slightest notion of retreat. At that instant, the emperors of the clear wind and the cloud peak, high above the sea of realms, caught wind of Lu Xuan's roar. They exchanged bewildered glances, seemingly unprepared for the astonishing force and determination emanating from this seemingly ordinary man. For a moment, they stood in stunned silence, only regaining their composure after a significant pause. Once they collected themselves, both emperors were overtaken by a tempest of fury. As esteemed rulers, they were accustomed to reverence and awe wherever they roamed. When had anyone ever dared to speak to them in such a manner, especially a nameless youth, this was a grave affront to their dignity. The Cloud Peak Emperor, his anger flaring, radiated a formidable aura akin to a surging tidal wave. His eyes widened as he glared at the man before him, gritting his teeth as he bellowed. "You, insolent wretch, are the epitome of utter barbarism. Were it not for the fact that you are one of our human kin, the moment you dared approach the Sea of Realms, I would have unhesitatingly cleaved you in two. Yet, in my magnanimity, I grant you the opportunity to explain yourself. But instead of gratitude, you exhibit such audacity. So be it. Today, I shall personally impart to you the lessons of humility and decorum." Having spoken, the Cloud Peak Emperor could no longer contain the seething anger within him. With a swift movement, he stepped forth as if a specter emerging from the Sea of Realms. He dramatically waved his sleeve, and in an instant, the heavens shifted and the winds howled. A blinding radiance erupted from his palm, reminiscent of a resplendent sun hanging high above, emanating a terrifying wave of energy that instilled dread. This cataclysmic force surged forth with a might that threatened to obliterate all in its path, aimed directly at Lu Xuan. After all, the Cloud Peak Emperor was a sovereign of the top 100 imperial clans. Who would dare treat him with such disdain among the human race? To be belittled by an unknown human emperor was intolerable. Witnessing the Cloud Peak Emperor spring into action, the Clear Wind Emperor chose not to intervene. He believed this audacious human emperor required a lesson. With arms crossed, he watched with amusement, eager to see the proud human face the consequences of his arrogance. The ancient emperors of other races, stealthily trailing Lu Xuan, exchanged peculiar expressions, their eyes revealing suppressed excitement and anticipation. This fellow, how much power does he truly conceal? Those so-called human emperors are utterly oblivious to their own mortality. Look at their reckless bravado. It is both infuriating and laughable. My strength surpasses theirs by more than tenfold. Yet even I dare not breathe loudly in the presence of this harbinger of death. One ancient emperor scoffed, shaking his head dismissively. Another chimed in, indeed. If they were to witness the true terror of this harbinger's wrath, they would surely soil themselves in fright, crying for their mothers. With that, he erupted into laughter, prompting the others to join in the raucous mirth. At that moment, another ancient emperor interjected. "Do you remember the ancient Fire Emperor? He, too, was once foolishly arrogant like these human emperors, daring to speak defiantly to this harbinger of death. What became of him? Before long, he was but a memory." He chuckled darkly, relishing the thought. These short-sighted human fools ought to learn the trials and tribulations we ancient emperors have endured over the years. A seemingly elder ancient emperor sighed deeply, his tone laced with exasperation and resentment. Meanwhile, the ancient emperors were all wearing sly smiles, plotting how to enjoy the impending spectacle. For they understood better than anyone the formidable prowess of Lu Xuan. It was known that even their own celestial beings held him in reverence, referring to him as the foremost among the mighty beneath the emperor. Just recently, he had showcased his astonishing prowess in the foreign realm, effortlessly vanquishing a clone of a revered being with a single stroke of his sword. Such terrifying combat capabilities were truly chilling. Yet, these ignorant human emperors dared to challenge such an unparalleled master. Was this not a path to self-destruction? Contemplating this, the ancient emperors couldn't help but feel increasingly triumphant, eagerly anticipating the sight of these arrogant human emperors meeting a disastrous fate before Lu Xuan, their pride utterly shattered. Of course, they relished the idea of Lu Xuan turning against the entire human race. Before the Sea of Realms, Lu Xuan stood as still as a statue, his posture upright like a pine tree. In the face of the Cloud Peak Emperor's aggressive strike, he did not immediately retaliate. Rather, he appeared remarkably calm and composed. His expression was as serene as water, and his deep-set eyes gleamed with an elusive light. "Step aside, or perish." Lu Xuan's voice resonated with a low, magnetic timbre that crackled through the air like distant thunder, infused with an even greater aura of dominance than before. Yet, this simple declaration served only to stoke the flames of ire within the Cloud Peak Emperor. His complexion darkened, and an uncontrollable fury surged within him. How could he, a distinguished emperor of the renowned human race, ever endure such blatant scorn and provocation? "What do you think you are? How dare you speak to me in such a manner?" His teeth gritted, he roared, the force of his voice sending ripples through the surrounding air. Without hesitation, the Cloud Peak Emperor unleashed a radiant golden light from his palm, akin to a volcanic eruption. This golden brilliance swiftly coalesced into an immense blazing sun, its searing radiance blindingly bright, as if it sought to incinerate the very fabric of the heavens and the earth. This blazing sun hung high in the sky, casting its dazzling light for miles, illuminating all in its wake. Simultaneously, as the Cloud Peak Emperor unleashed his power, a colossal, towering figure of an emperor materialized above him, exuding an overwhelming aura of authority. With hands firmly gripping the newly formed sun, this figure pressed down upon Lu Xuan with the might of a mountain. In that moment, the winds howled, clouds darkened, and the very fabric of space trembled under the weight of this terrifying attack. A collective gasp echoed as all eyes widened in horror. Fixated on the figure executing this divine feat, a blinding golden light shot skyward, resembling a radiant sun suspended above, its searing heat instantly enveloping the entire Sea of Realms. This is the Cloud Peak's ultimate divine technique, the sun-extinguishing fist. Someone stammered. It was known that the Cloud Peak Emperor had once achieved a miraculous victory with this very technique, defeating the Autumn Wind Emperor, whose power was an entire realm beyond his own. Such a feat was nothing short of miraculous. After countless years, Yunfeng once again unleashed this formidable power, its might exponentially greater than before. At this moment, the terrifying force encapsulated in that single punch had reached the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. Even those at the zenith of the Emperor's might would find it difficult to withstand such a cataclysmic blow head-on. Above the realm of seas, Qingfeng, the longtime companion of Emperor Yunfeng, was equally astounded, his jaw agape. He gazed in awe at Yunfeng's figure, fully unleashed, his heart secretly shaken. Who would have thought that after all these years? Yunfeng not only maintained his prowess, but had elevated the great sun annihilation fist to such an extraordinary level. Subsequently, Qingfeng turned his gaze toward the opposing human emperor, a flicker of pity flashing across his eyes. He shook his head in disbelief, lamenting, "Alas, it is indeed unfortunate that this individual lacks foresight, daring to act so arrogantly before us. Today, having encountered Yunfeng's wrath, he is doomed. Even death would be a deserved fate." However, the human emperor remained unperturbed in the face of Yunfeng's astonishing power, even displaying a hint of disdain. Meanwhile, Lu Xuan, who had yet to intervene, stood quietly to the side, watching the impending clash with keen interest. His demeanor suggested he had already grasped the situation, fully aware of the outcome. With Emperor Yunfeng exhibiting his unparalleled abilities, the opposing human emperor was undeniably outmatched. Even if he survived, he would surely be gravely injured. Once Yunfeng struck again, the arrogant human emperor would be easily dispatched. The aspiring emperors behind him, upon hearing Qingfeng's analysis, were filled with fervent admiration. Yet, unbeknownst to them, in the void 100 miles away, a group of concealed ancient alien emperors had already begun to mourn for Emperor Yunfeng. They mused among themselves. Could it be that the human emperor is truly a fool? Lu Xuan had already instructed him to clear the way, yet he dared to obstruct. His head is harder than steel. Truly, it is futile to advise a person bent on self-destruction. One ancient alien emperor remarked with a mocking expression. Another chimed in, "Indeed, How audacious to challenge a being like Lu Xuan without even reaching the pinnacle of the emperor realm. These so-called human emperors are indeed arrogant beyond measure, utterly unaware of their insignificance. Their words dripped with contempt and disdain. A third alien emperor clicked his tongue, shaking his head in disbelief. I am quite curious if the human emperor would regret his rash decision upon realizing he is about to face Lu Xuan, who has been invincible at this level for 100,000 years. The last ancient alien emperor scoffed, adding, even if he feels remorse now, what of it? Lu Xuan is notorious as a god of death. Once he strikes, this individual will likely have no chance to regret. Just as the laughter of these ancient alien emperors began to fade, they suddenly noticed Lu Xuan, who had remained still, finally made his move. With a slight shift, Lu Xuan transformed into a streak of light, shooting forward with lightning speed. Just as Yunfeng's great son, Annihilation, fist bore down upon him like a mountain. A sword aura, like a coiled viper, erupted from his eyes without warning. The formidable defenses of Emperor Yunfeng, as well as his body, as solid as an imperial weapon, were rendered as fragile as paper before this sword aura. Crack! From hundreds of miles away, the ancient alien emperors distinctly heard the sound of Emperor Yunfeng's body cracking like porcelain. Then, with a deafening roar, a human emperor vanished like a meteor from existence. Throughout this, Lu Xuan hadn't even moved a finger. The sword aura emitted from merely a glance had mercilessly claimed the life of a human emperor. This scene was earth-shattering. Even those ancient alien emperors, well acquainted with Lu Xuan, stood dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning. Good heavens! What other astonishing power does this individual conceal? The ancient emperors from foreign lands widened their eyes, disbelief etched on their faces, feeling as if their scalps were pierced by countless steel needles. A wave of pain washing over them. Their bodies trembled involuntarily, gripped by a primal fear and awe. Previously, they had never conceived that Lu Xuan's true strength could be so unfathomable, so terrifying. Now, witnessing such a shocking display of power, they awakened to the realization that during their encounters, Lu Xuan had never fought with his full strength. Indeed, he had scarcely regarded them as worthy opponents. The scene before them was overwhelmingly breathtaking. The force radiating from Lu Xuan surged like a tempestuous ocean, engulfing all present with unprecedented pressure. Compared to the strength he had exhibited in prior clashes, Lu Xuan was now incomprehensibly more powerful, his combat prowess seemingly exceeding 100-fold. In this heart-stopping moment, the once presumptuous ancient alien emperors finally understood that, in Lu Xuan's eyes, they were but insignificant jesters. All their prior victories and advantages were likely mere illusions crafted by Lu Xuan's deliberate leniency. Overwhelmed by a tide of profound defeat, they struggled to breathe. Above the realm of seas, Qin Feng and the aspiring emperors were equally rendered speechless by shock. Good heavens! What did they just witness? Emperor Yunfeng had perished, and it seemed the opposing force had only used a glance. Then, Emperor Yunfeng shattered into countless fragments. A human emperor had been utterly annihilated. No, this cannot be real. How could he possess such terrifying strength? That was the renowned Emperor Yunfeng, a figure of immense repute. How could he so easily slay an emperor? Gasps erupted among the crowd. Disbelief contorted their faces as if they had witnessed the most absurd spectacle. An illusion. It must be an illusion. Some began to weep uncontrollably, their cries filled with despair. Emperor Yunfeng was the most powerful figure the Yun clan had ever known. How could he possibly perish? This is utterly preposterous. It cannot be true, they shouted hoarsely, attempting to deny the reality unfolding before them. Yet the lifeless figure in the pool of blood brutally affirmed the truth. In the moment they witnessed Emperor Yunfeng's fall, those once high and mighty human aspirants felt as if their entire world had collapsed. Their faces turned ashen, legs trembling, nearly unable to stand. The confidence and pride that once filled their hearts evaporated, replaced by an unending dread and despair. Even a typically composed Qin Feng was left speechless, shocked by the scene before him. Just moments ago, he had confidently asserted that Emperor Yunfeng would triumph, yet reality had delivered a resounding slap to his face. He stared blankly ahead, his body quaking involuntarily, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. His strength, comparable to that of the Emperor Yunfeng, placed them on equal footing. Even the formidable Emperor Yunfeng was vanquished in an instant by a single strike from his opponent. If he were to confront such a merciless killer, one could easily surmise the dire outcome. You dare to slay Yunfeng? You are courting your own demise. You have committed an unforgivable atrocity. Despite the overwhelming dread coursing through him, the Emperor Qingfeng roared with unbridled fury. It is crucial to remember that he bore a significant responsibility as the guardian of the Sea of Realms, supported by the entire formidable human race. Thus, even fully aware of Lu Xuan's terrifying ability to slay him with a mere sword stroke, the Emperor Qingfeng showed no inclination to retreat. The fall of Emperor Yinfeng would undoubtedly trigger a profound reaction within the human race. The other emperors stationed at the Imperial Pass would hasten to the Sea of Realms without hesitation to provide assistance. No matter how powerful Lu Xuan might be, he could not withstand the combined onslaught of numerous human emperors. Hence, even with fear enveloping his heart, the Emperor Qingfeng did not take a single step back. At a critical moment, he decisively turned to the assembly of quasi-emperors behind him and bellowed, "Form ranks swiftly. Prepare to engage the enemy." Chapter 26. Does anyone still remember the name of this emperor? The once panicked and pale-faced quasi-emperors of the human race, upon receiving the Emperor Qingfeng's command, felt as if they had grasped a lifeline, instantly infused with a sense of reliance and confidence. It must be noted that these quasi-emperors, entrusted with the significant duty of guarding the Sea of Realms, were by no means ordinary individuals. They had undergone rigorous and specialized training. In that moment, the 36 quasi-emperors moved with remarkable coordination and precision, swiftly establishing a formidable imperial-level formation. Once this formation was complete, it emanated a terrifying aura that distorted the very fabric of the surrounding space. It is no exaggeration to assert that even a peak emperor, if ensnared within this formation, would find it exceedingly difficult to escape in the short term. As the 36 quasi-emperors finalized the formation, the earlier expressions of worry and fear on the face of Emperor Qingfeng receded like the tide, disappearing entirely. He then stepped directly into the center of the formation and stood there resolutely. At this moment, the countenance of Emperor Qingfeng darkened ominously, his once piercing gaze now filled with unquenchable murderous intent. He fixed his eyes on Lu Xuan beyond the Sea of Realms, his demeanor exceedingly defiant as he thundered, "Humph! How dare you brazenly slay a human emperor in the Sea of Realms? You are truly audacious. Regardless of who you are, do not expect to leave this place alive today." In the distant void, the ancient emperors of other races, concealed within the depths, displayed a collective expression of disdain and contempt upon witnessing the formation laid out above the Sea of Realms. One ancient emperor from the Tianmong clan scoffed, "Humph! With such a formation, its power is likely not even 1/10 of our Tianmong formation, which is renowned across the world. I cannot fathom where these fools derive their courage." Thinking they could resist the terrifying presence of Lu Xuan with such a subpar formation, he reminisced about the past when their Tianmong formation, proud and capable of vanquishing emperors and restraining sages, had faced Lu Xuan, a being akin to a harbinger of death, who had effortlessly shattered their carefully arranged formation with a mere swing of his sword. The words of this ancient emperor were steeped in regret and helplessness, for that formation had been constructed by 360 quasi-emperors and powerful sages of the Tianmong clan. Yet, despite such a formidable assembly, they had ultimately been unable to withstand the might of Lu Xuan's sword. In that instant, not only was the Tianmong formation obliterated, but all the masters who had participated in its formation also perished simultaneously, devoid of any means to retaliate. Following that harrowing battle, the Tianmong clan suffered severe setbacks and became hesitant to traverse the path leading to the outside world. Even the venerable and extraordinarily powerful ancient emperor of the previous generation had left behind a dying wish. As long as Lu Xuan remained, the Tianmong clan must never dare to step even half a foot beyond that mysterious path. Undoubtedly, this ancient emperor possessed remarkable foresight, sacrificing his own life to impart a lesson steeped in blood and tears for his lineage. Since that time, whenever they witnessed other races facing Lu Xuan being ruthlessly vanquished, the members of the Tianmong clan silently expressed their deep gratitude for the immense sacrifice made by their former ancient emperor. The sentiments of this ancient emperor resonated strongly among the other ancient emperors present. The Tianhu ancient emperor's lips curled into a sly and slightly malicious smile as he slowly remarked, "It seems these humans have enjoyed far too long in a state of ease and comfort, to the extent that they have forgotten the terrifying existence that is Lu Xuan. It is indeed time for them to learn what unspeakable sufferings we, as foreign races, have endured over these long 100,000 years." In his words, the Tianhu ancient emperor could hardly contain his eagerness. As if he awaited the moment, he could witness those ignorant human emperors and quasi-emperors paying a painful price for their arrogance and folly. Before the Sea of Realms, the winds howled, raising towering waves that crashed against the rocky shore. Lu Xuan stood tall, his figure as straight as a pine tree, holding the essence of the emperor he had just acquired in his hand. The shimmering source of power seemed to contain boundless mysteries and strength. Although Lu Xuan had grown powerful enough that he no longer needed to refine and absorb the emperor's essence to enhance his strength, he understood the value of such precious items should not be squandered. After all, the essence of an emperor is a rare treasure. Even if it holds little use for him, bestowing it upon his kin could undoubtedly aid them on their path of cultivation, potentially even birthing a new emperor. With this thought, Lu Xuan carefully sealed the emperor's essence and secured it within his robe. He then raised his gaze, peering across the tumultuous sea, landing upon a magnificent formation above the Sea of Realms. This formation, constructed by 36 quasi-emperors and one emperor, emanated a disquieting aura, resembling an impenetrable barrier standing before him. Yet, in the face of such an arrangement, Lu Xuan merely smiled disdainfully. Humph, do they think such a formation can obstruct my path? How utterly foolish, he murmured to himself. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through, and a man clad in a blue robe floated gracefully to the center of the formation. This man was none other than Emperor Qingfeng. Upon hearing Lu Xian's words about 100,000 years, he was taken aback, his eyelids twitching involuntarily. With a face full of skepticism, he gazed at Lu Xuan, his voice trembling slightly as he inquired, "What do you mean by 100,000 years? Could it be you're the emperor from 100,000 years ago?" His words were imbued with incredulity and reverence, like a stone cast into a still pond. His casual remark reverberated through the ears of those present, rendering the once mighty and intimidating quasi-emperors momentarily speechless, their faces a mixture of disbelief and astonishment. What? This is truly the emperor from 100,000 years ago? This is simply unfathomable. It is utterly impossible. One of the quasi-emperors was the first to regain composure, exclaiming in astonishment. Another quasi-emperor furrowed his brow and solemnly remarked, "The lifespan of an emperor is typically limited to a mere 50,000 years. Unless one can ceaselessly acquire the exceedingly rare elixir of immortality and refine it, or resort to the brutal and sanguinary means of harvesting vast amounts of life essence, it is inconceivable that one could survive for such an extended period." A third quasi-emperor chimed in, "Indeed, the elixir of immortality is a precious rarity, exceedingly scarce. Even the most venerable lineage like the Changshan clan or the ancient and enduring paths of immortality would find it challenging to possess such a plethora of elixirs for consumption. Therefore, if he has truly lived for a full 100,000 years, it is almost certain that he has resorted to the frenzied act of harvesting life essence to prolong his existence. It must be understood that the so-called absorption of life essence fundamentally entails using the vibrant lives of countless mortals as nourishment for cultivation. This practice is undoubtedly a complete deviation into dark sorcery among the human race. Anyone bold enough to employ such nefarious methods in their cultivation would inevitably become the target of universal condemnation, branded as a monstrous villain deserving of extermination. Consequently, as these quasi-emperors deduced that Lu Xuan might have sustained himself for 100,000 years by harvesting life essence, even the staunchly righteous Qingfeng emperor, alongside the other 36 venerable quasi-emperors, could not suppress their fury, their indignation igniting like a raging inferno. I never imagined you to be such a heartless and inhumane fiend. You, a merciless individual, dare to recklessly harvest the invaluable life essence of mortals and indiscriminately slay the innocent. This is utterly intolerable." The Qingfeng emperor, his face flushed and eyes wide with rage, bellowed in a voice laden with fury, as if seeking to vent all his pent-up anger through this singular roar. "Humph. If you possess even a shred of conscience, I advise you to end your own life while you still can. Otherwise, once the emissaries of the Supreme Hall arrive, you will find that seeking death will be impossible. Such a shameless individual, relying on the harvesting of mortal life essence for cultivation, once captured by the Supreme Hall, would undoubtedly be subjected to the most harrowing torments imaginable." The crowd surrounding the Qingfeng emperor echoed their agreement, a chorus of denouncements against Lu Xuan rising in a cacophony. Yet, amidst their brief exchanges, They had already conjured an image of Lu Xuan as an evil entity who relied on the harvesting of mortal life essence for his cultivation. In truth, had Lu Xuan indeed been, as they described, subsisting on the essence of mortal lives, he would have long since attained an immortal state, and his current frail appearance would be inconceivable. The reality was that his survival for a full 100,000 years was solely due to the enigmatic power contained within the mysterious god burial coffin. In the face of the Qingfeng Emperor and other slander and accusations, Lu Xuan remained unperturbed, seemingly oblivious to their words. He stood there, cold-eyed and resolute, unyielding in his gaze, devoid of fear or the slightest hint of retreat. He then slowly uttered a few words: "Stand aside, or perish." Though Lu Xuan's voice was not loud, it carried an air of authority and an overwhelming presence, as if it could penetrate the hearts of all present, rendering them unable to defy him. The weight of his words bore down like a mountain, instilling fear and trepidation in those who heard them. As the crowd once again heard Lu Xuan's ominous proclamation, both the Qingfeng Emperor and the 36 quasi-emperors could not help but shudder. Memories flooded their minds of a recent encounter. Not long ago, Lu Xuan had uttered the same words to Emperor Yunfeng, who had resolutely chosen to retaliate, only to meet a swift and tragic end. At this moment, the same threatening voice echoed anew, sending chills down the spines of the Qingfeng Emperor and the 36 quasi-emperors as they felt the imminent peril of losing their heads. Sensing the sudden diminishment of their collective aura, the Qingfeng Emperor was seized with terror and bellowed, regardless of your mysterious background. Your current brazen actions are a blatant provocation against the entire human race and a sacrilege against the Supreme Hall. I advise you to reconsider and weigh the disastrous consequences of your reckless behavior. Until this point, Lu Xuan had been suppressing the raging fire of anger within him. But upon hearing the Qingfeng Emperor's repeated references to the Supreme Hall, he could no longer contain the tempestuous fury within. The so-called Supreme Hall was, in essence, an exalted enforcement agency formed by the most formidable beings among the human race, those of emperor rank, leading the 4 great Chongqing clans and the 3 ancient paths of immortality. This institution wielded immense influence, encompassing the long-established clans and paths of immortality, and attracted many powerful imperial families and renowned emperors to join its ranks as core members. The presence of 7 unrivaled emperors within the Supreme Hall cemented its absolute status and unparalleled authority throughout the realm of humanity. 100,000 years ago, Lu Xuan, then renowned, had been compelled by the united pressure of these 7 emperors to forsake his family, journeying alone to the abyss of heaven to guard the borders. At that time, the leaders of the Supreme Hall had earnestly vowed to protect the Lu family for generations to come. Yet now, those who once made such promises had completely abandoned the Lu family, leaving them to their dire straits. Thus, upon finally returning to the human realm after enduring countless hardships, Lu Xuan harbored 2 unwavering goals: to rescue his endangered kin at all costs and to resolutely challenge the Supreme Hall, seeking to rectify the injustices he had suffered over the past 100 millennia and demand a fair resolution. Chapter 27. A sword shatters the formation. Who can block my invincible path? His fury erupted like a volcano. Lu Xuan's eyes glimmered with a chilling light, his rage capable of incinerating the very world. At this moment, he held nothing back, his strikes imbued with unparalleled ruthlessness. In that instant, the god burial sword emerged, a weapon of unfathomable dread seemingly birthed from the depths of the abyss, radiating an aura of terror. As the divine sword manifested, the very heavens and earth changed hues. All color vanished in an instant. Even the light was eclipsed, leaving only an endless darkness intertwined with the razor-sharp sword light. The god burial sword plummeted from the heavens, wielding the might to obliterate the world, akin to a divine being cleaving the cosmos with a colossal axe, striking fiercely toward the ground. The power contained within this strike was beyond imagination. As the sword light sliced through the void, the vast expanse of the realm was illuminated as if it were midday, dazzlingly brilliant to the point of being blinding. The Qingfeng Emperor, who had previously held unwavering confidence in the formation, felt an inexplicable terror swell within him upon witnessing the sudden emergence of the sword light in Lu Xuan's hand. He immediately realized that he had committed an exceedingly grave error, one so egregious that it nearly condemned him to irretrievable doom. The mere flash of that sword displayed a power far beyond what they could endure. Before them stood Lu Xuan, who at this moment was no longer an ordinary emperor, but a sovereign transcending all beings, wielding unmatched strength. The might of this sword, even if wielded by the emperor himself, could scarcely be surpassed. It is worth noting that the formation meticulously arranged by the Qingfeng Emperor and the 36 formidable quasi-emperors was an imperial-level array, designed to withstand the assaults of mighty emperors. Yet in the face of Lu Xuan's earth-shattering strike, it appeared utterly frail. Thus, at the critical moment when the sword light was about to descend, the Qingfeng Emperor made the most sagacious choice. He fled. He executed his movement technique with utmost haste, transforming into a streak of light as he raced towards the distance, desperately seeking to preserve his life beneath the terrifying sword light. An astonishing scene unfolded. The Qingfeng Emperor, a figure of utmost reverence and the core of the imperial formation, shamelessly abandoned the 36 powerful quasi-emperors behind him, fleeing like a lost dog. It is noteworthy that he was a dignified emperor, an existence at the pinnacle of the cultivation world, yet he displayed such cowardice, terrified to the core. Such an absurd occurrence, if it were to spread, who would ever believe it? These quasi-emperors, already gripped by fear from the unparalleled sword energy, were rendered utterly dumbfounded upon witnessing the Qingfeng Emperor's retreat. Their last glimmer of hope extinguished. After all, the core of the formation was the key to its existence. Without it, how could the array continue to function? As they saw their enemy poised to breach their defenses and plunge them into oblivion, the quasi-emperors erupted in fury, hurling insults at the retreating figure of the Qingfeng Emperor. Shameless scoundrel, despicable coward. The cacophony of invective rose, but regardless of their enraged outbursts, the Qingfeng Emperor seemed deaf to their cries, fixated solely on his frantic escape. Not daring to look back, Lu Xuan hardly regarded the panicked flight of the Qingfeng Emperor. With his unfathomable strength, if he truly wished to intercept him, it would be a trivial task. However, he ultimately belonged to the human lineage, and despite his resolution to sever ties with the Supreme Hall, he could not help but feel a twinge of pity for his kin, granting the Qingfeng Emperor a sliver of mercy, allowing him to escape by a hair's breadth. Just as the Qingfeng Emperor turned to flee, a fierce and unmatched sword energy suddenly erupted, akin to a surging river, effortlessly cleaving through layers of formations. A resounding boom echoed, and amidst the ensuing dust, the 36 quasi-emperors, who had been poised for battle, found themselves utterly obliterated by this astonishing strike, unable to muster even the slightest resistance. These quasi-emperors, neither true emperors nor possessing the essence of emperors, faced complete annihilation upon the shattering of their physical forms. There would be no chance of resurrection. Thus, with a single stroke, Lu Xuan had instantaneously erased 36 powerful quasi-emperors. Such power was nothing short of divine. Yet, after accomplishing this monumental feat, Lu Xuan displayed little elation. His profound gaze slowly lifted, solemnly surveying the distant boundary sea, as if it concealed an even more formidable adversary or an unknown peril. At the far reaches of that mysterious boundary sea, the Qingfeng Emperor, who had been fleeing desperately, suddenly halted as if bound by an unseen force. Not far ahead, figures radiating immense power emerged, akin to celestial beings descending into this void. These human emperors had rushed from within the imperial pass to assist the Qingfeng Emperor, their arrival infusing the chaotic space with righteous vigor. In the blink of an eye, the 6 towering figures reached the edge of the boundary sea, their speed astonishing. Standing side by side in a straight line, they cast grim expressions, their gazes piercing like lightning as they coldly fixed their eyes upon Lu Xuan beyond the boundary sea. The pressure and murderous intent emanating from their eyes were enough to alter the very fabric of reality. Among them stood the Qingfeng Emperor. Upon seeing Lu Xuan once more, trembled involuntarily. Clearly, the previous confrontation left him with an indelible memory of fear. At this moment, his only thought was to escape, to distance himself from this terrifying opponent. Unfortunately, despite his fervent desire to flee, the other emperors forcibly brought him to this confrontation. Well aware of Lu Xuan's unfathomable might and ruthless methods, the Qingfeng Emperor had lost all will to fight, unwilling to engage with such a horrifying presence. Lu Xuan's gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, slowly fell upon the 5 newly arrived human emperors. Among them, 2 had already reached the pinnacle of emperorhood, exuding an aura so terrifying it seemed capable of tearing apart the very void, while the other 3 were also formidable, all at the advanced stages of emperorhood. Notably, the Qingfeng Emperor, already present, was similarly a powerhouse at the advanced stage. Thus, among these 6 emperors, there were 2 at the pinnacle and 2 at the advanced stage. This formidable lineup was indeed luxurious. Even against the vast majority of emperors, they likely could prevail with ease. However, at this moment, Lu Xuan merely stood silently, unyielding, his icy gaze fixed upon the newly arrived emperors. His countenance was as stern as ancient ice, instilling a chill in the hearts of onlookers. In his eyes, this so-called formidable assembly was utterly inconsequential. Not only would he not flinch before these 6 emperors, but even if 10 more at the pinnacle were to join them, Lu Xuan would remain unperturbed, especially as he sensed the unique aura emanating from the 2 peak emperors. He recognized it as derived from the legendary longevity clan's ancestral techniques. This mysterious and potent presence stirred a tremor within Lu Xuan's heart. Meanwhile, several hundred miles away, the ancient foreign sovereigns concealed within the spatial rifts closely monitored this fierce battle. Upon witnessing Lu Xuan's decision to let the Qing Feng Emperor go, expressions of regret and disappointment spread across their faces. They had anticipated that Lu Xuan would seize this opportunity to eliminate him, yet events unfolded contrary to their expectations, leaving their hopes dashed. However, just as these ancient sovereigns sighed in dismay, an unexpected scene unfolded. The recently liberated Qing Feng Emperor, leading the 5 other human emperors, turned back and surged toward Lu Xuan with thunderous momentum. In an instant, the winds shifted and the heavens trembled. At this moment, upon the vast expanse of the boundary sea, the 6 human emperors stood resolutely together, their figures towering like mountains, each bore an expression of icy determination, exuding an innate air of aloofness. They looked down upon Lu Xuan beyond the boundary sea, their eyes filled with provocation and authority, as if no one in this realm could impede their advance, and Lu Xuan had become the obstacle they must overcome. In that instant, the scene before them ignited excitement among the ancient sovereigns, each face alight with barely contained exhilaration. Wonderful, truly wonderful. At last, there will be a spectacle to behold. They thought of the detestable humans who had managed to thrive steadily for 100,000 years, after enduring countless years of tribulation. The number of emperors they possess has surely multiplied several times compared to 10,000 years ago. Let the fearsome god of slaughter, Lu Xuan, eliminate more human emperors, for such deeds would greatly benefit us. One of the ancient alien monarchs exclaimed with a fierce countenance. Another ancient monarch concurred, exclaiming, "Indeed, let the slaughter commence. The more human emperors are slain, the easier it will be when our alien army launches a full-scale assault in the future. Oh, how I yearn to traverse the vast, boundless seas of realms, to breach the impenetrable imperial pass, and to descend majestically upon the territory of humankind." However, some ancient monarchs of alien descent expressed a tinge of dissatisfaction and regret. How lamentable! Look at how miserly the humans are, faced with a terrifying being like Lu Xuan, who slaughters gods and Buddhas alike. They have sent merely a handful of emperors to confront him. TSK. This paltry number is hardly sufficient for Lu Xuan to test the sharpness of his sword. Some even shook their heads in sighs, lamenting, "It is well known that this god of slaughter once, with a single, astonishing strike, annihilated 10 of our peak ancient monarchs in an instant. How can these few human emperors who have come to meet their demise possibly be worthy of provoking Lu Xuan's true might?" Thus, the ancient alien monarchs whispered amongst themselves, lamenting and complaining, believing that the humans' performance was overly stingy, sending forth a meager number of emperors to act as cannon fodder. Given Lu Xuan's stature, how could a mere handful of human emperors possibly befit his illustrious reputation? After all, he was the undisputed strongest emperor of humankind 10,000 years prior. At this moment, as the ancient alien monarchs sighed in despair, the human emperors above the sea of realms finally broke their silence and began to speak. Among them stood a peak emperor clad in a black robe, his eyes dark and brooding, glaring fiercely at Lu Xuan, revealing unmasked hostility and malice. He slowly extended his palm, and with this gesture, a radiant golden token materialized within it. The moment Lu Xuan's gaze fell upon the golden token, his already cold expression turned even more frigid, for he instantly recognized it as the fabled supreme token. This token represents an unparalleled status and authority within the realm of humankind, commanding obedience from all. At that moment, a brilliant light erupted, and the supreme token, exuding immense pressure and a mysterious aura, floated in the air. Instantly, the entire world seemed to tremble as an unparalleled force swept through. Everyone gasped, for they understood that the appearance of the supreme token signified the imminent arrival of the 7 supreme emperors from the Supreme Hall, whose names resound across the world. Regardless of one's status or strength, every human must unconditionally obey this supreme decree. And now, the bearer of the supreme token was none other than this extraordinary powerhouse standing at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. His aura was overwhelming, akin to a vast galaxy, instilling fear in those who beheld him. He fixed his piercing gaze upon Lu Xuan and declared with a commanding voice, "Bold Lu Xuan, today, the Emperor has words for you. Why do you dare to violate the agreement and leave Tianyuan without permission? Have you truly cast aside the oath you swore long ago, pledging to guard Tianyuan for the rest of your life? In the past, you vowed to protect the realm until your last breath, never to leave without consent. Your actions now are nothing short of a blatant betrayal of humankind." This inquiry resonated like thunder, echoing through the skies, causing all present to tremble, their gazes turning towards the questioned Lu Xuan. In the past, Lu Xuan, deeply concerned for the safety of his kin, might have adhered to the supreme decree. However, after enduring numerous trials and tribulations, how could he possibly regard such matters now? As the peak emperor's stern reprimand and the emperor's severe questioning echoed, a sardonic smile crept upon Lu Xian's lips. His voice, as chilling as if it emerged from the depths of the abyss, resonated with unmatched authority. "An excellent question. I, too, wish to inquire of those so-called emperors you speak of. Do they remember the agreement made with me long ago?" The figure before him, an illustrious member of the Changshan clan, clearly understood the intricacies of events from 10,000 years past. Upon hearing Lu Xian's resounding retort, his previously stern demeanor faltered. Yet, representing the lofty will of the emperors and the Supreme Hall, he could not afford to lose face before a fellow emperor like Lu Xuan. Thus, his expression darkened, and with a cold snort, the supreme token in his grip radiated a blinding golden light, akin to a scorching sun, emanating a terrifying pressure. His countenance was as dark as a stormy sea, eyes gleaming with fierce determination, akin to an enraged lion. He bellowed with an undeniable authority that seemed capable of shaking the heavens. "Lu Xuan, you are indeed audacious beyond measure, daring to act with such impunity. Your unauthorized departure from Tianyuan is a grave offense. That place concerns the very survival of our race, yet you disregard it entirely. Moreover, you have shown blatant disrespect towards the Emperor and the Supreme Hall, revealing your malicious ambitions. Today, I come on behalf of the Supreme Hall and the Emperor to question you." At this point, he paused for a moment, inhaling deeply before continuing his tirade. "Do you truly intend to persist in your misguided path? If you return to Tianyuan now and obediently guard it without causing further trouble, perhaps the emperors, considering your past contributions, may show mercy and forgive your heinous transgressions. However, even so, your act of slaughtering human emperors and harming your own kin is an unforgivable crime. While the death penalty may be avoided, the living punishment is inescapable. Come forth and submit to 30,000 heavenly thunder lashes. If you somehow survive this ordeal, then the matter shall be considered resolved." Chapter 28. Punishing this emperor? Do you even qualify? The moment the reprimand from the peak emperor reached Lu Xian's ears, rather than feeling anger, he merely smiled wryly, revealing an enigmatic grin. It was as if the stern rebuke he just heard was not a serious admonishment, but rather a comical tale that elicited laughter. For Lu Xuan, this reprimand was the most absurd thing he had encountered in 10,000 years. How could a mere presence of emperor rank dare to question him? What's more, this individual attempted to impose punishment in the name of the emperor, speaking of 30,000 heavenly thunder lashes. How utterly ridiculous! Faced with this scene, Lu Xuan could only respond with a series of scornful and disdainful cold laughs. His blatant derision completely provoked the already furious peak emperor into a state of uncontrollable rage. Here was a man of noble lineage from the Changshan family, entrusted with the weighty responsibility of representing the emperor in his daily traversals across the human territories. Who would dare to treat him with anything less than reverence, akin to a deity? Yet today, he found himself ruthlessly mocked and ridiculed by Lu Xuan, a figure deemed a criminal. Before the peak emperor could unleash his wrath in a roar of fury, another peak emperor, unable to contain himself, bellowed, "Lu Xuan, what are your intentions? Do you truly regard our esteemed emperor with such contempt?" His voice resonated like a thunderous bell, echoing through the heavens and causing the surrounding crowd to wince in pain. However, no matter how vehemently he shouted, Lu Xuan remained as steadfast as a towering mountain, hardly sparing him a glance. A smirk curled at the corners of Lu Xian's lips, revealing a sneer of disdain. Humph! What a collection of presumptuous clowns, merely clutching a supreme token. Do you truly believe yourselves to be exalted and invincible? His words reverberated through the air like a thunderclap, causing the audience's ears to ring. Standing tall, Lu Xuan exuded an unparalleled aura of dominance, as if he intended to envelop the very heavens and earth. Even if the so-called emperor behind you were to descend here today, I would still maintain this attitude. His eyes blazed like lightning, fixed unflinchingly on the group before him. Taking a deep breath, he continued to proclaim, "Once, it was your emperor who betrayed his trust towards me and my entire Lu family. This profound enmity cannot be reconciled. Even if you insignificant minions do not provoke me, I will eventually seek him out to demand an explanation." Lu Xian's resolute and thunderous declaration echoed through the skies, resonating like a tidal wave, reverberating throughout the boundless expanse of the world. Those who heard this bold proclamation were struck with fear, their very souls trembling. Meanwhile, several emperors in the realm above, who had some inkling of the mysterious pact established 100,000 years ago, found their expressions darkening as they listened to Lu Xian's words, their faces clouded like skies before an impending storm. Yet among them, only the Qingfeng emperor remained oblivious to the matter. He felt lost in a fog, unable to comprehend the discussion between Lu Xuan and the other emperors. Fortunately, he took his current outsider status in stride, remaining focused on the unfolding events. He understood that with the limited strength of his minor imperial lineage, he could not easily entangle himself in the complex grievances between Lu Xuan and the deeply rooted Chongqing families. Thus, at the first sign of trouble, he would not hesitate to discreetly retreat. After all, self-preservation is the wisest course of action. Hundreds of miles away, ancient rulers of foreign tribes gazed at the unfolding scene, and upon witnessing the human emperor's treatment of Lu Xuan, their inner fury ignited, burning more fiercely than Lu Xuan himself. They glared with widened eyes, raging. Has the human race truly fallen to such depths? How dare they confuse right and wrong? One ancient ruler seethed, "Look at these detestable beings, clutching their supreme tokens, clearly intending to tarnish our hero, Lu Xuan. Do they not realize the painful price they will pay for this?" Another ancient ruler trembled with rage, shouting, "What is worse? They audaciously expect Lu Xuan to endure 30,000 heavenly tribulations. Have these fools lost their minds? Do they not understand the terrifying power that the god of slaughter will unleash when provoked? They may not even get the chance to beg for mercy." Yet another ancient ruler scoffed, "If the supreme hall of the human race is filled with such inept individuals, then the day we foreign tribes breach the imperial gates and completely occupy human territory will surely arrive soon." These ancient rulers were now unable to contain their excitement, having come at the behest of the esteemed Qinghu to assist Lu Xuan. However, upon witnessing the human race's display, they could not help but shake their heads in amusement. In their eyes, given the meager show of strength from the humans, they would hardly pose a threat to Lu Xuan, who was renowned across the continent. With his extraordinary prowess, a mere wave of his hand could easily vanquish these foes before him. Thus, the ancient rulers observed the unfolding situation with keen interest, some even setting up bets amongst themselves, speculating on how long Lu Xuan, the god of slaughter, would tolerate these overreaching fools before taking action. Before the realm of the seas, the waves surged and crashed, imbued with endless mystery and power. Lu Xuan stood proudly, his figure as upright as a pine, his gaze sharp as a sword, coldly regarding the human emperors before him. Upon his questioning, the faces of the human emperors turned ashen. They opened their mouths, attempting to refute Lu Xuan, but their throats felt constricted, rendering them speechless. They knew all too well that Lu Xuan spoke the truth. The actions of the emperor behind them had indeed violated trust. Yet, how could they easily admit this? The emperor they followed had always been a revered figure, a symbol of justice in the hearts of many. To acknowledge this now would not only tarnish the emperor's name for eternity, but would also make them targets of scorn. Thus, they had no choice but to maintain their stance, even if they knew it was wrong, forcing themselves to persist. So they gritted their teeth, suppressing their unease and guilt, and retorted, "Nonsense! Our emperor acts with integrity. How dare you slander him?" At this moment, the tension in the air was palpable. The confrontation between the two sides akin to the stillness before a storm, ready to erupt. Yet behind this seemingly simple argument lay a web of immense interests and power struggles. Another peak emperor stood with arms crossed and eyes like lightning fixed on Lu Xuan, his face contorted with anger, coldly chiding. Lu Xuan, I truly cannot comprehend your words. Once you willingly accepted the duty to guard the heavenly abyss, shouldering this critical responsibility. Yet now, you dare to abandon your post and leave the heavenly abyss without permission. This is undoubtedly a grave mistake. Moreover, how dare you, in the presence of the boundary sea, inflict harm upon your own kin? Such actions are utterly unforgivable and defy the very principles of justice. Just now, Emperor Jiangming, recalling past affections, merely decreed that you endure the punishment of 30,000 heavenly lightning lashes. This leniency is already a grace beyond the law. Do not persist in your obstinacy, otherwise, you shall only meet a tragic end, harming both yourself and others. I earnestly advise you to step forward and accept your punishment, so that I may plead your case before the Imperial Majesty and grant you and your entire Lu clan a precious opportunity for redemption. Do you truly believe you can disregard life and death, neglecting even your own Lu clan among the human race? 100,000 years ago, Lu Xuan was a peerless warrior among humans, yet he was forced into exile by the united might of the 7 great emperors. They leveraged the lives of Lu Xuan's kin to compel him to leave his people behind and guard the perilous abyss alone. Time has flown by, and now, upon hearing the same threat once more, the pent-up fury within Lu Xuan erupted like a volcano. Simultaneously, the grievances buried deep within him for a century began to overflow. Unexpectedly, despite the tumult of emotions, Lu Xuan appeared remarkably composed, resembling a silent iceberg, calmly gazing at the formidable figure before him. In just one glance, Lu Xuan discerned a familiar and unique aura emanating from this peak emperor, an aura emanating from the illustrious Jiang family. With an extraordinary calmness, he inquired, "Are you from the Jin family?" The moment his question hung in the air, silence enveloped the surroundings, as if even the very atmosphere had frozen. The peak emperor was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for Lu Xuan's swift deduction of his origins. However, he quickly regained his composure and tacitly acknowledged Lu Xuan's insight, for he understood that any attempt at concealment before such an entity as Lu Xuan was futile. At this moment, Lu Xuan's gaze swept across the assembly. When his eyes fell upon the one wielding the supreme order, a cold smile graced his lips. Without need for further elaboration, the aura radiating from this individual unmistakably identified him as Emperor Jiangming, belonging to the renowned Jiang family. On this vast, ancient, and mysterious continent, the 4 illustrious longevity families are well known. It was the emperors of the Jin and Jiang families who once advocated for Lu Xuan's expulsion from humanity, commanding him to guard the treacherous abyss. Now, upon discovering that the imposing figures confronting him hailed from the Jiang and Jin families, Lu Xuan felt little surprise. After all, these 2 families were the very ones that heartlessly cast him out. They would hardly welcome him back. At that moment, the peak emperor from the Jin family, upon hearing Lu Xuan's inquiry, could not conceal a flicker of pride in his eyes. Standing tall, he arrogantly retorted, "Humph. Since you are aware of my origins, you must also comprehend who it is you have provoked. Lu Xuan, I advise you to come forth and accept your punishment. If you manage to survive the terrifying 30,000 lightning lashes, all your past transgressions may be absolved." However, as the words of the Jin emperor faded into the air, Jiangming, also clutching the supreme order, could no longer contain his mounting frustration and fury. He bellowed, "Lu Xuan, do not attempt to delay any longer. Our patience has reached its limit. If you do not step forward within 10 breaths, it will be a blatant provocation against the Imperial Majesty and a grave disrespect to the Supreme Hall." In response to Jiangming's fierce admonition, Lu Xuan merely smiled enigmatically, his lips curling into an inscrutable grin. With a tone devoid of emotional fluctuation, he slowly replied, "Provocation? Huh, I'm not merely provoking you now. Have you only just realized? Jin family, Jiang family. It is truly unexpected that the descendants of 2 esteemed emperors are such utter simpletons, a mere collection of inept individuals." Lu Xuan's words detonated like a powerful bomb in a previously tranquil pond, stirring up tumultuous waves. The 5 emperors above the boundary sea were instantly enraged, their faces turning pale, eyes wide open, fixed on Lu Xuan with a ferocity that seemed capable of devouring him whole. At that moment, Only the clear-wind emperor felt a chill run down his spine upon catching sight of Lu Xuan's enigmatic smile. Without hesitation, he began to retreat swiftly, although mindful not to draw attention from the formidable presence surrounding him. Yet, as he retreated cautiously, he was acutely aware of Lu Xuan's every move, prepared to flee at the slightest indication of impending danger. In his mind, he had rehearsed countless escape routes and scenarios to ensure his timely exit. Meanwhile, the emperors from the Jiang and Jin families remained consumed by their fury at Lu Xuan's words, oblivious to the clear-wind emperor's subtle actions. Jiang Ming, in particular, seethed with rage, his eyes blazing as he glared at Lu Xuan, exuding an aura of a furious lion ready to pounce. Lu Xuan, you reckless fool, how dare you speak such arrogant words? You are courting death. Thus commenced Chapter 29. One sword slays 4 emperors. The break with the longevity family. They had come with an important mission to prevent Lu Xuan from returning to human territory. Previously, they had believed that merely brandishing the supreme order would compel Lu Xuan to retreat. However, the reality exceeded their expectations. Unfazed by the supreme order, Lu Xuan not only disregarded it but openly challenged them, showing blatant contempt for its authority. This behavior inevitably provoked their ire. With a furious roar, Jiang Ming and the other emperors wasted no time, unleashing their unparalleled abilities. In an instant, a cataclysmic battle among the emperors erupted above the boundary sea. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the terrifying power of the imperial Tao surged down like a tumultuous flood from the heavens. 5 resplendent beams of light intertwined, creating a breathtaking spectacle that left one in awe. It is indeed remarkable that 5 emperors would strike simultaneously. Such an extraordinary scene occurs but once in a millennium. As the emperor of the Jin clan unleashed a fierce maneuver, a look of unbridled pride and arrogance instantly graced his once majestic visage. With an uproarious laugh, he proclaimed, "Ha! Lu Xuan, you foolhardy and ignorant wretch. Since you are so oblivious to the situation and lack the sense to retreat gracefully, do not blame us for being ruthless and merciless. Today marks the end of your life." With this furious declaration from a Jin emperor, the other 4 emperors unleashed their full might. In an instant, heaven and earth transformed, and the winds roared. Seemingly, the entire world trembled before their unmatched power. At that moment, within the realm of humanity, aside from the lofty and unfathomable imperial sovereigns, few could withstand the combined assault of these 5 emperors. Despite Lu Xuan's extraordinary prowess, having reached the realm of the emperors himself, ultimately, 2 fists could not rival 4 hands, until he ascended beyond the emperor's threshold. Facing the united onslaught of these 5 emperors would likely prove overwhelming. However, unexpectedly, as these 5 emperors launched their ferocious assault, the previously aloof and observant Emperor Qingfeng suddenly vanished without a trace. It turned out that this Emperor Qingfeng had personally experienced Lu Xuan's terrifying strength and was well aware of the perilous nature of this endeavor. Thus, the moment Jiang Ming and the others made their move, he had decisively employed his skills to escape in the blink of an eye. After a frenzied dash, Emperor Qingfeng had reached the edge of the Realm Sea. Before him lay the exit to escape the Realm Sea. With just one more step, he could entirely evade this life-and-death crisis and soar away to safety. Just as Jiang Ming and his companions remained unaware, an astonishing scene unfolded. Despite facing the formidable joint attack of 5 emperors, Lu Xuan displayed not the slightest hint of fear. His expression remained as cold and unyielding as a millennium of ice, seemingly indifferent to the overwhelming assault before him. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away, the ancient emperors of alien races, hidden within the void, could no longer contain their excitement and began to cheer exuberantly. It is finally beginning. It is truly remarkable that Lu Xuan, a god of slaughter, has endured until now, exclaimed one ancient emperor. Indeed, look at these utterly foolish human emperors. Lu Xuan has yet to strike, yet they are the ones rushing to their demise. Another ancient emperor chimed in, filled with disdain and mockery. With their meager abilities, they are utterly insignificant. I dare say, they cannot withstand even a casual strike from Lu Xuan, sneered yet another ancient emperor. The atmosphere among the crowd grew increasingly fervent, with many discussing this impending monumental battle. Shall we place a wager? How many moves do you think it will take for Lu Xuan, the god of slaughter, to utterly defeat these overzealous human emperors? Proposed one ancient emperor. What is there to guess? Given Lu Xuan's terrifying might, A mere flick of his sword would likely reduce these fools to ashes. Another responded immediately. However, as the discussion deepened, the ancient emperors gradually lost interest. After all, the strength displayed by those human emperors was quite feeble, failing to ignite their enthusiasm for the spectacle. So the human emperors are this weak? They mused. The imperial Tao they wielded is inferior even to us ancient emperors. How dare they take the initiative against Lu Xuan? At that very moment, all eyes were fixed upon Lu Xuan, who finally stirred. This was the first time since leaving the abyss that he grasped his sword. In an instant, a deep and resonant hum reverberated throughout the realm sea, as if it sought to penetrate the very souls of all present. As the sound of the sword echoed, the 5 human emperors engaged in battle were momentarily jolted, their movements involuntarily halting. The sword's resonance resembled the roar of malevolent spirits from the netherworld and the wrath of ancient demonic gods, stirring within them an indescribable fear. Even their once mighty techniques faltered in that moment. More astonishingly, as the sound of the sword reverberated, the imperial Tao laws coalescing behind them were effortlessly severed as if they were fragile spider silk. The imperial Tao laws are the source of an emperor's power. Now, with their severance, the connection between the emperors and their own imperial essence was abruptly cut. Not good. Although Emperor Jiangming was often arrogant, he recognized the gravity of the situation, his face paling as he cried out in terror to warn the other emperors. However, before his voice could fully dissipate, an astonishing scene unfolded. The emperors standing before him exploded simultaneously, disintegrating into countless fragments. These shards streaked across the sky like meteors, cascading down into the realm sea and creating towering waves. Before Jiangming's eyes, one revered emperor after another, once exalted and powerful, shattered without warning like fragile porcelain. Their bodies instantly transformed into countless tiny fragments, scattering like meteors. These once invincible beings were thus reduced to nothingness under Jiangming's gaze. Jiangming's eyes widened in horror and despair, his entire being trembling uncontrollably. In this life and death moment, he gripped his supreme token tightly, as if it were his last lifeline. Suddenly, the supreme token, sensing its master's peril, emitted a blinding golden light. This radiant glow encased Emperor Jiangming in an impenetrable shield. However, the relentless sword energy did not relent. It surged against this golden shield with overwhelming force. With a thunderous crash, Jiangming was struck as if by lightning, enduring an unprecedented blow. Under the influence of this terrifying power, he was propelled backward, enveloped in the golden light of the supreme token, like a cannonball, flying hundreds of miles away in an instant. The wind howled, and space shattered along his path, creating terrifying black fissures. Finally, after nearly 1,000 miles, Jiangming's figure came to a halt, yet he was a sight of utter disarray, spitting forth a mouthful of pitch-black blood. Moreover, his imperial essence had suffered severe damage, riddled with countless cracks, as if it could shatter at any moment. It is worth noting that even with the full protection of the supreme token, Jiangming faced such a dire fate. The other emperors were far less fortunate, lacking a supreme token to shield them. They were unable to withstand the onslaught of the relentless sword energy, meeting their demise in an instant. Thus, the sheer power of that single strike was revealed to be of astonishing magnitude. In a mere stroke, for emperors had been slain. This extraordinary feat was truly an unparalleled miracle in history. No, this is impossible. Surviving the calamity, Emperor Jiangming was engulfed in terror and disbelief, his body trembling as if struck by an overwhelming blow. His wide eyes fixed on the horizon, his mind replayed the harrowing scene he had just witnessed. At this moment, he still struggled to comprehend what had transpired in that fleeting instant. It was evident that the 5 mighty emperors had united their strengths with the intent of annihilating Lu Xuan. Their formidable assault had ensnared Lu Xuan like an unbreakable net. Yet, just as they reveled in the conviction that Lu Xuan was surely doomed, a sudden, piercing sound of a sword echoed through the air, shattering the stillness and resonating deeply within their souls. What followed was a sight that left them aghast. The other 4 emperors were ruthlessly slain in what appeared to be the same heartbeat. Jiangming could only watch in shock and horror as, without exception, they were obliterated by an overwhelming surge of sword energy. The sheer ferocity of that energy was beyond imagination. Even their protective imperial artifacts crumbled like parchment under its onslaught, accompanied by anguished cries. The bodies of the four emperors and their weapons disintegrated into countless fragments, scattering into the ether. Even the formidable Jiangming found himself on the brink of death before such extraordinary power. Had it not been for the divine protection of the enigmatic supreme token he possessed, he too would have met a fate akin to that of his comrades. Come back. You cannot withstand him. At that moment, a voice filled with resignation and sighs emanated from the supreme token. Though faint, it reached Jiangming's ears with startling clarity, deepening the weight of his already tumultuous emotions. As the unsettling sigh reverberated from the supreme token, Jiangming's heart jolted, despite his unwillingness to accept it. He recognized the gravity of the situation. Hesitation was no longer an option. Gritting his teeth, he resolutely turned and fled, racing forward as if the winds themselves propelled him. He did not dare pause until he reached the farthest edge of the realm's ocean, where he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. To his astonishment, he discovered that Emperor Qingfeng had already arrived before him. Glaring at the seemingly innocent expression on Qingfeng's face, Jiangming's fury ignited. He halted abruptly, his eyes blazing as if they could ignite flames. He then demanded in an accusatory tone, "Did you know all along of his terrifying strength?" Faced with Jiangming's tempestuous inquiry, Qingfeng was taken aback and quickly shook his head, flustered as he implored, "Your Majesty Jiangming, you misunderstand me. I truly had no idea of his true power. Moreover, I had earnestly warned everyone not to underestimate the opponent, but you all dismissed my counsel." At Qingfeng's words, memories surged in Jiangming's mind of their arrival at the realm's ocean not long ago. Indeed, Qingfeng had fervently warned them against provoking Lu Xuan. Regrettably, their arrogance had blinded them to the sage advice offered. After all, they bore the supreme token, representing the Supreme Hall, and believed Lu Xuan would not dare oppose them. Yet, reality had delivered a resounding slap to their faces. Lu Xuan was not only willing to confront the Supreme Hall, but he also showed no deference to the emperors backing them. That singular strike had made Lu Xuan's stance unmistakably clear. He had severed ties with the human race. Even if he had not entirely renounced humanity, he had certainly broken from the Supreme Hall and the two venerable immortal clans. Jiangming's once imposing visage darkened, his eagle-like eyes fixated on Qingfeng, burning with ire as if ready to incinerate him. If not for a sliver of rationality still intact, he would have struck down this audacious coward who fled at such a critical moment. However, just as Jiangming was about to unleash his wrath, a mysterious, ancient voice emanated from the supreme token in his grasp. "Hold your hand. He is not to blame. Lu Xuan's strength has since soared to unfathomable heights, now firmly stepping into the daunting realm of quasi-emperor. Even if Qingfeng chose to stay and fight, it would be akin to throwing an egg against a stone, merely courting death." Upon hearing this, despite the tumult of resentment and anger within, Jiangming found himself compelled to set aside his lethal intent toward Qingfeng. The command from the supreme token was an absolute authority that brooked no defiance. Thus, he forced down his fury, shot one last venomous glare at Qingfeng, and resolutely turned away, racing toward the distant imperial gate without a backward glance. Meanwhile, far beyond the realm's ocean, Lu Xuan stood silently, watching as the beleaguered Jiangming vanished from sight. He did not pursue Jiangming immediately, fully aware that the supreme token he bore contained boundless power. Making the task of slaying him no simple feat, a smirk of derision crept across Lu Xuan's lips as he mused, "Just a trifling clown. If fate has allowed you to escape today, then I shall grant you a few more days of existence. When the time is ripe, I shall personally erase you from this world." With that, Lu Xuan dismissed the fleeing Jiangming from his thoughts, striding purposefully into the tumultuous waves of the realm's ocean. With a wave of his hand, he gathered the four complete sources of imperial essence scattered around him into his possession. Chapter 30. 9 cannot be counted. The human race's imperial sovereign has achieved perfection. At this moment, Lu Xuan grasped the sources of imperial essence tightly, contemplating deeply. Besides the yet-to-be fully refined source from the ancient Fire Emperor, he held 5 intact sources of imperial essence in his hands, a truly formidable and coveted power. "I never expected the news to spread so swiftly, reaching the Supreme Hall so soon," Lu Xuan murmured to himself as he stepped onto the surging, boundless ocean. Though this ocean stretched infinitely, a daunting expanse of millions of miles, for one of his caliber, crossing it would take but an instant. Yet, even if he successfully traversed the ocean, a grand imperial gate stood between him and the true return to the territory of the human race. This gate was forged by the blood and lives of countless ancestors of the human race, serving as an indomitable barrier that had repeatedly thwarted the frenzied advances of alien invaders. Not only was it guarded by formidable human emperors, but there was also a vast army of courageous human soldiers standing ready. Even one as powerful as Lu Xuan, having reached the pinnacle of emperorhood, would find it no easy task to breach such a gate, especially now that news of his emergence had reached the Supreme Hall. Those with ulterior motives who did not wish for a safe return would surely devise ways to obstruct his journey. If they merely dispatched a few envoys from the Supreme Hall to intercept him, Lu Xuan might still manage to cope with his strength. However, if the opponent were to mobilize their entire strength, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yet, should those legendary sovereigns truly descend upon the mortal realm? Even though Lu Xuan is filled with confidence, he is acutely aware that with his current strength, it may still be exceedingly difficult to withstand such unparalleled beings. It is essential to understand that a vast chasm separates the emperors from the sovereigns, akin to an insurmountable abyss. Though he has stepped into the realm of quasi-sovereignty, he remains far from true sovereigns. The term sovereign signifies the supreme pinnacle among emperors, the true paragons who tower above this world and gaze down upon all living beings. Throughout the protracted history of humanity, each era has witnessed the emergence of numerous emperors, sometimes in staggering numbers, with thousands of them shining simultaneously in the world. In stark contrast, the number of sovereigns has always been exceedingly scarce. Throughout history, there has never been a time when the count of human sovereigns exceeded 9. This phenomenon is not something that can be altered by human effort. Rather, it is subject to the stringent constraints of the celestial laws. It is said that 9 is the ultimate number, and under the rules of celestial order, there exist only 9 sovereign laws. Thus, regardless of how the world changes, the number of human sovereigns in any given era is destined never to surpass this limit of 9. Presently, the fabled Supreme Hall boasts 7 formidable and unparalleled sovereigns. It is noteworthy that within the entire realm of humanity, there are but 2 sovereign positions remaining. However, when considering the possibility of hidden sovereigns lurking in the shadows, it is likely that this precious and scarce number of 9 sovereign thrones has long been occupied. Moreover, Lu Xuan firmly believes that this possibility is exceedingly high. Reflecting on the years past, tens of thousands of years ago, when Lu Xuan, brimming with ambition, attempted to break through his limitations and attain the coveted sovereign realm, he was met with an overwhelming pressure and suppression from the celestial forces. He felt akin to a tiger trapped in a cage. Despite his fervent struggles, he found it impossible to break free from the celestial restraints, ultimately halting just outside the gates of sovereignty. It was from that moment that Lu Xuan began to speculate. Perhaps at this very moment, the actual number of true sovereigns within humanity has quietly reached 9. Due to touching upon the mysterious limit of numbers, the celestial order naturally reacted with a strong repulsion, preventing him from achieving sovereign grandeur. Now, after enduring countless trials and tribulations, Lu Xuan is poised to embark on his return to humanity. It is evident that this journey will inevitably lead him to confront those exalted sovereigns once more. Recalling the distant past, 100,000 years ago, he had once been coerced by 7 terrifying sovereigns due to his insufficient strength, ultimately forced to depart from his homeland in sorrow. Time has passed, and now, armed with glory and extraordinary power, he is set to return to his homeland, silently vowing never to witness the tragic scenes of the past replayed. If the number of sovereigns reaches its peak limit, then the only way to ascend to a new sovereign throne is to eliminate one sovereign. Lu Xuan's expression turned as solemn as water, his brow furrowed deeply as he fell into profound contemplation. It is important to note that while he bears the title of quasi-sovereign, he has yet to truly embark on the path of sovereignty. Given his current strength, attempting to slay a sovereign is akin to chasing a fleeting dream. For each seasoned sovereign commands a unique supreme law of sovereignty. This sovereign law is the most powerful force in existence, possessing an inherent, overwhelming advantage over the slightly inferior emperor laws. Despite Lu Xuan's title as quasi-sovereign, he remains categorized among the emperors, still practicing the laws of the emperor. When his emperor laws encounter sovereign laws, he will inevitably face comprehensive and powerful suppression, leaving him utterly defenseless. Thus, from any perspective, he can never be a match for a sovereign. Hence, upon realizing that the number of sovereigns among humanity may have already reached its peak, Lu Xuan began to ponder day and night. Seeking a path to break through the current predicament, freeing himself from the shackles of the celestial order and ultimately achieving the rank of sovereign. However, for the first entire 10,000 years, despite his relentless efforts and deep contemplation, he could find no feasible plan, let alone any means to shatter the impenetrable bonds that barred his way to the coveted path of sovereignty. Yet, who could have anticipated that within the seemingly ordinary god-burial coffin, he would detect an unusual clue? At first glance, this god-burial coffin appeared to be merely a common bronze coffin, but upon deeper investigation, Lu Xuan discovered that it contained an extraordinary world unto itself. Each time he cautiously lay within this coffin, marvelous events transpired. His body would be instantaneously transported to a brand new realm. In this mysterious expanse, everything seemed to freeze in place, with time and the passage of years halting altogether. Due to this peculiar phenomenon, each time Lu Xuan reclined in the god-burial coffin, the speed of his aging would be significantly delayed. As time went by, through the continuous exploration of the god-burial coffin, Lu Xuan made even more astonishing discoveries. He noted that the coffin boards surrounding the coffin were covered with countless intricate patterns. These patterns intertwined and were beautifully arranged, resembling an immense celestial map of the stars. Yet perplexingly, within certain critical areas of this star map, there appeared alarming voids. Undoubtedly, these voids should have been occupied by brilliant stars that have now mysteriously vanished without a trace. One day, a sudden and unforeseen event allowed Lu Xuan to finally unveil the astonishing secret hidden within these coffin boards. Those star map voids, which had once baffled him, could be filled with an exceedingly rare and precious substance, known as the Emperor's origin. This shocking revelation struck like a brilliant flash of lightning, tearing through the dark night sky and illuminating the entire world. The shock and delight it brought to Lu Xuan were unparalleled and profoundly impactful. Over the years, Lu Xuan had fought valiantly, courageously slaying countless ancient royalty from foreign races. Each victory brought him spoils, the most precious of which were the Emperor's origins. However, unexpectedly, Lu Xuan had filled all the hard-earned Emperor's origins into the starry voids of the coffin lid. To this day, after a long period of accumulation and effort, the 28 star map voids on the coffin lid now contain only 5 remaining in the far north that have yet to be filled with the Emperor's origin. Initially, Lu Xuan intended to preserve these valuable origins from the human emperors for his kin, so they too could benefit from this formidable power. However, circumstances have now become so urgent that he cannot afford a moment's hesitation. If Lu Xuan cannot ascend to a higher level on his path of cultivation, breaking through his shackles and achieving the status of sovereign, then even if he safely returns to the human realm, he may struggle to ensure the successful rescue of his kin. Conversely, if he temporarily refrains from returning to humanity, those exalted sovereigns may believe he is still pursuing a higher realm, thus refraining from hastily targeting the Lu family. In this way, he can better ensure the safety of the Lu family. These seemingly simple and straightforward truths were, in fact, only comprehended by Lu Xuan after a period of profound contemplation and complete calm. Faced with such a challenging and intricate situation, he must weigh the pros and cons carefully to make the most prudent decision. Thus, he finds himself unable to rush back. He cannot genuinely depart and return to guard Tianyuan. Should he retreat to Tianyuan, it would signify a surrender to the Supreme Hall and a capitulation to the 7 great emperors. Such an act is one Lu Xuan would rather die than commit. He hopes that this enigmatic and fabled coffin of the gods, rumored to entomb the deities, will indeed bring him unexpected delight as he wishes. Lu Xuan sat quietly upon the vast, turbulent sea of realms, resembling an ancient and unchanging statue. In his long and powerful hands, he grasped 5 radiant imperial essences, which seemed to possess life pulsating in his palm. As he carefully manipulated them, one by one, they slowly ascended into the air, merging with the corresponding voids in the star map that unfolded like a painting in midair. Gradually, the once dim star map upon the coffin began to brighten. Each imperial essence that integrated into a void ignited a beacon, gradually illuminating the entire star map. Finally, when the last imperial essence was successfully embedded in its designated position, the entire star map erupted with an extraordinarily brilliant light, akin to the brightest star in the night sky, blinding to behold. Simultaneously, the 28 imperial essences hidden deep within the coffin were summoned forth, spiraling around the star map, intertwining and releasing a terrifying aura capable of annihilating the heavens and earth. In an instant, This realm was enveloped by the powerful energy waves, causing the skies to darken and the thunder to roar. Just then, an astonishing scene unfolded. The star map on the coffin suddenly split according to the cardinal directions, and four immense sacred beast patterns materialized before all. In the east, a colossal azure dragon soared into the sky, its scales glinting with a cold light. In the west, a majestic white tiger roared defiantly. In the south, a flaming, resplendent vermilion bird danced gracefully. And in the north, a massive entity, a fusion of turtle and snake, stood proud. As these legendary four sacred beasts emerged from the star map, Lu Xuan felt as if he had been transported to a primordial age of chaos. The overwhelming force that surged toward him was akin to a mountain crashing down upon the sea, nearly robbing him of breath. Despite his utmost efforts to maintain his composure, his body trembled involuntarily under this unparalleled pressure, like a fragile candle in the wind, on the verge of extinction. With a sharp intake of breath, Lu Xuan gazed in astonishment at the spectacle before him, his body quaking involuntarily. Could this truly be the legendary four sacred beasts? He could scarcely believe his eyes as he beheld four massive phantoms faintly manifesting within the ancient coffin: the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise, each radiating a powerful aura that seemed poised to break the confines of this space. The star map possessed such miraculous power that it could awaken the four sacred beasts. Lu Xuan murmured to himself, his eyes filled with disbelief. He stood frozen in place, his gaze fixated on the majestic phantoms of the sacred beasts, his entire being seemingly petrified. As time passed, he finally emerged from his initial shock. However, at that moment, his expression suddenly transformed into one of fervent excitement, his previously agape mouth now stretching into a broad smile, brimming with uncontainable joy. For he realized that the star map upon the coffin, having the ability to evoke the legendary phantoms of the four sacred beasts, confirmed that the coffin was no ordinary object. Its origins must be extraordinary. This revelation was undoubtedly a beacon of hope for Lu Xuan, who had tirelessly sought power and opportunity. Chapter 31. The sacred beasts guard the heavenly gate. The transformation of the coffin of the gods. Beyond the sea of realms, in the endless void, many mysterious and powerful ancient emperors of foreign races were concealed. They closely observed Lu Xuan's every move through the layers of mist and barriers of time and space. When Lu Xuan suddenly halted his advance, the ancient emperors exchanged puzzled glances, filled with astonishment and confusion. One of the ancient emperors furrowed his brow and murmured, "What on earth is happening? Why has Lu Xuan come to a standstill at this moment? According to reason, he should be rushing back to the human race. Yet, now he merely paused at the Sea of Realms, leaving them utterly bewildered. Could it be that he changed his mind? They had anticipated a grand spectacle of his upheaval at the Imperial Pass, and now it seemed a disappointment. Another ancient emperor speculated thoughtfully. Could it be that some unforeseen event has transpired? The human emperor just revealed the supreme order. Could Lu Xuan really be intimidated by it? After all, it represents supreme authority and terrifying power. Yet another ancient emperor shook his head and sighed, saying, though Lu Xuan is known for his decisive and reckless nature, he is not a true emperor and lacks the formidable combat strength of an emperor. Faced with those unfathomable human emperors, he would undoubtedly be left in the dust. If he were to rashly return to the human territory, it would be akin to striking a stone with an egg, leading to certain death. In my view, he must have realized this and understands that returning is a perilous endeavor, hence his hesitance. Oh dear, look at those so-called human emperors. They are utterly outrageous. How can they treat a great benefactor like Lu Xuan this way? Is there no justice left in this world? A remarkable figure like Lu Xuan, had he been born among our foreign races, would undoubtedly be revered and admired by all. It's a pity that those human fellows are so heartless and ungrateful, even to their own benefactors. The ancient emperors of various races shook their heads in dismay, indignant over the unjust treatment Lu Xuan faced. They were acutely aware that, given Lu Xuan's current strength and circumstances, should he recklessly return to human territory, he would surely suffer ruthless suppression and execution at the hands of the human emperors. At that moment, someone in the crowd suddenly directed their gaze toward the Azure Fox ancient emperor and said obsequiously, "My lord Azure Fox, you carry the will of the Azure Fox sovereign. I believe this is an excellent opportunity. Why not personally go and recruit Lu Xuan? After all, the humans fail to appreciate this heroic figure, but we foreign races would treat him as a distinguished guest. if you can successfully bring Lu Xuan into our ranks. I am certain the Azure Fox Sovereign will reward you handsomely for this great achievement." This individual's persuasive words garnered the agreement of many surrounding ancient emperors, all casting eager glances at the Azure Fox Ancient Emperor, hoping he would take on this crucial task to enlist Lu Xuan. What nonsense! Assisting Lu Xuan to return to the human race is a command from the Celestial Sovereign. If I were to recruit Lu Xuan into the foreign ranks, I would be openly defying the Celestial Sovereign's orders. Do you fools think my lifespan is too long? Upon the mention of the Celestial Sovereign, the ancient emperors present were struck into silence, refraining from uttering another word. It dawned upon them that attempting to persuade Lu Xuan to join the foreign races at this moment would undoubtedly be tantamount to opposing the will of the Celestial Sovereign. It is essential to understand that within this foreign realm, even if one were to offend the esteemed and powerful dignitaries, there might still remain a glimmer of hope for survival. However, should one dare to defy the command of the Celestial Sovereign, the only path left would be to tread the road to the underworld, with no possibility of return. The name of the Celestial Sovereign holds an unparalleled supremacy for these foreign tribes, akin to that of the heavens themselves, unshakable and immovable. No matter what intentions Lu Xuan harbors, we need only to remain vigilant and prepared here. When he launches a full-scale assault on the Imperial Gate, perhaps we might lend our modest support from the shadows. The ancient Emperor of the Blue Fox narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze piercing. He spoke once more, his already stern countenance now appearing even more solemn and grave. "In my view, those cunning human beings are unlikely to willingly open the gates of the Imperial Gate for Lu Xuan. Thus, the strength we can rely upon may solely be ourselves. If circumstances truly escalate to such a dire extent, and if no other options remain, we shall have no choice but to assault the Imperial Gate directly, igniting a cataclysmic battle. If we can create sufficient chaos, Lu Xuan may seize the opportunity to infiltrate the Imperial Gate unnoticed." As the ancient emperor's words fell, the multitude of ancient emperors from various tribes surged with fervor, each one ignited like a powder keg, their excitement barely containable. One particularly imposing ancient emperor, exuding an aura of immense power, slammed his hand on the table and rose, bellowing, "This idea is simply magnificent. I shall summon all the elite warriors of my Tianmong tribe immediately, ensuring they stand ready for an assault on the Imperial Gate." Another ancient emperor, adorned in a robe of flames and exuding a noble demeanor, was equally spirited, waving his arms as he boisterously declared, "Ha ha ha! The warriors of my Fire Phoenix tribe are valiant and fearless. Their blades have long thirsted for the blood of enemies, and now they shall have their feast." A third ancient emperor, with a beard and a commanding presence, eagerly rubbed his hands together, exclaiming, "It has been a full 100,000 years. After all this time, we finally have the chance to assault that accursed Imperial Gate. Whoever dares to compete with me for the honor of being the first to breach the gates shall find no mercy from me. This honor shall undoubtedly belong to me alone." In an instant, the grand hall was ablaze with excitement, the ancient emperors of various tribes buoyed by their fervent emotions, as if they could already envision the glorious scene of breaching the Imperial Gate and sweeping through the human tribes. After enduring a torturous wait through 100,000 springs and autumns, the moment had finally come for them to once again step upon the Imperial Gate, a symbol of unparalleled glory and the very essence of life and death. Each heartstrings were tightly strung, their excitement surging like a tidal wave, impossible to contain. At that moment, every individual's blood seemed to boil over, yearning to soar and launch a fierce assault on the Imperial Gate. Meanwhile, atop the towering and magnificent Imperial Gate, the recently returned Emperor Jiangming, who had just endured a harrowing escape, wore a grim expression, his gaze intensely fixed upon the solitary figure standing above the Sea of Realms. The flames of fury burned fiercely in his eyes. Had it not been for the unyielding edict from the ancestral Celestial Sovereign forbidding him from stepping outside the Imperial Gate or seeking revenge against Lu Xuan, his fiery nature would have compelled him to lead the vast human army of over 1 million with unhesitating speed towards Lu Xuan, vowing to obliterate him and quell his pent-up rage. Behind Emperor Jiangming stood a cadre of other formidable human emperors. Despite having witnessed the harrowing battle above the Sea of Realms, they showed no signs of fear. On the contrary, the flames of their desire for battle only intensified, each one eager to spring into action, yearning to charge forth from the Imperial Gate and engage Lu Xuan in a monumental clash of life and death, to showcase their unmatched prowess. Yet, As the gatekeeper of the imperial gate, Emperor Jiangming had not issued the command to strike, and thus, no matter how impatient they felt, the human emperors dared not take a single step outside. Consequently, they could only gaze longingly at Lu Xuan in the distance, fidgeting like ants on a hot pan, anxious yet powerless, compelled to wait for Emperor Jiangming's command. Could it be that Lu Xuan is frightened? Look, he stands there dazed above the sea of realms, as if his feet were nailed to the ground, not daring to move even a fraction forward. Surely he must realize we are here awaiting his arrival, and thus he is paralyzed with fear. One emperor scoffed disdainfully of, "What, this so-called strongest emperor from 100,000 years ago? It sounds grand, yet in truth, he is merely a despised traitor, exiled from the human race." Reflecting on the past, the Supreme Palace had publicly announced his expulsion from the human race, banishing him to the abyss to endure endless sins and punishments. Who would have thought that after 100,000 years, such a shameless individual would dare to return? If he truly shows himself here, I shall ensure he meets a gruesome end, with no place left for him to be buried. Another emperor, his rage ignited, bellowed, "Ha ha! Quite right, just by his insignificance. Should he dare to approach, each of us here could extinguish him with but a mere spit." Yet as things stand, it is evident that Lu Xuan is intimidated by our formidable stance and does not possess the courage to advance another step. At least he has some awareness of his situation. Another emperor erupted into boisterous laughter, dripping with scorn and disdain for Lu Xuan. The chorus of laughter from the human emperors filled the air, resonating like thunder, seemingly capable of breaking through the heavens. They regarded Lu Xuan with derision, completely disregarding him. Not only that, a few of the emperors brazenly proclaimed, "Humph, merely Lu Xuan. When we take action, we shall effortlessly slay him beneath our swords." However, at that moment, Emperor Jiangming's expression shifted dramatically, his previously calm demeanor darkening into a deep shade of anger, akin to the oppressive sky before a storm. He clenched his fists tightly. The sound of cracking knuckles echoed, resembling firecrackers bursting. It was crucial to note that even a formidable figure like Emperor Jiangming had nearly met his demise in his previous encounter with Lu Xuan. The audacity of these ignorant beings to claim they could slay Lu Xuan ignited a fury within him. "Enough. Silence. All of you." Emperor Jiangming could no longer contain himself, his voice a chilling frost, slicing through the air like a biting winter wind that sent shivers down one's spine. The emperors who had been mocking Lu Xuan suddenly snapped back to reality upon hearing Jiangming's thunderous reprimand. They quickly realized his wrath and, in a state of panic, hurriedly sealed their lips, refraining from uttering another sound. At this moment, the great emperors were filled with regret, never anticipating that their casually spoken words disparaging Lu Xuan would inadvertently provoke the wrath of Emperor Jiangming. The emperors, their faces flushed with embarrassment, approached Jiangming in an attempt to offer their apologies and quell his anger. However, before they could utter a word of contrition, Emperor Jiangming had resolutely turned away, leaving behind a group of bewildered emperors, exchanging glances in a scene steeped in profound awkwardness. Above the realm of the sea, Lu Xuan's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the god-burying coffin, as the ethereal images of the four sacred beasts slowly emerged from the star map. Lu Xuan made an immediate decision, discreetly leaving behind a lifelike doppelganger to mislead others. His true self, akin to a specter, swiftly reclined within the god-burying coffin. As Lu Xuan's body sank into the coffin, a mysterious and unfathomable force abruptly engulfed him, drawing him into an unprecedented and extraordinary world. To Lu Xuan's astonishment, the four sacred beasts, previously only faintly visible in the outside realm, now manifested in this strange domain. More astonishing was the fact that these spectral images were far larger and exuded a more terrifying aura than what he had glimpsed through the god-burying coffin. The azure dragon coiled majestically, its form resembling an unending mountain range. The white tiger stood imposingly, its roar echoing like thunder. The vermilion bird soared high, its wings ablaze with fierce flames, seemingly capable of igniting the heavens. And the black tortoise remained as steadfast as a mountain, its shell adorned with ancient and mysterious runes, brimming with boundless power. In this realm, the four sacred beasts appeared as if they had truly come to life, each towering above the heavens, their overwhelming presence pressing down on Lu Xuan, even as an emperor, causing his heart to tremble with fear. Gasping involuntarily, Lu Xuan's voice seemed to pull the very air around him into his lungs. Despite being mere shadows, the terror emanating from them surged like a tidal wave. instilling an unshakable chill within him. With widened eyes, Lu Xuan pondered. It was hard to fathom just how formidable the true forms of the legendary four sacred beasts could be. The mere thought quickened his heartbeat, and his hands trembled slightly from overwhelming tension. These enigmatic sacred beasts had long been the stuff of legend, said to guard the four corners of the world with their immense powers. Throughout history, no one had been fortunate enough to witness their true forms. Even now, what Lu Xuan beheld were merely their spectral images. Yet this was still the first time in his life that he had laid eyes upon the four sacred beasts. His gaze remained fixed upon the four elusive shadows above, brimming with insatiable curiosity and profound astonishment. The four spectral forms hovered in the skies of this world, representing the cardinal directions, like four resplendent stars radiating brilliant light. Behind them lay an expanse of boundless, deep, and dark void. Yet, within this seemingly empty void, Lu Xuan felt an inexplicable sensation, as if some unknown power or secret lay concealed within. It was as though four invisible, immense celestial gates stood behind the four shadows, soaring into the clouds, magnificent and awe-inspiring. Beyond these celestial gates, one could only wonder what miraculous and enigmatic world awaited. Chapter 32. The Chaotic Celestial Emperor's Art, a practice transcending the immortal emperors. Accompanying the manifestations of the four sacred beasts were countless shimmering lights, resembling the myriad stars in the heavens, dazzling and radiant. The once inky sky suddenly became a tapestry of twinkling stars, as if submerged by a brilliant galaxy. Among them, the most striking were the 28 colossal stars, shining like pearls in the night sky. What Lu Xuan beheld was eerily identical to the star maps he had seen on the god-burying coffin. This astonishing spectacle left him utterly dumbfounded. Just as Lu Xuan was absorbing this marvel, the four sacred beast images in the sky transformed simultaneously into four streams of light. Each stream, vivid in color, descended rapidly like shooting stars. Before Lu Xuan could comprehend the unfolding events, he was encircled by these four streams of light. In an instant, countless runes surged into his mind like a tidal wave. Within moments, the four streams of light vanished without a trace, morphing into golden runes that gleamed brilliantly, appearing like twinkling stars in Lu Xuan's consciousness. Ultimately, all the runes converged into 5 ancient golden characters, the Chaotic Celestial Emperor's Art. Upon seeing these 5 characters, it was as if a bolt of lightning had split the sky, merging a torrent of knowledge into Lu Xuan's memory. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though he had obtained the key to unlock the gates of the universe, with the complete Chaotic Celestial Emperor's Art shining before him like a radiant gem. After observing it, Lu Xuan trembled with excitement, his body shaking like leaves in the wind. The art transcending the heavenly path, the Chaotic Celestial Emperor's Art, was indeed a supreme technique that surpassed the celestial laws. Beneath the heavenly path, 9 imperial rules emerged, akin to 9 colossal dragons coiling in wait. To merge with the imperial rules was to become an emperor of humanity. Yet, the Chaotic Celestial Emperor's Art stood like a towering mountain, surpassing the heavenly path. This clearly demonstrated the immense power and astonishment of the Chaotic Celestial Emperor's Art, shining like a brilliant star in the cosmos. "This is the art I have longed for," Lu Xuan exclaimed joyfully, as if the entire world had blossomed in resplendent colors for him. The god-burying coffin resembled a mysterious treasury, bestowing upon him an unexpectedly great surprise. The emergence of the Chaotic Celestial Emperor's Art was akin to a lightning bolt piercing through darkness, instantly dispelling the confusion that had plagued him for millennia. The Chaotic Celestial Emperor's Art stood like a magnificent 9-tiered pagoda. Upon reaching the 3rd tier, one could ascend to the realm of the Emperor. Lu Xuan took a deep breath, his heartbeat thunderous, as if it would leap from his chest. With the Chaotic Celestial Emperor's Art, breaking through to the Supreme Realm would be as effortless as reaching into a pocket. Moreover, by cultivating to the 3rd tier, he would already step into the Emperor realm. Lu Xuan could already envision the staggering power that awaited him in the subsequent tiers. Most importantly, practicing the Chaotic Celestial Emperor's Art was entirely unconstrained by the heavenly laws. In other words, he could achieve the Emperor realm without the need for the 9 imperial rules. Lu Xuan continued to immerse himself in the study of the art, his inner shock intensifying. Cultivating the Chaotic Celestial Emperor's Art to the 4th tier would shatter the limits of the mortal realm, akin to a phoenix undergoing rebirth, ascending to immortality and achieving the realm of the profound immortal. The fifth tier of the chaotic celestial emperor's art would surpass the true immortal realm, reaching the golden immortal stage. Furthermore, each successive tier corresponded to the coveted realms of immortality sought by cultivators. Attaining the eighth tier of the chaotic celestial emperor's art would elevate one to the unparalleled realm of the celestial emperor. The celestial emperor, akin to a radiant star in the celestial realm, represented the ultimate existence, the supreme goal for all beings in their cultivation. However, for the chaotic celestial emperor's art, the celestial emperor was merely a way station on the path to the summit. The ninth tier of the chaotic celestial emperor's art resembled a deity towering above the heavens, an existence that transcended the celestial emperor. Only by cultivating to this tier could one bear the title of celestial emperor. The celestial emperor, like the sovereign of the universe, reigned above all beings, the absolute ruler of all creation. These tiers seemed as distant as the unreachable horizon to Lu Xuan at present, evoking a sense of reverence within him. His sole desire at this moment was to swiftly cultivate the third tier of the chaotic celestial emperor's art, breaking through the limitations of the emperor and attaining the status of the emperor. Only then could he possess the strength necessary to lead his kin safely out of the dire predicaments faced by humanity. If it were not for the presence of this particular realm, even with Lu Xuantian's extraordinary talents, akin to a dragon among men, it would be utterly impossible for him to cultivate the chaotic emperor's art to the third level in mere moments. Should he truly wait until he attains the third level of this technique, it would at least be a matter of centuries. Even though the protective formation he left behind for his clan is as solid as rock, capable of withstanding any assault from an emperor, it cannot eternally shield his kin for centuries. Moreover, no one can guarantee that those shameless human emperors will remain restrained and refrain from striking down the Lu family over the course of such lengthy centuries. Thus, he simply does not possess the luxury of time to methodically cultivate the chaotic emperor's art. He cannot afford to wait. His clan can ill afford to wait even longer. However, now that he has the assistance of this space, everything is filled with infinite possibilities. Within this space, all is at a standstill, as if forgotten by time. This place is undoubtedly an exceptional sanctuary for cultivation. Even if Lu Xuan were to cultivate here for 1,000 or 10,000 years, time outside would appear to have frozen. If his conjecture is correct, the master of this divine burial coffin is likely the previous generation's emperor. Lu Xuan inhaled deeply, pondering silently. The fact that the chaotic emperor's art is concealed within this coffin undoubtedly links it intricately to the emperor. Nonetheless, such considerations are of little consequence to Lu Xuan at this moment. The priority now is to cultivate the chaotic emperor's art. His gaze, sharp as lightning, fell squarely upon the technique, and he commenced his cultivation from the first level. The first level of the chaotic emperor's art, the four symbols holy body realm. Lu Xuan's eyes blazed like a raging inferno, filled with fervor and determination. The methods for cultivating the first level of the chaotic emperor's art unfurled in his mind like vivid scrolls. This first level is termed the four symbols holy body realm, as it requires one to harness the powers of earth, water, wind, and fire. Much like seeking light in darkness, Lu Xuan must draw upon these elemental forces to condense the ethereal forms of the four sacred beasts. Ultimately, he aims to achieve the unification of the four symbols, allowing his physical body to undergo a transformative rebirth akin to that of a phoenix. Reaching the pinnacle of the four symbols holy body realm, a significant milestone in the chaotic emperor's art. This state represents merely the foundation of the chaotic emperor's art. Any practitioner of the holy level can embark upon this path. Lu Xuan has already ascended to the emperor realm, and thus, beginning his cultivation of the chaotic emperor's art from the holy level is a task well within his grasp. He adeptly channeled his internal energy with the powers of earth, water, wind, and fire converging within him like rivers flowing into the sea. For Lu Xuan, condensing the four symbols holy body is akin to grasping something from thin air. The only uncertainty lies in how much time he would require to succeed. As time elapses, Lu Xuan immerses himself in fervent cultivation within this space. The path of cultivation leaves no trace of time, as he continuously absorbs and refines the rare treasures from the outside world, capable of igniting fierce competition among many. His speed in cultivating the chaotic emperor's art soars like a rocket. Nevertheless, when he finally succeeds in condensing the ethereal forms of the four symbol sacred beasts, a century has quietly slipped by. Had a century passed in the real world, his clan members would have surely grown anxious. Fortunately, within the confines of the divine burial coffin space, a century feels but a fleeting moment. For Lu Xuan, this duration is merely a flick of the fingers. Little did he anticipate that the chaotic emperor's art would prove so arduous. Lu Xuan could not help but gasp in astonishment, reflecting internally. Although he has reached the four symbols holy body realm, he feels no joy. Merely entering the threshold of the chaotic emperor's art has consumed a century of his life. Not to mention the astronomical amounts of cultivation resources required. These resources are the result of millennia of painstaking accumulation, and now they are dwindling. Were it not for the enhancement provided by these celestial treasures, his cultivation speed would have been several times slower. In essence, relying solely on his efforts. Reaching the second level of the chaotic emperor's art would require at least a millennium of cultivation. He hopes these resources can serve as a steadfast support on his path of cultivation. Lu Xuan tightly clutched the meager remaining cultivation resources in his hands, his gaze betraying a hint of concern. Chapter 33. The Birth of the Chaotic Body. The calamity of heaven descends. Time flows inexorably, and a century has passed. When the ethereal forms of the four symbols sacred beasts merge with Lu Xuan's body, it signifies the perfection of his four symbols holy body realm. Lu Xuan abruptly rises from the void, his every gesture radiating an unparalleled aura of authority and imperial presence. The four sacred beasts' ethereal forms move in synchrony with him, exuding an overwhelming and terrifying might. With a casual wave of his arm, the four sacred beast forms within him converge like shooting stars into a resplendent golden beam, crashing into the void with tremendous force. Boom! At the moment the golden beam erupts, the heavens and earth tremble, as if the void were torn asunder. Witnessing the awe-inspiring power of the four symbols' holy body, Lu Xuan is left speechless in astonishment. This is merely the first level of the chaotic emperor's art, yet it possesses the strength to annihilate those on the brink of becoming emperors. If he were to cultivate to the second level of the chaotic emperor's art, would its power not be even more earth-shattering? Lu Xuan's heart swelled with excitement, and he was eager to begin cultivating the second level of the chaotic emperor's art. However, the resources in his possession are now dwindling. Over the past 10 millennia, he has slain countless alien races and demons in the abyss, acquiring an immeasurable wealth of resources from them. It is no exaggeration to say that the resources he holds could easily elevate a mere pig to the level of an emperor. Yet, these resources have merely allowed him to perfect the first level of the chaotic emperor's art. Examining the scant remaining resources in his hands, Lu Xuan felt a sense of helplessness. These resources are utterly insufficient for his needs. It seems that once he enters the second level of the chaotic emperor's art, he must seek out additional resources. With a sigh, Lu Xuan began to contemplate where to acquire the necessary resources. The alien races are currently off limits. After all, the alien race's sovereign has gifted him with the immortal elixir, and Lu Xuan cannot be ungrateful. At least for now, he cannot disturb the alien races. As for the human race, given his current strength, returning might pose dangers. Not to mention, plundering cultivation resources within the human race would be tantamount to courting death. If he were to act so recklessly, it would undoubtedly provide the human emperors with leverage against him. He might find himself in dire straits among his own kind. The only remaining option lies with the demon races dwelling beneath the abyss and the vast sea of realms beneath his feet. Although the demon races reside in the abyss and have been suppressed by Lu Xuan with the burial sky, divine sword for 10 millennia, it does not imply that their strength is weak. Within the demon races, there exist numerous demon emperors and demon sovereigns whose power rivals that of human emperors. Should Lu Xuan intrude upon the demon race territory, it would surely alert the demon sovereigns. Previously, Lu Xuan did not enter the demon race domain, remaining solely within the abyss. Thus, the demon sovereigns had no means to contend with him. However, should he venture into the demon race territory, it would be akin to a lamb walking into a tiger's den, granting those sovereigns the opportunity to strike him down. While Lu Xuan requires abundant resources for his cultivation, he is not foolish enough to walk into his own demise. Therefore, his choices are limited to the vast sea of realms beneath his feet. The boundless sea of realms stretches for countless miles. Beneath the sea, not only is it a haven for oceanic beasts, but it also serves as a rich paradise for cultivation. Within the sea, many treasures of heaven and earth exist that are not found elsewhere. Throughout the past 10 millennia, although Lu Xuan has not set foot outside the abyss, He has acquired numerous treasures from the ancient sovereigns of the alien races and demon races, many of which originated from the sea. Lu Xuan distinctly remembers one piece of iced jade from the seabed, imbued with an extraordinarily unique icy power. After refining the seabed iced jade, he extended his lifespan by a decade. Although 10 years may seem trivial to an emperor for Lu Xuan at that time, those 10 years were immensely beneficial. With the blessing of a lifespan extended over a decade, Lu Xuan was able 50,000 years ago to slay 10 ancient emperors of foreign races with a single sword strike during the cataclysmic battle when they sensed their impending demise. This act instilled such fear in those ancient emperors that they dared not set foot into the passage ever again. Lu Xuan had once contemplated personally traversing the boundary sea in search of the elusive oceanic ice jade, which might have aided in prolonging his life. However, bound by his promises and the duty of guarding the abyss of heaven, he refrained from leaving its confines. Thus, this golden opportunity to extend his lifespan was willingly relinquished. Now, unshackled from any constraints, the boundary sea presented itself as the prime location for him to seek cultivation resources. After selecting his targets for plunder, his chaotic emperor scripture officially ascended to its second level, known as the chaotic divine furnace realm. This advancement was a further evolution from the four-symbol sacred body, merging the powers of the four symbols to refine chaotic spiritual chi, which, in conjunction with the four-symbol sacred body, transformed his physique into a chaotic divine furnace capable of refining all. As Lu Xuan broke through to the chaotic divine furnace realm, his four symbols sacred body metamorphosed into the chaotic body, the most formidable constitution transcending all others. Possessing the chaotic body liberated him from the constraints of heavenly laws, enabling him to ascend to the status of an emperor in any era. The term emperor here does not refer to mere earthly monarchs, but to the celestial emperors residing high above the nine heavens, true beings at the pinnacle of all realms. As long as one with a chaotic body does not fall, they are destined to become a celestial emperor. This is the very foundation upon which the chaotic emperor scripture operates, allowing one to achieve imperial status beyond the confines of heavenly laws. Upon achieving the chaotic body, the skies over the boundary sea transformed dramatically. The previously serene heavens were suddenly engulfed by ominous black clouds. As these clouds gathered, fierce winds arose, accompanied by crackling lightning and booming thunder. In an instant, what was once a placid expanse became a tempestuous scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Within the boundary sea, tumultuous waves surged, and waterspouts spiraled skyward, transforming the area into a vortex of storms, where waves crashed and lightning raged. Above, 5 colossal suns of differing hues emerged: red, white, gold, azure, and black, each exuding a terrifying, destructive power that obliterated all in their path, returning everything to the void. The marine beasts within the boundary sea, upon drawing near, were swiftly swept into the sky, incinerated by lightning, shredded by violent winds, and reduced to ashes by flames. In the blink of an eye, the boundary sea had become a hellish landscape. Meanwhile, Lu Xuan, engaged in his training within the god burial coffin, sensed the turmoil outside, his expression shifting to one of alarm. He understood that this was the heavenly punishment descending to annihilate his chaotic body, deemed too powerful and defiant against the control of heavenly laws. Thus, upon his attainment of the chaotic body, the heavens responded with apocalyptic calamities: the day of judgment fire catastrophe, the purple sun thunder disaster, the unison wind catastrophe, and the black sun water catastrophe. 5 distinct heavenly tribulations converged upon him, each capable of annihilating the world, aiming to eradicate his very existence. Atop the imperial pass, the human emperors gaped in astonishment at the apocalyptic spectacle unfolding over the boundary sea. Many of these emperors had guarded the pass for thousands of years, yet none had ever witnessed such a terrifying event. The Emperor Jiangming, who had retreated within the imperial pass, was suddenly struck by the horror of the scene, his eyes widening in disbelief. Amidst the chaos, he discerned a familiar figure, the one and only Lu Xuan. The heavenly calamity had descended due to Lu Xuan's emergence. Jiangming, awestruck, could hardly fathom the implications. What transgressions had Lu Xuan committed to invoke such wrath from the heavens? The ancient emperors of foreign races, hidden in the void, were thrown into disarray as the heavenly tribulations loomed. The calamity enveloped thousands of miles, and they knew they had to flee or risk being ensnared by its wrath. They darted away with the swiftness of startled hares, retreating back to the abyss of heaven. These ancient emperors, who had once faced the mightiest of adversities without flinching, now trembled in fear. How terrifying! This was the wrath of the heavens. The slaughterer, Lu Xuan, had provoked the heavens into seeking his demise. To have summoned 5 distinct heavenly tribulations was unprecedented, a testament to Lu Xuan's power. Yet, why did the heavens seek his destruction? Clearly, Lu Xuan had been a great benefactor to humanity, his contributions unparalleled. The heavens should have rewarded him instead of condemning him. Was it possible that the heavens had misjudged him? Heavenly tribulations typically descend upon those of egregious wrongdoing, individuals whose actions are intolerable even to the celestial order. Generally, such malefactors warrant only one type of calamity. To conjure 2 at once is exceedingly rare, and to invoke 3 or more is almost unheard of. Yet, Lu Xuan had summoned 5. This indicated the heavens' unwavering resolve to obliterate him. No one could withstand the onslaught of 5 heavenly tribulations, not even Lu Xuan himself. The ancient emperors of foreign races felt a pang of injustice for Lu Xuan. After safeguarding the abyss of heaven for 100,000 years, he had vanquished their kin. Yet if the heavens were to punish him, it should have been through their own celestial order. Of course, such heavenly powers were absent among the foreign races, which is why they were not bound by heavenly constraints. For humanity and the celestial order, Lu Xuan was undeniably a hero. Yet, now the heavens sought to annihilate him, leaving many perplexed. The ancient emperors murmured in solidarity for Lu Xuan, urging him to abandon humanity and seek refuge among them, where he would be free from heavenly retribution. The ancient Fox Emperor, particularly anxious, fretted over how he would explain Lu Xuan's demise to the esteemed Qing Fox. His voice pierced through the calamities, reaching Lu Xuan's ears. Having anticipated the thoughts of the ancient emperors trailing behind him, Lu Xuan felt a complex emotion as he heard the ancient Fox Emperor's worried voice. Who would have thought that the very humanity he had protected for 100,000 years would wish for his downfall, while those he had suppressed for so long would offer him sanctuary in his hour of need? This irony struck Lu Xuan profoundly, painting his long years of service as a tragic jest. Fortunately, he had already relinquished hope for humanity, thus feeling no sorrow or disappointment. He raised his gaze to the 5 suns above, the day of judgment fire catastrophe, the purple sun thunder disaster, the unison wind catastrophe, and the black sun water catastrophe. The most formidable calamities under the heavens had all descended due to his presence. Even if he were to perish beneath these tribulations, such a fate would be a mark of pride. Yet, Lu Xuan was resolute. He would not perish. The chaotic emperor scripture elucidated that the chaotic body was a formidable talent intolerable to the heavens. It was no surprise that upon merely achieving the chaotic body, he had attracted 5 heavenly calamities. Clearly, the heavens would not relent until they had obliterated him. With a cold smile directed at the heavens, Lu Xuan faced the overwhelming forces of calamity with unwavering composure. He had foreseen this very moment since embarking on the path of the chaotic emperor scripture. Not only that, but the chaotic heavenly emperor's art has also provided him with a flawless solution. With a resounding boom, Lu Xuan's palm moved, and the god-burying coffin soared into the air. At the moment the coffin ascended, waves of heavenly Tao disaster energy surged forth, striking towards it. However, these formidable forces, when they struck the coffin, were as inconsequential as a drop of water in the ocean. The coffin absorbed the calamities like a massive sponge, regardless of how many disasters descended. All were consumed by it. With the god-burying coffin in play, the heavenly Tao disasters had no chance to approach Lu Xuan. In mere moments, the overwhelming disaster energy was entirely devoured by the coffin. The sky regained its clarity, and tranquility returned to the realm sea. Lu Xuan stood serenely atop the realm sea, gazing at the now more powerful god-burying coffin, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Heavenly forces, you did not foresee this, did you? Not only did the heavenly Tao disasters fail to hinder me, but they also aided in unlocking 34 innate restrictions of the god-burying coffin. Inside the coffin, there were originally 108 innate restrictions. Previously, Lu Xuan had spent 100,000 years barely unlocking 20 of them. Yet now, with the assistance of the heavenly Tao disasters, he had instantaneously unlocked 34. With 54 innate restrictions now opened, the god-burying coffin had already transcended the realm of the extreme Tao Emperor weapon. The innate restrictions are means crafted only within the body of an extreme Tao Emperor weapon. These restrictions are grouped in sets of 9. Each additional layer of innate restriction enhances the weapon's power exponentially. Typically, an extreme Tao Emperor weapon can possess at most 3 layers, totaling 27 innate restrictions. If the number exceeds this, the weapon undergoes a transformation, rivaling the might of an immortal artifact. Thus, extreme Tao Emperor weapons with over 4 layers of innate restrictions are referred to as immortal artifacts. The God-burying coffin boasts 12 layers, totaling 108 innate restrictions. Should all of them be unsealed, it would possess terrifying power akin to that of an immortal emperor's artifact. Now, with the aid of the heavenly Tao disaster energy, Lu Xuan had directly opened 54 innate restrictions within the coffin. As long as he could refine these 54 restrictions, the God-burying coffin would unleash the might of a top-tier immortal artifact. Compared to the previous 20 restrictions he had refined, the power increase would be immeasurable. With the ability to refine these 54 innate restrictions, Lu Xuan even harbored hopes of defeating the Emperor Venerable. After all, no matter how powerful the Emperor Venerable may be, they remain beneath the realm of immortals and cannot withstand an attack from a top-tier immortal artifact. Excellent. Let the heavenly Tao disasters come forth in abundance. Lu Xuan beamed with joy, even wishing for more of the earlier disasters to assist him in unlocking all 108 innate restrictions of the God-burying coffin. However, after all the heavenly Tao disaster energy was absorbed, it was as if the heavenly Tao had retreated completely, showing no inclination to continue its onslaught. Lu Xuan could only sigh and temporarily stow away the God-burying coffin, his eyes reflecting some regret. Alas, the hope of using the heavenly Tao to unlock all 108 innate restrictions would have to wait. Nevertheless, this time he had gained immensely. Not only had the chaotic heavenly emperor's art reached its 2nd level, forming the chaotic body, but he had also unsealed 54 innate restrictions of the God-burying coffin. For him, this was already more than sufficient. Now, he merely needed to refine the 24 newly unlocked innate restrictions, and he would be assured a safe return to the human race. With the God-burying coffin in hand, empowered by 54 innate restrictions, even in the face of an Emperor Venerable, he would not be without a chance of victory. Chapter 35. The clan members achieve the path to Emperor. Lu Xuan enters the Realm Sea. Like a deity, Lu Xuan appeared unscathed upon the vast expanse of the Realm Sea. His stature was tall and imposing, his garments flowing elegantly, as if he were one with the heavens and earth. However, what astonished all was that he had effortlessly withstood the onslaught of the heavenly Tao disaster that threatened to annihilate the world. At this moment, those witnessing the scene above the Realm Sea were left utterly speechless, especially the Emperor Jiangming, who had been so confident that Lu Xuan was doomed, now found himself frozen in disbelief as he beheld Lu Xuan, unharmed and composed. His mouth hung agape, an expression of incredulity etched upon his face. He was so shocked that it almost felt as if he might bite his own tongue in astonishment. No way, no way. How? How is this possible? How is he still alive? Jiangming murmured, his voice trembling, rubbing his eyes vigorously, unable to believe what lay before him. It was known that 5 kinds of heavenly Tao disasters had descended simultaneously. Each of these disasters possessed the terrifying power to obliterate them in an instant. Yet, in such a dire situation, Lu Xuan had managed to emerge unscathed, successfully repelling all the disasters. At this moment, countless questions surged in Jiangming's mind. Could it be that Lu Xuan was not merely an ordinary emperor as he appeared? Was he perhaps concealing his true strength? A hidden Emperor Venerable? The thought sent shivers down Jiangming's spine. Behind him, the other human powerhouses, also of the emperor rank, were equally stunned into silence by the spectacle before them. Their eyes widened, nearly popping from their sockets, mouths agape as if they had all been rendered voiceless, staring dumbfounded at the figure standing proudly upon the Realm Sea. Within the Realm Sea, the previously calm waters now surged with tumultuous waves. The oceanic monstrosities that had quietly hidden themselves during the onset of the heavenly Tao disasters now gazed in disbelief. Each of these beings were formidable sea creatures, ruling the oceans, yet they were left utterly dumbfounded by the scene unfolding before them. These sea monsters, usually so imposing, now regarded Lu Xuan with awe and reverence, as if viewing him as a divine being. Above in the heavens, the ancient alien emperors who had been mourning Lu Xuan were momentarily stunned into silence by the sight. Lu Xuan radiated a brilliant light, akin to a dazzling star piercing through the dark sky, reappearing before everyone. The ancient alien emperors exchanged glances, and then erupted into cheers that echoed through the clouds. I knew it. This slayer, who has weathered countless storms, has survived for 100,000 years. How could he so easily perish? One of the ancient emperors exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. Ha ha ha, this is truly wonderful. Even such terrifying heavenly Tao disasters cannot extinguish him. He is beyond imagination. Another ancient emperor rejoiced, gesturing excitedly. At that moment, the joy of these ancient emperors overflowed, surpassing even that of Lu Xuan himself. To them, Lu Xuan was not only a powerful presence, but also a symbol of hope. Far above the boundless, tumultuous realm sea, Lu Xuan stood firm against the wind. When the jubilant cheers and hearty laughter from the ancient alien emperors reached his ears, his resolute and austere expression softened slightly, as if stirred by an invisible force. Having guarded the heavenly abyss for 100,000 years, Lu Xuan had come to know these alien beings deeply. Despite the unending enmity between the humans and these alien races, he could not deny that they were surprisingly straightforward and amiable. At this moment, a spark of inspiration flickered in Lu Xuan's heart, reinforcing a long-buried conviction within him. He was acutely aware that he had discovered the most suitable refuge for his kin. However, the moment was not ripe for action. The immediate priority was not to recklessly assault the formidable Imperial Gate, but rather to seize as many precious resources as possible. He understood that his needs were vast, particularly for the enigmatic Chaos Heavenly Emperor's technique and the immensely powerful God-burying coffin. To fully cultivate and refine these, an abundance of resources was essential. At present, the boundless sea beneath his feet teemed with myriad aquatic beings, which undoubtedly became prime targets for Lu Xuan's resource plundering. Just as Lu Xuan was preparing to dive into the ocean and showcase his prowess, a crisp, urgent voice echoed from afar. Ancestor, can you hear me? Upon recognizing the familiar tone belonging to Lu Linglong, Lu Xuan's expression instantly tightened. His first thought was that a crisis had befallen the Lu clan. Linglong, what has happened to the family? Lu Xuan inquired solemnly. If a crisis truly existed, he would have no choice but to breach the Imperial Gate and return home immediately. Ancestor, the family is currently safe, and no danger has befallen us. Although the 4 elders of the Lin family have relentlessly attacked us day and night. No matter how hard they try, they cannot breach the powerful formation you established. Lu Linglong reported respectfully, her melodious voice reminiscent of a yellow oriole in flight. Upon hearing this, Lu Xuan's furrowed brow began to relax, and his expression softened slightly. Nevertheless, doubt lingered in his heart, prompting him to ask, if that is the case, why become a find me? A look of joy illuminated Lu Linglong's face, her excitement barely contained as she exclaimed, Ancestor, this is monumental news. Father specifically sent me to inform you that after arduous training and trials, he has successfully attained the title of Emperor. Now that the Lu clan is under the direct leadership of an emperor, the protective formation you left behind will undoubtedly be unassailable. Therefore, you need not worry about the family's safety. However, she added, you must remain vigilant. In my view, seeing that the Lin family cannot breach our protective formation, they will likely devise other cunning schemes to hinder your safe return. Upon hearing that Lu Tianyuan had achieved the remarkable feat of becoming an emperor, even Lu Xuan's seasoned heart momentarily faltered. After all, the path to emperorship was fraught with challenges and required efforts beyond ordinary comprehension. The fact that Lu Tianyuan could break free from his constraints and achieve such a milestone was truly astounding. Since the transmission of the technique, scarcely a day had passed. Who could have imagined that, just a day later, Lu Tianyuan would successfully attain the title of emperor? Such an astonishing act left Lu Xuan in awe. Typically, even for one fortunate enough to possess advanced techniques, it would take at least 10 days to half a month to fully comprehend and break through to emperorship. Yet, Lu Tianyuan had accomplished this feat in just one day. Faced with this unimaginable reality, Lu Xuan could not help but wonder, was Lu Tianyuan's innate talent so exceptional that it defied the odds? Or were there undisclosed reasons behind this rapid advancement? Could it be that he possessed some extraordinary treasure capable of accelerating the flow of time? A multitude of questions swirled in Lu Xuan's mind, but he refrained from delving into these seemingly trivial details. He understood that with an emperor presiding over the Lu clan, their safety would be significantly bolstered. Thus, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Moreover, the imperial formation he had established would undoubtedly increase in potency under the guidance of an emperor. Especially now that Lu Tianyuan had truly become an emperor, he would possess the strength to wield the family's imperial treasures. With this synergy between the imperial formation left by Lu Xuan and the indomitable imperial treasures, even if adversaries, numerous and powerful, sought to invade, they would find it nearly impossible to breach the Lu clan's defenses. Undoubtedly, if an emperor were to take the field, even a formidable formation crafted by the Lu clan would struggle to withstand their might. Fortunately, it seemed that the lofty human emperors were unlikely to stoop to directly assaulting the Lu clan. With the knowledge that the Lu family remained in a relative state of security, Lu Xuan finally exhaled a sigh of relief. As for Lu Linglong's concern regarding potential threats from the Lin family, Lu Xuan dismissed it entirely. In his eyes, should the so-called ancestor of the Lin family dare to confront him, it would be akin to a moth to a flame, leading to their own demise. For Lu Xuan, his true apprehension did not lie solely with the inconsequential Lin family, but with the hidden human emperors lurking behind these factions. With this thought, Lu Xuan's expression grew grave as he addressed everyone. I am now clear on the situation, but you must not become complacent. Continue to devote yourselves to training, striving to enhance your own strength. Additionally, remember this. Until my return, do not activate our clan's protective formation, regardless of the circumstances. Even if the visitor holds a distinguished status, the formation must remain sealed. Lu Linglong, fully aware of the implications, nodded resolutely. You may set off with peace of mind. Ancestor, we will remain here, waiting until your return. Unless we see your presence, we will not easily activate the protective formation, regardless of who arrives. This protective formation was their final safeguard. Its significance was self-evident. Should be forcibly activated, the entire Lu clan would face utter catastrophe. In truth, even without Lu Xuan's admonition, they would not dare to initiate the protective formation. After all, within the Lu clan, only a handful possessed the ability to activate it. Aside from Lu Tianyuan, who had just ascended to emperor, only Lu Linglong, bearing the aura of Lu Xuan, could wield such power. This meant that unless either of them intervened, the remaining clan members would be incapable of activating or breaching the formidable protective formation. Having confirmed the temporary safety of the family, Lu Xuan finally felt at ease and resolutely stepped into the ocean. As soon as he entered the water, his body plummeted like a shooting star. In the blink of an eye, he had descended to the ocean floor, surrounded by impenetrable darkness and immense pressure. For Lu Xuan, a being of emperor caliber, this was but a trivial matter. Before him lay an underwater realm unlike any he had previously encountered. Everywhere he looked, brilliant corals, giant clams, and pearls emitted dazzling glimmers, each treasure seemingly harboring boundless mysterious power. Were these treasures brought to the surface, any single piece would likely fetch a fortune, inciting fervent pursuit. Yet, for Lu Xuan, presently immersed in this scene, these seemingly invaluable items held little practical utility. At this moment, what he truly yearned for were rare and extraordinary resources that could aid in his cultivation and enhancement of power. Thus, he pressed onward, delving deeper into the mysteries of the ocean. As Lu Xuan advanced, the myriad aquatic creatures within a radius of hundreds of miles in this abyss fell into a state of utter panic. They were all terrified to the core, scrambling frantically to flee into the distance. Once, these sea monsters bore witness to the breathtaking spectacle of Lu Xuan resisting the calamities of the heavenly path, and they personally witnessed his astonishing battle, where he single-handedly slew 4 great emperors with his sword. Thus, the moment they sensed Lu Xuan's entrance into the underwater realm, they were engulfed in an overwhelming fear, losing even the courage to approach him within 100 miles. As Lu Xuan traversed this realm, he found it increasingly difficult to spot even a single sea monster. This predicament caused him considerable vexation, for he had hoped to glean some clues or information regarding cultivation resources from these creatures. However, the current situation undoubtedly complicated and obstructed his quest. He searched for a while in the underwater world, only to find some rather insignificant cultivation resources that provided little assistance. Eventually, Lu Xuan paused atop a coral mountain, resembling flames in hue. Gazing at the fleeing sea monsters in the distance, he pondered, realizing that he must capture a few to inquire about the whereabouts of the cultivation resources in the sea. Only these sea monsters could provide the most accurate information on this matter. Before long, he spotted a sea monster of imperial caliber, a colossal sea serpent whose length was astonishing, stretching several hundred zhang. Its body was covered in a dense array of scales, each as indomitable as steel, shimmering with a dazzling brilliance that was difficult to behold. Unlike the panicked, ordinary sea monsters that scattered in fear, this imposing sea serpent emperor lay quietly hidden within a mysterious, deep water palace. Its cold, profound eyes emanated a chilling light, fixating directly on Lu Xuan, as if attempting to see through him. Lu Xuan contemplated the situation and concluded that this area unquestionably belonged to the territory of the sea serpent emperor. Like other beasts, these sea monsters possessed a strong territorial instinct, centered around this water palace. The vast expanse of sea within tens of thousands of miles was under the dominion of this sea serpent emperor, with a multitude of sea monsters residing in this territory naturally becoming its subjects. Lu Xuan's unwelcome intrusion caused the emperor's subordinates to panic and scatter in all directions. Should the sea serpent emperor choose to remain passive in such a scenario, it would not only face ridicule from other sea monster emperors, but risk losing the loyalty of its followers. However, having witnessed Lu Xuan's remarkable strength, the sea serpent emperor understood that this individual was far from ordinary and certainly not to be trifled with. Thus, despite its reluctance, it could only conceal itself within its water palace, refraining from any rash actions, let alone confront Lu Xuan directly. Yet, to its astonishment, despite its caution, Lu Xuan had already set his sights on it. In a sudden descent, Lu Xuan appeared above the water palace of the sea serpent emperor, his gaze sharp and piercing, as if he could penetrate the barriers and discern the hidden presence of the sea serpent emperor within. With an impassive expression, Lu Xuan spoke directly. I do not wish to take your life. If you are wise, promptly surrender all the cultivation resources within your palace. Should I find your offerings satisfactory, I shall depart without further entanglements. His words were resolute and unequivocal, devoid of any ambiguity or delicacy. Clearly, he had no intention of dancing around the subject, but preferred to state his purpose outright. The sea serpent emperor, who had been lurking within the palace, was enraged by Lu Xuan's almost naked threat, its anger surging to a boiling point as it nearly exploded in fury. It erupted from its water palace, a massive form propelled by rage, swiftly confronting Lu Xuan. Now thoroughly incensed, the sea serpent emperor glared at Lu Xuan with its blood-red eyes, emitting a chilling roar. Wretched human, I acknowledge your extraordinary power, yet how dare you brazenly intrude into my palace and plunder at will? Do you truly believe our aquatikin are mere soft targets? If you cannot provide a reasonable explanation for today's events, do not expect to escape unscathed. The sea serpent emperor's thunderous roar reverberated like a tumultuous wave, its volume beyond imagination. Within the vast expanse of the ocean realm, the territory controlled by the sea serpent emperor was as fortified as a citadel. However, at that moment, sea monster emperors beyond its domain learned of the audacious intruder named Lu Xuan, who dared to challenge and threaten their leader. Upon hearing this news, they were filled with indignation and fury. Although they had previously witnessed Lu Xuan's astounding resilience against the calamities of the heavenly path, they did not regard this mysterious intruder as a genuine threat, as his success had stemmed not solely from his strength, but also from the legendary God-burying coffin. Regarding Lu Xuan's feat of slaying 4 human emperors with a single sword strike, these proud sea monster emperors were equally dismissive. In their eyes, human emperors were insignificant and not worth mentioning. They firmly believed that had they taken action themselves, eliminating a human emperor would be effortless. For any sea monster emperor, possessing the power to easily slay 10 or even dozens of human emperors was a given. More importantly, this vast and boundless ocean was their inherent domain. In these tumultuous waters, they could unleash their full strength, unrestrained, reaching their utmost potential. In contrast, the human, despite some abilities, could hardly compete with these native sea monsters. Furthermore, once Lu Xuan entered the water, his powers would inevitably be suppressed. Given these circumstances, they did not perceive him as a significant threat. Sea Serpent, if you dare to relinquish even a fraction of your resources, it would be a tremendous disgrace to our entire aquatikin. As this proclamation rang out, an overwhelming pressure surged forth like a tidal wave. A mere human emperor, daring to recklessly intrude into our territory, is utterly audacious and blind to the consequences. Another chilling snort echoed, imbued with boundless rage and disdain. Ignorant human, I kindly advise you to depart our domain at once. Perhaps we might show mercy and spare your life. The repeated shouts reverberated across the heavens, causing the surrounding waters to surge with colossal waves. One by one, towering sea monster emperors emerged from their respective territories, radiating a terrifying aura. Within the territory of the Sea Serpent Emperor alone, dozens of such formidable and imposing sea monster emperors appeared, ready to confront this audacious intruder. The once trembling Sea Serpent Demon Emperor, who had been rendered utterly fearful upon encountering that formidable human emperor, now found its confidence surging as a multitude of powerful allies emerged from its ranks. With a colossal body stretching hundreds of feet, it twisted and let out a cacophony of laughter, directing its scornful taunts at the distant figure of Lu Xuan. Insignificant human, open your eyes and behold the astonishing might possessed by our aquatic kin. Even if you were endowed with the prowess of a three-headed, six-armed deity, you could never hope to stand against us all today. I advise you one last time, bow down and admit your mistakes. If you demonstrate sufficient sincerity, I, the great emperor, might overlook the previous transgressions and allow you to depart unharmed. Otherwise, as it spoke, chilling glints of malice shot from its eyes, palpable enough to send shivers down one's spine. The overwhelming intent to kill emanating from it surged like a tide, as if it could consume the very presence before it in an instant. The threat was unmistakably evident, clear, and tangible without the need for further elaboration. At that moment, the surrounding aquatic demon emperors seemed to receive a signal, their voices rising in a deafening chorus. Apologies? That will not suffice. He must kneel. One particularly robust aquatic demon emperor, clad in hard scales, bellowed with fury. Another, with a fierce visage and sharp fangs, chimed in, indeed. You vile humans have rampaged across the seas for years, committing every atrocity imaginable. We of the Sea Tribe have tolerated your misdeeds, refraining from delivering a proper lesson, which is already a gracious act. Yet here you are, audaciously intruding into our domain and daring to threaten our esteemed aquatic demon emperor. Have you lost your wits? Do you not comprehend the meaning of death? As the aquatic demon emperors hurled insults, their words grew increasingly arrogant and intolerable. Some, in a fit of rage, even shouted for Lu Xuan to take his own life as a means of atonement. Meanwhile, Lu Xuan had merely intended to stealthily infiltrate the Sea Serpent Emperor's lair to pilfer some precious resources beneficial for his cultivation. However, upon hearing the malicious and derogatory taunts from these demon emperors, his once calm demeanor darkened, his brows furrowing tightly, and a flicker of wrath igniting in his depths. Hidden within the profound waters, hundreds of thousands of miles away, lay a group of mysterious and powerful figures. They were not native to this oceanic realm, but ancient sovereigns from distant lands. These alien monarchs lurked like phantoms in the shadows, trailing Lu Xuan's every move, observing his every subtle action. Suddenly, an unexpected scene unfolded. The arrogant aquatic demon emperors, oblivious to their own limitations, brazenly dared to provoke Lu Xuan with their threats. The ancient sovereigns, witnessing this audacity, were left aghast, pondering, heavens, have these sea creatures truly lost their sanity? Their strongest among them is merely at the late demon emperor stage, with not a single peak demon emperor in sight. What audacity grants them the courage to threaten such a formidable being as Lu Xuan? One alien monarch shook his head in disdain, exclaiming, These ignorant sea beings naively believe that sheer numbers can grant them the upper hand. Little do they realize that before the cold and merciless reaper known as Lu Xuan, even the mightiest of emperors would crumble. With their strength akin to that of mere fish, how could these weak demon emperors withstand Lu Xuan's devastating wrath? It was akin to throwing eggs against a stone, a grave miscalculation. Another ancient sovereign chuckled coldly, as though foreseeing the impending bloodshed. Indeed, Lu Xuan merely sought precious resources for his cultivation, yet these simple-minded aquatic demon emperors have foolishly chosen to wager their lives in a daring challenge against him. Mark my words, it won't be long before we witness their gruesome slaughter at his hands. No one understood the true terror and dread of Lu Xuan better than these ancient and powerful alien monarchs. The so-called demon emperors were nothing but feeble beings before him, their existence trivial. What did their numbers matter? In the face of overwhelming strength, they were merely a pile of worthless refuse. Yet, what was truly ludicrous was how these presumptuous demon emperors dared to provoke Lu Xuan, oblivious to the heights of their folly. Did they truly believe they could match his might? Such arrogance was utterly ridiculous. Just as the words of these ancient sovereigns faded, they suddenly noticed Lu Xuan making a move. Despite being separated by hundreds of thousands of miles, their extraordinary perception allowed them to sense the astonishing aura radiating from Lu Xuan, which was rapidly cooling at an alarming rate. Even the vast ocean surrounding him seemed to be influenced by some mysterious force, visibly congealing into solid ice at an astonishing pace. In that moment, the entire world appeared shrouded in an icy chill. Even the dullest of minds could easily perceive that Lu Xuan had become enraged. The ancient sovereigns, hiding far from Lu Xuan, were instantly filled with dread upon witnessing his fury. Without hesitation, they turned and fled, understanding all too well the catastrophic consequences that would ensue if Lu Xuan, a being as volatile as a madman, unleashed his wrath. Such fury was beyond their capacity to endure. Do you recall? The last time Lu Xuan was this enraged, the scene was nothing short of apocalyptic. Millions of alien troops marched forth, led by 8 ancient sovereigns, their imposing demeanor capable of trampling the world beneath their feet. Yet, facing such formidable foes, Lu Xuan remained unfazed, wielding a gleaming sword as he charged into their ranks alone. That battle was truly one of chaos and devastation. Lu Xuan moved like lightning, his sword strikes imbued with earth-shattering power. The alien forces crumbled before him, scattered like leaves in the wind, their blood flowing like rivers. Though the 8 ancient sovereigns were powerful, they too fell helplessly to Lu Xuan's unparalleled swordsmanship, meeting their demise in a state of utter disarray. What a frightening memory it is. I am ever so grateful for my cunning, for had I foolishly followed those ancient sovereigns into battle, I would surely have become a mere wisp of a soul beneath Lu Xuan's blade. What could possibly be going through the minds of these sea clan demon emperors? Is it not preferable to live in peace? Why provoke the calamity that is Lu Xuan? Now, they have not only brought upon themselves the threat of death, but might also doom their entire race to annihilation. Alas, in my humble opinion, it seems these Sea Clan members are indeed trapped in a disastrous fate. Given Lu Xuan's character and methods, he will undoubtedly not let them escape easily. As these alien ancient emperors fled in panic, lamenting their fate, a contrasting scene unfolded in the territory of the Sea Snake Demon Emperor. When the Sea Snake Demon Emperor witnessed the surrounding waters rapidly crystallizing into ice in the blink of an eye, a wave of chilling dread surged from its core to its very mind. Its eyes widened in terror, and its body trembled involuntarily. In that moment, it profoundly sensed Lu Xuan's terrifying power and the overwhelming pressure emanating from his boundless fury. Lu Xuan stood before them, exuding an aura of dread that surged like a mighty torrent, ascending at an astonishing pace. At that moment, he was a transformed being. His tall figure resembled an immovable mountain, radiating an aura of infinite majesty. His face, cold as ice, bore no expression, yet conveyed an irresistible pressure. Most unsettling were his eyes. The whites had completely vanished, replaced by abyssal depths of darkness. They appeared as 2 terrifying black holes, capable of devouring all existence. A mere glance would send shivers down one's spine. Finally, as this terrifying aura reached its zenith, Lu Xuan slowly parted his lips. However, the words that escaped were not ordinary. They resonated with an icy, imperious tone. The voice thundered like a celestial storm, reverberating throughout the vast ocean. You sea demons have committed an unforgivable crime. Today marks the arrival of your demise. The sound was deafening, imbued with unmatched authority, as if it sought to rend the very fabric of reality apart. As Lu Xuan's grave and commanding voice echoed through the air, the world seemed to freeze in that instant. Then, a blinding light erupted, brilliant as a shooting star across the night sky. Observers beheld in awe as the legendary burial heaven divine sword surged forth at an unimaginable speed. Initially, it appeared as a mere glimmer in the darkness, but it quickly expanded, unleashing a fierce sword aura that swept through the surroundings like a tumultuous wave, instilling fear in all who beheld it. The Sea Snake Demon Emperor, closest to Lu Xuan, barely had time to react before it caught sight of the fleeting light. In the next moment, a deafening crash resonated as its colossal form was instantaneously shattered into countless fragments. Even the immense power of its imperial essence could not escape, drifting toward Lu Xuan and settling firmly in his grasp. Incredibly, Lu Xuan merely unsheathed the burial heaven divine sword and effortlessly dispatched the formidable Sea Snake Demon Emperor. Such terrifying prowess left all present speechless, rendered immobile in astonishment. Especially the Sea Clan Demon Emperors, who moments ago had arrogantly mocked Lu Xuan, now trembled in fear. Stripped of speech and action, they had believed that upon entering this mysterious underwater realm, Lu Xuan's strength would be significantly diminished. Little did they know, his might far exceeded their wildest imaginations, a depth unfathomable. Yet, just as these Sea Clan demon emperors remained ensnared in their shock, the fearsome burial heaven divine sword glimmered once more, descending upon them with unparalleled ferocity. The deep, sharp ringing of the sword resonated like a funeral knell from the depths of the abyss, echoing across the boundless ocean. As the final note rang out, the world plunged into an eerie silence. In a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles around the sword's resonance, all Sea Clan beings were instantaneously reduced to ash, leaving no trace behind. Even the powerful Sea Clan demon emperors surrounding the area could not escape this horrific fate, dissipating into wisps of smoke under the might of the burial heaven divine sword. Just moments ago, many alien ancient emperors had exerted themselves to flee from a million miles away. However, at the heart-stopping sound of the sword's ringing, they were frozen in horror. Their hurried escape abruptly halted. When they turned back, they beheld the once vibrant and bustling oceanic expanse transformed into a desolate wasteland of ashes. With widened eyes and expressions of disbelief, the ancient emperors were swept by tumultuous waves of realization. They gasped, their bodies trembling from shock and terror. How fortunate they were. Had they delayed even a moment longer, had they failed to escape that death zone in time, they would have surely become souls claimed by that very sword. The ancient Fox Emperor stared in horror at the devastated seafloor behind him, gasping with dry breaths. He murmured, "Is this truly Lu Xuan's power? With just a single strike, he can sweep across a vast expanse, slaying millions of sea demons and dozens of powerful emperors. Such earth-shattering might, even the legendary ancient supreme beings might struggle to achieve." As he contemplated this, the ancient Fox Emperor shuddered, a bone-chilling dread flooding his being like a torrent. Who could have predicted such a cataclysmic transformation in an instant? Who could fathom that just moments ago, this was a thriving territory bustling with life? Now, only ruins remained, a testament to the sword's overwhelming might, capable of stirring the heavens and moving the gods. Lu Xuan exhibited a power that, while not yet reaching the realm of the emperor, was already formidable enough to rival the might of one. His strength alone equaled that of dozens of ancient emperors combined. All present were left in astonished silence, gasping in awe as they beheld Lu Xuan, their eyes filled with profound shock and an uncontrollable excitement. At that moment, Lu Xuan stood serenely upon the ruins. With the release of that sword, the previously chilling and formidable aura surrounding him dissipated like smoke. Simultaneously, his once eerily glowing eyes returned to normalcy, clear and bright. With a calm demeanor, he gently waved his powerful hand, and instantly, an unseen force drew forth a multitude of radiant cultivation resources, like meteors streaking from all directions. These cultivation resources are precious treasures carefully collected by the Sea Clan's demon emperors within their respective aquatic palaces, and now they have all, without exception, fallen into the hands of Lu Xuan. The wealth accumulated over a lifetime by dozens of Sea Clan demon emperors is now laid bare before him. A dazzling array of rare and exotic treasures, countless in number. Mountains of sacred pills and imperial medicines exuding rich spiritual energy, their sheer quantity astonishing, as well as innumerable spirit stones and rare treasures, radiating a brilliant light that casts an ethereal glow throughout the space. Such an extraordinary trove would make even the powerful ancient monarchs of distant races envious, their hearts racing with desire. It is well known that even a single piece of these treasures could incite bloodshed in the outside world. However, in the face of the formidable Lu Xuan, although these ancient monarchs yearn deeply for these treasures, they are acutely aware of the vast disparity in power between them. To recklessly attempt to seize these treasures would likely lead to their own demise, leaving them with no choice but to watch in despair. Suddenly, the ancient fox monarch's eyes brightened, fixating intently on a cluster of shimmering golden flowers. He could not help but exclaim in astonishment, "By the heavens, those are the legendary sea dragon flowers." Each petal contains an immensely powerful life force, capable of extending one's lifespan by a century, and even promoting a transformation of life's essence. They are among the rarest of imperial medicines. I once heard that the revered ancient fox had the fortune to possess a single petal and has since treasured it as an extraordinary gem, reluctant to use it. Who would have thought that Lu Xuan managed to acquire over a dozen of them? It is truly enviable. As he spoke, the ancient fox monarch's gaze, filled with envy, remained fixated on those bowl-sized golden flowers, his eyes nearly bulging with desire. Could it be? That stone, larger than a grinding wheel, is actually an imperial medicine. The sea god fruit? This is utterly outrageous. I once exerted immense effort to procure a piece no larger than my fist. And yet Lu Xuan possesses one the size of a grinding wheel. Another ancient monarch was similarly crushed, his treasured sea god fruit, preserved for thousands of years, suddenly losing its allure. This situation was not isolated. One after another, ancient monarchs discovered their coveted imperial medicines and rare treasures, their eyes reddening with envy. Ancient fox, should we not consider making a move to seize these treasures? One ancient monarch suggested greedily. My ambition is modest. If I could just acquire those numerous stellar source crystals, it would suffice. Look at the sheer number of them. If they fell in my hands, I could forge a dozen formidable imperial weapons. Another chimed in eagerly. Indeed, I harbor no grand ambitions. If I could snatch even 1% of those priceless imperial medicines, I would be content. Yet another ancient monarch interjected. As for me, I am not overly ambitious. If I could pilfer just 1 or 2 treasures from this dazzling array of underwater riches, I would be immensely grateful. Thus, a group of ancient monarchs, their eyes ablaze with greed, gathered around the ancient fox monarch, incessantly urging him to join them in plundering Lu Xuan. However, faced with their encouragement, the ancient fox monarch's expression darkened, and he bellowed in a voice laced with authority, "You reckless fools! Who dares to attempt such folly? To think of seizing Lu Xuan's possessions? Have your heads been kicked by a foolish donkey? That man is a fearsome killing god. His treasures are not so easily claimed." The ancient fox monarch's roar thundered through the air, startling the previously eager ancient monarchs as if doused with ice water, bringing them to their senses. Especially upon witnessing the dozens of Emperor Primal sources in Lu Xuan's possession, they instinctively recoiled in fear. They had no desire to share the same fate as the Sea Clan demon emperors. Lu Xuan, unfazed by the commotion and turmoil around him, casually waved his hand, unleashing a powerful force that swept through the nearby aquatic palace, stripping it of all its resources. Moreover, during this plundering endeavor, Lu Xuan joyfully collected a total of 33 Emperor Primal sources. Gazing at the mysterious luminescence of the sources in his hand, he could not help but exclaim, "This underwater realm is indeed a bountiful land." Who would have imagined that the treasures of a mere Sea Clan demon emperor would surpass those of ancient monarchs by countless folds? At that moment, excitement glimmered in Lu Xuan's eyes, as if he had stumbled upon a vast treasure trove. Contemplating the mountain of rare treasures and precious resources before him, Lu Xuan mused that if not for the pressing need to return and cultivate to enhance his strength to rescue his family, he would undoubtedly venture further to scour more aquatic palaces. Yet, reality afforded him no room for greed. With that thought, Lu Xuan hesitated no longer. He transformed into a streak of light, racing away at astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at a desolate and eerily silent depth of the sea. There, he cautiously retrieved the mysterious and powerful god-burying coffin from his bosom, gently opened its lid, and leaped inside, lying down within. The moment Lu Xuan settled in, something miraculous occurred. The god-burying coffin trembled slightly and began to emit a dazzling light, enveloping Lu Xuan entirely. When the radiance dissipated, he had vanished from his original location, successfully entering the unique space within the god-burying coffin. As Lu Xuan abruptly disappeared from this enigmatic and profound underwater world, it was as if a gentle breeze had swept across a tranquil lake, causing subtle changes. A group of figures who had been expertly concealed slowly emerged from their hiding places. Each movement was marked by caution, their vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings for any sign of danger. After a thorough investigation, when they finally sensed the absence of Lu Xuan's intimidating presence, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a raucous laughter echoed throughout the ocean depths, emanating from an ancient monarch known as Tian Mang. His face radiated uncontainable excitement as he raised his arms high, exuberantly shouting, "At last, that killing god Lu Xuan has left. We cannot let this opportunity slip away. If he could seize these Sea Clan treasures, why should we not do the same? Brothers, let us unleash our might and plunder the aquatic palaces of those sea demons." At that moment, Tian Mang could hardly contain his inner thrill and desire. Eagerly anticipating the onset of this plundering expedition, it is crucial to note that Lu Xuan's reputation was formidable, while the treasures he possessed were alluring. They were akin to a hot potato for these ancient monarchs, who dared not easily lay claim to them. However, when faced with the relatively weaker Sea clan demon emperors, they brimmed with confidence and courage. After all, they had gathered a formidable alliance of powerful ancient monarchs. Such a lavish gathering, when united against those so-called minor demon emperors and their protected aquatic palaces, would be a matter of utmost ease. Even the normally composed ancient fox monarch could not maintain his calm in this moment. A glimmer of greed flickered in his narrow eyes as he fixated on the distant sea demon palaces, nestled amidst the coral reefs, as though he could already envision countless precious treasures awaiting their grasp. A crowd gathered, their expressions taut with tension and excitement as they listened intently to the words of the ancient fox emperor. His demeanor was grave, and his piercing gaze swept across each person present as he solemnly declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, this undertaking is of utmost significance. You must all heed my words. Our targets are solely those sea monster water palaces of relatively ordinary strength. Greed must not cloud our judgment, nor should we recklessly advance. The depths of the ocean are fraught with peril, and a moment's carelessness could lead us to irretrievable doom." At this point, the ancient fox emperor paused slightly, then continued, "We are a team of 13. Thus, should we obtain treasures from 13 monster emperor water palaces, we shall withdraw immediately. Do not linger in battle, nor allow momentary greed to jeopardize our mission." After this admonition, the ancient fox emperor seemed still uneasy. He narrowed his eyes and intensified his tone as he warned, "One crucial point remains. No one is to violate our agreement today. Should anyone dare to defy this, once we return to our clan, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. I will certainly report this matter in full to the ancient fox sovereign. At that juncture, the consequences need not be elaborated. You all should be well aware." Upon hearing this, a faint stir rippled through the crowd, but tranquility was swiftly restored. Clearly, the punishment mentioned by the ancient fox emperor instilled a sense of trepidation among them. Chapter 38. The Refinement of the Immortal Elixir. The unfortunate ancient emperor of another race. 13 ancient sovereigns from various races surged forward with formidable vigor toward the magnificent water palaces of the sea tribe. They moved like lightning, radiating an unparalleled might, as if they intended to overturn the very ocean itself. However, events did not unfold as they had anticipated. Just after they successfully plundered one sea tribe water palace, before they could bask in the glory of their victory, they found themselves ensnared in a heavy encirclement. Powerful sea demons, emanating an unsettling strength, materialized around them, each possessing the terrifying prowess of a peak monster emperor. Their expressions were as dark as water, their eyes cold and fierce as they fixed their gaze on the 13 ancient sovereigns of another race, exuding an intense hostility and murderous intent. The atmosphere tense to the breaking point. One peak monster emperor, standing at the forefront, wore a face full of fury, his voice booming like thunder in the air. "Our sea tribe has never infringed upon your kind. Today, you audacious ancient sovereigns dare to trespass into our territory. Do you seek to incite a war of life and death between our races?" Faced with this peak monster emperor's inquiry, the previously arrogant ancient sovereigns were rendered speechless, exchanging glances, uncertain of how to respond. After all, they had indeed come solely to seize the sea tribe's wealth and resources, never anticipating such grave repercussions. Especially upon witnessing the multitude of sea tribe monster emperors surrounding them, they realized they were in deep trouble. The question was no longer whether they could loot, but whether they could escape the sea tribe alive. Even if they managed to leave alive, should this incident reach the ears of their kind, they would face severe punishment. A fragile peace had long been maintained between the ancient races and the sea tribe. The sea tribe resided within the boundary sea, and both humans and other races were reluctant to sever ties with them. Particularly for the other races, they depended on the boundary sea's passage to launch attacks on the imperial stronghold. Thus, offending the sea tribe offered no benefits to the other races. Now, these ancient sovereigns audaciously attempted to conspire to plunder the sea tribe's water palaces. If word of this spread, it would undoubtedly shatter the delicate peace between the two races. Moreover, it would impact future conflicts between the other races and humanity. After all, the boundary sea was the domain of the sea tribe. Should the sea tribe take action while they attempted to cross the sea or join forces with humanity during their assault on the imperial stronghold, encircling them, it would be a scenario the other races most fervently wished to avoid. Esteemed ones, you may be mistaken. Our expedition is not directed against the sea tribe, but rather to seek. Lu Xuan. Indeed, we are here to hunt down that ruthless demon, Lu Xuan. As the expressions of the sea tribe monster emperors darkened, resembling ominous clouds before a storm, the heavenly fox emperor hastily turned his clever eyes and nervously explained. Heavenly fox emperor, do you take me for a mere child of 3? Why do you seek Lu Xuan, if not to invade our sea tribe's water palaces? A furious sea tribe monster emperor roared, akin to an enraged lion, shattering the heavenly fox emperor's deception. Yet, the heavenly fox emperor remained unfazed, chuckling as he continued to weave his tale. You are unaware. Lu Xuan has guarded the abyss for 100,000 years, and he is our implacable foe. Now he seeks to escape back to humanity. How could we let him slip away easily? Thus, the celestial sovereign has dispatched us to hunt down Lu Xuan, ensuring we capture him alive and bring him back to our kind. We never anticipated that Lu Xuan would prove so cunning, slipping away like an eel into your water palaces. We were left with no choice but to pursue him, and if we have offended you in any manner, we hope for your understanding. The heavenly fox emperor's words, half-truths and half-lies, found some credence among the sea tribe monster emperors, who were unaware of the full story. Particularly upon hearing the mention of the celestial sovereign, a flicker of fear appeared in their eyes. Even if they were not entirely convinced, they dared not voice further objections. After all, these ancient sovereigns had the celestial sovereign as their formidable backing. Besides the celestial sovereign, there were at least a dozen ancient lords within the other races. In contrast, the sea tribe had only 2 or 3 monster lords, most of whom were often sealed. Unless the sea tribe faced a life-or-death crisis, their monster lords would not intervene lightly. However, one obstinate sea tribe monster emperor questioned, if that is so, what brings you here? Moreover, the items you possess are clearly from our sea tribe. How do you explain that? Isn't this a misunderstanding? The items we hold were actually seized from that murderous Lu Xuan. You must have seen it. He annihilated countless sea tribes and plundered dozens of water palaces. We initially intended to stop him, but were ultimately a step too late. By the time we caught up, we managed to retrieve only a fraction of what he had taken from us. The sincerity in the heavenly fox emperor's voice swayed many of the sea tribe monster emperors. After all, Lu Xuan had indeed decimated dozens of their monster emperors. Although some remained skeptical, they chose not to press the matter further. Ultimately, the sea tribe was not equipped to engage in warfare with the other races. The sea tribe monster emperor, who had nearly been plundered, could only resign to his misfortune. The heavenly fox emperor and his entourage fled the boundary sea without looking back, fearing that the sea tribe monster emperors would recklessly sever ties with them. It was only when they reached the sanctuary of the abyss that the ancient sovereigns of the other races breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, how unfortunate. Why is it that Lu Xuan can annihilate so many sea tribes and remain unscathed? We merely looted a water palace and nearly faced the wrath of those sea tribes. The heavenly brilliance ancient emperor seethed with indignation. Had it not been for the fear of igniting a war between the 2 races, he would have acted already. The other ancient sovereigns shared his sentiment, some even preparing for a rampage. Yet, the heavenly fox emperor remained calm, sternly admonishing, quiet down. Plundering the water palaces and provoking a war between our races. If this reaches the ears of the celestial sovereign, do you wish to live? With just one statement from the heavenly fox emperor, the crowd fell silent. They could afford to disregard the sea tribe monster emperors, but they could not afford to anger the celestial sovereign. As they contemplated the potential repercussions of the celestial sovereign learning of this incident, even the most boisterous ancient sovereigns shrank back in fear. In the realm of the god burial coffin, Lu Xuan activated his cultivation technique, transforming his physical form into an all-consuming chaos divine furnace. Before absorbing the resources plundered from the sea tribe, Lu Xuan first retrieved the elixir of immortality. This was the elixir gifted to him by the alien supreme, or one could say it was an elixir Lu Xuan seized from the alien race. By refining this elixir, he could extend his lifespan by 10,000 years, effectively resolving all his issues, at least for the next 10 millennia. He need not worry about the constraints of his lifespan affecting his combat prowess. This elixir, brimming with terrifying life essence, would ordinarily require a century for Lu Xuan to refine using his original techniques. However, now, with his body transformed into the chaos divine furnace, he completely absorbed the elixir in less than a year. The continuous influx of life essence revitalized Lu Xuan, dispelling all negative states. Now, he had genuinely restored himself to the peak realm of an emperor. Not only had his realm been restored, but he had also gained an additional 10,000 years of life. No longer would he be troubled by the issue of insufficient lifespan. One elixir could only extend life for 10,000 years. If he could not break through to the Emperor Venerable realm within that time, he would require more elixirs to prolong his life. Lu Xuan took a deep breath, his eyes radiating excitement. Chapter 39. The perfect completion of the second level of the Chaos Emperor technique. Throughout the long river of time, many ancient sovereigns of alien races existed, managing to survive for a staggering 100,000 to 200,000 years. The key to their longevity lay in the miraculous elixir of immortality. With the mysterious power contained within the elixir, they could continuously prolong their lives. However, in contrast, the resources for elixirs among the human race were exceedingly scarce. Therefore, when some human emperors sensed their lifespans nearing depletion, they would make the difficult choice to ally with alien races. In this way, they hoped to obtain precious elixirs from the aliens to extend their own lives. It is worth noting that some long-lived families and immortal sects within the human race also possessed elixirs. Unfortunately, these elixirs were quite limited in quantity and could not be freely given to anyone. At this moment, Lu Xuan had already secured 10,000 years of lifespan, rendering his need for elixirs no longer urgent. He was filled with confidence, firmly believing that this decade would be sufficient for him to successfully break through to the Emperor Venerable realm. One must understand that upon entering the Emperor Venerable realm, he could possess a lifespan of at least 200,000 to 300,000 years. Thus, the issue of lifespan was no longer a concern. With the lifespan issue satisfactorily resolved, Lu Xuan could devote himself wholeheartedly to his cultivation. His practice revolved around the renowned Chaos Emperor technique, which had now reached the second level. Should he successfully break through to the third level, his power would match that of an Emperor Venerable. With countless rare materials and precious elixirs continuously flowing into Lu Xuan's body, he swiftly absorbed them. The immense energy contained within these treasures surged through his meridians like a torrential flood. Lu Xuan's cultivation speed soared like a rocket, rapidly advancing. As time passed, hundreds of years slipped away quietly within the enigmatic space of the god burial coffin. When Lu Xuan finally opened his long-closed eyes, he emanated a formidable aura that was both awe-inspiring and overwhelming. His chaos body had reached perfection, signifying that the second level of the Chaos Emperor technique had also attained great completion. It is noteworthy that the realm corresponding to the perfect completion of the second level of the Chaos Emperor technique is the peak of an emperor, precisely matching the realm Lu Xuan had previously occupied. The second level of the Chaos Emperor technique is finally perfected. Next, I will strive to break through to the third level. Excitement flickered in Lu Xuan's eyes, and his heart brimmed with ambition. He understood that once he successfully broke through to the third level of the Chaos Emperor technique, he would become a formidable Emperor Venerable, shaking the world. Although he might not yet contend with the top Emperor Venerables among the human race, he would at least no longer be powerless against formidable foes. At the very least, preserving his life in the presence of those Emperor Venerables would be well within his ability. However, Lu Xuan was acutely aware that breaking through to the third level of the Chaos Emperor technique would not be an easy task. The difficulty of this level increased exponentially compared to the first two. Nevertheless, Lu Xuan felt no inclination to retreat. Rather, his resolve to break through the shackles intensified. The third level of the Chaos Emperor technique is known as the Chaos Fusion Realm. Upon hearing this name, Lu Xuan's eyes sparkled with fervent light, as if a path to the ultimate peak unfurled before him. The essence of the Chaos Fusion Realm lies in merging oneself with the Great Tao, thereby becoming a part of it. Achieving such a realm signifies entry into the legendary Emperor Venerable domain. Typically, the Emperor Venerable realm pursued by humanity also necessitates the fusion with the Great Tao, yet they can only integrate the 9 Emperor Venerable laws derived from the Heavenly Tao. Only by mastering these laws can one genuinely ascend to the ranks of Emperor Venerables. Due to the constraints of the Heavenly Tao, the number of Emperor Venerables within a human domain will forever remain below 9. After all, there are merely 9 laws of the Emperor Venerable under the Heavenly Tao, creating an insurmountable barrier for countless human cultivators. However, the Chaos Emperor technique that Lu Xuan practiced was entirely unique. This extraordinary technique did not require him to merge with those predetermined laws. Rather, it encouraged him to explore and integrate with the vast Great Tao of the universe. one must recognize that the great Tao of the world encompasses far more than just 1,000. More critically, the 9 laws of the Emperor Venerable under the heavenly Tao primarily pertain to the path of enlightenment within the human territories. For the ancient sovereigns of alien races, the situation is entirely different. They are not bound by human rules to merge with specific laws, but can instead forge their unique paths to enlightenment by integrating with the great Tao that suits them, ultimately achieving the realm of ancient sovereigns. This is true not only for the diverse alien races, but also for the mysterious and powerful demon race, as well as the agile and gifted monster race. They too follow this principle in their cultivation. It is noteworthy that the legendary Chaos Emperor technique bears a striking resemblance to the paths of enlightenment pursued by these alien races, the demon race and the monster race. However, it is essential to acknowledge that when these alien races, demon race, and monster race embark on their paths of enlightenment, due to the uniqueness of their techniques and the varying degrees of personal comprehension of the Great Tao, the manifestations of their integrations with the Great Tao can differ vastly. In other words, each ancient sovereign who successfully merges with the Great Tao possesses varying strengths, resulting in a wide disparity in their power levels. Speaking of Lu Xuan, although he has reached the peak of an emperor, he once touched the highest realm of the Great Tao. However, due to the constraints imposed by the human cultivation techniques, he ultimately could not truly grasp the real existence of the laws of the Great Tao. Nevertheless, the present circumstances have undergone a dramatic transformation. Since he cultivated the unparalleled chaos body, he is no longer subject to the oppressive constraints of the heavenly Tao. Therefore, at this moment, if he wishes to comprehend the laws of the Great Tao, it is undoubtedly much easier than before. As he gradually released his powerful and unmatched primordial spirit, an extraordinary sensation surged within him, as if the entire universe was filled with an incomprehensible multitude of interwoven and omnipresent laws of the Great Tao. The principles of the Great Path resemble a colossal ancient tree, soaring into the heavens, its canopy overshadowing the sun. Its roots delve deeply into the endless void, while its branches and twigs stretch forth in an unceasing multitude from the abyss, intricately woven together to form a complex yet orderly tableau. Simultaneously, these principles manifest as enormous veins, meandering and twisting across the vast expanse of the sky above. Each vein glimmers with an otherworldly radiance, as if infused with a mysterious and potent energy. Standing beneath this wondrous spectacle, Lu Xuan was enveloped by a profound reverence for the unknown forces at play. Taking a deep breath, he immersed himself once more in the study of the revered tome, the Chaotic Emperor's Art. According to the scriptures of the Chaotic Emperor's Art, the boundless cosmos is replete with innumerable paths of the Great Way. However, these paths are not entirely equal. They possess variations in strength and potency. The efficacy of a particular principle is determined not solely by its inherent characteristics, but also by the number of beings who cultivate it. If a path is embraced by many practitioners, the power contained within is distributed among them, resulting in a dilution of strength for each individual. Thus, those who share the cultivation of a common path may find themselves wielding diminished prowess. Conversely, should an individual possess the discernment to select a path that they alone cultivate, they would harness the entirety of its latent power. In such a scenario, their combat capabilities would significantly surpass those of their peers, granting them extraordinary strength. Lu Xuan's consciousness surged like a wild stallion, racing into that mysterious and expansive realm. Here, he found himself ensnared within a vast labyrinth woven from countless paths of the Great Way. Each path radiated a dazzling brilliance, akin to the twinkling stars in the night sky, leaving him both awestruck and bewildered. Despite exerting every effort to discern the secrets concealed at the terminus of these principles, he could only perceive a haze of ambiguity. Nevertheless, through his acute perceptive abilities, he could gauge the relative strength of these paths by observing their thickness. What astounded Lu Xuan further was the faint outlines of shadowy figures that emerged upon scrutinizing certain paths. After some contemplation, he realized that these shadows were the imprints left by formidable cultivators who had successfully integrated with the respective paths. Scanning his surroundings, he noted both paths that remained unclaimed, akin to slumbering dragons awaiting their destined awakeners, and those where multiple practitioners engaged in a fierce competition, vying to unlock the path's boundless potential. At this moment, Lu Xuan understood that to break through the third bottleneck of the Chaotic Emperor's art and ascend to the realm of the Emperor, selecting a path suitable for his integration was of paramount importance. After a moment of reflection, clarity dawned upon him. His training was rooted in the Great Void sword classic, and his greatest strength lay in the sword path. Thus, it was only logical that the sword path would resonate most harmoniously with his essence. With this realization, a resolute gleam ignited in Lu Xuan's eyes, as though he could already envision himself standing atop the pinnacle of the sword path, reigning supreme over the world. The sword path, without a doubt, represented the ultimate avenue that aligned with the deepest yearnings of his soul. However, as he sought out the sword principle potent enough to traverse the cosmos and command awe, he could not help but feel a shift in his demeanor. For the sword principle before him emanated a formidable presence, vastly superior to the surrounding paths that resembled oceanic expanses. What was truly astonishing was that upon this resplendent sword principle, there already existed numerous ethereal shadows. This signified that dozens of practitioners had successfully merged with the sword path to attain the rank of emperor. Although not all these shadows might belong to human cultivators, their sheer number indicated that the sword principle had been claimed by numerous powerful beings. Should Lu Xuan steadfastly choose to embark upon this sword path and attempt to integrate with it, he would inevitably have to share the immense power inherent within the sword principle for the foreseeable future. Even though this sword principle was significantly more potent than many others, its advantages would remain limited due to the necessity of sharing its strength. Unless Lu Xuan could wield earth-shattering power to eliminate all other emperor-level cultivators who had also merged with the sword principle, he would not be able to monopolize its secrets. However, achieving such a remarkable feat was no simple task. Those who had successfully integrated with the sword principle and ascended to the rank of emperor were undeniably prodigious, each a paragon of extraordinary talent, making them formidable adversaries. Among humanity, there were only 9 emperors, yet the sword principle alone boasted 2 to 3 dozen. Finding and vanquishing them would be an endeavor more daunting than scaling the heavens. While the sword path was indeed powerful, sharing it would be akin to discarding a rare treasure as if it were worthless. Lu Xuan's expression turned grave, though reluctant. He recognized the necessity of seeking an alternative path. He, Lu Xuan, would not share the same principle with others. As Lu Xuan's consciousness departed from the realm of the sword principle, traversing towards other paths, his demeanor grew increasingly solemn. He sensed that many principles were repelling his essence, a consequence of his lack of cultivation in the corresponding laws, rendering integration impossible. The foundation for merging with a path is the comprehension of its corresponding power. Without having cultivated these powers, he could not hope to align with their principles. With the strongest sword path unavailable, he was left to seek a secondary option. Yet, his previous endeavors in other paths had not reached the level of the great principles. Did no other paths exist that could suit him? After half a day of searching, Lu Xuan still found no suitable path. The sword principle, the most fitting for him, was already shared among many. While he encountered other principles that bore some connection to the sword path, none could compare in potency. Thus, he dismissed them, knowing that choosing such paths would limit his future achievements, leaving him to regret his decisions and start anew. Choosing a new path would not only require him to forsake his prior cultivation, but also necessitate the arduous task of forging a new path from scratch. The time wasted would be one concern. Whether he could reclaim his former prowess was another. Moreover, switching paths could jeopardize his foundational understanding of the Great Way. This is why, when selecting a path for integration, once a choice is made, it is seldom altered. Should the foundation of a path be compromised, even the most prodigious talent would face severe repercussions when seeking enlightenment in the future, potentially severing their path to immortality. Lu Xuan was determined to avoid the need to switch paths in the future. Thus, he resolved to select wisely the path he intended to cultivate. These grand pathways do not suit me. Must I truly choose the path of the sword? Lu Xuan's primordial spirit was once again drawn towards the sword path. Due to his formidable mastery of swordsmanship, the laws of the sword would actively attract his primordial spirit, urging him to integrate with the path. However, Lu Xuan resolutely declined once more. He was unwilling to share the grand path with others. Far from the realm governed by the laws of the sword, Lu Xuan's primordial spirit soon beheld a pathway that was exponentially more expansive than the sword path. Before he could approach, Lu Xuan discerned that this was the path of the physical body. According to the records of the Chaos Celestial Emperor's art, the path of the physical body is one of the 10 primordial paths. The primordial paths are the original pathways birthed from heaven and earth, totaling 10 in number. The path of the physical body is one among them. Thus, throughout history, many have chosen the path of the physical body. Lu Xuan's gaze fell upon this primordial path, and his expression reflected profound excitement. He sensed that this path of the physical body was also beckoning his primordial spirit closer. This indicated that, should he choose to integrate, the path of the physical body would indeed be an option. Opting for a primordial path would undoubtedly offer greater prospects than the sword path. Yet, upon glimpsing the indistinct shadows upon the path of the physical body, he abandoned this thought once more. There were nearly 100 indistinct figures upon this path, signifying that at least 100 individuals had attained imperial status through the path of the physical body. Although the path of the physical body was significantly more powerful than the sword path, the contention for the power of the grand path among these nearly 100 individuals made the sword path a more appealing choice. Despite the immense allure of the path of the physical body, Lu Xuan steadfastly relinquished it. Among the 10 primordial paths, the path of the physical body was merely one. Besides the path of the physical body, there were still 9 primordial paths available. Surely, there must be a grand path suited for my selection. Lu Xuan's primordial spirit departed from this area and continued onward. Soon, he encountered a grand path that rivaled the path of the physical body. Before his primordial spirit could draw near, he already felt an overwhelming force of fire. This is the fire path. It is also one of the 10 primordial paths. Lu Xuan took a deep breath. The fire primordial path connects to countless laws of pathways. Those are the numerous lower-tier laws derived from the fire primordial path, all associated with the laws of fire. It must be said that the fire primordial path is also an extraordinarily powerful primordial path. Unfortunately, Lu Xuan's comprehension of the laws of fire was not particularly profound. His primordial spirit did not resonate with this fire primordial path. As his primordial spirit moved away from this area, he encountered several other primordial paths, none of which were suitable for him. As he approached the edge of the universe, the laws of pathways had become exceedingly scarce, and even Lu Xuan felt a twinge of anxiety. He had abandoned the sword path and had not chosen to integrate with the suitable paths of the physical body or the metal primordial path. Now, the options for the laws of pathways available to him had dwindled significantly. Was there truly no suitable law of the pathway for me? Lu Xuan's expression grew solemn as he contemplated retreating to choose between the sword path or the primordial paths of the physical body and metal. However, at that moment, his primordial spirit seemed to sense a powerful allure. This force of attraction emanated from the very edge of the universe, compelling Lu Xuan's primordial spirit to surge forward uncontrollably. In an instant, his primordial spirit traversed countless regions of law pathways, arriving at the very end of the universe. Before him stood only 10 primordial paths. The 10 primordial paths flowed forth like 10 mighty rivers from the edge of the universe, extending into the lower realms. Lu Xuan's primordial spirit had just emerged from those lower regions. Thus he understood that the areas where these primordial paths extended were filled with endless pathways of laws. The 10 primordial paths emerged from here, giving rise to all the myriad laws of the universe. So, this is the terminus of the grand path? Lu Xuan's spirit surged with excitement as he gazed around. The force that had drawn his primordial spirit was still present in the higher realms. It seemed to originate from where the 10 primordial paths extended, or one might say, it was the place where the 10 primordial paths were conceived. Why do I sense that there lies the path most suited to me? Taking a deep breath, Lu Xuan, despite not yet perceiving the alluring path, could feel from the immense attraction and affinity that it was undoubtedly the path most aligned with him. It was even more fitting than the sword path and the other 2 primordial paths. Under this overwhelming allure, Lu Xuan's primordial spirit continued onward. As he approached the terminus of this realm, it seemed as though his primordial spirit broke through a barrier and entered a brand new domain. The sights before him left Lu Xuan utterly astonished. At the end of this realm, he beheld a scene he would never forget. Chapter 41, The Chaos Pearl. The land of origins, the realm of chaos. Within the boundless expanse of space, brilliant and radiant light filled the surroundings. Above the sky, celestial bodies, rivers, mountains, and the myriad worlds of creation coexisted. It seemed as if all endings converged here. At the pinnacle of the heavens, a colossal waterfall cascaded from the 9th heaven, its resplendent light flowing continuously. What poured forth from this waterfall was not mere river water, but an unending stream of primordial essence of the grand path. Countless primordial essences gathered beneath the waterfall, forming a vast lake. The 10 primordial paths flowed from this lake, branching out like 10 mighty rivers. Even Lu Xuan, no matter how foolish, could discern that by a stroke of fortune, he had arrived at the true terminus of the Grand Path, the land of origins. That waterfall was the very source from which the Grand Paths were birthed. All pathways of the universe extended from this primordial sea before him. The 10 primordial paths must be the original pathways that were conceived first. As they connect to the primordial sea, they are thus referred to as primordial paths. The 10 primordial paths depart from the land of origins, absorbing various powers to birth different universal paths. This was what Lu Xuan initially beheld, the myriad pathways of a universe. And here was the land of origins that birthed all those pathways. According to the records of the Chaos Celestial Emperor's art, it is exceedingly rare for a primordial spirit to reach the land of origins. Yet now, his primordial spirit had miraculously arrived here. This left him utterly astonished. Lu Xuan's primordial spirit hovered above the land of origins, gazing in awe at the swirling primordial essence before him. He could sense that it was not the 10 primordial paths attracting him here, but rather the primordial sea itself. Why is this? Am I to merge directly with this primordial sea? Lu Xuan was bewildered. The Chaos Celestial Emperor's art recorded that all pathways of the universe originate from the primordial sea. However, the primordial sea itself was merely the root of the grand paths. It did not inherently contain any grand path power. If he were truly to merge with the primordial sea, what grand path would that be? Just as Lu Xuan was pondering this, his primordial spirit sensed that familiar force of attraction once more. Under the influence of this power, his primordial spirit gravitated toward the primordial sea. Ultimately, it even followed the waterfall's reverse flow, ascending until it reached the waterfall's peak. At the end of this waterfall, his primordial spirit seemed to break through yet another barrier, entering an even more peculiar realm. This was a domain devoid of any light. Here, all colors and powers were obliterated. It was akin to a primordial realm, a realm of chaos. Only familiar forces swirled amidst this void. This is chaos energy. Having cultivated the Chaos Celestial Emperor's art, Lu Xuan was intimately familiar with the essence of chaos energy. He was utterly certain that the energy permeating this realm was chaos energy. This place was indeed a realm saturated with chaos energy. Suddenly, Lu Xuan's eyes brightened. Could this be the realm of chaos? Lu Xuan was utterly astounded. The chaos realm, as recorded in the Chaos Emperor's scripture, is a place that transcends the realm of origin. In the wake of chaos's annihilation, the Great Path was born. The Great Path nurtures the source, establishing order and rules within the universe. Thus, in today's world, all beings comprehend the power of the Great Path and integrate its principles. However, before the emergence of the Great Path, there existed only chaos. In chaos, there is no distinction between day and night, light and dark. The essence of chaos gave birth to the 3,000 laws of chaos. Once, each of these laws possessed terrifying power equivalent to a complete Great Path. Yet, since the destruction of chaos, these 3,000 laws have retreated into obscurity. Lu Xuan never anticipated that in his quest to select a single path to merge with and attain the status of emperor, he would arrive at this rarely accessible chaos realm. Even the ancient emperors who practiced the Chaos Emperor's scripture could not reach this realm. He could hardly believe his remarkable fortune. Gasping with excitement, Lu Xuan recalled that according to the Chaos Emperor's scripture, upon achieving the chaos body, one could cultivate the essence of chaos. With chaos as a foundation, there is a certain probability of encountering the legendary chaos realm. However, those who had previously practiced the Chaos Emperor's scripture had never made contact with this realm. Even the most formidable beings who had ultimately ascended to the status of emperor had never glimpsed the chaos realm. Lu Xuan could not fathom why he had arrived here so effortlessly. Was it truly a stroke of good luck? At that moment, a thumb-sized transparent orb suddenly flew out from his primordial spirit. This peculiar orb, an unexpected acquisition, was not a weapon, but possessed the ability to nourish the primordial spirit. After obtaining the orb, Lu Xuan had fused it with his spirit. However, it now appeared that this orb was far from ordinary. It seemed to be intricately linked to his arrival in the chaos realm. Dumbfounded, Lu Xuan watched as the orb departed from his spirit, suddenly emitting brilliant rays of light. The moment the orb radiated its multicolored brilliance, the previously dim and colorless chaos realm was instantly illuminated. Yet, even in its newfound brightness, The realm did not transform into a vibrant world. Instead, it became a hazy expanse. Lu Xuan could discern the traces of flowing chaotic energy. Simultaneously, he observed the orb hovering in the sky of the chaos realm. A myriad of resplendent laws emanated from the orb, merging with the essence of chaos. In an instant, the skies above the chaos realm were adorned with interlacing chaotic laws. This was the 3,000 laws of chaos. Lu Xuan was utterly bewildered. He had never known that the orb he had unexpectedly acquired contained the essence of the 3,000 laws of chaos. In that moment, it dawned upon him. This was the Chaos Pearl. His body trembled with excitement. The Chaos Emperor's scripture recorded that the Chaos Pearl encapsulated the 3,000 laws of chaos, which could independently create worlds. Furthermore, the Chaos Pearl was the sole artifact capable of awakening the Chaos Realm. Based on the unfolding events, it was evident that the orb he had fortuitously obtained was indeed the Chaos Pearl. His primordial spirit had been drawn here due to the Chaos Pearl. Rather than the Chaos Realm attracting his spirit, it was the pearl that had beckoned him. His eyes sparkled with brilliance. The Chaos Pearl, the 3,000 laws of chaos. He no longer needed to make a choice. There existed no law more potent than the 3,000 laws of chaos. No other power could match the suitability of these laws for Lu Xuan, who possessed the Chaos Pearl. With the Chaos Pearl in hand, Lu Xuan felt no need to struggle over which chaotic law to select. He could cultivate all 3,000 laws of chaos. At that moment, the Chaos Pearl descended from the sky, returning to Lu Xuan's primordial spirit. Instantly, he sensed a profound change in the orb. Previously, the Chaos Pearl merely nourished his spirit. Beyond that, he could sense neither its origins nor its other capabilities. However, now, as the Chaos Pearl merged with his primordial spirit, he clearly sensed the power of the 3,000 laws of chaos within. The essence of chaos enveloped the pearl, and the laws interwove seamlessly. With the Chaos Pearl, Lu Xuan possessed an innate affinity for these laws. He could choose to merge with any of the chaotic laws. Yet, one's energy is finite, and Lu Xuan was no omnipotent deity. Even with his desire to unify the 3,000 laws, it was not feasible at present. Thus, he could only select the one chaotic law that best suited him for integration. Among the 3,000 laws, 10 were deemed the mightiest, known as the 10 Supreme Laws. Lu Xuan's gaze sharpened as he focused on these 10 formidable laws within the Chaos Pearl: the law of power, the law of time, the law of space, the law of chaos, the law of immortality, the law of demonhood, the law of life, the law of the 5 elements, the law of yin and yang, and the law of destruction. Mastering any one of these 10 laws would grant one immense power, capable of subduing the laws of the Great Path. Although the Sword Path was also suitable for Lu Xuan, he did not choose it. To forego the law of power would be sheer folly. Previously, while in the realm of the Great Path, the physical body had shown considerable interest in Lu Xuan, indicating his compatibility with the physical path. The law of power was fundamentally aligned with the physical path. Therefore, selecting the law of power was the most fitting choice for him. As Lu Xuan chose the law of power, his primordial spirit immediately merged with it. At that moment of fusion, the law of power within the Chaos Pearl trembled, and countless radiant runes surged forth, ultimately coalescing into a formidable technique inscribed in Lu Xuan's mind. The Panwu Great Power Technique. Upon witnessing this technique, which led directly to the path of power, Lu Xuan was overwhelmed with exhilaration. This was a technique born from the law of power, capable of unleashing unparalleled might when harmonized with it. Once mastered, the Panwu Great Power Technique could unlock the 10,836 apertures of the physical body, allowing for limitless transformations, such as 3 heads and 6 arms, and granting the power to shape the cosmos. Lu Xuan was completely captivated. Even though he had encountered numerous imperial-level techniques, he had never imagined such a powerful and wondrous method of cultivation existed. Using the essence of chaos to open his apertures, and treating them as his dantian, he would possess the equivalent of 10,836 chaotic dantians, capable of storing an unfathomable amount of chaotic essence. Initially, Lu Xuan believed the Chaos Emperor scripture was already extraordinary, but the Panwu Great Power Technique proved to be even more remarkable. Of course, without the foundation of the Chaos Emperor scripture to cultivate the chaos body and master the essence of chaos, he would not even qualify to practice the Panwu Great Power Technique. As Lu Xuan acquired the Panwu Great Power technique, his primordial spirit returned from the Chaos realm. Upon the return of his spirit to his body, Lu Xuan opened his eyes. Although he had not successfully merged with the path this time, he had obtained the Panwu Great Power technique. Once he cultivated it to the pinnacle of its first stage, he would seamlessly integrate with the law of power and ascend to the rank of emperor. Thus, Lu Xuan felt no urgency. Rather, he was filled with immense excitement. This Panwu Great Power technique was undoubtedly the strongest technique, capable of suppressing all others. Under the absolute power it bestowed, even the highest laws of space, time, and chaos would be fully subdued. Within the confines of the god-burying coffin space, Lu Xuan commenced his training in the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art. This technique differed profoundly from the myriad of divine methods he had previously practiced. It was exclusively devoted to the cultivation of the physical body. It required a copious amount of chaotic energy to unlock the acupoints upon the body. The more acupoints that were opened, the greater the physical strength one would possess. The initial stage of the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art necessitated the unlocking of a staggering total of 108,636 acupoints. Only by fully awakening all these acupoints and transforming them into 108,636 chaotic dansons could one continuously draw forth chaotic energy, thus achieving the perfect realm of the first stage of the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art. Attaining this realm would also grant him the qualifications to comprehend the laws of fusion. Without a moment's delay, Lu Xuan swiftly activated the chaotic celestial emperor's formula, causing his body to transform into a chaotic divine furnace, devouring the treasures seized from the aquatic realm. As he refined various supreme treasures of heaven and earth, an abundance of chaotic energy was transmuted. Under Lu Xuan's guidance, this chaotic energy began to assault the acupoints within him. With a resounding boom, Lu Xuan's body trembled violently, and a sensation akin to that of his soul departing from his body enveloped him. Simultaneously, a mysterious space emerged within him, opened by the chaotic energy, a space filled with this potent essence. As the chaotic energy surged, it continually expanded, ultimately evolving into a chaotic dantian. This was the complete process of unlocking acupoints. No superfluous methods were necessary. Sufficient chaotic energy was all that was required to open all the acupoints of the body. However, this very chaotic energy was the rarest of resources. Lu Xuan had just calculated that the chaotic energy required to unlock the first acupoint equated to a century of cultivation at the emperor level. Given that the first stage of the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art demanded the unlocking of 108,636 acupoints, the amount of chaotic energy needed was astronomically vast. Lu Xuan was acutely aware that the resources he had pilfered from the aquatic realm were grossly insufficient to open all his acupoints. Yet, this was not the time for such concerns. He needed to refine and absorb all the cultivation resources at hand. He would unlock as many acupoints as possible. If necessary, he would return to the aquatic realm for another plunder once he had exhausted these resources. Even as he worked through the treasures, Lu Xuan was already contemplating another raid on the aquatic realm. Unaware of the potential outrage his actions would incite among the aquatic emperors should they realize he viewed them merely as a source of wealth. Chapter 43. The Aquatic Clan Faces Crisis. The long path of cultivation, the journey of cultivation is long and seemingly endless, with time losing its significance in this mysterious domain. Immersed in his training, Lu Xuan forgot all external distractions and the passage of time. Finally, upon refining and exhausting all his precious cultivation resources, he discovered he had only successfully opened over 30,000 acupoints, still a monumental gap when compared to the legendary perfect realm of the first stage of the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art. Faced with such circumstances, Lu Xuan displayed neither hesitation nor retreat. His gaze was resolute as he contemplated the powerful essence of the Emperor's origin in his grasp, pondering that only by refining all these Emperor's origins could he hope to advance further. Without a moment's hesitation, he consumed one of the Emperor's origins, swallowing it whole. In that instant, Lu Xuan's body resembled a chaotic divine furnace, capable of containing and refining the power of all things in the world. As the Emperor's origin entered his body, it was met with a fervent frenzy of absorption. In a short span, the immense energy contained within the Emperor's origin was swiftly transformed into a vast torrent of chaotic energy, surging through his meridians like a relentless flood. However, fully absorbing the power of this Emperor's origin was no simple feat Lu Xuan focused intently, directing the chaotic energy to assault the unopened acupoints within him. This arduous process stretched on for decades. After years of relentless effort, when Lu Xuan finally fully absorbed the power of the Emperor's origin, he was astonished to find that he had barely opened an additional 3,000 acupoints. This outcome greatly exceeded his initial expectations, as he had anticipated that such a powerful Emperor's origin would only help him unlock around 1,000 acupoints. The actual result was threefold greater than he had projected. This revelation invigorated Lu Xuan with immense encouragement and confidence, solidifying his belief that with perseverance, he would one day achieve the coveted perfect realm of the first stage of the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art. He had not anticipated the astonishing effects of the Emperor's origin, which far surpassed the efficacy of refining so-called heavenly materials. Lu Xuan could not suppress his joy, his heart swelling with excitement as an uncontainable smile spread across his face, akin to discovering the most precious treasure in the world. Had he known sooner of the miraculous and powerful effects of the Emperor's origins, he likely would have consumed and refined them all without hesitation. As one after another of the Emperor's origins were refined, torrents of chaotic energy surged forth from within Lu Xuan, akin to a flood breaching its banks. Time flowed on, and years passed swiftly. When Lu Xuan finally refined and completely absorbed the last of the Emperor's origins in his possession, he was astonished to realize that several hundred years had slipped by unnoticed. Yet in this seemingly brief yet inherently lengthy span, he had made remarkable strides on his path of cultivation, nearing the perfect realm of the first stage of the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art. At this moment, the number of acupoints he had successfully opened had soared to over 90,000. It is noteworthy that he was now just over 10,000 acupoints shy of the required 108,636 for the perfect first stage. Indeed, what an unexpected turn of events, he exclaimed. The effects of the Emperor's origins were astonishing. If he could acquire a few more, he would undoubtedly reach the perfect realm of the first stage of the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art. Lu Xuan was overwhelmed with excitement, his inner exhilaration akin to a tumultuous wave that could not be quelled. According to his initial calculations, achieving the perfect first stage would require an extensive period of continuous plundering of the aquatic realm to gather enough resources. However, having merely scratched the surface of the Emperor's origins' wondrous effects, he instantly revised his strategy. After all, compared to ordinary cultivation resources, the potency of the Emperor's origins was unparalleled. While ordinary resources might hasten his cultivation speed, the Emperor's origins could elevate his cultivation level and, importantly, significantly extend his lifespan. Though the single Emperor's origin might only add a few hundred years to his life, he had successfully absorbed nearly 30. Collectively, these 30 Emperor's origins had extended his lifespan by nearly 10 millennia. Contemplating this realization, Lu Xuan felt increasingly compelled to abandon his previous plans in favor of seizing more precious and rare Emperor's origins. At this moment, with nearly 20,000 years of life remaining, even if he were unable to break through to the exalted Emperor level, he need not worry about the adequacy of his lifespan. As the saying goes, killing and arson, gold belts. Indeed, this adage held true. Lu Xuan threw his head back and let out a hearty laugh. In the past, he had aspired to be a virtuous person, often constrained by various rules and doctrines. However, in this present moment, when he completely cast aside his concerns and allowed himself to act freely, he truly grasped the realization that cultivation could be remarkably effortless and straightforward. As long as he dared to make decisive choices and boldly seize opportunities, he would possess an inexhaustible supply of cultivation resources. During this session of cultivation, Lu Xuan unreservedly exhausted all the resources he had on hand, yet he felt no pang of regret. Reflecting on the past, had he consumed such a vast amount of cultivation resources in one go, he would have been utterly heartbroken. Yet now, with his thoughts liberated and his actions unrestrained, he perceived the world around him as infinitely vast. It seemed that a visit to the water mansion was indeed imperative. With a smile upon his face, Lu Xuan slowly emerged from the god burial coffin, murmuring to himself, "This realm of the sea tribe truly claims to be a treasure land for me." At present, he remained submerged in the boundless, unfathomable depths of the Sea of Realms. Surveying his surroundings, he beheld a scene of devastation and utter chaos. The once resplendent and magnificent water mansions had been reduced to mere ruins under his unparalleled sword intent. Faced with such circumstances, Lu Xuan had no choice but to embark on a quest for new targets, to pillage other water mansions for the resources he required. Before long, he descended upon a completely new sea region with the swiftness of lightning. Before him unfolded a grand and continuous tapestry of the underwater world. Towering, magnificent water mansions were scattered throughout, resembling dazzling pearls embedded in this mysterious and profound aquatic realm. However, Lu Xuan keenly discerned that, unlike the previous water mansions he encountered, each one here had evidently strengthened its defenses. Imperial-grade formations radiating brilliant light had been activated above the territories of the water mansions, clearly set in place to repel formidable adversaries like himself. Yet for someone as extraordinary as Lu Xuan, these seemingly impregnable imperial formations were nothing more than mere illusions, incapable of hindering his advance. His gaze, sharp as icy blades, pierced through the layers of obstructions, directly observing the interiors of the water mansions. At this moment, his thoughts extended beyond merely plundering treasures and riches. He sought to uncover and seize the invaluable Emperor's source. Since discovering the wondrous potential contained within the Emperor's source, Lu Xuan understood its significance on his path of cultivation. Thus, he was resolute in achieving this paramount goal at any cost. Claiming the Emperor's source that harbored endless mysteries and immense power, Lu Xuan made no effort to conceal his presence, and as he manifested, the intense and unique fluctuations of his aura spread rapidly, akin to ripples generated by a massive stone cast into a tranquil lake. Soon, the hidden sea tribe, demon emperors deep beneath the ocean, became aware of his arrival. In an instant, the once tranquil atmosphere was shattered, replaced by palpable tension and unease. Heavens! It's him! The merciless harbinger of death, Lu Xuan, had reappeared, accompanied by cries of terror. Numerous sea tribe demon emperors rushed out from their respective water mansions like startled birds. Their faces were ashen, their eyes filled with fear and panic. Simultaneously, each sea tribe demon emperor unhesitatingly activated the defensive formations within their territories. Lu Xuan cast a sweeping glance, observing layers upon layers of dazzling imperial formations manifesting before him. Roughly estimated, there were no fewer than 3 to 5 layers. Had there been merely a single imperial formation, it would have been a trivial task for Lu Xuan, who wielded unparalleled power. However, at this moment, the multiple formations interwove and overlapped, their potency escalating geometrically. Even someone as formidable as Lu Xuan would require a measure of time to breach such defenses. Just as Lu Xuan hesitated for a fleeting moment, towering figures of sea tribe demon emperors began to emerge above the water mansions surrounding him. Upon counting, there were already 4 to 5 dozen of them. Moreover, in the distance, waves of even more powerful demonic energy surged forth. Clearly, an even greater number of unfathomably potent demon emperors were swiftly converging upon this location. In the blink of an eye, the vast expanse above the sea was densely populated with the figures of sea tribe demon emperors, exceeding 100 in number. Most strikingly, many of them had reached the pinnacle of demon emperor strength. The simultaneous appearance of these sea tribe demon emperors indicated that they had been waiting for Lu Xuan. As these demon emperors appeared, powerful imperial formations also materialized around Lu Xuan. His brow furrowed tightly as he surveyed his surroundings with piercing intensity. In that brief moment, the imperial formations encircling him had already exceeded a dozen layers. Faced with such a multitude of formidable imperial formations, combined with over 100 fierce sea tribe demon emperors converging from all directions, even Lu Xuan, with his exceptional prowess and resolve, could not help but feel a tinge of gravity on his countenance. Damn it, I was too careless. I never anticipated these sea tribe demon emperors would unite so cohesively. Lu Xuan inwardly cursed, his brows knitting together. He had never envisioned that these typically self-serving sea tribe demon emperors would choose to ally against him at this moment. It was inconceivable. In other races, such unity was unimaginable. Consider the alien races who, despite being led by powerful celestial beings, were rife with internal strife and conflict among their ancient emperors. To assemble 100 ancient emperors to besiege a single individual would be akin to a fantastical tale. Even if they could manage to gather them, the time required would be exceedingly long, far from achievable in a short span. Yet, in this instance, among the sea tribe, such occurrences appeared all too ordinary. Since Lu Xuan had swept through the water mansions with a thunderous force, only a mere half-hour had elapsed in reality. Yet within this brief half-hour, the astonishing feat of gathering over 100 sea tribe demon emperors had been accomplished. This remarkable ability to rally and unify was unmatched by any other race, a feat that even Lu Xuan, who was typically meticulous in planning, had not foreseen. At this moment, Lu Xuan found himself ensnared, encircled not only by the terrifying layers of imperial formations, but also by the menacing gazes of over 100 Sea Tribe demon emperors. In the face of such peril, even for someone battle-hardened and endowed with great abilities like Lu Xuan, uncertainty loomed in his heart. He hesitated to assert whether he could truly break free from this encirclement unscathed. Reflecting on the past, Lu Xuan had guarded the heavenly abyss for 100,000 years, weathering countless storms. Yet he never imagined that his first significant crisis upon stepping out would arise within the ranks of the Sea Tribe, traditionally perceived as the weakest. Historically, both humans and alien races, including the infamous demon races, could traverse the Sea of Realms at will, as if it were an unguarded territory. Yet today, encircled by such a multitude of Sea Tribe demon emperors, Lu Xuan suddenly realized the profound strength hidden within the Sea Tribe. As Lu Xuan furrowed his brow, contemplating a way to break free, a peak demon emperor emerged from among the throng of demon emperors. Lu Xuan looked over. This was a Sea Tribe demon emperor whose species was indiscernible, having transformed into human form. He exuded an aura of authority befitting a ruler of the ocean depths with every gesture. As the imposing figure of the Sea Clan demon emperor emerged, those surrounding him respectfully retreated several paces, clearing a space for his presence. This alone was sufficient to reveal that this Sea Clan demon emperor was no ordinary being. Chapter 44. Pressuring the Sea Clan. The celestial dragon demon emperor was so enraged that he spat blood. The Sea Clan demon emperor, with a stature that seemed to stride upon the very void, approached the formation with an unparalleled aura of authority. When he halted before the array, his deep blue eyes, akin to the profound ocean, fixated intensely on Lu Xuan within, radiating a fury that threatened to incinerate the very heavens. With a voice that resonated like thunder, he bellowed, "Lu Xuan, 4 ages, our Sea Clan and the human clan have coexisted peacefully, each respecting the other's domain. Who granted you such audacity to invade our territory and commit wanton slaughter? Do you truly believe that there is no one among us capable of challenging you?" As his voice echoed, an overwhelming presence erupted from the Sea Clan demon emperor, and a brilliant light surged skyward behind him. When the radiance faded, the onlookers were astounded to see a colossal true dragon manifestation materialize behind him. The true dragon was vividly lifelike, its scales shimmering with golden brilliance, and its razor-sharp claws seemed capable of rending the heavens, while the flames it exhaled instilled a profound dread. A mere glance was enough to evoke a tremor deep within one's soul. Even Lu Xuan, usually composed, could not conceal his shock upon witnessing the true dragon manifestation. Momentarily stunned, he understood that any beast capable of manifesting a true dragon form must possess an exceptionally pure true dragon bloodline. As one of the most ancient and revered bloodlines, even a trace of it was beyond the reach of ordinary sea demons. It was no wonder that the over 100 Sea Clan demon emperors present treated him with such reverence. Lu Xuan's eyes widened, filled with astonishment and disbelief. He had never anticipated that within the contemporary Sea Clan, there existed a demon with true dragon bloodline. The true dragon lineage had once been the undisputed sovereign of the seas in ancient times, now relegated to the annals of legend. In this vast world, any trace of the true dragon had long since vanished, and even those beasts bearing true dragon blood were exceedingly rare. Who could have foreseen that among a clan often perceived as weak, there lay hidden such a creature of true dragon descent? However, even if the Sea Clan demon emperor truly possessed true dragon blood, Lu Xuan felt no trepidation. After enduring countless years of cultivation and trials, he had transcended the constraints of an emperor and reached a terrifying level of semi-divine prowess. More importantly, he had recently mastered the formidable Panwu divine power, dramatically enhancing his combat abilities to an unprecedented level, unstoppable and soaring to new heights. Within the realm of emperors, there was scarcely anyone who could rival him. Lu Xuan stood like an insurmountable mountain, leaving all peers in awe and despair. In response to the Sea Clan demon emperor's fierce inquiry, Lu Xuan remained unfazed, his demeanor calm and resolute. He raised his gaze, meeting the other's eyes with unwavering steadiness, and spoke slowly, his voice, though soft, carried a gravitas and authority that rivaled that of the Sea Clan Demon Emperor. Humph. The law of the jungle is an eternal truth. If you are wise, surrender the treasures of the Water Palace and present 10 pieces of Emperor's essence. If you do so, I shall take my leave and cease this entanglement. His words struck like a thunderclap in the ears of the Sea Clan Demon Emperors, rendering them momentarily speechless in shock. The audacity of Lu Xuan to so brazenly threaten them ignited a fervor among the gathered Sea Clan Demon Emperors. How dare he? Such arrogance! A hot-tempered Sea Clan Demon Emperor seethed, his eyes blazing with fury, eager to tear Lu Xuan apart. Did he truly believe they would willingly hand over their hard-won treasures? Not to mention 10 precious pieces of Emperor's essence? This individual was utterly deluded. Another Sea Clan Demon Emperor trembled with rage, grinding his teeth in outrage. I have traversed the world for thousands of years and witnessed countless figures, yet never have I encountered such brazen arrogance. An older Sea Clan Demon Emperor stroked his beard, shaking his head in disbelief. Lu Xuan, have you lost your senses? You are the one ensnared, surrounded by our multitude of Sea Clan Demon Emperors. Yet you speak as if we are the ones trapped in your scheme. Truly ludicrous. Yet another Sea Clan Demon Emperor could not help but mock him, clenching his fists until his knuckles cracked from strain. The collective fury of the Sea Clan Demon Emperors surged like a volcanic eruption, barely restrained by their fear of Lu Xuan's potential prowess. Had it not been for their caution, they would have rushed to eliminate him without hesitation. Ultimately, after a covert discussion, their gazes converged on the peak Demon Emperor who bore the true dragon bloodline. They implored in unison, Celestial Dragon Demon Emperor, we beseech you to personally vanquish this arrogant Lu Xuan, so he may understand that we, the Sea Clan, are not to be bullied or insulted. Hearing their cries, Lu Xuan's attention shifted once more to the figure revered as the Celestial Dragon Demon Emperor. He scrutinized him intently for a considerable time before discerning his true nature. A faint smirk graced Lu Xuan's lips as he disdainfully remarked, so the so-called Celestial Dragon Demon Emperor is merely a three-headed flood dragon. With such a pedigree, how dare you claim any connection to a true dragon? You Sea Clan demons are truly shameless, fabricating grandeur for yourselves. In truth, the Celestial Dragon Emperor was indeed an ancient three-headed flood dragon, having spent nearly 100,000 years in cultivation. During an exploration of a mysterious relic deep in the ocean, it fortuitously absorbed a drop of precious true dragon blood, enabling its evolution and granting it a faint trace of true dragon lineage. Though the bloodline was exceedingly thin, it had allowed him to rise as a dominant force in the ocean depths within a mere 10,000 years. He loathed any mention of his origins. Thus, when Lu Xuan bluntly revealed his true identity as a three-headed flood dragon, the Celestial Dragon Emperor was consumed with rage, bellowing, Lu Xuan, you are courting death. I am a descendant of the true dragon. What right do you have to label me a mere flood dragon? Lu Xuan had not anticipated that the three-headed flood dragon would be so sensitive about its lineage. This unexpected revelation of Lu Xuan's sharp tongue ignited a wave of taunting laughter as he proclaimed, humph, merely a trifling three-headed flood dragon. Nothing more than a slightly larger water serpent. How dare you audaciously claim to possess the bloodline of a true dragon? It is a most ludicrous jest. I, the Emperor, have traversed the world for so long, yet have never encountered a true dragon that could produce a wretch like you. Ha ha ha, you, who are blissfully unaware of your own insignificance, even if you wish to fabricate a noble lineage for yourself at the very least. You should have found a relative with which you share some blood ties. Otherwise, you would merely be a source of amusement. Oh, let me think. I've got it. I suddenly recall that the three-headed hound also boasts 3 heads. Surely, you must have some convoluted familial connection with it. From this day forth, should you encounter others, you may boldly declare yourself a descendant of the three-headed hound, and no one shall question your identity. Once Lu Xuan entered his mocking mode, his words flowed like an unrelenting barrage, each phrase striking like a blade aimed at the vulnerable points of the three-headed flood dragon. Particularly, when he drew a connection between the dragon and the lowly three-headed hound, it nearly drove the creature to the brink of fury. The once formidable three-headed flood dragon now trembled with rage, its 3 mouths simultaneously spewing crimson blood as if to stain the very heavens with its wrath. Yet, Lu Xuan remained unfazed, casting a cold gaze upon the enraged creature, inwardly scoffing. To be so brazen in my presence is sheer folly. Regardless, A three-headed flood dragon is far more dignified than a three-headed hound. To suggest he is a descendant of such a creature is a monumental insult. Oh dear, Lu Xuan, you foolhardy individual. You are courting your own demise. What is a three-headed hound to me? It bears no relation to my esteemed lineage. I possess the purest and noblest blood of the true dragon, a legitimate sky dragon demon emperor. Lu Xuan, how dare you so wantonly humiliate me? It is a grave sin. If I do not sever your head from your shoulders, my wrath shall remain unquenched. The three-headed flood dragon, consumed by rage, trembled violently, its mouth stammering as it struggled to form words, yet ultimately could not utter a single coherent phrase. At that moment, the creature was utterly blinded by its fury, having lost all semblance of the calm and authority it typically exuded. Its three enormous eyes, akin to bronze bells, fixed intently on Lu Xuan, while it panted heavily, as if it might devour him whole. Its colossal form writhed uncontrollably in its rage, conjuring turbulent waves around it. In stark contrast, Lu Xuan regarded the furious three-headed flood dragon with a smirk, finding the scene quite amusing. Though this three-headed flood dragon was also of ancient blood, it paled in comparison to the renowned true dragon lineage. Yet, it remained one of the sea's formidable overlords. What was truly unexpected was the dragon's obsession with its own heritage, going so far as to attempt to affiliate itself with the true dragon bloodline. This behavior left Lu Xuan perplexed. Observing the dragon rendered speechless by its anger, Lu Xuan could only conclude that it had brought this upon itself. The exchange of insults between Lu Xuan and the three-headed flood dragon left the surrounding sea demon emperors wide-eyed and slack-jawed, particularly when they witnessed the flood dragon's fury being laid bare by Lu Xuan. They struggled to suppress their laughter. The origins of the three-headed flood dragon were well known among them. Yet, since it had acquired the essence of a true dragon, they had refrained from mentioning its original lineage. Over time, they too had forgotten the true origin of the sky dragon demon emperor, now only referring to him by his elevated title. Now, with Lu Xuan's revelations and mockery, the sea demon emperors felt both anger and amusement. Were it not for the formidable might of the sky dragon demon emperor, they would have laughed openly. Yet, out of respect for his power, they stifled their mirth, their faces turning pale as they contemplated Lu Xuan's biting words. Lu Xuan's tongue was indeed more fearsome than an imperial attack. The notion that a three-headed hound and a three-headed flood dragon were close kin was undoubtedly the most amusing jest they had heard in years. Chapter 45, My Apology. You cannot bear. Though the demon emperors secretly reveled in witnessing the sky dragon demon emperor's embarrassing predicament, they could not idly stand by as he endured such humiliation. They relied heavily on the sky dragon demon emperor for protection and authority. Should they truly provoke him, the consequences would be unbearable for any of them. Suddenly, a thunderous voice rang out. Lu Xuan, you find yourself ensnared within our encirclement, yet you dare to act so brazenly, utterly oblivious to your impending doom. Do you truly believe you are impervious to death? Know that the sky dragon demon emperor is the supreme being of our sea tribe. What audacity grants you the gall to insult him so? If we do not teach you a lesson today, the world shall think us weak and easily bullied. With those words, a towering and formidable peak demon emperor stepped forward. His countenance was dark and foreboding, his eyes glaring at Lu Xuan as though they could ignite flames. When Lu Xuan focused on this demon emperor, he was astonished to find that the creature's true form was also an immensely large sea serpent, exuding an aura of terrifying presence. It became clear that this incident was intricately linked to the sea serpent demon emperor he had ruthlessly slain. As anticipated, the fallen sea serpent demon emperor was a direct descendant of this enraged peak demon emperor. Consequently, the peak demon emperor harbored an intense hatred for Lu Xuan, yearning to avenge the blood feud. However, due to his trepidation regarding Lu Xuan's unfathomable and formidable strength, he could only suppress his wrath, biding his time. At that moment, seeing someone step up to support him, the Sky Dragon Demon Emperor's previously tense demeanor softened slightly. His eyes widened in fury as he fixed his gaze on Lu Xuan. Bellowing, Lu Xuan, do you truly think us weak and easily intimidated? Since you have dared to step into this domain, do not blame me for my ruthless heart. I shall ensure you do not return. He then declared with righteous indignation, you dare to slaughter within our territory, even openly insulting our demon emperor. Should you leave here unscathed today, how shall we face the world again? He commanded, all demons heed my call, and ensure this rogue is torn asunder. A mere human demon emperor dares to run rampant in our domain. Today, he shall learn that our dignity is not to be trifled with. The sea demon emperors, who had previously stifled their laughter, no longer hesitated upon hearing the sky dragon demon emperor's decree. They rallied, pointing fingers at Lu Xuan and hurling insults while preparing to unleash a devastating attack. In an instant, the atmosphere grew tense, as if the slightest spark could ignite a cataclysmic explosion. All hearts raced, fixated on the unfolding confrontation, as a gripping and life-or-death battle loomed on the horizon. At that moment, the Tianlong demon emperor, whose face had been taut with tension, allowed the corners of his mouth to lift slightly, finally revealing a barely perceptible smile. With a gentle wave of his sleeve, the previously deafening cacophony of shouts vanished, as if it had never existed. The surrounding sea tribe demon emperors, who had clustered around him, immediately fell silent, afraid to utter a single sound, standing respectfully in place, awaiting the Tianlong demon emperor's command. It is worth noting that this gathering consisted of over 100 formidable sea tribe demon emperors, yet they displayed such reverence and submission to the Tianlong demon emperor, a testament to the esteemed status and power he held among the sea tribe. However, what transpired next from the Tianlong demon emperor took everyone by surprise. Without hesitation, he stepped forward boldly, directly entering a perilous area shrouded by a formidable imperial formation. Thus, he appeared before Lu Xuan, unaccompanied and unafraid, facing him head-on. The Tianlong demon emperor's expression was as dark as the depths of water, his eyes fixated on Lu Xuan, exuding an aura of chilling intent and murderous resolve. With a tone dripping with arrogance, he coldly remarked, "Lu Xuan, do not overestimate yourself. You are but a mere human demon emperor. Do you truly believe we need to act in unison against you? If word of this spreads, will it not become a jest that our demon clan lacks capable warriors?" After a brief pause, the Tianlong demon emperor continued his threat, "Lu Xuan, considering the difficulty of your cultivation, I grant you a chance to preserve your life. If you kneel and confess your wrongs before me now, swearing allegiance, perhaps I may show mercy and allow you to depart unscathed. However, should you stubbornly resist and persist in opposing me," he smirked ominously, "then do not blame me for my ruthlessness. I shall ensure you find no resting place in death." As he uttered these harsh words, the nearby sea tribe demon emperors seemed to receive a signal, erupting in a chorus of shouts, each brandishing their weapons with fierce determination, creating a spectacle of grandeur. "Well said. Kneel and apologize quickly. You must atone before all of us in the sea tribe. Indeed, hasten to kneel. Bow deeply in repentance to the spirits of those sea tribe souls wronged. Merely bowing an apology will not suffice. This villain has slain countless sea tribe demon emperors and devastated millions of our kin. How can such a trivial act quell our fury? He must be captured and cast into the dreadful inferno of the earth, to suffer eternally in flames, unable to seek life or death." Yet at this moment, Lu Xuan had yet to utter a word in response, and the furious sea tribe demon emperors had already schemed in their minds how to punish him. Observing their rising fervor, it seemed they would soon rush forth, intent on tearing Lu Xuan to shreds. Just as the situation reached a critical point, the Tianlong demon emperor raised his arm once more, signaling for silence. With his gaze fixed firmly on Lu Xuan, he coldly stated, "Lu Xuan, you face two choices. Kneel and confess your wrongs, which may yet save your life. But should you dare utter even a no, do not blame me for my mercilessness, as you will then fully comprehend the dire consequences of opposing me." As his words lingered in the air, the Tianlong demon emperor abruptly advanced. In an instant, a colossal manifestation of a true dragon appeared behind him, towering to the heavens. The overwhelming might surged forth like a collapsing mountain or a bursting dam, descending upon Lu Xuan with relentless force. Although the Tianlong demon emperor's original form was a three-headed flood dragon, he had fortuitously acquired a drop of invaluable true dragon blood, which had endowed him with a semblance of the true dragon's lineage. Prior to this, Lu Xuan had mockingly referred to him as a three-headed flood dragon. Yet it was undeniable that the Tianlong demon emperor's true power stood out among the peak demon emperors, placing him in the upper echelons of strength. In recent years, most of the ancient sovereigns Lu Xuan had encountered could scarcely rival this Tianlong demon emperor. A mere glance allowed Lu Xuan to discern a remarkable truth. The Tianlong demon emperor had also stepped into the noteworthy realm of semi-sublimation. More crucially, as a member of the demon clan, he was not bound by the myriad constraints imposed upon the human race by the heavens, allowing him greater ease and fluidity in the integration of principles. At this moment, the Tianlong Demon Emperor had reached the profound realm of half-step integration, standing on the precipice of ascending to a revered demon lord. Faced with such a powerful demon emperor, even Lu Xuan, who was typically arrogant, did not dare to underestimate the situation or exhibit any semblance of complacency. However, to kneel and sincerely apologize to his opponent, that was utterly preposterous. Since his inception into this world, Lu Xuan had never known how to articulate the word sorry. Even when confronted by the 7 awe-inspiring sovereigns in a prior extraordinary confrontation, he had never lowered his proud head, let alone uttered a word of humble apology. Now, this Tianlong Demon Emperor, not yet at the pinnacle of power, had no right to demand an apology from Lu Xuan. In the face of this aggressive assembly of Sea Tribe Demon Emperors, Lu Xuan merely curled the corners of his mouth into a cold, disdainful smile. His seemingly casual mockery, though quiet, resonated with overwhelming authority. You wish for me to apologize? Huh. I fear that even a single word of apology from me would be a weight too great for you to bear. Upon hearing this, the previously intimidating Sea Tribe Demon Emperors erupted with fury, their wrath surging like a volcanic eruption, especially the Tianlong Demon Emperor, who trembled with rage, his face flushed crimson, his eyes blazing with a furious crimson hue, resembling 2 burning fireballs. He bellowed with all his might, Lu Xuan, this is your own choice. May you not regret it when it is too late. As his words echoed, the magnificent true dragon manifestation behind the Tianlong Demon Emperor charged forth with a cataclysmic force towards Lu Xuan. This half-step integrated true dragon manifestation possessed the formidable power to rival that of an initial stage sovereign, rendering it truly terrifying. As the true dragon manifestation surged forward, its immense power stirred the surrounding waters violently, transforming the once calm sea surface into a tumultuous frenzy, with towering waterspouts resembling ferocious dragons racing towards Lu Xuan. Simultaneously, the Tianlong Demon Emperor coldly snorted, and with a swift motion of his arm, a blindingly brilliant and terrifying sword energy erupted forth. This sword energy was razor-sharp, seemingly capable of rending the fabric of reality, imbued with the boundless force of the tumultuous sea, descending upon Lu Xuan like a mountain crushing an egg. Witnessing the Tianlong Demon Emperor's bold attack, the surrounding Sea Tribe Demon Emperors were filled with exhilaration, each one shouting excitedly, "Charge! Quickly eliminate this audacious fool. A mere human demon emperor dares to rampage on our territory. Today, he shall find no resting place in death." However, just as the clamorous voices of the sea-dwelling demon emperor subsided, an unexpected scene unfolded. Lu Xuan, who had remained motionless, finally sprang into action. Confronted with the devastating sword energy wielded by the heavenly dragon demon emperor and the overwhelming pressure emanating from the true dragon avatar, Lu Xuan displayed no hint of fear. Instead, his eyes blazed with divine light, radiating an aura of unmatched authority. He coldly uttered, "Humph, merely a hybrid of impure lineage dares to unveil your sword before me? Who granted you such audacity?" Although Lu Xuan's voice was not loud, it resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present, akin to thunderclaps echoing above, sending shivers down their spines. The once arrogant and domineering sea-dwelling demon emperors, who had boasted about eliminating Lu Xuan, suddenly found themselves in shock. For that voice had penetrated their minds without warning, like a ghostly whisper. Among them, the most incensed was the heavenly dragon demon emperor. Upon hearing Lu Xuan's words, a surge of fury surged within him, causing his blood to boil, nearly resulting in a violent eruption of blood. He, the esteemed heavenly dragon demon emperor, of such noble identity and exalted status, was being publicly humiliated by Lu Xuan time and again. An unimaginable disgrace. Particularly, Lu Xuan's words regarding his hybrid nature struck him like a finely honed blade, piercing to his innermost vulnerabilities as if his pride had been ruthlessly stripped away, leaving him trembling with rage. In the wake of his fury, a colossal true dragon avatar materialized behind him, unleashing a deafening roar that seemed to pierce the heavens. Reverberating like a tempest, Lu Xuan, our fates are irreconcilable. Where I exist, you cannot, and where you exist, I cannot. This grudge shall not go unavenged, I swear it. Yet, before his thunderous wrath could fully dissipate, Lu Xuan's voice, laced with mockery and disdain, once again invaded his consciousness. Ha! How utterly laughable! Do you consider yourself a being of nobility? You are not a true dragon. To claim otherwise is a monumental jest, with a colossal sound akin to an earth-shattering explosion. The very heavens seemed to tremble. The heavenly dragon demon emperor, caught off guard, had his defenses shattered, spewing forth a torrent of crimson blood as if a volcano had erupted, sending him flying several dozen yards away, a sight both shocking and gruesome. At that moment, the heavenly dragon demon emperor trembled uncontrollably, his body quaking as if it might disintegrate at any moment. However, at that precise moment when the heavenly dragon demon emperor expelled blood, Lu Xuan, who had been lurking in the shadows, finally sprang forth with ferocity. A breathtaking beam of sword light erupted from behind Lu Xuan, sweeping through the sky like a raging tide, resembling a dazzling galaxy cascading downwards. The brilliance of its radiance and the magnitude of its might left onlookers in awe. In an instant, a myriad of sword lights rained down like meteors, crashing down with a cataclysmic force upon the true dragon avatar conjured by the heavenly dragon demon emperor. A resounding roar erupted as the once formidable true dragon avatar crumbled before the onslaught of sword light, disintegrating into countless fragments in the blink of an eye. With the shattering of the true dragon avatar, the heavenly dragon demon emperor, who had just spat forth blood, found himself in an even more dire predicament. He opened his mouth again, spewing forth a torrent of pitch-black blood, his form swaying precariously as his complexion turned as pale as death. It is important to note that the true dragon avatar was the culmination of the heavenly dragon demon emperor's lifelong efforts, embodying the essence of the imperial laws he had comprehended, one of his most powerful techniques. Yet, who could have anticipated that it would be so effortlessly obliterated by Lu Xuan's astonishing sword strike? In that moment, the heavenly dragon demon emperor finally grasped the true extent of Lu Xuan's formidable power. Previously, he had been blindly confident in his ability to suppress Lu Xuan with his strength, having painstakingly integrated the invaluable true dragon blood. However, reality delivered a crushing blow, as that singular sword strike revealed the staggering chasm between them. In comparison to Lu Xuan, he was like a celestial being against a mere mortal, the disparity unfathomable. Though both were half-step sovereigns, he found himself utterly defenseless against Lu Xuan's astonishing sword, crushed in an instant. In that fleeting moment, the once proud and arrogant heavenly dragon demon emperor lost all semblance of dignity. His eyes, once filled with haughtiness, now reflected an abyss of fear, devoid of all other emotions, even panic becoming glaringly evident. It is worth noting that this heavenly dragon demon emperor had originally been a seemingly unremarkable three-headed serpent. After enduring countless trials, he had finally acquired the precious true dragon blood, awakening a trace of true dragon lineage, allowing him to metamorphose into the formidable heavenly dragon demon emperor. Such hard-won achievements could he not surrender so easily to death. In the grip of terror, the heavenly dragon demon emperor turned to flee, driven by a singular thought: to escape this dreadful place. The prior intent to slay Lu Xuan or compel him to apologize was now cast aside, not even daring to entertain such notions. Confronted with a figure as fearsome as a god of death, any thought of forcing submission was undeniably courting disaster. Yet, when the heavenly dragon demon emperor finally regained his wits from the throes of panic, he was horrified to discover that it was too late. A sharp crack echoed as, unbeknownst to him, Lu Xuan had silently appeared before him like a specter. Without hesitation, Lu Xuan launched a devastating kick at the heavenly dragon demon emperor. The unfortunate demon had no time to react, hurtling through the air like a cannonball before crashing into a muddy swamp, splattering filth everywhere. Lu Xuan's kick was earth-shattering and relentless, devoid of mercy or hesitation, aimed directly at the heavenly dragon demon emperor's head. With a resounding impact, the latter's head exploded like a watermelon, sending a gruesome spray of red and white everywhere. Just moments before, the heavenly dragon demon emperor had appeared as a dignified figure. But in an instant he was reduced to his true form, a three-headed serpent hundreds of feet long. Yet now, due to Lu Xuan's lethal kick, he was no longer a three-headed serpent, but a two-headed one head completely obliterated, reduced to a mass of blood and gore. Lu Xuan stood firm atop the remnants of the heavenly dragon demon emperor's skull, gazing down with an air of unyielding superiority. His voice, calm as still waters, yet imbued with an overwhelming authority, proclaimed, I have long stated that my apologies are not something of your caliber can bear. As Lu Xuan's gaze locked onto that of the heavenly dragon demon emperor, the latter's body began to tremble uncontrollably. The four eyes of his two heads were filled with boundless terror, as if confronted by a demon from the depths of hell. He frantically shook his head, mumbling incoherently, "No, no need. It is entirely our fault. We failed to recognize your greatness and inadvertently offended you, the esteemed one. We humbly beseech your magnanimity to forgive us." Just moments ago, the once arrogant dragon demon emperor now resembles a frightened dog, frantically apologizing. Were it not for his fear of acting recklessly, he would undoubtedly kneel before Lu Xuan, striking his head until blood flowed. He would willingly endure such humiliation if it meant preserving his life, for one who has clawed his way out from the depths. Considerations of pride and face are as insubstantial as clouds, far outweighed by the value of life itself. Once life is lost, what use is there for dignity? As for honor, it is but an illusion, incapable of sustaining one's existence. Lu Xuan was genuinely taken aback by the dragon demon emperor's drastic transformation. Observing the frenzied apologies of this once mighty being, Lu Xuan could not suppress a hint of disdain. Such a creature pales in comparison to the ancient sovereigns of other races. It is even less than a mere fraction of their worth. Though the strength of those ancient sovereigns may be slightly inferior to the dragon demon emperor, they would never stoop to such disgraceful depths as to abandon their fundamental dignity for the sake of survival. To eliminate such vile refuse would sully Lu Xuan's hands. Nevertheless, he would show no mercy. With a thunderous boom that reverberated like a clap of thunder, Lu Xuan resolutely brought his foot down again, causing another head of the dragon demon emperor to shatter under the immense force, scattering flesh and blood in all directions. In an instant, the once formidable creature, boasting 3 heads, was reduced to a solitary, feeble remnant. Terrified and utterly broken by Lu Xuan's ferocity, the dragon demon emperor felt a visceral panic. Nearly weeping in despair, he understood that this formidable adversary would not easily relent. In a state of sheer terror, he struggled to rise and fled without a backward glance, screaming, "No, you cannot kill me. I am a lord of the Sea Clan. Behind me stands a powerful ancestral demon. If you dare to slay me, my ancestor will not forgive you." Admittedly, the dragon demon emperor's threats held some weight. Upon hearing the mention of the Sea Clan's ancestral demon, Lu Xuan abruptly halted his pursuit, a flicker of hesitation and caution crossing his gaze. After all, if he were to kill the dragon demon emperor, it would surely sow the seeds of a deadly enmity between them, leaving no room for reconciliation. Moreover, provoking that mysterious and terrifying ancestral demon would undoubtedly spell catastrophe for Lu Xuan. Although he had unwavering confidence in his abilities, he was not blindly arrogant. He understood that, given his current cultivation level, facing an ancestral demon head-on would be akin to chasing a mirage. Furthermore, it was rumored there were only 3 ancestral demons within the Sea Clan, all ancient entities that had endured through eons, their powers unfathomable and unimaginable. The youngest among them had lived for over 1,000,000 years, and even if their strength were waning, they would still be beyond Lu Xuan's reach. As Lu Xuan grappled with his indecision, the dragon demon emperor, like a startled bird, fled recklessly from the area encompassed by the imperial formation, successfully returning to the company of his fellow Sea Clan demon emperors. Upon seeing the gathering of over 100 Sea Clan demon emperors, the dragon demon emperor's heart finally found some solace. He spun around, his gaze fierce, and with a countenance transformed into one of rage, he shouted, "How dare you? Lu Xuan, take 2 of my heads. This blood feud cannot go unavenged. Today, even if it costs me my life, I shall ensure you do not leave this place alive." Witnessing the dragon demon emperor's return to arrogance and bluster, Lu Xuan stood in stunned silence. This creature truly cared not for its dignity. Had it forgotten who had once groveled at his feet, pleading for mercy? Faced with such a continuously self-destructive jester, Lu Xuan could no longer contain the raging fire within him. Damnable creature. Today, even if it means clashing with an ancestral demon, I shall ensure this utterly detestable clown meets his end. At this moment, Lu Xuan was completely incensed. The dragon demon emperor, seemingly oblivious to the imminent danger, danced perilously close to death. Lu Xuan's fury blazed. If he did not eliminate this detestable being, he feared he might go mad. With a thunderous shout, Lu Xuan stepped forward. Astonishingly, The seemingly impenetrable barriers created by the multi-layered Imperial formation posed no obstacle to him. He slipped through them effortlessly, like a phantom. Before Lu Xuan's overwhelming prowess, the once invincible formation crumbled like paper, utterly defenseless. In an instant, he reappeared before the bewildered dragon demon emperor, whose eyes widened in shock. Lu Xuan's cold voice, laced with lethal intent, declared, "Just moments ago, I spared you out of sentiment, yet you failed to appreciate this rare opportunity for survival. Thus, today marks your demise." As Lu Xuan uttered the final word, a torrent of lethal sword energy erupted violently from within the dragon demon emperor's body. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Xuan had previously implanted a deadly trap within him. These sword energies had lain dormant, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Now they surged forth, revealing their astonishing might, each blade shimmering with deadly intent, aimed directly at the dragon demon emperor's life. Like a volcanic eruption, the sword energies exploded from within the dragon demon emperor, and even with his ancestral demon-level strength, he could not withstand the onslaught. With a resounding crash, the dragon demon emperor's body erupted like fireworks, dissolving into a mist of blood that filled the air. However, at the moment of the dragon demon emperor's demise, a furious roar reverberated like thunder throughout the depths of the realm sea. "How dare you kill one of my own?" Chapter 47. Sword slays the emperor. Crushing the imperial sovereign. Who dares to obstruct my invincible path? As that thunderous voice, filled with rage, echoed, a chilling and terrifying aura swept across the vast realm sea like a tsunami, enveloping everything in its path. The Sea Clan demon emperors, who had been trembling with fear at the dragon emperor's tragic demise, suddenly felt a glimmer of hope upon hearing that voice. Their previously dim and fearful eyes now igniting with excitement and fervor. It is the Lord Ancestral Demon. The Lord Ancestral Demon has finally awakened. Exclamations of joy and reverence arose in a chorus. Just moments ago, the Sea Clan demon emperors, who had been terrified and trembling, are now invigorated, as if infused with vitality, joyously cheering and celebrating. It is crucial to recognize that although Lu Xuan bravely defeated the heavenly dragon demon emperor, what does that truly signify? For now, the supreme demon lord of the Sea Clan, who commands immense power and instills fear across the vast realms, has arrived. The mere presence of the demon lord renders Lu Xuan's formidable strength and vicious tactics utterly insignificant. Even Lu Xuan himself had not anticipated that his victory over the heavenly dragon demon emperor would provoke the appearance of this enigmatic and unfathomable demon lord. Yet, upon slaying the heavenly dragon demon emperor, he had foreseen this outcome and thus was not taken aback. As the demon lord approaches, Lu Xuan's mind remains as tranquil as a still pond, his composure unwavering, even growing more collected. Listening intently towards the direction of the rising clamor, he perceives that the demon lord is still some distance away. At the current pace, it will take several breaths before the demon lord arrives. However, in these fleeting moments, the prospect of escaping seems a distant dream. Moreover, Lu Xuan is acutely aware that attempting to flee under the watchful gaze of such a powerful demon lord is akin to chasing phantoms. With no retreat left, he decides to embrace the fight. After all, it is a dead end either way. It is better to make a bold stand before the demon lord fully descends. With a resonant hum, the burial sky divine sword materializes, its blade glistening with a chilling light, accompanied by a haunting sword cry that reverberates throughout the boundless sea realm. At that moment, the once smug expressions on the faces of the Sea Clan demon emperors freeze, their smiles turning to stone. They could never have imagined that this seemingly insignificant human cultivator, Lu Xuan, possessed such audacity and resolve to strike before the demon lord. As the Sea Clan demon emperors stare in shock, the burial sky divine sword descends like a bolt of lightning cleaving the heavens. The terrifying sword energy it exudes sweeps forth like a raging torrent, obliterating hundreds of thousands of miles of Sea Clan territory. Before their eyes, the once magnificent and resplendent Sea Clan water palaces collapse under the relentless force of the sword's energy, reducing them to mere ruins. The imperial formations that had long been deemed indestructible, which safeguarded these water palaces, now appear fragile and impotent against the might of the burial sky divine sword, crumbling without resistance. Even more astonishingly, over 100 formidable Sea Clan demon emperors are mercilessly swept away by the tumultuous waves stirred up by the sword, their bodies shattered by the fierce sword energy raining down like a crimson storm. Simultaneously, glimmering and invaluable imperial essences lay bare before Lu Xuan's eyes. Each essence signifies the demise of a once mighty emperor. Yet, Lu Xuan shows no hesitation. With a swift motion of his arm, an invisible force erupts like a whirlwind, gathering the scattered imperial essences and rare treasures emerging from the ruins of the water palaces into his grasp. Even in the face of life and death, he seizes this opportunity to gain immensely. After all, such a chance is rare indeed. It must be said, the sword he just unleashed represents the pinnacle of his strength, yielding results far beyond his expectations. Who would have thought that a single sword strike could vanquish nearly 50 Sea clan demon emperors? Such a staggering achievement would certainly turn heads across the entire sea, instilling fear in countless powerful beings. With a single strike, he has slain almost 50 Sea clan demon emperors, sweeping away millions of sea creatures. This power far surpasses what he displayed earlier, magnified by dozens of times. Lu Xuan rejoices, unable to mask his elation. He understands that the transformation he is experiencing stems from the wondrous benefits of the Panwu great strength divine art. At this moment, every gesture he makes seems to embody boundless power. His body, with over 90,000 meridians, now pulsates with the energy akin to countless chaotic dantions, continuously releasing terrifying magical force. The feeling of boundless power is like an inexhaustible spring, never to run dry. Even after executing such a breathtaking sword strike, Lu Xuan feels his magical power overflowing, akin to surging rivers and lakes, unceasing. Moreover, his battle spirit burns fiercely, showing no signs of waning. Filled with indomitable resolve and vigor, completely devoid of fatigue. Reflecting on the past, had he not cultivated the Panwu great strength divine art, he would have been limited to a couple of such high-intensity attacks before succumbing to exhaustion. However, with the Panwu great strength divine art, that fearsome limitation has vanished. While it may not have directly propelled him to the exalted realm of the Emperor, it has vastly enhanced his magical power, multiplying its intensity beyond measure. Thus, Lu Xuan is now liberated from worries of insufficient magical power. He can face any intense battle with confidence, free from lingering concerns. Furthermore, he could unleash attacks of that magnitude thousands of times. Experiencing the benefits of the Panwu great strength divine art fills Lu Xuan with fervor. And even with the impending arrival of the Demon Lord, he exhibits no sign of retreat or fear. Just moments ago, he merely tapped into the magical power contained within the Panwu great strength divine art. But now is the perfect opportunity to thoroughly explore the combat techniques this divine ability offers. With a sudden burst, radiant beams of divine light erupt from Lu Xuan's eyes, seemingly ready to tear apart the fabric of reality. It is essential to understand that the Panwu great strength divine art is no ordinary technique. It is a supreme existence capable of aiding one in mastering the laws of strength. These laws rank among the foremost of the chaotic principles. Their might is nothing short of earth-shattering. Therefore, the power of the Panwu great strength divine art is anything but trivial, especially since it encompasses some of the most formidable combat techniques known to exist. With these techniques, transcending realms to engage in battle becomes effortlessly achievable. At this moment, supported by the Panwu great strength divine art, Lu Xuan possesses both the strength and confidence to confront the Demon Lord directly. However, there's a slight drawback. He is yet to reach the pinnacle of the first level of the Panwu great strength divine art, merely a little over 10,000 meridians shy of completion. Regrettably, time does not wait for anyone, and he lacks the luxury to devote himself to further cultivation. Realizing this, Lu Xuan takes a deep breath, filled with a sense of regret. If only he could be granted more time to perfect the first level of the Panwu great strength divine art, he would merge with the laws of strength and attain the rank of emperor. In the realm of imperial supremacy, utilizing the formidable prowess of Pangu's great strength, intercepting a demon lord should be as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist. Alas, time is relentless. The formidable sea demon lord has already shattered the constraints of the dimensional sea, appearing before him like a wraith. Lu Xuan gazed upwards, stunned into a sharp intake of breath. Before him stood a demon lord of colossal proportions, towering at least several million zhang high, a magnificent and awe-inspiring figure that seemed capable of propping up the heavens. Yet astonishingly, Atop this immense body rested the head of a serpent dragon, grotesque and fearsome, radiating an aura of boundless authority and malevolence. Even more astounding were the razor-sharp dragon horns that jutted from its crown, gleaming with a frigid light, as if they could rend the very fabric of the void. As this dragon python demon lord began to move, each step resonated like an earthquake, sending waves of tremors through the earth. The gigantic form swayed, stirring up towering waves, causing the surrounding space to quiver. Concurrently, an overwhelming force of imperial law erupted from its being, akin to an irresistible deluge, swiftly enveloping the entire dimensional sea. Where this powerful force traversed, everything dimmed, and the once majestic dimensional sea was shrouded in a thick veil of shadow in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the entire dimensional sea transformed into an absolute forbidden zone, striking terror into the hearts of all living beings who dared not tread lightly within. Those sea demon emperors, lucky enough to survive the preceding harrowing battle, now cowered in fear. Under the unparalleled pressure of the dragon python demon lord's terrifying aura, they fell silent, trembling uncontrollably, their faces etched with dread. In a state of panic, they knelt upon the ground, collectively beseeching, "We bow before the dragon python demon lord." Their voices echoed across the silent dimensional sea, laden with profound reverence and terror. The reason for the sea demon emperor's distress lay in their recent experience of a breathtaking life and death struggle. Not long ago, an unparalleled sword light had descended from the heavens. This was the extraordinary strike unleashed by Lu Xuan. The might of that sword was cataclysmic, instilling an unprecedented sense of mortality among the sea demon emperors. Had it not been for the timely arrival of the dragon python demon lord, they would have likely perished, their souls scattered. Thus, upon witnessing the descent of the dragon python demon lord, the sea demon emperors were filled with a sense of fortunate survival, akin to drowning men grasping at a final lifeline, placing all their hopes upon this unfathomably powerful demon lord. The dragon python demon lord, however, paid no heed to the presence of the surrounding sea demon emperors. Its enormous eyes, akin to bronze bells, blazed with an inferno of fury, fixating unyieldingly on Lu Xuan. Suddenly, it unleashed twin columns of smoke-like vapor from its massive nostrils, accompanied by a thunderous roar of rage. "Detestable human race! Have you grown so audacious as to trespass upon my sea tribe's domain? How dare a mere small emperor brazenly act as you please, even slaying my subordinates? Who has bestowed upon you such audacity?" As these words reverberated, an immensely terrifying aura of the demon lord surged forth, as if intent on engulfing the entire world. Simultaneously, an even more potent force of imperial law bore down upon Lu Xuan with the weight of a mountain. It was known that should an ordinary emperor face such might, even if not crushed into oblivion, they would be utterly suppressed, immobilized. Therefore, long before the dragon python demon lord unleashed its imperial law, Lu Xuan had already focused his mind and prepared himself for the impending confrontation. However, at the very moment the dense waves of imperial law descended upon him, a profound astonishment flickered through Lu Xuan's previously grave expression as he murmured to himself, What is the meaning of this? How can this so-called imperial law be so feeble?" Lu Xuan was taken aback. The dragon python demon lord's imperial law was far weaker than he had anticipated. He found that he could effortlessly withstand the pressure of the imperial law without exerting his full strength. Not long after, enlightenment dawned upon Lu Xuan. It was not that the legendary imperial law was feeble, but rather that he had grown stronger beyond imagination. Since immersing himself in the cultivation of the chaotic heavenly emperor's art and Pangu's great strength, his magical power had transcended the expected levels of the imperial realm. Particularly, Pangu's great strength had elevated his power to an astonishing height. When the imperial law surged forth, Lu Xuan remained unperturbed. With a cold demeanor, he unleashed a sharp, resonant roar. In an instant, an unfathomable aura erupted from within him, akin to a volcanic eruption. Pangu's golden body. As Lu Xuan's voice rang out, the over 90,000 mysterious acupoints within him ignited simultaneously, radiating brilliant golden light like stars in the night sky. These lights flowed rapidly along his skin and veins, enveloping him in an intensely rich golden glow, transforming him into an imposing war deity radiating boundless majesty. This golden light was not merely a superficial layer surrounding his body. It fused seamlessly with his blood, bones, and skin, embodying the very essence of the combat technique recorded within Pangu's great strength, known as Pangu's golden body. Only by successfully cultivating this golden body could he unleash the myriad formidable combat techniques contained within Pangu's great strength. Originally, Lu Xuan had intended to wait until all 100,836 acupoints within him were activated before embarking on the cultivation of Pangu's golden body. However, circumstances had compelled him to abandon his methodical approach, for there stood before him an extraordinarily powerful demon lord poised to suppress him, and in this life-or-death moment, he had no choice but to unleash all his might and employ every means at his disposal to confront this crisis. As the chaotic energy from the over 90,000 acupoints continuously fused with his flesh and blood, Lu Xuan's Pangu's golden body began to take shape. Once this golden body was formed, Lu Xuan instantly felt a profound change. The chaotic energy that had previously been scattered across the acupoints, each acting independently, now seemed to unify under the wondrous operation of the golden body. Moreover, and more importantly, with a mere thought, this chaotic energy became obedient to his command, effortlessly allowing him to summon or unleash its full potential, as natural and fluid as moving a finger. Under the watchful gaze of the fearsome dragon, Python Demon Lord, Lu Xuan emanated a dazzling brilliance, radiant as the sun. His muscles tensed, veins bulging, an unparalleled force surged within him. With a deep, resonant roar, Lu Xuan successfully manifested the legendary Pangu's golden body. This golden form exuded an ancient and mysterious aura, seemingly harboring boundless power. Without hesitation, Lu Xuan swung his right fist, aiming directly upwards. Pangu's great strength fist. As he uttered these 4 words, a cataclysmic force erupted forth. To comprehend the gravity of the situation, one must recognize that this is but one of the formidable combat techniques recorded within the legendary tome of the great martial deity. Should one master it to its utmost pinnacle, they would not only grasp the supreme laws of strength, but also delve into the profound and inscrutable principles of the martial arts. This represents a fusion of 2 extraordinary powers, creating an unrivaled and peerless divine technique. As Lu Xuan unleashed his punch, over 90,000 hidden acupoints within his body ignited like barrels of gunpowder, erupting forth with a tumultuous surge of chaotic energy. This chaotic essence relentlessly converged upon his fist, gradually coalescing into an immense and formidable whirlwind. From a distance, Lu Xuan appeared as a divine being descending from the heavens, exuding unparalleled pressure and terrifying power, crushing forward with indomitable force. Where he passed, the boundless sea parted as if confronted by an irresistible blade, forming a chasm that seemed unfathomable. The dragon Python Demon Sovereign, who had previously regarded Lu Xuan with indifference and even contempt, now found his countenance drained of color. His heart flooded with an unprecedented fear and astonishment upon witnessing the sheer might of Lu Xuan's strike. Could this truly be an emperor? No, this was unmistakably an imperial sovereign. The dragon Python Demon Sovereign's eyes widened, disbelief etched across his face. With his extraordinary vision and profound cultivation, he could discern the terrifying power contained within Lu Xuan's punch. Its might had already reached the level of an imperial sovereign, its momentum akin to the forces of nature, surging with an unstoppable tide. Even some ordinary early-stage imperial sovereigns would find it difficult to withstand such a fearsome blow. Yet, fortunately, he was not an ordinary imperial sovereign. This battle-hardened and renowned demon sovereign had made a name for himself over hundreds of thousands of years. Through prolonged years of cultivation and tempering, he had honed his extraordinary combat prowess to an awe-inspiring level. At this moment, confronted with Lu Xuan's ferocious punch, he merely scoffed and disdainfully retorted, an ant shaking a tree, utterly self-unaware. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he unleashed his right fist with a sudden ferocity, and an unmatched force erupted forth from it. Simultaneously, behind him, mysterious and majestic laws of the imperial sovereign manifested like serpents in motion, swiftly following his lead. These laws seemed to possess a life of their own, converging towards his fist imprint, merging seamlessly and causing the entire imprint to radiate an unsettling brilliance. A thunderous boom resonated, akin to a thunderclap that shook the heavens. The 2 colossal fist imprints collided within the vast, boundless ocean, stirring up towering waves. The roar echoing like a tempest. The previously tranquil waters transformed into a tumultuous sea, raging waves filling the air. Under the onslaught of this frenzied energy, the surrounding ocean, spanning millions of miles, instantly descended into a state of lifeless desolation. The numerous sea-dwelling demon emperors, who had just narrowly escaped death, were now utterly terrified. Had it not been for the Dragon Python Demon Sovereign's timely intervention to shield them, these emperors would likely have been obliterated by the sheer force of impact. Gasping sounds filled the air, as all present among the sea-dwelling demon emperors widened their eyes in disbelief, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Could it be that Lu Xuan was truly just an emperor? One of them stammered, his voice laced with shock and fear. Damn, the emperor! Has anyone ever seen an emperor capable of withstanding a demon sovereign's attack? Another shouted in anger, completely losing control of his emotions. It is crucial to understand that the Dragon Python Demon Sovereign was no ordinary individual. He had been a formidable force for hundreds of thousands of years, his reputation echoing throughout the oceanic realms. Even among the ranks of imperial sovereigns, few could contend with him. Yet, here stood Lu Xuan, a figure previously unknown to them, managing to stand toe-to-toe with such a terrifying adversary, achieving a stalemate. This was simply unfathomable. Having just returned from the brink of death, the sea-dwelling demon emperors were now filled with regret and dread. Their earlier audacity in following the celestial dragon demon emperor to ambush Lu Xuan stemmed from the belief that he was merely an ordinary emperor, easily subdued by their combined might. Little did they anticipate the crushing blow to their arrogance. Lu Xuan was far from an ordinary emperor. He was an extraordinary anomaly. His displayed strength far surpassed their wildest imaginations. In this moment, the sea-dwelling demon emperors finally grasped how foolish and ridiculous their prior actions had been. To contemplate slaying such a formidable opponent was nothing short of suicidal. The Dragon Python Demon Sovereign's expression darkened, his wrath simmering. He could scarcely believe that his full-force punch had failed to suppress Lu Xuan, resulting in an even exchange. For one of his stature, a dignified imperial sovereign, this outcome was an immense humiliation. He was a world-renowned powerhouse. How could he tolerate a draw against a human emperor? It felt akin to receiving a resounding slap in the face, tarnishing his reputation. Meanwhile, Lu Xuan's situation was equally dire. Though he had narrowly escaped death, he was on the brink of his limits. After clashing with the Dragon Python Demon Sovereign, the proud Pamu golden body he possessed nearly shattered under the immense force, with most of his bones fracturing in the process. Moreover, the over 90,000 chaotic dantians he had painstakingly cultivated suffered grave damage, with over 40,000 of them obliterated in that single devastating blow. These dantians were the result of countless efforts, painstakingly refined from dozens of Emperor's origins. Yet, in the face of a singular strike, years of labor had been rendered futile, nearly returning him to square one. At this moment, Lu Xuan appeared outwardly calm, seemingly unaffected. However, only he knew the excruciating pain his body endured, surpassing what any ordinary person could withstand. Merely standing upright required every ounce of his strength. Damn it, I was far too careless. Lu Xuan furrowed his brow tightly, silently berating himself. He had never anticipated the demon sovereign's power to be so terrifying, so overwhelmingly formidable. Initially, Lu Xuan had been filled with confidence, possessing the unmatched Panwu golden body and the unrivaled Panwu power fist, coupled with the convergence of over 90,000 acupoints within him. He believed such strength should suffice to contend with the demon sovereign. However, the harsh reality fell upon him like a frigid deluge, awakening him to the truth. At this moment, Lu Xuan profoundly recognized that those who had cultivated to the level of imperial sovereign were all gifted individuals, possessing unparalleled strength. Each sovereign had endured countless trials and tribulations to attain such a glorious realm. Their might exceeded common comprehension, even with Lu Xuan exerting every bit of his strength. Against the Dragon Python Demon Sovereign, he appeared pitifully inadequate. What horrified him further was that during their exchange, the Dragon Python Demon Sovereign had seemingly acted in haste. His punch, perhaps not even half of his true power. It was evident that if the Dragon Python Demon Sovereign unleashed his full might upon him, Lu Xuan would likely find himself unable to withstand even a mere fraction of the sovereign's strength. In this moment, Lu Xuan finally comprehended that within the imperial lineage, there existed no notion of the weak. Regardless of any emperor, even those deemed relatively feeble, were far beyond the reach of an ordinary monarch. Contemplating this, Lu Xuan could not help but grit his teeth, silently vowing, Unless one day I attain the realm of an emperor, I shall never recklessly engage with these formidable beings again. At this moment, Lu Xuan no longer harbored fantasies of challenging the exalted and awe-inspiring emperors. His sole thought was to swiftly seek a path to escape. After all, evading the grasp of the terrifying dragon python demon lord had already been a remarkable feat for him. Just as he frantically pondered how to break free from this predicament, the dragon python demon lord could no longer contain himself and struck once more with ferocity. This renowned demon lord had believed he could effortlessly vanquish this insignificant human emperor. Yet he was met with an unexpected stalemate, which undeniably tarnished his pride, igniting an inferno of fury within him. The dragon python demon lord snorted disdainfully and bellowed, "Humph! You, a mere ant, dare to ambush me? Utterly delusional. You know not the peril you invite." Before he could finish his words, his massive form flickered and lunged forward, appearing before Lu Xuan like a mountain. Simultaneously, the dragon python avatar above him roared to the heavens, baring its sharp fangs, and charged toward Lu Xuan with a thunderous force, as if intent on swallowing him whole. Not only that, but the dragon python demon lord also clenched his fists, and in an instant, boundless imperial laws surged like a torrent into his fists. This punch, imbued with the power to annihilate heaven and earth, carried with it the sound of roaring winds and thunder, unleashing a cataclysmic wave as it descended upon Lu Xuan. Chapter 49, Space Divine Symbol. The pinnacle of the Panwu, Great Strength Divine Art. This punch from the dragon python demon lord was his true strength. Under its might, the heavens would collapse, and the earth would be destroyed. Even among emperors, few could withstand such a blow. Lu Xuan, possessing self-awareness, recognized that he could not endure this strike before it even descended. Thus, without waiting for the punch to land, he bit his tongue, dipped his finger in his own blood, and swiftly inscribed a rune before him. Channeling all of his chaotic energy into the blood-red symbol, he shouted, "Whether I live or die, it rests upon you." As Lu Xuan's voice echoed, the blood-red symbol erupted into a brilliant golden light, enveloping Lu Xuan's body just before the dragon python demon lord's punch could strike, causing him to vanish from his original position. When the dragon python demon lord's punch landed, it found only emptiness. The spatial laws. Damn it. How could a mere emperor possibly wield the laws of the emperors? The dragon python demon lord's expression darkened as he stared intently at the faint traces of blood left in the sea. He had never anticipated that this seemingly certain punch would strike nothing but air. However, what truly astonished him was that Lu Xuan had actually invoked the spatial laws of the emperor level. Had it not been for the emperor-level spatial laws, Lu Xuan would have undoubtedly perished. After invoking the space divine symbol, Lu Xuan had shut his eyes. Whether he lived or died, it was in the hands of fate. Am I still alive? When he opened his eyes again, he was filled with astonishment. Not only was he alive, but he had also escaped from the depths of the realm's ocean. Yet, the surrounding dim environment made Lu Xuan frown slightly. Where's this place? Moments ago, in the face of life and death, he had only been able to use the rune method recorded in the Panwu, Great Strength Divine Art, inscribing a space divine symbol with his own blood. At that time, even he had been uncertain whether this hastily drawn symbol would prove useful. However, it now seemed that the space divine symbol was extraordinarily effective, enabling him to escape from beneath the dragon python demon lord's fist and transporting him to this location. Though Lu Xuan was unsure of where he had been sent, as long as he had left the depths of the realm's ocean, that was sufficient. He had not expected the space divine symbol to truly allow him to tear through space and flee. Reflecting on his earlier inscription of the space divine symbol, Lu Xuan remained exhilarated. He was also increasingly awed by the might of the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art. Whether it was the enlightenment technique he practiced, the Panwu Golden Body, the Panwu Great Strength Divine Fist, or the space divine symbol, these were merely the tip of the iceberg recorded within the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art. The complete Panwu Great Strength Divine Art encompassed all things with various divine techniques, symbols, and spells embodying the entirety of the 3,000 laws. It could be said that once he perfected the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art, he would grasp the complete chaotic 3,000 laws. Thus, acquiring this Panwu Great Strength Divine Art was equivalent to obtaining the cultivation methods for all 3,000 laws. Previously, Lu Xuan had solely focused on breaking through to the emperor level, dedicating his studies to the enlightenment technique and neglecting the exploration of other spells and divine techniques. Additionally, The numerous techniques and spells recorded in the Panwu Great Strength Divine art required cultivation to the second level of the art to truly unleash their potential. Lu Xuan was still far from achieving the first major completion. He had only resorted to hastily attempting the inscription of the symbol when he was left with no other choice. To his surprise, the first attempt at inscribing the space divine symbol yielded such splendid results. Alas, the battle with the Dragon Python Demon Lord not only devastated over 40,000 of my chaotic dantians, but nearly cost me my life. It was hardly worth it. Far from it. Once I become an emperor, I shall seek retribution. Lu Xuan was not one to forgive easily. He believed in repaying grievances. However, given the strength of the Dragon Python Demon Lord, thoughts of revenge would have to wait until he ascended to the emperor level. Although he had suffered significant losses this time, he had also gained much. Lu Xuan retrieved the God-burying coffin, appearing within the space of the coffin. All the resources acquired from the water mansion were extracted. In addition to an astonishing quantity of cultivation resources, he had obtained a full 48 emperor sources. Ha ha ha, I told you this water mansion is a treasure trove. Although I nearly met my end at the hands of that old fellow, the harvest was indeed too great. It is true that one who survives a great calamity is destined for future blessings. Gazing at the staggering amount of cultivation resources and the emperor's sources, Lu Xuan could not contain his joy. Even the near-fatal encounter with the Dragon Python Demon Lord seemed trivial now. He counted the resources, and those 48 emperor sources alone were sufficient to elevate the Panwu Great Strength Divine art to its first major completion, with plenty to spare. As for the other cultivation resources, they could safely be reserved for advancing the second level of the Panwu Great Strength Divine art and the chaotic Heavenly Emperor technique. With so many emperor sources before him, Lu Xuan used them without hesitation. After refining and absorbing 24 of the emperor sources, the channels within his body finally opened up to a total of 186,000. This marked the complete realm of the first level of the Panwu Great Strength Divine art. Lu Xuan opened his eyes, his gaze radiant with excitement. Next, he would cultivate the Panwu Golden Body. Lu Xuan beamed with delight. After opening 186,000 channels, he needed to gather their powers to forge the Panwu Golden Body. Only by possessing the Panwu Golden Body could he strive for the second level of the Panwu Great Strength Divine art. Previously, during his time among the Sea Tribe, he had condensed the Panwu Golden Body in preparation for battle with the Dragon Python Demon Lord. However, that earlier attempt had not been complete. Now, by uniting the power of 186,000 channels, he would finally forge the true Panwu Golden Body. Merely condensing the Panwu Golden Body had taken him nearly a century. After 100 years, Lu Xuan's flesh, veins, bones, and skin had all transformed to a golden hue. The energy of 186,000 channels harmoniously fused with the Panwu Golden Body. With a mere flick of his hand, one could unleash an overwhelming force of terrifying magnitude. At the very moment the Panwu Golden Body coalesced, Lu Xuan sensed the existence of the law of strength. The Panwu Great Power technique is fundamentally rooted in the law of strength from which it was conceived. The Panwu Golden Body serves as the foundation for comprehending the law of strength. As Lu Xuan activated the Panwu Golden Body, all 80,636 acupoints within him radiated brilliant golden light, converging into divine power that augmented his being. Upon testing his newfound strength, he discovered that a casual punch could obliterate even an emperor. Such formidable power could easily be likened to that of a deity. However, in comparison to this divine might, what truly astonished Lu Xuan was the law of strength. After perfecting the Panwu Golden Body, he felt as though he had touched the threshold of the law of strength. Now, every action he took seemed to bear the imprint of this law. With the first major completion of the Panwu Great Power technique, this moment presented an opportune chance for me to merge the path and ascend to the Emperor realm. Lu Xuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Once he entered the Emperor realm, not only would his combat prowess undergo a transformative shift, but his lifespan would also extend by 200,000 to 300,000 years. Having already surpassed 30,000 years due to refining the Emperor's essence and consuming the elixir of immortality, an additional 200,000 or 300,000 years would render him nearly immortal. This time, it was imperative that he successfully merge the path and elevate to the Emperor realm. Lu Xuan let out an exhilarated roar, his voice brimming with fervor. As his primordial spirit surged forth, it ascended to the limits of the sky. Before him lay an endless expanse of various grand laws, perhaps due to his cultivation of the Panwu great power technique. The grand laws he encountered along his path emanated goodwill, all beckoning him to draw near and merge with them. Even some grand laws took the initiative to approach Lu Xuan's primordial spirit, attempting to forcibly merge with him. This phenomenon was unprecedented for Lu Xuan. Observing the grand laws that drew near, he quickened his pace to evade their vicinity. Having traversed this path once before, Lu Xuan's primordial spirit deftly navigated to the source of origin. As his primordial spirit entered this realm, even the 10 grand source laws gravitated towards him. In particular, the physical body law among the 10 grand source laws radiated a dazzling brilliance, seeking to envelop Lu Xuan's primordial spirit entirely. Lu Xuan had not anticipated becoming such a coveted entity, with even these 10 grand source laws showing him such affinity. Were it not for the law of strength, he would have certainly chosen to merge with these source laws. However, having cultivated the Panwu great power technique, his sole choice now was the law of strength. His primordial spirit hastened, skillfully evading the source laws, and entered the realm of chaos. This time, the chaotic expanse before him appeared entirely transformed from his initial encounter. The chaos now shimmered with more light and vitality. The 3,000 chaotic laws enveloped the entire realm, and at the moment Lu Xuan's primordial spirit entered, all 3,000 chaotic laws trembled and converged towards him. Seeing the chaotic laws approaching, Lu Xuan felt a sense of bewilderment. Although he had contemplated achieving the realm of co-cultivation with the 3,000 laws in the future, his current energy was limited, making it impossible to cultivate all 3,000 simultaneously. Moreover, as he was merging paths, once he selected a particular law, he could not continue merging with others. Thus, his objective was clear: to gravitate towards the law of strength. Before the other 3,000 laws could catch up to him, his primordial spirit plunged headlong into the law of strength. Instantly, Lu Xuan sensed a terrifying force emanating from the law, nearly shattering his primordial spirit. Fortunately, in this critical moment, the Panwu great power technique activated automatically, assisting him in counteracting the fearsome suppressive force from the law of strength. As the Panwu great power technique operated, Lu Xuan's Panwu golden body emerged within the law of strength. In that instant, the myriad powers of the law converged towards Lu Xuan's Panwu golden body like water rushing into a sponge. Moments later, Lu Xuan sensed a mysterious connection forming between himself and the law of strength. When he closed his eyes, it felt as if he could leap directly into the law of strength. Of course, this was merely an illusion. He was still in the merging path realm, and his physical body could not truly enter the law of strength. Only his primordial spirit could transcend the physical and merge with this law. Then, through the guidance of his primordial spirit, he could summon the law of strength, drawing upon its power from the river of laws. The merging path realm, as the name suggests, involves borrowing the power of the laws from the grand path and using that power to confront adversaries. To truly achieve the fusion of the physical body and the law, one must reach a higher level of the coalescing path realm. This principle is also recorded in the chaotic celestial emperor scripture. If one attains the coalescing path, it equates to merging oneself with the grand laws, becoming a part of them. Reaching this state confers strength comparable to those who have ascended to the realm of true immortals. Lu Xuan had only just stepped into the merging path realm, and he was still far from the coalescing path realm. Lu Xuan closed his eyes, slowly grasping the existence of the law of strength, drawing upon its power. As the continuous flow of the law of strength merged with his body, intricate divine patterns began to manifest upon his Panwu golden body. These patterns enveloped him, repeatedly washing and transforming his form. The once perfected emperor body now began to evolve towards a higher level law body under the influence of these divine patterns. The emperor realm is also referred to as the heavenly path law realm. Prior to reaching the emperor realm, although one could wield the power of the law, that power was merely borrowed from the heavens and could not be fused with the grand path, nor could it be used to transform the body. Only upon reaching the emperor realm, after the primordial spirit merges with the grand path, can one continuously absorb the power of the grand laws to transform the physical body. The most significant distinction between the physical body of the emperor realm and that of the emperor stage lies in the fact that, upon attaining the emperor realm, the body is no longer a mere flesh and blood entity, but is entirely condensed from the laws of the heavenly path. Thus, it is also referred to as the law body. Compared to the fleshly body of an emperor, the law body of the Emperor realm has completely transcended the limitations of flesh. Even if the body is shattered or reduced to ashes, the primordial spirit can absorb the power of the laws from the grand path and reconstruct the body using this power. For cultivators in the Emperor realm, as long as their primordial spirit and the grand path are not simultaneously annihilated, they can never be utterly obliterated. Their law bodies are nearly immortal. These revelations dawned upon Lu Xuan only as the power of the laws transformed his body. It was only at this moment that he realized how absurd his earlier desire to slay the dragon python demon sovereign had been. No matter how powerful he became, even if he shattered the dragon python demon sovereign's physical form 1,000 times, he could not inflict the slightest harm upon it. The Emperor realm, indeed, represents a domain beyond the comprehension of the ordinary emperor. Without entering the Emperor realm, one can never truly grasp the might of the emperors. Lu Xuan's eyes blazed with fervor, his expression filled with excitement and astonishment. He could sense that he was on the verge of attaining the law body and advancing to the Emperor realm. As the seemingly endless torrent of law power surged over Lu Xuan's physical form, the aura and momentum radiating from him underwent astonishing transformations at a visibly rapid pace. Ever since he began to cultivate the law of strength, Lu Xuan had felt his body gradually resonate with this formidable and enigmatic force. At first, under the ceaseless influx and augmentation of the power of the laws, his body swelled rapidly, akin to being inflated, becoming immensely large, resembling a towering mountain that emanated an unparalleled sense of oppression. However, this expansion did not endure for long. Subsequently, as the power of the laws further coalesced and contracted, Lu Xuan's form swiftly diminished, akin to a deflated balloon, ultimately returning to its original size. After experiencing such fluctuations in size dozens of times, each transformation rendered the power of the laws within Lu Xuan increasingly refined and pure, culminating in an unprecedented state of perfection. At that moment, a thunderous roar reverberated, shaking the heavens, while Lu Xuan's entire being erupted with a resplendent light that illuminated the surrounding space as if it were midday. Within this radiance, Lu Xuan distinctly sensed that his realm had finally transcended the long-standing bottleneck, reaching the pinnacle of what he could currently attain, merely a hair's breadth away from successfully ascending to the exalted realm of the Emperor. At this moment, the excitement within Lu Xuan was beyond words. He reminisced about the years when he stood alone in the abyss of heaven, silently guarding for an entire 100,000 cycles of spring and autumn. Throughout this lengthy period, every thought and dream he harbored was to one day break through his own shackles and step into the long-desired domain of the Emperor. To this end, he had tirelessly attempted countless times to assault the Emperor realm, only to be ruthlessly repelled and suppressed by the forces of the heavenly Tao, never achieving his aspirations. Years passed, and he remained trapped in the awkward limbo of half a step to the Emperor realm, helplessly watching his lifespan dwindle, unable to alter his circumstances. Just as he was on the brink of despair, destiny seemed to finally smile upon him. Who could have imagined that he not only regained his life, but also had a second opportunity to rise, with the true Emperor realm now within reach? As Lu Xuan was about to ascend to the Emperor realm, the entire chaotic expanse roiled violently, as if boiling. The surging chaotic energy seemed poised to break free from its bindings, rampaging across this vast world. At this moment, the long-dormant 3,000 laws of chaos, which had not manifested for countless epochs, suddenly awakened like a slumbering behemoth, presenting themselves to the heavens and the earth in a breathtaking manner. The 3,000 laws surged forth in the chaotic realm like dazzling torrents, roaring into existence. They intertwined and coiled deep within the celestial vault, forming a breathtaking yet heart-stirring tableau. Among them, the law of strength was particularly resplendent, soaring like a colossal pillar that pierced the heavens, resonating with Lu Xuan from afar. It seemed that, at this moment, Lu Xuan had become the sovereign of this power. As the 3,000 laws made their grand appearance, the sound of the Tao boomed thunderously, resonating through the skies. Even the heavenly Tao trembled, seemingly astonished by this sudden upheaval. Among the human race, the 9 great emperors were irresistibly drawn to this earth-shattering phenomenon, all gazing upwards in shock, their attention riveted upon the vast expanse of the sky. It turned out that the 9 great emperors cultivated the power of the heavenly Tao. Under its protection, they had birthed 9 distinct laws of the Emperor. Consequently, The number of emperors among the human race had always been limited to 9. These 9 individuals were peerless beings who had successfully fused with these 9 laws of the emperor, serving as the earthly representatives of the heavenly Tao. However, when the 3,000 chaotic laws emerged, the will of the heavenly Tao descended with a thunderous force. In an instant, a terrifyingly powerful aura enveloped the entire universe, instilling a profound sense of reverence. With a resounding cry that echoed through the heavens, the voice of the will of the heavenly Tao rang out like a great bell, simultaneously reaching the ears of the 9 great emperors. The 9 human emperors, who had been gazing at the sky with trepidation, turned pale upon hearing this sudden news, each filled with a sense of foreboding. They understood that the emergence of chaos would undoubtedly have monumental implications, potentially bringing about earth-shattering changes for the entire human race and the world at large. At that moment, a vague figure emerged from one of the majestic emperor laws that spanned the heavens and earth. This figure was tall and imposing, emanating an endless aura of pressure and mystery. He approached the elderly man, a manifestation of the will of the heavenly Tao, with each step seemingly causing the space around him to tremble. Upon nearing, the figure bowed respectfully to the elder and, with deep concern, inquired, "Master, in the face of such a situation, what can we possibly do?" At this moment, the embodiment of the will of the heavenly Tao, the elderly man, stood quietly in the void, clad in a robe as white as snow, gently billowing in the wind. He resembled an otherworldly immortal with a youthful visage despite his white hair. Yet, from his deep and tranquil eyes, not a hint of emotional fluctuation could be discerned. Only an icy indifference and profundity remained. Thus, the elders silently gazed into the distant horizon, the origin of all power. As time passed, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, almost suffocating. Finally, after a long while, the elder slowly opened his mouth, his voice deep and authoritative. "A great era of contention is about to descend. As my disciples, you bear the heavy responsibility of safeguarding the human race. You must do everything in your power to seek welfare for our kind." Historically, the number 9 has always been regarded as significant. In ancient times, I specifically left behind 9 laws of the emperor. Thus there ought to exist 9 emperors among the human race. However, now, in this great era of contention, I have decided to make an exception, to specially open new paths for the emperor laws for our human race. The number of great transformations is 50, with 49 being utilized. Thus, the laws of our human race's emperor should also follow this principle, established as 49. Today, I am willing to open 40 new paths of emperor laws for the human race. From this moment on, all members of our human race, those with fortune, may seize this opportunity to fuse with the power of the laws and ascend to the realm of the emperor. As the authoritative and awe-inspiring voice of the will of the heavenly Tao gradually faded, a surge of new emperor laws suddenly emerged like a tidal wave. Beyond the original 9, these newly birthed emperor laws were astonishing in number, amounting to a staggering 40. They flowed like mighty rivers, suspended between heaven and earth, enveloping the entire territory of the human race. The 9 unparalleled powerhouses who had already successfully integrated with the emperor laws now stepped forth from their respective realms, each bore an expression of uncontainable joy, their eyes fervently fixed upon the newly introduced 40 emperor laws. It was crucial to note that behind each of these 9 emperors stood a formidable family. Within these families, there existed numerous talented individuals who, despite their exceptional gifts, had remained trapped at the pinnacle of the emperor realm for countless years, unable to break through due to various circumstances. Now, with the emergence of these 40 new emperor laws, they undoubtedly brought unprecedented hope and opportunity to these long-ensnared talents. With the advent of the new emperor laws, their descendants now possessed the chance to ascend to the emperor realm. Furthermore, what was even more astonishing was that the elder had successfully opened a total of 40 new paths of emperor laws in one go. What a profound implication this held. Did this not signify that the human race was about to witness the birth of as many as 49 emperor powerhouses? If the human race truly boasts such an abundance of imperial lords, then amidst the vast and boundless realms of the heavens, which clan or faction could possibly withstand the overwhelming and unparalleled might of humanity, even if they were to traverse the enigmatic and unfathomable sea of realms, sweep through the perilous and unknown alien territories, or scour the terrifying forbidden zones deemed as taboos, it would likely be as effortless as plucking a flower from a garden. However, the tale does not conclude here. As the Elder, manifesting the will of the heavenly path, successfully established 40 pathways of imperial laws, he did not cease his actions. Instead, he continued to speak. Today, chaos has manifested in the world, and all existing patterns within the universe have undergone a cataclysmic transformation. The realm of imperial lords is no longer the ultimate threshold that this world can accommodate. Hence, a new realm that surpasses the imperial lords must inevitably arise. For this reason, I have today created a wondrous method of cultivation known as the Heavenly Path Cultivation Method for humanity. Anyone willing to practice this method may potentially break free from the shackles of the Imperial Lord status and achieve the supreme accomplishment of unifying with the heavenly path in this mortal realm. As the Elder's words gradually faded, countless mysterious runes, shimmering with an extraordinary brilliance, appeared without warning in the vast and profound minds of the 9 Imperial Lords, akin to the resplendent stars strewn across the night sky. These ancient and enigmatic runes seemed to possess boundless magical power, intertwining and swirling in the air, ultimately coalescing into a breathtaking heavenly path cultivation method. Within this realm of laws, the 9 human imperial lords were wholly absorbed in comprehending this unparalleled technique. Each of their eyes sparkled with excitement, radiating brilliance akin to the most luminous stars in the night sky. One of the imperial lords could not contain his exhilaration and exclaimed, "How remarkable it is that beyond the path of fusion, there exists such a profound realm of convergence. I finally comprehend why, despite my relentless cultivation over the years, I have been unable to make any breakthroughs." Another imperial lord echoed, "Indeed, fusion merely relies on the power of laws. Only through convergence can one truly master and command the laws, thus becoming the supreme sovereign of these laws." In that moment, the assembly of imperial lords expressed their astonishment. The sovereign of the laws. This was the existence that transcended the imperial lords. Another imperial lord murmured, his voice brimming with uncontainable joy and astonishment. They had been trapped within the imperial lord realm for no less than several 100,000 years, having reached the pinnacle of this status. Yet, despite their diligent efforts and various methods to seek breakthroughs over the years, they had never managed to take even a small step forward. They once believed it was due to their limited innate talents that they could not ascend to the celestial realms. However, upon receiving this heavenly path cultivation method, they suddenly realized it was not their innate abilities that were lacking, but rather their confinement and limitations imposed by the heavenly laws. At this moment, gazing upon the cultivation method imbued with infinite mysteries, the 9 human imperial lords were filled with euphoric joy. With this divine gift from the heavenly path, they finally obtained the qualification to embark on the path of convergence, with hopes of breaking free from their long-standing shackles and advancing to a higher realm of cultivation. Within humanity, there shall be 49 individuals of convergence. I bestow this opportunity today, awaiting those destined to seize it. The voice of the heavenly path's embodiment, that mysterious elder, resonated throughout the universe like a thunderous bell. He slowly raised his hand and gently waved it, and radiant beams of light streaked across the sky like shooting stars, merging into the 40 newly established imperial law pathways. These beams, akin to treasures brimming with untold mysteries, concealed within them profound and esoteric methods of heavenly path cultivation. In the future, those who successfully fused with the imperial laws and embarked on the path to becoming emperors will be able to extract these invaluable cultivation techniques from the luminous beams once they reached a specific realm of cultivation, thereby further enhancing their prowess and strength. The path to becoming an imperial lord is fraught with challenges, and the fusion of the great laws is even more arduous. Thus, today I have specifically created a full 10,000 pathways for the human race. Even if one cannot directly merge with the exalted 49 imperial pathways, as long as they can harmonize with these smaller paths, they too have a chance to achieve the status of an imperial lord. The voice of the heavenly paths will resounded once more, deafening and profound. As he waved his arm again, strings of mysterious and shining heavenly laws appeared in the vast emptiness like bamboo shoots after the rain. To their astonishment, beneath the 49 imperial pathways, a staggering 10,000 new pathways emerged in a short span of time. However, compared to the majestic and imposing 49 imperial pathways, these new pathways appeared somewhat diminutive. They resembled scattered stars encircling the imperial pathways, Although smaller in scale, they emanated a unique charm and formidable aura. At this moment, the 9 imperial lords stood wide-eyed, incredulously gazing at the densely packed 10,000 smaller pathways, their mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg inside. The astonishment within their hearts was beyond words, as the scene before them surpassed the limits of their imagination. Chapter 52. Breaking Through the Imperial Lord. The second level of the great strength divine ability. Teacher, what do these 10,000 smaller pathways signify? A vague shadow slowly emerged from one of the imperial pathways. The figure seemed deeply surprised by the sight before it, and queried with a sense of bewilderment. Standing there, resembling an embodiment of the heavenly path's will, the elder with a white beard gently stroked his silver-like beard, a warm smile gracing his face as he cheerfully responded, "Know this within the chaos. There exist 3,000 laws, and the great paths also number 3,000. Yet the heavenly path that I represent contains but 50, with even one of them unaccounted for. This is simply too unfair. Thus, today I have specially opened up a full 10,000 paths for humanity. Among all the human race, a flourishing scene shall manifest, with 100 flowers blooming and myriad paths cultivated together. While these 10,000 smaller pathways may not compare to the imperial pathways you traverse, they fundamentally evolve from the great laws. Those who can merge with these smaller paths to become imperial lords shall possess extraordinary strength, and those who can completely align with the smaller paths shall become masters of a particular law. You should diligently encourage the people of humanity to unite in their cultivation, striving to restore our race's incomplete number of imperial lords." At this moment, the mysterious and vast will of the heavenly path had perfectly orchestrated an astonishing grand scheme. A total of 49 imperial pathways surged forth, accompanied by an astonishing 10,000 smaller pathways shimmering like stars across the sky. Originally, the human race had only a mere 9 supreme imperial lords, yet now this situation had undergone a revolutionary transformation. With the heavenly paths orchestrating this arrangement, the future of humanity could potentially witness the emergence of tens of thousands of imperial lords. Even the previously formidable and exalted 9 imperial lords were left agape in disbelief at such a monumental change. Imagine if humanity were truly to witness the magnificent spectacle of 10,000 imperial lords rising simultaneously. What an awe-inspiring scene that would be. It is likely that even the 9 imperial lords themselves could hardly fathom the extraordinary strength humanity would possess at that time. The curtain to the era of great contention was gradually being drawn back, and it was at this moment that the chaotic laws, akin to a long-slumbering dragon, abruptly awakened, breaking free from its cocoon. The will of heaven adeptly seizes this opportunity to manifest its extraordinary capabilities, aiming to comprehensively enhance the strength of the human race. It is acutely aware that should a magnificent tide of myriad great beings surge forth within humanity, its own power would inevitably ascend to unprecedented heights. With the stunning emergence of the 3,000 chaotic laws, the intricate game orchestrated by heaven officially commences. Simultaneously, the entire realm of the great Tao begins to tremble violently, as if the very Mother Earth quakes in excitement. Long silent pathways of heaven and earth, having endured countless epochs, roar into existence from the depths of the void like slumbering behemoths awakening. Although these celestial pathways do not manifest in human form, they uniquely enable all things in the world to better perceive the authentic presence of the laws of the great Tao. Consequently, an increasing multitude of beings find themselves able to merge and communicate with the great Tao, becoming adept practitioners of its power. The strategies employed by heaven and the great Tao are profoundly intricate, so much so that even someone as gifted as Lu Xuan cannot discern their underlying mysteries. At this moment, Lu Xuan has successfully stepped across the threshold into the coveted realm of the Emperor. His primordial spirit has seamlessly fused with the enigmatic laws of power, and through the cleansing force of these laws upon his physical form, he has ultimately traversed into the legendary Emperor realm. A deafening explosion réverbérate, as if a formidable shackle that had long loomed above has been shattered in an instant. Following this, an inexhaustible torrent of law power surges into Lu Xuan's being, swiftly integrating with the astonishingly vast number of his chaotic dantians, which totals an impressive 86,036. As Lu Xuan steps into the Emperor realm, His already indomitable Panwu golden body undergoes a rapid transformation under the influence of this immense power, akin to a rebirth. This newly formed Panwu golden body not only possesses several times the strength of its predecessor, but even his 86,036 chaotic dantians begin to evolve further after absorbing the laws of power. Lu Xuan closes his eyes, completely immersed in the comprehension of the second layer of the Panwu Great Force Divine Ability. This second layer, known as the Panwu Ancestor body, requires each of the 86,036 chaotic dantians to cultivate a unique Panwu golden body to achieve such a state. Ultimately, by gathering the power of all 86,036 Panwu golden bodies, one can condense the singular Panwu Ancestor body. The Panwu Ancestor body is not merely the cornerstone of the laws of power, but also the crucial foundation for stepping into the realm of unity with the Tao. Only by successfully cultivating the Panwu Ancestor body can one's physical form grow strong enough to harmonize with the laws of power. Should one rashly attempt to merge with the laws of power without reaching the state of the Panwu Ancestor body, they would inevitably be ruthlessly obliterated by the terrifying force of those laws. It must be understood that the laws of power stand as the pinnacle among the 3,000 chaotic laws, indisputably occupying the foremost position. It is no exaggeration to assert that it is the most formidable and unmatched law of the great Tao. Thus, achieving a perfect fusion with the laws of power is not a feat easily attainable by an ordinary physical body. Not long ago, Lu Xuan painstakingly condensed 86,036 chaotic dantians. Yet now he faces the daunting task of condensing the same number of 86,036 Panwu golden bodies. Faced with such a formidable challenge, even Lu Xuan's steadfastness falters, leaving him gasping in astonishment. The Panwu Great Force Divine Ability is indeed exceedingly arduous to master. A thunderous boom resounds as an emperor's essence, brimming with boundless power, is instantaneously refined in Lu Xuan's hands. Simultaneously, as his body transforms into a chaotic divine furnace, the speed at which he refines the emperor's essence skyrockets. Ordinarily, it would take no less than 100 years to completely refine such a mysterious and potent emperor's essence. However, astonishingly, he manages to achieve this feat in less than a decade, thoroughly refining and absorbing the invaluable essence. Initially, Lu Xuan rejoices, believing that such a powerful emperor's essence would enable him to successfully condense hundreds or even thousands of Panwu golden bodies. For the energy contained within this legendary treasure should be immensely vast. Yet, contrary to his expectations, the outcome leaves him utterly bewildered. The power released from this emperor's essence is insufficient even to form a single complete Panwu golden body. Gazing at the half-formed Panwu golden body within his acupoints, Lu Xuan feels a pang of sorrow. That was an emperor's essence of immeasurable worth, a rarity in the world. To witness it vanish before his eyes is almost unbearable. In the past, when he cultivated to the first layer of the Panwu Great Force Divine Ability, a similar emperor's essence effortlessly helped him open over 3,000 crucial acupoints. Yet now, he struggles to form even a single Panwu golden body. Reluctantly, Lu Xuan grits his teeth and cautiously retrieves another emperor's essence from the depths of his treasury. As this second emperor's essence is gradually refined and absorbed, the incomplete Panwu golden body finally takes shape under the continuous infusion of powerful energy. Even so, Lu Xuan's heart remains filled with frustration and regret. Heaven, it took 2 emperor's essences merely to condense a single Panwu golden body. The cost is exorbitant and wholly unbalanced. Lu Xuan carefully stores the remaining emperor's essence, contemplating. If these invaluable essences were shared with my kin, perhaps they could create several new emperors for the entire family, which would be a splendid achievement. With this thought, a smile of satisfaction spreads across his face. Reflecting on the experience of condensing a single Panwu golden body from 2 emperor's essences, Lu Xuan now sees things more clearly. At that time, he was still at the emperor realm, and the emperor's essence had a pronounced effect on his strength. However, having now successfully ascended to the emperor realm, the efficacy of these emperor's essences in enhancing his power has indeed diminished significantly. The outcome of condensing 1 Panwu golden body from 2 emperor's essences is, in fact, quite commendable. After all, I am now at the emperor realm and cannot be overly greedy, Lu Xuan murmurs softly. Nevertheless, through this endeavor, He has deeply realized the astonishing difficulty of mastering the Panwu Great Force divine ability at the Emperor realm to condense the legendary Panwu Ancestor body. It remains uncertain how long it will take to fulfill that aspiration. Fortunately, he can finally begin the cultivation of the Panwu Great Force divine ability, which contains detailed records of numerous marvelous spells, divine abilities, talismans, and exquisite formations, each of which captivates the heart. Lu Xuan understands that as long as he perseveres in his studies, he will surely achieve success in due time. Having previously experienced the miraculous effects of the spatial talisman, he is now eager to delve deeper into its exploration. This spatial talisman possesses the ability to allow one to escape from the grasp of an immensely powerful demon lord, undeniably regarded as a supreme, life-saving treasure. If I can cultivate it to great perfection, even when encountering those ancient emperors who have weathered the ravages of time and hold formidable renown, I shall no longer bear any fear. Lu Xuan muses to himself, while memories of the perils and trials he has endured flood his mind. Yet, he remains steadfastly aware of the safety of his kin. He must return to his family before the Great Formation is activated to save them. However, he was acutely aware that once he embarked on the path to return to the human race, he would inevitably confront the 7 formidable emperors who once held dominion over the world. Although Lu Xuan had also reached the realm of the emperor, he had only recently entered this domain. In comparison to those ancient beings who had occupied their positions for hundreds of thousands of years, his depth of power and the divine techniques at his disposal were woefully inadequate. Thus, Lu Xuan fully understood that only by mastering exceptional life-saving techniques, such as the space talisman, which allowed for instantaneous withdrawal, could he ensure that this journey, pivotal to the rise and fall of humanity, progressed smoothly without peril. Consequently, he devoted himself to the study of the space talisman, leaving no detail overlooked, with the hope of swiftly grasping its mysteries and integrating them into his understanding. He was determined not to let his recklessness cost him his life or that of his kin. Lu Xuan had previously employed the space talisman once, and now, as he practiced it again, he found it familiar. However, in his earlier attempt, he had hastily inscribed the talisman using his own essence while teetering between life and death. Now, to genuinely cultivate the path of talismans, the process was entirely different. It was not merely about inscribing a single space talisman. He must first condense a personal talisman within himself before he could truly begin this cultivation. Chapter 53. Condensing the Personal Talisman. A talismanist who commands the universe. The great power of Panwu encompasses all. It embodies all the chaotic laws of the cosmos. The space talisman is a synthesis of the laws of power and space. Among the myriad talismans recorded within the great power of Panwu, the space talisman is merely one of many. Additionally, there exist time talismans, reincarnation talismans, 5-element talismans, and destruction talismans, among others. It can be said that any one of these talismans, once mastered, serves as a means of survival. However, to cultivate these talismans, one must first condense their personal talisman. Lu Xuan had previously dabbled in the path of talismans, and although he was not initially adept, his tenacious efforts during his 100,000-year vigil over the abyss had rendered him quite proficient. During those long years, in moments of profound boredom, he had explored various paths of cultivation. Thus, the study of the talisman path recorded in the great power of Panwu was not a daunting task for him. As he channeled the chaotic energy within him, a massive personal talisman began to condense within his being. This personal talisman, entirely composed of the laws of power, contained nearly half of Lu Xuan's formidable cultivation. As soon as it formed, it attracted the descent of the heavenly divine thunder. Yet, before the heavenly divine thunder could strike, it was shattered by his personal talisman. This personal talisman, forged from the laws of power, possessed terrifying might, surpassing even the most powerful imperial weapons. The mere heavenly divine thunder could not withstand its force. With the successful condensation of his personal talisman, Lu Xuan commenced his practice of the space talisman. With his formidable talisman cultivation, combined with the strength of his personal talisman, he successfully condensed the space talisman in less than an hour. This space talisman, glowing with golden light, revolved around his personal talisman, continuously supplying it with power while simultaneously drawing strength from it to enhance itself. This is the method of talisman cultivation. First condense the personal talisman, then cultivate additional talismans. These various talismans can then empower the personal talisman. This was Lu Xuan's first genuine foray into being a talismanist, and his eyes sparkled with excitement and curiosity. It was said that in ancient times, talismanists were among the most formidable of cultivators, capable of commanding the universe with a single talisman and possessing unmatched combat prowess. Some powerful talismanists condensed thousands of talismans within themselves, unleashing an overwhelming barrage of talismans that could overpower 100 or even 1,000 foes. Lu Xuan's eyes gleamed with determination. Talismanists were once extraordinarily powerful cultivators, yet for reasons unknown, their lineage had seemingly been severed. In the present human race, there are no pure talismanists left. Most contemporary cultivators could only draw simple talismans, lacking even the knowledge of how to condense personal talismans. Lu Xuan himself had been ignorant of the method until he encountered the great power of Panwu, which enabled him to condense his personal talisman. Having first achieved the Panwu golden body and now becoming a talismanist, Lu Xuan felt a surge of exhilaration. However, this was not his ultimate destination. The great power of Panwu contained countless cultivation methods, with talisman cultivation being just one among many. What intrigued Lu Xuan most was the method of faith cultivation. This method merged the laws of power with the laws of faith, creating a powerful means of cultivation. Once mastered, it allowed one to absorb the faith of all beings to further their own path while bestowing blessings upon their followers through the laws of faith. These blessings not only provided various cultivation resources, but could directly enhance the cultivator's prowess. In essence, Lu Xuan could convert the faith he acquired into cultivation power for his followers, who in turn would generate more faith in him. This created a continuous cycle of empowerment. It was akin to wielding a divine artifact of unparalleled potential. Of course, such blessings could not persist indefinitely. Lu Xuan needed to possess a sufficient amount of faith power to bestow them. While there were limitations, it undeniably represented an excellent method for enhancing both his own strength and that of his followers. Moreover, the utility of faith power extended beyond this. Lu Xuan valued this aspect primarily to bless his kin and assist them in elevating their strength. As for his own cultivation of the laws of faith, it mattered little to him. In addition to the faith cultivation method, there was another intriguing method relating to the laws of divine powers. The cultivation techniques concerning divine powers within the great power of Panwu left Lu Xuan utterly astonished. The laws of divine powers were originally considered a medium-level law among the myriad chaotic laws, not particularly strong, yet not weak either. The greatest utility of the laws of divine powers lay in their ability to facilitate rapid comprehension when cultivating any divine power. Within the great power of Panwu, the integration of the laws of divine powers with the laws of power birthed a cultivation method known as the rapid achievement technique of divine powers. This technique involved absorbing one's chaotic energy, planting the laws of divine powers like a seed, and nurturing it with chaotic energy until it took root and blossomed into a divine power fruit tree. The primary function of this divine power fruit tree was to absorb chaotic energy and condense divine power fruits. By consuming these fruits, any divine power could be cultivated to perfection in a remarkably short time without the need for deep comprehension. When Lu Xuan beheld this doctrine, he was left agape in astonishment. He nearly succumbed to the urge to master the rapid achievement technique of divine powers immediately. After all, the prospect of achieving perfection in any divine power in such a short span was overwhelmingly enticing. With the divine power fruit, one could save an immeasurable amount of time and energy in cultivating divine powers. However, he realized he had no time to continue delving into these cultivation paths. His retreat would last several thousand years, and in the real world, several days had already passed. He wondered how the Lu family had fared during this time. Taking a deep breath, a hint of worry flickered in his gaze. For reasons unbeknownst to him, an unsettling feeling washed over him, as if calamity had befallen the Lu family. With this thought, Lu Xuan swiftly called upon Lu Linglong. To his dismay, however, he discovered that the bloodline connection between him and Lu Linglong had inexplicably vanished. His expression changed drastically. It must have been during my ascension to the Emperor's realm when the laws of power transformed my imperial body, severing my bloodline link with the young girl. Lu Xuan surmised the cause of this disconnection. Upon his elevation to the Emperor's realm, his physical form had completely transformed into one governed by the laws, naturally severing his bloodline connection with Lu Linglong. In the present day, Lu Linglong finds herself unable to summon him through her bloodline, even if she continues to exert her abilities. After all, he has now ascended to the realm of the laws, having long since transcended the corporeal limitations of bloodline. Chapter 54. With me here, no one can harm you. We must first contact the young girl to ascertain whether there have been any changes within the family. Lu Xuan furrowed his brow. Although Lu Linglong could not reach him, he could still reach out to her. With his status as an emperor, connecting with Lu Linglong posed no challenge whatsoever. Earlier, while the bloodline connection had been severed from her side, Lu Xuan, with his current might, could easily employ a minor stratagem to re-establish contact. As he enacted his methods, the bloodline link between him and Lu Linglong re-emerged. This time, as it was initiated by him, he could even perceive the world around him through Lu Linglong's eyes. At this moment, the Lu family was facing a dire crisis. Since the last encounter where the patriarch of the Lin family was slain after being thwarted by the protective array, the Lin family ancestor had departed to seek assistance from the various imperial clans. In a short span, he had summoned 10 peak emperors to his side. These individuals, esteemed ancestors of their respective clans, were persuaded by the Lin family patriarch to aid in breaching the Lu family's protective array. Fortunately, the emperor-level formation left by Lu Xuan was formidable enough to withstand the relentless assaults of 14 emperors. Nonetheless, the members of the Lu family remained gravely concerned, with some even displaying fear in their eyes. This was due to the fact that after failing to breach the array, the emperors had sought the aid of a figure of high standing, Patriarch Jiang. Relying on this array, the Lu family has resisted valiantly, yet we find ourselves at an impasse. We implore you, Patriarch Jiang, to take matters into your own hands. The Lin family patriarch approached one of the peak emperors, who was none other than the head of the Jiang clan, a prominent lineage among the Chongqing families. With the backing of an emperor, the Jiang clan was indeed a force to be reckoned with. This patriarch had come at the behest of his own emperor ancestor. Rest assured, Lin brother, my ancestor is well aware of the situation here and has sent me with a treasure. Once revealed, it will surely dismantle this trifling emperor-level array. With a condescending smile, Patriarch Jiang addressed the Lu family, his tone dripping with arrogance. Lu family, should you choose to voluntarily dismantle your array and offer an apology, perhaps we might grant you a modicum of mercy. But if you persist in your obstinacy, you shall face utter annihilation. Once my treasure breaches your protective formation, there will be no survivors. His threat was clear, intending to exterminate the Lu family completely. The Lu family members were incensed. Yet they understood that the Jiang clan was not to be trifled with, possessing the means to breach their protective array. In that moment, they found themselves at a loss. Even Lu Tianyuan, who had just attained the status of emperor, wore a grave expression. With no other recourse, he turned to his daughter in desperation. Linglong, is there still no way to reach our ancestor? Upon realizing that the connection between Lu Linglong and their ancestor Lu Xuan had been severed, the members of the Lu family were engulfed in dread. Especially at this critical juncture, Lu Xuan represented their sole hope and bastion of strength. If only they could reconnect with him, perhaps a glimmer of hope still remained. Just as Lu Linglong was about to shake her head in despair, her eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Do not fear, for with me here, no one can harm you. Through Lu Linglong's gaze, Lu Xuan could clearly perceive everything unfolding outside. The anxious expressions of the Lu family members, as well as the menacing countenances of the arrogant emperors beyond the array, were all vividly apparent to him. Upon seeing Patriarch Jiang, a surge of intense killing intent surged within Lu Xuan, the Chongqing Jiang family. It was the ancestor of the Jiang clan who had orchestrated his expulsion from the human race. He recalled how the Jiang ancestor had demanded his self-immolation as an act of contrition. Had it not been for the lack of consensus among all the emperors, he would likely have perished in that moment, and the Lu family would have ceased to exist. Thus, the Jiang clan stood as one of his greatest adversaries. Now, witnessing Jiang's threat to annihilate the Lu family, even going so far as to bring with him a treasure containing the might of an emperor to dismantle the array he had established, Lu Xuan, now at the emperor level, sensed the aura of the emperor's laws emanating from the talisman in Jiang's possession. He understood that it was indeed a gift from the Jiang clan's emperor, specifically intended to dismantle his emperor-level formation. Jiang clan, after 100,000 years, how could you remain so venomous? If you cannot tolerate the Lu family, then let your own clan be the first to be eradicated. Lu Xuan's countenance darkened, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Were it not for the distance separating his true form from this place, he would have personally struck down those who dared to offend the Lu family, particularly Patriarch Jiang, who was marked for death. However, He could only utilize the bloodline connection with Lu Linglong to project his aura, unable to manifest his true form. Eliminating these emperors would prove to be a formidable task. Very well. For now, I shall permit you to survive a little longer. Once I return to the human realm, you shall be the first to face my wrath. With a disdainful snort, as his voice fell, a terrifying aura of an emperor surged through Lu Linglong's body, merging seamlessly with the Lu family's emperor-level formation. Under the enhancement of his emperor's might, the protective array that had merely been at the emperor level swiftly transformed into a formation of the venerable level. Even an emperor's personal intervention would not suffice to breach a venerable level formation in a short span of time. As for the talisman held by Patriarch Jiang, the notion that it could breach the array was nothing short of ludicrous. Although Lu Linglong was unaware of her ancestor's actions, she could distinctly sense that the protective formation of the Lu family had grown considerably stronger, particularly when she perceived the power of the laws from within the formation. She was left utterly astonished. The laws of an emperor. This is the genuine law of an emperor. My ancestor has become an emperor. Lu Linglong trembled with excitement. The news of Lu Xuan's ascension to the emperor level was undoubtedly the most fortuitous development for the Lu family. Once he returns, those emperors outside will merely be a troop of jesters. As for the Lin family patriarch, he will be easily dispatched. Observing his daughter's transformation, Lu Tianyuan, although unable to perceive the changes in the protective formation, recognized the fervor in her demeanor. In an instant, he understood that they must have re-established contact with Lu Xuan. The Lu family was saved. Chapter 55. The Chongqing families truly exude great authority. Indeed, Lu Linglong communicated with him, saying, "Father, rest assured. Our ancestor has fortified the Lu family's protective formation. Even if an emperor were to descend personally, breaching it would not be a simple task. With just the talisman in his hand, there is no way he could dismantle our ancestor's formation. With our ancestor present, these individuals cannot stir up any trouble." Upon hearing his daughter's explanation, Lu Tianyuan's eyes crinkled with joy. "Wonderful, wonderful. With our ancestor here, we need not worry." Lu Tianyuan's face radiated with delight, shedding the earlier worry that had clouded his features. The surrounding elders, witnessing the transformation in their patriarch's demeanor, quickly grasped the situation. Though they could not discern the specifics of the enhancement to the protective formation, they understood that contact with their ancestor had been re-established. The tension that had gripped them finally began to ease. Meanwhile, outside the formation, Patriarch Jiang, believing his threats would incite fear among the Lu family, was sorely mistaken. He never anticipated that the members of the Lu family would not only be unafraid, but would even burst into laughter. This scene provoked him intensely. "Very well. Since you choose to disregard my goodwill, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Once I breach your protective family array, I shall flay you alive and subject you to the most excruciating tortures before dismantling your very essence." The patriarch of the Jiang family spoke with venomous malice, even more ruthless than the ancestral figures of the Lin family. However, Lu Tianyuan, having established contact with the esteemed ancestor Lu Xuan, felt no fear of the Jiang patriarch's threats. Instead, he stood tall. He ascended above the Lu family, gazing through the array, and mockingly taunted the Jiang patriarch. "Ah, so this is the might of the Jiang family of longevity, threatening the annihilation of entire clans. You aim to reduce my Lu family to ashes. Truly, the family of longevity wields great power. Do you presume that the human race is merely your garden? Today it is my Lu family. Will you not also seek to eradicate other imperial clans in the future?" Lu Tianyuan harbored a fierce indignation, and his derision resonated throughout the heavens. His voice echoed across the vast expanse, reaching every being within 100,000 miles. Surrounding them were countless clans, with dozens of them qualifying as imperial families. They had sensed the turmoil within the Lu family, but were reluctant to confront the Lin family on behalf of the Lu clan, opting instead to feign ignorance. Moreover, with the Jiang patriarch present, these imperial families chose to remain indifferent, pretending not to see or hear. Yet, now, with Lu Tianyuan's voice resonating in the air, even ordinary folk could hear him, rendering it impossible for anyone to maintain their pretense of ignorance. The family of longevity truly wielded significant authority. The patriarchs of the imperial families seethed with anger. Although they disapproved of the Lin and Jiang families' conduct, they dared not intervene. Their passive stance, however, incited discontent among their clansmen. "Patriarch, While the Jiang family may be a family of longevity, they cannot act with impunity. They threaten the annihilation of entire clans. Today, it is the Lu family. Who can guarantee we are not next? In such times, we must unite with other imperial families. Otherwise, we risk our very existence. Will we allow the Jiang family to extinguish our clans at their whim? Patriarch, we cannot remain passive spectators. Do you not understand the principle of mutual destruction? Today, the Jiang family targets not just the Lu family. They are testing our resolve as imperial families. If we stand idly by while the Lu family is annihilated, who will defend us when calamity befalls our own? Within every imperial family, there were those who were enlightened, urging their patriarchs to take a stand. Yet regrettably, the patriarchs feigned deafness. Some even retreated into seclusion, avoiding their own clansmen. Lu Xuan, unperturbed by the reactions of these imperial families, sought only to reveal the truth to all, to let everyone know that it was not the Lu family that instigated chaos, but rather the Lin and Jiang families, who conspired to seize the Lu family's imperial techniques and protective array. His voice continued to resonate, elucidating the reasons behind the events. Those who were previously unaware of the situation began to express sympathy for the Lu family, simultaneously disapproving of the Lin and Jiang families' actions. However, these individuals could do little to intervene. Lu Xuan did not expect anyone to come to their aid at such a time. He merely wished to expose the truth and unveil the despicable nature of the Lin and Jiang families. Outside the array, as the Jiang patriarch listened to Lu Xuan unveil the truth, his expression darkened to an almost palpable intensity. He had never anticipated that Lu Xuan would make these matters public. Now, even if he attempted to clarify the situation, he could not completely absolve the Jiang family of suspicion. Although he had orchestrated the Lin family's attack on the Lu family, only the Lin family's ancestor was privy to this information. Now, Lu Xuan had divulged everything to the masses. In that fleeting moment, millions within 100,000 miles became aware of the unfolding events. Even if he wished to silence Lu Xuan, it was an impossible task. He now regretted not having acted sooner to eradicate the Lu family, which would have preempted Lu Xuan's opportunity. As Lu Xuan's words grew increasingly exaggerated, even accusing them of actions they had not committed, the Jiang patriarch's fury reached a boiling point. Lu Xuan, you are courting death. Do you think anyone will believe your words? Even if someone does, what difference does it make? Once I annihilate your Lu family, the truth will lie solely in my hands. The Jiang patriarch's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze upon Lu Xuan, resembling a venomous serpent, and coldly remarked, I intended to let you live a while longer, but since you seek your demise, then perish. With a furious roar, the Jiang patriarch unleashed a talisman imbued with the power of an emperor, which erupted instantaneously, sending forth an overwhelming force toward the Lu family's protective array. The talisman collided with the Lu family's defenses, and the Jiang patriarch laughed maniacally. Prepare to die. You insignificant insects dare challenge the authority of our family of longevity. Meet your end. It seemed he sought to unleash all the humiliation he had endured, even brazenly recounting events from the past involving Lu Xuan. Do you truly believe that Lu Xuan can protect you? Such delusion. 10,000 years ago, we forced him to abandon the human race. Today, we can achieve the same. Our ancestor showed mercy, sparing Lu Xuan's life, but little did he know he would dare to re-emerge. Allow me to inform you that our Jiang family has already dispatched an emperor. Should Lu Xuan dare to appear, he shall find no place to rest in death. And you worthless beings, since you refuse to recognize the situation, you shall accompany him to the afterlife. The Jiang patriarch's words shocked the assembled imperial family leaders, leaving them speechless. What they had just heard were the secrets of 10,000 years ago. Did they learn of the Jiang family's hidden past? The expressions of the imperial patriarchs turned grim, their gazes now filled with fury directed at the Lin family's ancestor, who had summoned them here. They had little connection to the Jiang family, only attending due to their ties with the Lin family and the promises of rewards made by the Lin family patriarch. However, before they could claim any benefits, they were now confronted with scandalous revelations about the Jiang family's past. The patriarchs, being astute individuals, realized that they had no choice. To survive after hearing the Jiang family's disgrace, their only option was to align with the Jiang family and become their vassals. Yet, having once been free imperial families, they now found themselves ensnared by an invisible noose, bound to serve the Jiang family. Naturally, the patriarchs were unwilling to accept this fate. Lin Song, since I can be of no assistance here, I shall take my leave. One imperial patriarch, unwilling to become a pawn of the Jiang family, shot a fierce glare at the Lin family patriarch before turning to depart. As he gazed at the suddenly departing patriarch of the imperial clan, a flicker of coldness flashed in the eyes of the Jiang family head. Witnessing the exit of this esteemed patriarch stirred the hearts of the other imperial clan leaders, who contemplated following suit. However, before they could voice their intentions, a furious roar echoed from afar. "How dare you kill me?" It was unmistakably the voice of the departing patriarch. As his furious cry reverberated, the onlookers beheld a blood rain cascading from the heavens, with the laws of the great emperor plummeting from the sky's edge. An emperor had fallen. The clan leaders who had been contemplating their departure gasped in shock. The departing patriarch had met his demise. The crowd was left astounded, their eyes wide with disbelief. Simultaneously, their gazes towards the Jiang family head were tinged with a new sense of trepidation. The patriarch who had just departed possessed the power of a peak emperor, ranking among the top in their midst. Even compared to the Jiang family head, their strengths were nearly equal. Yet now, such a formidable patriarch had perished. The span from the patriarch's scream to his downfall was merely a few breaths. Within that fleeting moment, a peak emperor had been vanquished. This was a testament to the terrifying might of the Jiang family. Patriarch Jiang, our Fang family is willing to submit to the Jiang family. We beseech you for an opportunity. As the first patriarch to pledge allegiance stepped forward, more imperial clan leaders followed suit, bowing their heads. Patriarch Jiang, we too are willing to join the Jiang family. Please grant us a chance. In the blink of an eye, the remaining patriarchs expressed their intentions. The Jiang family head had revealed the secret of 10 millennia to draw them in. And now, as these leaders willingly submitted, he smiled with satisfaction. Since you all wish to join, my Jiang family shall naturally not turn you away. Rest assured, joining my Jiang family will only bring you benefits. I have a piece of good news to share. I have received a message from our ancestor that the laws of heaven in this realm have been unsealed. It is now an era where anyone has the potential to merge with the laws of the emperor and ascend to emperor status. Since you are all now part of my Jiang family, after we resolve matters here, I will take you back to the Jiang family, where our ancestor will personally guide you. Seize this opportunity. Perhaps when you leave my Jiang family, you will already be emperors. The patriarchs, who had initially felt compelled to join the Jiang family, were now utterly astonished upon hearing the Jiang family head's announcement. The unsealing of the emperor's laws, granting everyone the possibility of becoming emperors, was undoubtedly monumental news for them. The Jiang family head had personally promised to bring them to the Jiang family for guidance from their ancestor, aiding them in attaining the path to emperorhood. For those who had been trapped at the peak emperor level for tens of thousands of years, with their lifespans dwindling, this was akin to a lifeline. Suddenly, those who had previously resisted the Jiang family were all smiles. Patriarch Jiang, from now on, our Fang family will follow your lead, and we, the Su family, will heed all commands from the Jiang family. Please instruct us as needed. In an instant, the imperial clan leaders fervently expressed their loyalty. Observing that these individuals were usurping his position, the Lin family ancestor hastily interjected, Patriarch Jiang, we must first eradicate these Lu family members to fulfill our ancestor's task. The Jiang family head was well aware that annihilating the Lu family was indeed imperative. He had originally believed that by activating the talisman bestowed by their ancestor, he could effortlessly breach the Lu family's protective formation. Yet, the scene before him was shocking enough to nearly dislodge his eyes from their sockets. The emperor-level talisman radiated with formidable power, incessantly assaulting the Lu family's protective formation. As the talisman's strength began to wane, the protective formation remained utterly unfazed. This indicated that the emperor-level talisman he had unleashed could not breach the Lu family's defenses. As he witnessed the talisman exhaust its power and turn to ash, the Jiang family head exclaimed in disbelief, impossible, absolument impossible. This talisman contains the laws of the emperor. How could it not break your mere emperor-level formation? There must be some mistake. Chapter 57. The Demon Lord's Astonishment. Lu Xuan, you too have melded with the path. The Lu family members were as restless as ants on a hot pan, anxiously fixated on the protective formation above them. This formation was the lifeline of their existence. Should it be breached, they would plummet into an abyss from which there was no return, with no place to bury their corpses. When they saw that the emperor-level talisman had failed to breach their protective formation, they erupted in joyous cheers. Lu Tianyuan, the patriarch, laughed with childlike glee, although he understood that his daughter had contacted their ancestor Lu Xuan. He had no certainty that the formation left by Lu Xuan could withstand the assault of an emperor-level talisman. Yet, this outcome was like a deluge of rain from the heavens, filling him with unbridled joy. Excellent. Linglong, we owe you a great debt. Quickly, express our deepest gratitude to Ancestor Lu Xuan on behalf of us all. Lu Tianyuan exclaimed, his previously tense and worried countenance now melting away like snow under the warm spring sun. The many Lu family members nearby sighed in relief. Expressing their gratitude to Ancestor Lu Xuan, we are deeply thankful for the great favor of our ancestor. Without your assistance, our Lu family would surely have faced calamity today. Our ancestor is mighty. You have saved our Lu family in our hour of need, a kindness we shall never forget. The chorus of gratitude rang out, filling the scene with warmth and camaraderie. At that moment, everyone's gaze turned in unison toward Lu Xuan. He quietly contemplated the now powerless emperor-level talisman before him, his previously tense features easing slightly, revealing a hint of relief. Despite successfully enhancing the Lu family's protective formation, he still harbored concerns about its ability to withstand the powerful assault of an emperor-level attack. After all, the talisman brought by the Jiang family head contained the full force of an unfathomably powerful emperor from the Jiang family. Moreover, this emperor had reached the late stage of emperorhood 100,000 years ago. Time had flown by, and who could say whether he had since broken through to the pinnacle of emperorhood? In contrast, Lu Xuan himself had only just stepped into the realm of the emperor, relying solely on the aura of an emperor to bolster the formation. Its power could not rival that of the formation he had personally enhanced. At this moment, as he gazed at the once mighty talisman now rendered ineffective against his formation, an indescribable joy surged within him. Yet, this joy did not obscure the shocking revelation he had just heard from the Jiang family head. The unsealing of the laws of heaven, leading to a surge of emperors among humanity. What could this possibly mean? Lu Xuan's eyes widened, disbelief etched across his face. Not long ago, when he embarked on the path of enlightenment, he had clearly seen that under the laws of heaven governing humanity, there existed only 9 laws of the emperor. Could it be that the transformation of the heavenly principle was instigated by my successful enlightenment through the law of power? Lu Xuan furrowed his brow tightly, plunging into profound contemplation. Without hesitation, he unleashed his primordial spirit, shooting forth like an arrow into the distant horizon. At last, when his gaze fell upon the domain of the human race's heavenly principle, an overwhelming sense of shock washed over him, rendering him momentarily speechless, his eyes nearly bulging out in disbelief. My heavens, what's happening here? When did the human race come to possess such a multitude of imperial laws? Lu Xuan was utterly astounded, observing below the human heavenly principle, where countless imperial laws of the utmost significance were densely arrayed, their sheer number surpassing imagination. Upon a cursory glance, it appeared there were tens of thousands. These imperial laws shimmered like a constellation of stars in the void, their strengths and weaknesses unmistakably discernible. Among them, the most formidable imperial laws stood proud like the moon surrounded by stars, numbering an astonishing 49. The rest, though slightly less impressive, were distributed like a vast galaxy, their numbers truly staggering, exceeding 10,000. Such an astonishing quantity undoubtedly heralded a shocking truth. The potential emergence of imperial figures within the human race would no longer be confined to a mere 9, but could indeed soar into the thousands or even tens of thousands. This spectacle was beyond imagination. No wonder that the patriarch of the Jiang family had the audacity to proclaim that their ancestor possessed the ability to assist the leaders of the imperial clans in attaining the status of imperial figures. It turned out that the human race now possessed myriad imperial laws, and by simply merging with any one of them, one could embark upon the path to becoming an imperial figure. Lu Xuan pondered deeply, his eyes darting in disbelief. It was well known that there existed numerous powerful beings at the pinnacle of the emperor realm within the human race, with their extraordinary talents, exceptional understanding, and formidable strength. Should they seize this opportunity to successfully attain the status of an imperial figure, it would likely only be a matter of time. Contemplating this, Lu Xuan could not help but feel an overwhelming anticipation for the future of the human race. He reflected that given the current trajectory of development, it would not be long before the number of imperial figures among the human race would experience an explosive growth. Perhaps in just a few years, their numbers could double, or even increase by dozens or hundreds of times. By then, those once regarded as the pinnacle of the human race as combat power, the emperors, would likely lose their former glory and revered status. Only by ascending to the ranks of the imperial figures could one truly possess the qualification and authority to influence the situation and voice their opinions. With this thought, Lu Xuan's expression darkened, his brow furrowing in anxiety as he murmured to himself, "This is dire. If the human race truly manifests such a multitude of imperial figures, it will not bode well for me." At this moment, an unprecedented sense of gravity enveloped his heart. After careful consideration, he resolved to lead his kin away from the human settlements. He understood that if the number of human imperial figures continued to rise, it would be inevitable for him and his people to confront them directly, regardless of where they might migrate. At this moment, Lu Xuan genuinely felt a profound sense of impending crisis drawing near. Should the number of human imperial figures continue to swell, it would surely lead to a scenario where the human race dominated alone. In such a case, whether it be the various alien races, the formidable demon tribes, or the sea clans from the vast oceans, they would likely be systematically vanquished by the human race. Though this vast expanse of the world is boundless, it would ultimately prove difficult to find a sanctuary for the descendants of the Lu family. With a heavy heart, Lu Xuan sighed deeply, his eyes reflecting boundless fear and confusion. He furrowed his brow tightly, filled with reluctance and helplessness. He truly did not wish to witness such a scenario unfold. But given the circumstances, he must devise a countermeasure. After a moment of contemplation, he finally resolved to convey the critically important news of the awakening of the human heavenly laws to the alien races. With a thunderous roar, Lu Xuan shot forth from the mysterious and expansive space of the god-burying coffin. However, upon touching down, he was met with an endless darkness, as if the entire world had been soaked in ink. This must surely be the territory of the demon tribe. Lu Xuan took a deep breath, striving to calm himself. Although he had never personally ventured into the domain of the demon tribe, after tens of thousands of years of fierce confrontations with them, he was all too familiar with the unique aura they exuded. Yet, he never anticipated that his full exertion of that precious spatial talisman would fortuitously transport him directly to the heart of the demon tribe's territory. The moment Lu Xuan emerged, the keen-eyed experts of the demon tribe immediately sensed his presence. In this realm entirely belonging to the demon tribe, Lu Xuan's distinctly human aura stood out glaringly, making him conspicuously different. Even if he strained to conceal his aura, it proved futile. No matter how he endeavored to mask his presence, the effect was negligible. His attempts at obscuring his aura could only deceive lesser demon tribe members. Against the demon lords, they were utterly ineffective. Thus, the moment Lu Xuan stepped out of the spatial realm, he was already locked onto by the demon lords. "It's you, Lu Xuan. How dare you trespass alone into our demon territory?" With this roar, the entire space seemed to tremble. The ominous voice echoed like a wailing specter, sending chills down one's spine as if it had been squeezed out from the very cracks of the underworld, causing a wave of discomfort to wash over those who heard it. Upon hearing this, Lu Xuan remained composed, merely lifting his gaze to the distance. There, against the backdrop of the inky sky, stood a colossal figure as dark as night. This shadow loomed under the blood-red moonlight, resembling an ancient, unchanging statue of a demon god. Most striking were its eyes, glimmering with a blood-red glow, radiating a chilling light that locked onto Lu Xuan, refusing to waver for an instant. Just from the overwhelming aura emanating from this figure, Lu Xuan could discern that this individual had reached an extraordinary level, nearing the pinnacle of the imperial realm. In terms of sheer presence, the other exuded an unfathomable oceanic depth, while Lu Xuan felt like merely a trickling stream in comparison. Even though Lu Xuan had cultivated to the formidable Panga martial arts, possessing over 10,000 chaotic dantians within him, he still sensed an insurmountable chasm between himself and this demon lord. However, despite sensing a lack of intense hostility from this demon lord, it remained unclear whether there was any intention of engaging him in battle. Before Lu Xuan could speak, the demon lord exclaimed in astonishment, his face a mask of disbelief. How is this possible? You have also successfully integrated into the path of the great laws. This is utterly astonishing. You must know that within the human race, the number of individuals who can attain the status of an imperial figure never exceeds 9. Could it be that some venerable elder has unfortunately fallen? Otherwise, by what means have you achieved such a realm? The demon lord appeared to be entirely absorbed in his own thoughts, chattering away without providing Lu Xuan any opportunity to interject. Suddenly, he seemed to make a startling new discovery. His eyes widened in sheer astonishment, as if he had encountered the most terrifying sight imaginable. Fixing his gaze intently on Lu Xuan, thus he stared unblinkingly for several moments, until at last, as if awakening from a dream, he exclaimed loudly, "Oh, so that is how it is. You have attained the status of emperor by comprehending and merging with the principles of the great Tao. Ha ha ha, this indeed makes sense. For how could those renowned elders of the human race easily perish? How delightful! I never expected that you, a being of the human race, would choose to tread the path of merging with the great Tao like us, the Outlanders. Truly fascinating." Chapter 58. Just out of the tiger's den, only to enter the wolf's lair? The recruitment of the yellow, spring demon lord. Lu Xuan gazed coldly at the demon lord looming in the sky, his expression betraying a hint of shock. He had not anticipated that the demon lord could discern at a glance that he had not fused with the principles of the human race as heavenly laws to become an emperor. Lu Xuan's gaze shifted behind the demon lord, yet he could perceive neither the aura of the great Tao nor the principles that this demon lord had integrated. Judging by the strength emanating from him, it was evident that this was a being he could not hope to defeat at present. Nevertheless, he deduced the identity of this formidable demon lord, the Yellow Spring Demon Lord. The overall strength of the demon clan was slightly inferior to that of the other races. Within the entirety of the demon clan, there were only 5 or 6 demon lords. Although Lu Xuan had never encountered them nor fought against them, he could still identify who they were. Among the many demon lords of the demon clan, the Yellow Spring Demon Lord was considered the most powerful. Apart from the great demon god who ruled over the demon clan, the Yellow Spring Demon Lord was undoubtedly the foremost figure. In terms of raw power, the Yellow Spring Demon Lord would rank among the top of the human emperors. At least, of the 7 human emperors Lu Xuan had previously encountered, only one might be on par with the Yellow Spring Demon Lord. As for the remaining 2 human emperors, Lu Xuan had neither seen nor heard of them, making it impossible to gauge their strength. Lu Xuan had not anticipated that, having just emerged from seclusion and attained the status of emperor, he would confront the terrifying Yellow Spring Demon Lord. If he were to engage in battle, he might not perish, but he would certainly be left severely wounded. Sighing softly, a trace of helplessness flickered in his eyes. Was this not akin to escaping from a tiger's den, only to enter a wolf's lair? The Yellow Spring Demon Lord, noticing Lu Xuan's prolonged silence, chuckled once more and continued, "Lu Xuan, I am aware of your reputation. With the cultivation of a great emperor, you have suppressed our demon clan for 100,000 years. I must say, you are a legend. Even the esteemed emperors of your human race cannot boast of such accomplishments. However, I have also heard how they have treated you. I know that your return from seclusion is to seek vengeance for your kin. Yet, you underestimate your fellow emperors of the human race. With your current strength, having just stepped into the realm of emperors, you would only be walking to your own demise. Since fate has brought us together, if you were to stay with our demon clan, I could promise you a position as a demon lord. As for your kin, should the opportunity arise, I would ensure that our demon clan rescues them from the human race. As long as they are willing, they can join you and become part of our demon clan." Upon hearing this, Lu Xuan was momentarily taken aback. The Yellow Spring Demon Lord had personally extended an invitation to him. This was entirely unexpected. One would think that after suppressing the demon clan for 100,000 years, the Yellow Spring Demon Lord would wish for his demise. Yet now he was being recruited. Lu Xuan found himself somewhat bewildered. He had guarded the Tianyuan for 100,000 years, securing peace for the human race. By all accounts, he was indeed a great benefactor of the entire human race. Even the lofty emperors of the human race could not claim greater merit. The entire human race ought to be grateful for his contributions. Yet, in the end, he was abandoned by his own people, who even sought to annihilate his family. Conversely, the alien races and the demon clan, whom he had defended for 100,000 years, were now extending goodwill towards him. Such a stark contrast in treatment left Lu Xuan momentarily dazed. In that moment, he found himself pondering why the alien races and the demon clan, whom he had slain many of their kin, were willing to accept him. Why? Lu Xuan looked at the Yellow Spring Demon Lord, and for the first time, posed a question. "I have killed at least 100,000 of your kin, and even slain many of your demon lords. I am your enemy. Do you not harbor hatred towards me? Do you not wish to kill me?" This was the first time Lu Xuan had voiced his confusion. However, in response to Lu Xuan's inquiry, the Yellow Spring Demon Lord laughed nonchalantly. "Lu Xuan, Among our demon clan, we adhere to the principle that the strong are revered. In the past, you were of the human race, and it was only natural for you to slay our kin. Although you have taken the lives of many among us, it is merely a consequence of their inadequacy. Their deaths at your hands were their own doing. At that time, we were all on opposing sides. It matters not whether you have slain 100,000 or even 1,000,000 of our kin. We would only admire your strength. However, as you have mentioned, that is all in the past. Given the way the human race treats you and your kin now, I believe you would not wish to remain among them. Moreover, having integrated with the great Tao, even if you returned, you would be seen as an outlier among them. Do you think they would allow a rebel to exist among them? Do you think the heavenly laws of the human race would permit a being like you to remain? Lu Xuan, in the past you had no choice. But now, you have the power to choose anew. Join the demon clan, and we shall be your strongest support. As I mentioned earlier, all those conditions I proposed are still valid. You need not return to the human race. We will ensure your kin are safely delivered to you. The Yellow Spring Demon Lord's explanations stirred something within Lu Xuan. The principle of revering the strong was encapsulated in those simple 4 words, allowing the alien races and the demon clan to unconditionally accept him, a once formidable adversary. Yet within the human race, he faced death for a ludicrous reason. Not only did they wish to kill him, but they also sought to eradicate his family. However, Lu Xuan gleaned something astonishing from the Yellow Spring Demon Lord's words. Should he agree, the demon clan could safely bring his kin from within the human race to him. What did this imply? It indicated that the demon clan had already positioned their forces within the human race. Moreover, there must be a significant number of them. Otherwise, the Yellow Spring Demon Lord would not have spoken so confidently. Lu Xuan believed that if he were to nod in agreement, the Yellow Spring Demon Lord could indeed arrange for his family to be brought to him safely. Yet, Lu Xuan did not acquiesce. He raised his gaze to the Yellow Spring Demon Lord, his voice steady and resolute. To be honest, I appreciate the goodwill of your demon clan, as well as the recognition from you, Yellow Spring Demon Lord. However, there is a saying among my people, one must avenge their own grievances. Lu Xuan had thus declined the Yellow Spring Demon Lord's invitation. The Yellow Spring Demon Lord, unfazed by this, instead smiled with increased admiration, while said, "Vengeance must indeed be taken personally. Lu Xuan, I admire you even more. Once you depart, there will undoubtedly be no place for you within the human race. If you find yourself without a home in the future, you are always welcome to join us in the demon clan. The doors of our demon clan will always be open to you and your kin. And as for the promises I made earlier, they remain valid, regardless of when you choose to arrive." Chapter 59, Him? He is unworthy of even carrying the shoes of an emperor. Originally, the populace anticipated an exhilarating and fierce battle for survival. Yet to their astonishment, Lu Xuan effortlessly stepped out of the mysterious and perilous territory of the otherworldly demon race. Now standing outside the realm of the demons, he slowly turned around, gazing at the entrance to the inner sanctum of the otherworldly beings, overwhelmed by an indescribable astonishment and disbelief. Just moments prior, his conversation with the Lord of the Yellow Springs still felt like a surreal dream. Who could have imagined that the notoriously cruel and bloodthirsty demon race would choose to accept an adversary like him, who had once been in fierce opposition? Even more shocking was their promise to bestow upon Lu Xuan the prestigious title of Demon Lord, and their willingness to personally reunite him with his kin. Undeniably, in the face of such immense temptation, even one as resolute as Lu Xuan could not help but feel a flicker of uncertainty within. However, after careful contemplation, he ultimately chose to refuse with unwavering determination. For as he had firmly stated to the Lord of the Yellow Springs, the blood feud I bear must be avenged by my own hands. Lu Xuan's insistence on returning to the human race was not merely to rescue his imprisoned kin. More importantly, he sought to claim the justice he rightfully deserved after a long and arduous 10,000 years of perseverance. If the human race could not provide the fairness he longed for, then what harm would it be to betray them? After all, in Lu Xuan's eyes, the distinction between right and wrong far outweighed matters of lineage. Stepping out of the abyss, he thunderously descended upon the Sea of Realms, as Lu Xuan's figure shone like a brilliant meteor in the skies above the Sea of Realms. The numerous human emperors standing tall at the Imperial Pass were left utterly astounded, rendered speechless by the sight before them. Particularly, Emperor Jiangming, whose previously composed and resolute visage was now filled with disbelief, involuntarily exclaiming, "It is he, Lu Xuan. He is actually alive." It is worth noting that since Lu Xuan's mysterious disappearance from the Sea of Realms days earlier, everyone had assumed he had perished, lost to the Yellow Springs. Thus, witnessing him now, unscathed and reappearing, stirred emotions within the human emperors that were beyond description. However, just as the crowd was astonished by Lu Xuan's survival, a voice filled with arrogance and disdain suddenly echoed from the back of the gathering. Accompanying this chilling laughter, imposing figures began to emerge from the void. Once these figures fully revealed themselves, even the typically composed Emperor Jiangming could not suppress a glimmer of surprise, trembling slightly from overwhelming excitement. It turned out that these figures were none other than 9 formidable emperors, renowned throughout the world. Moreover, each of these emperors was a terrifying existence at the pinnacle of their realm. It would not be an exaggeration to say that this assembly was unparalleled. Even against the so-called invincible emperor of the Jiang family, 9 of them joining forces could likely withstand a single strike. Within the vast and enigmatic Jiang family, there existed a group of remarkable beings, akin to hidden masters lurking in the shadows. Each possessed astonishing prowess at the peak of the emperor level. Yet their renown had not spread widely, leaving the outside world largely unaware of their existence. Nevertheless, within the Jiang family, they were revered as protectors. This powerful cohort of protectors numbered as many as 36, meticulously divided into 4 ranks: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow. Among them, the Heaven rank protectors were undoubtedly the most elite, their overwhelming strength rendering their contemporaries inferior. In contrast, the Yellow rank protectors were relatively weaker, yet even they, when united, exhibited terrifying combat capabilities sufficient to shock the world, possessing the ability to slay early-stage Emperor-level adversaries. Looking further up, the power of the mysterious rank protectors was unfathomable. When 9 of them joined forces, their might could easily bring mid-stage Emperor-level foes to their knees. As for the higher-tier Earth and Heaven rank protectors, their strength was simply beyond imagination. It was rumored that the combined power of the Heaven rank protectors could rival that of late-stage, super-strong emperors. At this moment, 9 figures suddenly appeared atop the Imperial Pass. Indeed, they were the Yellow rank protectors from the Jiang family. Despite their seemingly lower status, their appearance nonetheless stirred a commotion among the onlookers. After all, even this seemingly weaker group, when united, could unleash energy comparable to the terrifying strength of early-stage emperors. Jiangming, I pay my respects to you, esteemed protectors. Upon seeing the protectors descend personally, Jiangming felt a wave of panic and hurriedly approached, bowing respectfully. Although all belonged to the Jiang family's imperial lineage, the protector's strength and status far surpassed his own. Even the head of the Jiang family had to lower himself in their presence. Only the highly respected and enigmatic elder of the Jiang family held the authority to command these protectors. At this moment, the arrival of 9 Yellow rank protectors suggested they bore an important mission from the Jiang family's emperor. The foremost protector, with a disdainful expression, cast his gaze towards the distant Sea of Realms, quickly zeroing in on the slowly emerging Lu Xuan. A smirk of contempt graced his lips as he mocked. Jiangming, could this be the Lu Xuan who has caused you such losses? Humph, he seems rather unimpressive, lacking any extraordinary features. How could this be? You have been guarding this imperial pass for years, so your strength should have grown, yet you seem to have regressed, allowing such an inconsequential figure to impose upon you. Truly laughable. After his words, the protector erupted into unrestrained laughter, filled with mockery and derision. Jiangming, as the commander of this imperial pass, despite his esteemed status, dared not act out in the presence of these protectors from a prestigious family. Even when subjected to their ruthless ridicule, he could only respond with a cautious smile. Esteemed protectors, please do not underestimate this individual named Lu Xuan. Just days ago, he effortlessly dispelled the terrifying calamity brought forth by the heavenly Tao. Upon hearing this, the previously indifferent Yellow rank protectors finally displayed a hint of interest. The foremost protector narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Emperor Jiangming with a hint of skepticism, asking, Jiangming, are you truly speaking the truth? Can this man truly withstand the calamity of the heavenly Tao? Surely it must have been one of the lesser forms of calamity. What significance does that hold? All of us here have attained the Emperor level. Could we truly lack the strength to withstand such a trivial calamity? With that, the leading Yellow rank protector let out a cold laugh, his face adorned with disdain and disregard. Indeed, while the calamities of the heavenly Tao were fearsome, they were not entirely insurmountable. With their formidable cultivation and profound skills, they harbored absolute confidence in their ability to confront any adversary, provided that no more than one type of heavenly calamity assailed them at once. However, at that moment, the words uttered by Emperor Jiangming struck like thunder, leaving the originally arrogant 9 yellow-level guardians utterly astounded, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief. Emperor Jiangming proclaimed loudly, "Esteemed guardians, behold, the individual named Lu Xuan is not merely withstanding a common attack. He is resisting a total of 5 heavenly calamities. All of us present have witnessed this with our own eyes. 5 terrifying heavenly calamities descended simultaneously, and Lu Xuan has effortlessly repelled them." As soon as these words echoed, silence enveloped the imperial pass, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. The 9 yellow-level guardians widened their eyes, their mouths agape as if they could swallow an egg, their gazes fixated on Lu Xuan, their expressions filled with disbelief, shock, and an ineffable awe. After a considerable pause, the leading yellow-level guardian seemed to awaken from a trance, shaking his head vigorously, mumbling, "No. Impossible. This cannot be. Since time immemorial, no one has ever been able to withstand the onslaught of 5 heavenly calamities simultaneously." At this juncture, a glint of cunning flashed in his eyes, as if he suddenly comprehended everything. He sneered coldly and shouted at Emperor Jiangming, "Humph. Jiangming, I see through your ruse. You fear the Ancestor's wrath for your incompetence, unable to eliminate even a single Lu Xuan. Thus, you concoct this absurd excuse to evade your rightful responsibility. Ha ha, how ludicrous. Do you think we are fools? Or do you believe the Ancestor is a simpleton easily deceived by your crude and flawed pretexts? Moreover, to withstand 5 heavenly calamities, I suggest you declare that Lu Xuan has already attained the status of emperor." Gazing at the disdainful expressions of the yellow-level guardians, Emperor Jiangming felt a surge of indignation and injustice, nearly moved to tears. He had hoped to dispel their doubts and misunderstandings through a detailed explanation, but upon encountering their haughty demeanor, all words seemed to choke in his throat. Ultimately, he could only emit a cold snort of discontent. Humph. Perhaps Lu Xuan has truly achieved the status of emperor. In truth, Emperor Jiangming was acutely aware that Lu Xuan's successful resistance against the heavenly calamities was no small feat. More crucially, since that event, Lu Xuan had mysteriously vanished for several days, although no one had witnessed the so-called merging phenomenon during this time. That did not imply Lu Xuan had not broken through his shackles and ascended to the status of emperor. The moment Lu Xuan reappeared before the crowd, a powerful instinct surged within Emperor Jiangming, affirming that Lu Xuan had indeed completed the merging and successfully ascended to the status of emperor. Regrettably, his heartfelt words garnered no attention or recognition from the 9 yellow-level guardians, instead provoking another wave of unrestrained laughter. "Emperor? Ha ha ha! Jiangming, how absurd your words are! Do you realize that among our human race, the illustrious 9 emperors have already reached a state of perfection, their status revered and their strength unfathomable? How can a new emperor possibly emerge in this world? It's sheer folly." Laughter erupted, echoing through the skies. It is worth noting that when they resolutely departed their family, they were entirely unaware of the heavenly path's unsealing and the potential for all humanity to achieve the status of emperor. Thus, upon hearing Jiangming's astonishing proclamation, they erupted in laughter as if they had heard the greatest joke in the world. Among them, one yellow-level guardian sneered, "Humph. Him? He dares to claim the title of emperor? Not only is he unworthy of such a title, but even if tasked with serving a true emperor, he would be overstepping his bounds. He is merely a buffoon, utterly insignificant." Chapter 60. A mere lackey dares to question my authority? The leading yellow-level guardian wore an air of arrogance, a scornful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Humph. Even if he is no longer an emperor, what of it? Today, he shall die at our hands. Since we mastered this formation, we have slain countless formidable emperors. We have never attempted to slay an emperor before. Today, we shall test our skills on him and see if this so-called emperor is more formidable than the others." As his words fell, the remaining guardians erupted in raucous laughter. Their demeanor and mirth betrayed their complete disregard for Lu Xuan, as though he were merely a piece of meat ready for slaughter. However, at that moment, a certain emperor in the crowd could no longer tolerate the arrogance and underestimation displayed by these guardians. He stepped forward, intending to offer a word of caution. Yet, before he could speak, he felt a piercing gaze strike him like a sword. It was the gaze of Emperor Jiangming, who seemed to warn him, "Are you tired of living? Even I, as the emperor, would not dare to advise them lightly. Who are you to speak?" Emperor Jiangming's words resonated like thunder in the ears of the would-be advisor. Upon hearing this, the emperor, who had mustered the courage to counsel, trembled. Filled with dread, he understood the might and authority of Emperor Jiangming. If even he chose to remain silent in such circumstances, what could someone as insignificant as himself hope to achieve? With this realization, he quickly bowed his head, daring not to utter another word. The emperor, who nearly sparked disaster, now wore a face of trepidation, hastily bowing in gratitude towards Emperor Jiangming. Meanwhile, Lu Xuan had already stepped into the mysterious and perilous realm of the Boundary Sea, determined to traverse it and reach the Imperial Pass. However, before he could reach the center of the Boundary Sea, a voice, imbued with authority and dominance, thundered from above the Imperial Pass. "Impudence! Who granted you the audacity to intrude upon the Boundary Sea?" This voice emanated from the leading yellow-level guardian, who glared fiercely, admonishing coldly. Before he finished speaking, his figure vanished like a specter, appearing above the Boundary Sea in an instant, blocking Lu Xuan's path. The other yellow-level guardians followed suit, swiftly surrounding Lu Xuan like stars encircling the moon. Faced with the sudden encirclement of these 9 peak emperor-level beings, Lu Xuan's expression shifted slightly. With his experience and insight, he could discern a distinct difference between these guardians and ordinary emperors, particularly the positions they occupied, seemingly chaotic, yet inherently strategic, clearly indicating meticulous planning and arrangement. Just as Lu Xuan had not yet devised a more effective response, he suddenly heard the commanding yell of the leading Huang-level guardian. "Formation. Arise!" In an instant, an unparalleled force erupted simultaneously from the 9 guardians, intertwining and resonating with one another to form an impenetrable and colossal array, ensnaring Lu Xuan firmly at its core. In the blink of an eye, the figures of the 9 vanished like lightning, leaving no trace behind. At this moment, the environment surrounding Lu Xuan underwent a dramatic transformation. The once tumultuous, boundless sea of realms disappeared, replaced by an expansive golden desert stretching endlessly before him. Lu Xuan was astounded to find himself amidst this vast desert, surrounded by an unending sea of sand, with no end in sight. An imperial-level killing formation. A shiver coursed through Lu Xuan, and his expression shifted slightly. He never anticipated that these 9 individuals could deploy such a formidable array, one imbued with murderous intent. He scanned his surroundings warily, observing that this seemingly ordinary desert was, in fact, an illusion concealing boundless lethal traps. One wrong step could result in immediate demise, leaving his soul scattered. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted, and a cataclysmic sandstorm surged from the center of the desert. Countless grains of yellow sand howled like wild dragons, soaring into the sky and swiftly coalescing into a towering sand giant, 100 feet tall. The giant stood imperiously, its presence as formidable as an unmovable mountain, dominating the space between heaven and earth. It opened its cavernous maw and bellowed, "Lu Xuan, do you know your sins?" Its voice resonated like thunder, echoing throughout the desert, reverberating endlessly. "Lu Xuan, 100,000 years ago, the emperor, in his compassion, took pity on your numerous transgressions and granted you the opportunity for redemption by commanding you to guard the abyss of heaven, forbidding you from stepping foot outside for eternity. Yet today, who has given you the audacity to openly defy the emperor's decree and leave this place?" The speaker was the leading Huang-level guardian, adopting a condescending and disdainful demeanor as he mercilessly rebuked and questioned Lu Xuan. The moment Lu Xuan raised his gaze to meet the appearance of these 9 individuals, his acute perception and profound understanding of various techniques allowed him to instantly discern their origins. They hailed from the illustrious yet deeply antagonistic Jiang family. It is worth noting that the venerable ancestor of the Jiang family was Lu Xuan's lifelong nemesis, a grudge he could never release. Thus, when faced with these Jiang family descendants, Lu Xuan harbored no intention of civility. His voice, cold as ice, brimmed with boundless killing intent. "Who do you think you are? Merely a sycophantic dog of the Jiang family, daring to question my authority? You are utterly ignorant of your own mortality." As his words fell, Lu Xuan swung his arm fiercely, and in an instant, a razor-sharp sword chi surged forth, slicing through the air like lightning. with a resounding crash. The towering sand giant was cleaved in two by the terrifying sword Qi, its form disintegrating into countless grains of sand that fell back to the vast desert below. At the moment the sand giant was slain, the leading Huang-level guardian trembled violently, a deep, muffled groan escaping his throat as he coughed up a mouthful of dark, ink-like blood. This scene was so astonishing that it seemed to freeze the very space around them. How is this possible? How could you wound my true form through layers of formations? The leading guardian's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the grievous wound inflicted by the sword Qi, shock and fear swirling in his gaze. No matter how he pondered, he could not fathom how Lu Xuan's casual strike could easily penetrate their meticulously arranged formation and still retain its lethal potency, nearly claiming his life. Such strength was truly chilling. At this moment, a singular thought flashed through the minds of the 9 Huang-level guardians. Nearly in unison, they exclaimed in disbelief, "Lu Xuan, could it be that you are the legendary emperor?" The title of emperor represented the utmost pinnacle that cultivators could aspire to attain. In the entire realm of humanity today, there were scarcely 9 individuals who possessed the power of an emperor. Just moments ago, while standing at the Imperial Pass, they had boasted that even if Lu Xuan were an emperor, they had the capability to slay him. Yet, they had never anticipated that Lu Xuan was indeed the exalted emperor, revered and feared. Although the formation they had set up was renowned for its ability to hunt down emperors, in reality, they had never truly slain one. Therefore, upon realizing that the person before them was an emperor, the 9 Huang-level guardians simultaneously exhibited profound trepidation. If Lu Xuan were merely at the peak of the emperor realm, they would have been confident in their ability to vanquish him. However, the Lu Xuan standing before them was a genuine emperor. Moreover, the ferocity of the sword Qi he had unleashed was nothing short of horrifying, nearly claiming one of their lives. This indicated that Lu Xuan's strength was likely comparable to that of a mid-level emperor. Confronted with such a terrifying adversary, how could they possibly engage in battle? Reflecting on their earlier bravado, the 9 had been filled with audacity, vowing to slay Lu Xuan on the spot. Now, however, a sense of retreat began to seep into their hearts. Brother, consider this. Lu Xuan has now ascended to the realm of the emperor, his strength unfathomable. With our meager skills, how can we possibly contend with him? In my opinion, we should hastily retreat and relay this vital intelligence to the Ancestor. With the Ancestor's unparalleled abilities, he will surely subdue and eliminate him. One Huang-level guardian, visibly shaken, urgently proposed. This suggestion struck like a thunderclap, instantly resonating in the ears of the other guardians. Those already filled with trepidation nodded in agreement, recognizing their slim chances of victory against such a formidable foe. However, at that moment, the leading Huang-level guardian suddenly let out a cold snort and rebuked sharply, "Do not falter. The Ancestor entrusted us with a mission to take Lu Xuan's life. If we fail in this task, how could we face the Ancestor? How could we not incite his utter disappointment?" With that, he lowered his head fiercely, fixating on the ghastly wound that Lu Xuan had inflicted upon him, blood gushing forth and staining his garments. Yet, undeterred by his injury, he gritted his teeth, his expression twisted in rage as he roared, "No matter what, even if it leads to mutual destruction, we must slay Lu Xuan today. What if he is an emperor? Let us not forget, this formation was meticulously devised to hunt emperors. Today we shall kill him. Let all know the name of the Huang-level guardians." Upon witnessing the steadfastness of the leading yellow-level guardian, the others dismissed any thoughts of retreat. At that moment, within the confines of the formation, Lu Xuan found the scenery around him transforming once more. The vast desert of sand had vanished, replaced by an endless sea of flames. Countless flames surrounded Lu Xuan, engulfing him in this inferno. These flames were not merely illusions. They possessed the terrifying lethality of the Emperor's fire, an imperial flame. The imperial flame surged, coalescing into massive fire dragons that roared with a sound that reverberated through the heavens and earth, charging towards Lu Xuan. The fire dragons roared, and the sea of flames churned, quickly overwhelming Lu Xuan, intent on reducing him to ashes. As Lu Xuan's form completely disappeared within the inferno, the leading yellow-level guardian laughed triumphantly, exclaiming, What the Emperor? He shall perish at our hands." However, at the very moment his words fell, a resplendent sword light burst forth from the flames, piercing through the illusory fire sea and severing his head in a single stroke. Chapter 61. Decapitating the Guardian, breaking the killing formation. shocking the imperial stronghold. Attendre explosion resunded. The head of the leading yellow-level guardian flew away from his body like a cannonball, only to be met by countless razor-sharp sword energies. These sword energies descended like a torrential storm, instantly shattering that head into fragments, exploding in a gruesome display. Crimson blood and pale brain matter splattered everywhere, resembling a bloody fireworks display in the air. Not only that, but the headless body of the Emperor also could not escape the onslaught of the sword energies. At the moment the head was obliterated, innumerable sword energies surged towards the headless form, tearing it apart with an unstoppable force, reducing it to nothingness. In an instant, a rain of blood poured down, staining the earth red, while the air became thick with a pungent, metallic scent. Yet, all this transpired so swiftly and unexpectedly that no one had the time to react. When the crowd finally regained their senses, they beheld Lu Xuan, appearing like an apparition, silently standing where the yellow-level guardian had once been. His expression was indifferent as he casually waved his arm, unleashing an invisible yet immense force that directly suppressed the Emperor's essence of that yellow-level guardian. The entire process flowed seamlessly, seemingly effortless, yet the terrifying power contained within was astonishing. A faint smirk appeared at the corner of Lu Xian's mouth, revealing his disdain. An imperial-level killing formation? It is nothing more than this. As his words fell, a vast and overwhelming force of the laws of power descended. This force bore down with an unimaginable weight, akin to Mount Tai pressing upon an egg, carrying the might to annihilate the heavens and earth. A deafening crash echoed, and the once impenetrable imperial-level killing formation crumbled under the crushing force of the laws. The meticulously arranged runes and restrictions shattered and dissipated, transforming into specks of light that merged into the void. Simultaneously, the myriad illusions created by the formation vanished in the blink of an eye, restoring the scene to its true form. At this moment, Lu Xuan stood calmly atop the boundary sea, his figure as upright as a pine, steadfast as a mountain. In his hand, he clutched a magnificent source of Emperor's essence, a trophy claimed from the recently slain yellow-level guardian. Before him, the once mighty team of yellow-level guardians was now reduced to a mere 8. Particularly, the leading guardian was already deceased, a wisp of spirit under Lu Xuan's sword. At that instant, as the formation shattered with a cataclysmic roar, the 8 previously imposing yellow-level guardians trembled violently, and almost simultaneously, each spewed forth a jet of dark, viscous blood, resembling a black fountain erupting in the air. The force of this blood spray was so fierce that the surrounding air was thick with a potent, acrid scent of blood. Subsequently, these guardians stumbled backward one after another, each step appearing laborious and burdensome. Their faces turned pale as sheets, devoid of color. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans cascaded down their foreheads, soaking their garments. When their gazes finally fell upon the Emperor's essence clutched in Lu Xuan's hand, profound shock and terror filled their eyes. Their expressions mirrored the dread of encountering the most terrifying entity imaginable, sending chills down their spines. They could scarcely fathom that this formation, reputed to effortlessly slay emperors, could be so easily dismantled by Lu Xuan. Even more incredulous was the fact that he not only succeeded in breaking the formation, but had also slain their most formidable member, Huang Yi, on the spot. Gazing at the blood rain cascading over the boundary sea, akin to a crimson nightmare, these 8 yellow-level guardians were engulfed by unending panic, their faces as pale as corpses, lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Retreat!" This exclamation pierced through the oppressive silence like thunder, shattering the stillness of the scene. Without hesitation, the speaker turned and sprinted toward the imperial stronghold with utmost urgency. The others, witnessing this, dared not delay, hastily following suit, fleeing for their lives. At this moment, they bore no trace of their former dignity as peak emperor-level beings, resembling a panicked herd of rabbits desperately searching for escape from the terror that surrounded them. They ran with such speed that they lacked the courage to glance back. The thought of avenging the fallen Huang Yi had been entirely discarded from their minds, overshadowed by the singular desire to return to the imperial stronghold and distance themselves from the seemingly demonic Lu Xuan. Above the imperial stronghold, the usually lofty and imposing emperors fixated their gazes on Lu Xuan, who was ensnared by layers of formations below. Upon witnessing Lu Xuan's entrapment, expressions of surprise spread across their faces, as if they anticipated a bloody and merciless conclusion. It was essential to note that the assailants against Lu Xuan were not mere individuals, but the renowned 9 guardians of the Jiang family. Each guardian possessed extraordinary strength, instilling fear in countless hearts. Consequently, the emperors present unanimously believed that Lu Xuan was surely doomed, unable to escape his fate. Even the typically composed and reserved Emperor Jiangming could not conceal his excitement and exhilaration. His face flushed as he laughed uproariously. Ha ha ha, Lu Xuan, how dare you offend my Jiang family? You seek your own demise. Even if the king of heaven himself arrived, he could not save your life today. Yet, as fortune would have it, an unforeseen event soon unfolded. Just as Jiangming's laughter began to fade, the very Lu Xuan who was supposed to be trapped within the formation suddenly launched a counterattack with the force of thunder. The formation erupted with blinding light, accompanied by a cacophony of roars, as the 8 guardians began to flee in utter disarray, akin to lost dogs. Jiangming, witnessing this, was left utterly stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief, nearly popping from their sockets. He could hardly comprehend the chaotic scene before him, his mouth agape in shock, unable to close it for a long while. But moments later, realization dawned upon him like a waking dream, and he recognized a far more terrifying truth. Of the 9 yellow-level guardians who had initially attacked, only 8 were now frantically fleeing. 8? Why were there only 8? Jiangming muttered, his voice trembling, his eyes filled with astonishment and dread. Even the most obtuse individual could deduce the fate that had befallen the 9th missing guardian. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a chill suddenly coursed up Emperor Jiangming's spine, especially when the gathered crowd beheld the horrifying spectacle of blood-red raindrops swirling above the realm's ocean. All present involuntarily gasped in disbelief. The guardian had perished. The very guardian from the Jiang clan had been slain. The eyes of the many emperors above the imperial gate were filled with incredulity and palpable terror. No one could fathom that Lu Xuan had successfully dispatched a protector from the Jiang family. It had been rumored that if these guardians united, even an existence as formidable as an imperial lord could be easily vanquished. Yet, the reality before them rendered such claims a grand farce. In that moment, memories of the brash proclamations made by the leader of the yellow-level guardians upon his arrival echoed in their minds. However, the swift and brutal slap of reality had come far too quickly. The very guardian who had spoken so arrogantly had, in the blink of an eye, transformed into a cascade of mournful blood rain. As they watched the remaining 8 guardians frantically fleeing for their lives, the hearts of the onlookers tightened, as if they had been thrust into their throats. If even these capable individuals were no match for Lu Xuan, one could only wonder who in this world could stand against this embodiment of death itself. Emperor Jiangming, should we go to greet the guardians? One emperor cautiously approached Jiangming, bowing slightly in deference, his tone imbued with trepidation. At that moment, he was anxious. Should they choose to remain passive and not welcome the 8 Jiang clan guardians, their fate would undoubtedly be grim. However, in response to his subordinate's inquiry, Emperor Jiangming merely shook his head with a bitter and helpless expression, sighing heavily. Enough. There is no need to concern ourselves with those guardians any longer. Our priority must be to activate the mountain-protecting formation and seal the imperial gate. We cannot allow that terrifying Lu Xuan to set foot on our imperial grounds. Otherwise, none of us will survive. As he spoke, a glimmer of despair and fear flashed across Emperor Jiangming's gaze. It was not that he was cold-hearted or indifferent to the plight of his guardians. Rather, the situation had spiraled out of control, and even if he wished to assist, it was beyond his grasp. Just moments ago, he had witnessed the dreadful figure of Lu Xuan descending upon them, like a comet ablaze with fierce flames, plummeting directly toward the location of the 8 Jiang clan guardians. Lu Xuan exuded a chilling aura, reminiscent of a demon from the depths of hell. His icy gaze fixed upon the 8 Jiang guardians, who were already in a state of panic, as if they were but sheep awaiting slaughter. The 8 guardians fled in sheer desperation, akin to startled birds, exerting every ounce of their strength. Yet, the moment they caught sight of Lu Xuan, an indescribable terror surged within them, freezing their blood and causing their bodies to tremble uncontrollably. They raised their eyes in horror toward the towering imperial gate, now merely several thousand feet away. This gate loomed like an indomitable fortress, emanating an aura of reverence. For these 8 Jiang guardians, the imperial gate represented their last hope for survival. If they could manage to escape within its confines, perhaps they could find a glimmer of salvation. However, despite the gate being so close, the seemingly brief distance felt like an insurmountable chasm, severing them from the path to survival. Especially when they watched helplessly as the Imperial Gate began to close, the last flicker of hope within them extinguished, leaving their faces pale and lifeless as if the light of life had been snuffed out. They understood that this time, there was no escape. Confronted with the formidable Lu Xuan, stripped of the Imperial-level killing formation as their support, they were utterly fragile and vulnerable, akin to insignificant ants, easily crushed and trampled. With Lu Xuan's unfathomable strength, taking their lives would be as effortless as lifting a finger, requiring no exertion whatsoever. One guardian, face etched in sorrow, hoarsely called out to his companion, Jiang Ming, "You must inform the Ancestor. We have failed him, unworthy of his high hopes." As he spoke, tears streamed down his face, intertwining regret and despair that filled his chest. The yellow-level guardian, bloodied and battered, yet unwavering in his resolve, struggled to lift his gaze toward Emperor Jiangming above the Imperial Gate. His voice trembled with urgency, yet bore an unmistakable melancholy. "Emperor Jiangming, you must remember my words. No matter what, you must defend the Imperial Gate. That dreadful Lu Xuan, he has already attained the status of an Imperial Lord. With our current strength, we cannot impede his advance. The formation of the Imperial Gate is our final bastion. You must relay everything that has transpired here to the Ancestor. Only he can possibly withstand his terrifying might." As the words of the yellow-level guardian echoed, the world seemed to fall silent for a fleeting moment. His declaration resonated like thunder, reverberating across the expanse above the Imperial Gate, reaching every corner. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jiangming and the other human emperors stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. Their eyes widened in disbelief, especially when they heard that Lu Xuan had become an Imperial Lord. Jaws dropped in shock. The atmosphere within the Imperial Gate became eerily quiet, save for the gentle rustle of flags in the breeze and the heavy breaths of the assembled crowd. Each heart surged with turmoil, shaken by the sudden and shocking revelation. An Imperial Lord. Emperor Jiangming was left speechless, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg, his eyes bulging in astonishment, unable to suppress his exclamation, "Impossible! This cannot be! How could he possibly be an Imperial Lord? Just days ago, I faced him in combat. He was merely an emperor then, yet now in such a brief span. How could he have transformed into an Imperial Lord?" Jiang Ming's incredulous cries echoed through the crowd, as not only he struggled to grasp this reality, but the other emperors behind him wore expressions of bewilderment and shock, exchanging glances without uttering a word. Each face was marked with disbelief, as if they had just witnessed the most absurd of occurrences. It is essential to note that while the difference between an emperor and an Imperial Lord is but a single character, the chasm in strength it signifies is vast. For an emperor to ascend to the status of an Imperial Lord is akin to climbing to the heavens, requiring the navigation of innumerable challenges and the accumulation of extensive time. Yet, Lu Xuan had achieved this miraculous leap in such a short time, defying all imagination. At the back of the group of emperors, the fortunate Qingfeng Emperor, who had narrowly escaped Lu Xuan's wrath, was left dumbfounded upon hearing that Lu Xuan was now an Imperial Lord. The fleeting sense of relief he had felt from surviving dissipated entirely, leaving no trace behind as if it had never existed. In place of tranquility, a tide of profound fear and despair surged forth, gripping his heart tightly and rendering him breathless. His eyes widened, fixated on the distant horizon, his gaze hollow and vacant, as if his very soul had been stripped away. At that moment, his mind lay blank, all thoughts seemingly frozen in an instant, even the most rudimentary capacity for contemplation having entirely abandoned him. Astonishingly, within just a few short days, he had ascended to the exalted position of emperor. Such a reality was overwhelmingly terrifying. The Emperor of the Clear Wind marveled inwardly, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, seizing the opportunity while those around him remained in a state of utter shock, still grappling with the unfolding reality. He cautiously shifted his feet, stealthily retreating from the Imperial Gate. Then, in a flash, he darted away like a bolt released from a bow, his feet propelling him forward with the wind at his heels. He dared not linger for a moment, driven solely by the desire to distance himself from this imperial stronghold. Although this fortress was fortified by powerful formations, reputed to withstand assaults from even the mightiest of emperors, an inexplicable sense of unease lingered deep within his heart. For him, the only means to find solace for his troubled spirit was to swiftly escape this place rife with perilous uncertainties. Meanwhile, oblivious to the turmoil he had instigated, Lu Xuan remained unaware of the extent of his influence, never imagining that a pinnacle-level emperor would be so thoroughly rattled as to abandon his post at the imperial gate and flee in disarray.